In the spacious villa, Lu Qian, fresh from a shower, walked to Quan Yuchen's room. He knocked on the door. No answer. Lu Qian opened the door, standing shyly to the side. He reminded Quan Yuchen that he had finished bathing. On the balcony, Quan Yuchen gently swirled the wine glass in his hand and took a sip. Quan Yuchen turned around, examining Lu Qian standing at the door. Really, you haven't even dried your hair. Lu Qian was about to explain, pinching the ends of his hair, when Quan Yuchen interrupted him. He thought Lu Qian was already impatient. Lu Qian immediately shyly denied it. Then suddenly, Lu Qian's whole body tilted as Quan Yuchen unexpectedly picked him up, ready to fulfill the agreement. Quan Yuchen carried Lu Qian to the luxurious bed. Without any gentleness, he threw Lu Qian onto the bed. Lu Qian barely managed to sit steady. Seeing Quan Yuchen hurriedly undressing, Lu Qian quickly spoke up to interrupt him. Quan Yuchen was very displeased. Lu Qian, experiencing his first time, nervously grabbed the bedsheet, shyly wanting to turn off the lights. Quan Yuchen looked at the blushing Lu Qian before him, thinking that women pretending to be pure were the most troublesome. He sighed. Reluctantly, he turned off the lights. In the darkness, Lu Qian obediently knelt at the head of the bed. After all, he was engaged to someone else. How could he believe this was Lu Qian's first time? Quan Yuchen took action directly. In no time, he had stripped off Lu Qian's bothersome clothes and tossed them aside. Looking at their equally naked bodies, Quan Yuchen thought this was much better. Quan Yuchen looked at the woman before him, with her head lowered. He reached out and grasped her chin. "Why are you looking down?" He lifted Lu Qian's head to make eye contact. Lu Qian was afraid. Quan Yuchen directly kissed Lu Qian's cherry-like lips. The main event of the night began. 10,000 words omitted here. And hanging on the wall was actually Lu Qian and Quan Yuchen's wedding photo. A night of passion. The next day, the weather was beautiful. After a night of intense lovemaking, Quan Yuchen looked at the sleeping woman before him. Chun Si was originally just fulfilling the agreement, but unexpectedly lost control. Quan Yuchen found it truly surprising. She had been with her fiancé for so long, about to get married, yet it was still her first time. In her sleep, Lu Qian turned over, a tearing pain hitting her. Quan Yuchen propped himself up with one hand, the other gently caressing Lu Qian's furrowed face. Was he too rough? Perhaps he should have been gentler. After a while, Lu Qian suddenly opened her eyes in her deep sleep. It was already morning. She looked around. Quan Yuchen had already left. Recalling everything that happened last night, Lu Qian sat up abruptly, feeling the pain in her body. That Quan Yuchen had actually gone on all night. Tears welled up in Lu Qian's eyes, thinking about how she had kept her first time for so long, only to give it to a man she had known for less than 2 days. Her eyes dimmed, and that fiancé she had loved for years. 3 days ago, Lu Qian had dressed up very elegantly, wearing pretty red high heels. She quietly went upstairs, thinking that tomorrow was the wedding day, planning to give her fiancé, Zhang Mingwei, a surprise today. "Tomorrow you're going to marry that thing. What will I do after that?" In the spacious room, Lu Wenhui's coquettish voice could be heard. Lu Wenhui reached out to caress the chest of the man on top of her. Zhang Mingwei held Lu Wenhui tightly. "How could he compare to you for so long? He wouldn't even let me touch him. If it weren't for you, I would have gone crazy long ago." Hearing this, the woman in his arms instantly became happy. The man sat up and continued his efforts. No one noticed that the door of the room had opened a crack, revealing a shocked face. Walking on the street, Lu Qian felt like a super big fool. Tomorrow was supposed to be her wedding day. Lu Qian never dreamed that her fiancé of 3 years would be involved with her own cousin. She couldn't believe this was happening to her. Recalling the scene she had just witnessed, Lu Qian felt nauseous. She couldn't hold it in. She vomited directly onto a nearby Maserati and was caught red-handed by the car owner. Seeing the extraordinary man before her, Lu Qian felt extremely embarrassed. She hurriedly apologized and quickly took out a handkerchief from her bag. Preparing to clean the car, Quan Yuchen smirked. As his assistant Anan was about to speak, Quan Yuchen disdainfully stated there was no need to waste time with such a woman. Such a woman. Lu Qian immediately took offense. She had already apologized, and she had cleaned it. What more did this man want? They stared at each other. Quan Yuchen looked at the angry woman before him. He smiled slightly, reached out to grasp Lu Qian's chin, and said softly, "What do you think I mean? Are you deliberately trying to attract my attention?" Lu Qian's face turned red, but in her heart, she was still accusing Quan Yuchen of being a scoundrel. Looking at the infatuated Lu Qian before him, Quan Yuchen said, "Is this what you were waiting for me to say?" He patted her shoulder. advising her not to resort to such boring tricks just to get to know him. Thinking he had seen through everything, Quan Yuchin confidently turned away. He wasn't so easily fooled. He walked away, leaving a flustered and incoherent Lu Qian standing there. Watching the Maserati drive off in a cloud of dust, Lu Qian silently vowed, "Don't let me see you again, you Quan." In the Maserati, Quan Yuchin instructed his assistant Anan. These 2 days, he should clarify the matter of Lu Haiping's arrest for corruption and report back to him. Lu Qian returned to the Lu family home. Her mother, immediately noticing Lu Qian's mood, asked her if she had quarreled with Mingwei. Lu Qian, not wanting to worry her mother, chose a kind lie. Her mother thought it was because of tomorrow's wedding. Lu Qian got nervous. Unable to speak directly, she could only respond awkwardly, silently. Admonishing herself, her mother's heart wasn't good. The affair between Zhang Mingwei and her cousin absolutely couldn't be revealed to her. Just then, both the house phone and Lu Qian's phone rang simultaneously. Mother and daughter answered their respective phones. It turned out that Lu Qian's father had been taken away by the police for corruption. How could this be possible? Lu Qian was about to speak when she suddenly heard the sound of something heavy falling. Lu Qian instinctively turned to look. What she saw made her soul fly away in terror. Lu Qian cried out in panic. Sitting outside the emergency room, Lu Qian kept mechanically reassuring herself. Mom would definitely be fine. The surgery light went off. The doctor came out after the rescue. Lu Qian immediately stood up and asked about her mother's condition. The doctor was extremely sorry. He had done his best. The doctor's words echoed in her mind like a bolt from the blue. Lu Qian fell to her knees. She was completely lost and fainted from the shock. After waking up, Lu Qian couldn't believe it. In just half a day, she was left all alone in this world. In the vast funeral home, Lu Qian knelt alone before the coffin. Because of her father's situation, her mother's sudden passing left Lu Qian feeling terrible. But Lu Qian absolutely didn't believe that her father would commit corruption. It must be someone framing him. Lu Qian took a deep look at the memorial hall, then left with her stiff body. Rain was falling from the sky. Lu Qian walked on her way home. No matter what, she had to rescue her father and clear his name. At the front door, Lu Qian saw the lights on inside. It seemed someone was home. Opening the door, the scene before her immediately infuriated Lu Qian. Her grandmother, Zhang Chuanxiu, along with her daughter-in-law Zhou Fangfang, was actually packing up her things. They even had disgusted looks on their faces. Lu Qian was furious. How could they be here and arbitrarily messing with her mother's things? Zhang Chuanxiu immediately told Lu Qian to shut up. It wasn't Lu Qian's place to make decisions in this house anymore. Looking at her acerbic grandmother, Lu Qian was incredulous. She firmly demanded they leave. Zhang Chuanxiu looked smug. From today on, she would be in charge of this house. She told Lu Qian to take her things and get out quickly. Lu Qian clenched her fists, shaking with anger. Why should she leave? Seeing this, Zhou Fangfang pretended to tell Lu Qian not to argue with her grandmother. She suggested Lu Qian listen to her grandmother and stay out for a few days. Lu Qian looked at the suitcase. She couldn't believe these ugly-faced people before her were her relatives. Just then, Lu Wenhui's voice was heard. Lu Qian turned to look. She saw Zhang Mingwei and Lu Wenhui walking in arm. Lu Qian felt they had come to flaunt their relationship in front of her. Zhang Mingwei, guilty, couldn't meet Lu Qian's eyes. He tried to explain insincerely. Seeing Zhang Mingwei's cowardly behavior, Lu Qian told him to shut up. Stop the fake pretenses. It was disgusting. Lu Qian dragged the packed suitcase and left without looking back. But someday, she would definitely return and take back what belonged to her. Dragging her suitcase alone on the street, she felt helpless. Everything was a mess, impossible to sort out. Without realizing it, Lu Qian walked to a zebra crossing. Completely unaware that the light was red, Lu Qian just walked out. With a screech, Lu Qian was hit by a Maserati and fell to the ground. It was a terrible sight. Quan Yuchin, sitting in the car, stumbled a bit and closed his laptop. He loudly scolded Anan. Anan awkwardly turned back to apologize to Quan Yuchin. He seemed to have hit someone. Slumped on the ground, Lu Qian completely broke down. She couldn't understand why she was so unlucky. A familiar voice came. Lu Qian looked at the person getting out of the car. It was indeed him. Quan Yuchin thought this woman was really something. To get to know him, She was even willing to risk her life. Recalling the previous incident, Lu Qian felt wronged on the spot. Wanted to know this presumptuous guy. Quan Yuchen wanted Lu Qian, who was sitting on the ground soaking wet, to stand up. Little gas tank. Lu Qian exploded immediately. She told Quan Yuchen to quickly go away. She needed some time alone. Quan Yuchen, bearing the inexplicable anger, was completely bewildered. Quan Yuchen looked at Lu Qian sitting on the ground, hugging her knees and refusing to get up. Quan Yuchen had no choice but to step out from under the umbrella and extend his hand. Lu Qian was stunned. "If you're done throwing a tantrum, come back with me." Lu Qian stood shyly at the doorway, a puddle of water at her feet. She couldn't understand how she had ended up following him back here in such a daze. Quan Yuchen didn't understand why Lu Qian was still standing at the door. Lu Qian stubbornly insisted she was fine. Quan Yuchen told her to go to the drying room on the right. Lu Qian looked puzzled. Quan Yuchen was slightly exasperated. He didn't want to keep admiring her tasteless underwear. Hearing this, Lu Qian tightly covered her chest and strode towards the drying room. After drying off, Lu Qian sat on the sofa. Quan Yuchen brewed a cup of 82-year-old red tea to warm her hands. Lu Qian held the red tea in her hands, expressing gratitude and apologizing for throwing up in his car earlier. Quan Yuchen lazily leaned back on the sofa. Lu Qian, 22 years old. A few days ago, your father Lu Haiping was imprisoned for corruption. Your mother died of a sudden heart attack because of this. Quan Yuchen's Gaza Sherpana. Am I wrong? Lu Qian was shocked. Who was this person? How did he know everything about her? I am Quan Yuchen, he said, looking directly at Lu Qian. Lu Qian was incredibly surprised. This man, Quan, was actually Quan Yuchen, the low-profile golden bachelor, the perfect lover in women's hearts. Coming to her senses, Lu Qian decisively refused and stood up to leave. Lu Qian, you'll regret it if you leave now. I can help you get back everything you've lost, including clearing your father's name. Lu Qian's eyes lit up. Are you telling the truth? Of course, but in exchange, I have one condition. Lu Qian tensed up. What condition? She was prepared to make a deal with the devil. Quan Yuchen was satisfied with Lu Qian's reaction. The condition isn't difficult. It's to marry me. Lu Qian thought she was hearing things. After repeated inquiries, Lu Qian still felt Quan Yuchen was joking. They had only known each other for 2 hours. Quan Yuchen looked at the time and said it had been 3 hours and 16 minutes to be precise. Marry me, and I'll help you get back everything that belongs to you. It's all very reasonable. Lu Qian couldn't understand. Why me? You have a clean background, good education, and can be considered from a good family. Overall, your genes are excellent. Just give me a son within 2 years, and you'll regain your freedom. Hearing Quan Yuchen's words, Lu Qian was thunderstruck, frozen in place. Lu Qian skulda Quan Yuchen. These demands were ridiculous. What did he think she was? Quan Yuchen told Lu Qian to think about her father. Mentioning her father, Lu Qian felt like she was being manipulated. Your father isn't young anymore, you know. Anything can happen in prison. Lu Qian told Quan Yuchen to stop. She agreed, as long as it could save her father. Quan Yuchen took out paper and pen. His child couldn't have the status of an illegitimate child. They would register for marriage tomorrow. But before that, Lu Qian had to sign this agreement. Lu Qian picked up the agreement and looked. It was a divorce agreement. Quan Yuchen explained it was to ensure minimal entanglement after everything was over. Lu Qian read the agreement carefully. If a son is born within 2 years, he's yours. If it's a daughter, I can take her or leave her. After reading, Lu Qian said she would sign the agreement, but he had to rescue her father within 2 weeks. Quan Yuchen immediately refused, saying it was up to the police to decide. Lu Qian felt like she had been tricked. Quan Yuchen told her to listen to him finish. He could guarantee her father's safety in prison, but some evidence would take time to investigate. Lu Qian carefully considered Quan Yuchen's words. Then she wrote her name on the divorce agreement. In Quan Yuchen's private villa, Lu Qian was in the second-floor dressing room, changing into the clothes Quan Yuchen had prepared for her. Lu Qian sighed, thinking about getting married today. Lu Qian patted her face, trying to cheer herself up. Today was supposed to be a good day for marriage. There was a knock on the door. Sister Zhou asked if Lu Qian was ready. The shy Lu Qian said she'd be down soon. While coming downstairs, Lu Qian apologized for keeping Quan Yuchen waiting. Quan Yuchen, waiting downstairs, brightened up. He reminded Lu Qian they were ready to leave. The shy Quan Yuchen immediately turned around. He thought Lu Qian looked quite cute today. In the Maserati, Lu Qian stared blankly out the window, her heart pounding. Could she really trust him? After a while, they arrived. Quan Yuchen, very gentlemanly, held Lu Qian's hand. Looking at Quan Yuchen's natural movements, Lu Qian felt strange. She was actually being held by him, even feeling a sense of protection. Looking at Quan Yuchen's back, she wondered if she was falling for this man. The photographer, seeing Quan Yuchen and Lu Qian standing far apart, asked them to move closer. In the frame, Quan Yuchen and Lu Qian were very nervous, unable to even smile. Lu Qian looked at the marriage certificate in her hand, which was obtained so easily, examining it closely. She didn't notice Quan Yuchen stopping in front after finishing a phone call. She bumped right into him. Quan Yuchen turned around awkwardly, seeing Lu Qian holding her head, and chuckled. He teased Lu Qian, asking if she was mesmerized by the marriage certificate. After teasing, he seriously told Lu Qian they were going to see Lu Qian's father next. Lu Qian's eyes widened with anticipation. In the visiting room, Lu's tired-looking father was brought in. He looked delighted to see Lu Qian. Father and daughter excitedly called out each other's names. Lu's father saw Quan Yuchen and looked puzzled, wondering how Qian knew him. The father and daughter greeted each other through the glass. At this moment, Lu's father mentioned Lu's mother. Lu Qian, with tears in her eyes, struggled to say that her mother had passed away due to her father's imprisonment. Lu's father was struck as if by lightning. He broke down crying uncontrollably, repeatedly calling out Lu's mother's name. Overwhelmed with grief, he said, "You Ru, I'm the one who caused your death." Lu Qian anxiously spoke up, asking her father what exactly happened. Lu's father, coming to his senses amidst his sorrow, said he didn't know what happened either. That day, he had just entered the company when the police arrived. Quan Yuchen brought Tang Chihuai, a senior lawyer from G City's top law firm. Lawyer Tang would be fully representing Lu's father's case. Lu's father told Lu Qian that he was already content just being able to see her, and begged her not to do anything foolish for his sake. Lu Qian's eyes immediately welled up with tears, promising she wouldn't. The visitation bell rang. Lu's father was led away, looking back every few steps. Lu Qian shouted emotionally for her father to take care of himself. Lu's father smiled and responded that he understood. Lu's father's back looked so frail at that moment. Watching her father's retreating figure, Lu Qian's eyes were filled with determination. She knew this was a foolish thing to do, but it was the only way she could have a chance to save her father. On the way out of the prison, Lu Qian was deep in thought. Everything about this case seemed to be controlled by Quan Yuchen. She had to gain some initiative. She must get into the company to find evidence. Quan Yuchen told Lu Qian he had other matters to attend to and wouldn't be seeing her off. Seeing Lu Qian's poor state, Quan Yuchen softly called out to her. Lu Qian looked up and met Quan Yuchen's gaze. Quan Yuchen stated that he would ensure her father's return to the Lu residence within a week. Lu Qian couldn't believe what Quan Yuchen was saying. Quan Yuchen told Lu Qian not to ask questions and just fulfill her responsibilities. Lu Qian stood there stunned, wondering about her duties as a wife. Night Feast was the most famous bar in Quan City. It was usually packed in the evenings, but now it was daytime and nearly empty. Quan Yuchen told a Nan to wait in the car. He walked in by himself. After entering Night Feast, Quan Yuchen walked straight to the bar. Lian Zi's voice rang out. Gong Hao and Li Jingchen followed Lian Zi's gaze. Quan Yuchen looked slightly surprised to see the three drinking in broad daylight. Lian Zi responded shyly, saying she just wanted to see him. Gong Hao stepped forward and locked Quan Yuchen in an embrace, complaining that he hadn't seen him lately. Quan Yuchen strulat. The three quickly sat down, each with a glass of 1982 La Fight, clinking them together. Gong Hao asked the question on everyone's mind. What had Quan Yuchen been busy with lately? Quan Yuchen took a sip of La Fight. He put down his wine glass. Calmly, he told everyone that he had gotten married. Hearing this news, the three were shocked. Quan Yuchen even took out his marriage certificate to show everyone. Li Jingchen took it and examined it closely. Gong Hao quickly asked who the bride was. Lian Zi's face clearly showed disbelief, and even a hint of hurt. "You're joking, right?" Lian Zi's eyes reddened, tears streaming down. Why wasn't she Quan Yuchen's bride? Everyone looked at Lian Zi in confusion. Quan Yuchen told Lian Zi to stop making a scene. He only saw her as a sister. Lian Zi cried even harder, saying she didn't want to be just a sister. Lian Zi ran out crying. Quan Yuchen looked helpless. Seeing Zi upset, Gong Hao immediately offered to set her up with handsome guys, telling her to ignore the jerk. Quan Yuchen objected to being called a jerk. Li Jingchen opened the marriage certificate. It turned out Quan Yuchen's bride was Lu Haiping's daughter, Lu Qian. Quan Yuchen reached out to take back the marriage certificate. He told Li Jingchen that he was correct. Quan Yuchen waved his hand and left. Watching Quan Yuchen's retreating figure, Li Jingchen sighed that Yuchen was determined to gain power. Meanwhile, in a restaurant, Lu Qian was carefully looking at today's new menu. After all, they had gotten their marriage certificate, so they should celebrate. Lu Qian didn't expect to run into her nemesis. It was Lu Wenhui, arm in arm with Zhang Mingwei, walking towards her. Lu Qian felt sick, out of sight, out of mind. She picked up her handbag and was about to leave. But before she could, Lu Wenhui spotted her and called out to stop her. She mocked Lu Qian, asking why she was here. Lu Qian was speechless and almost wanted to laugh. Of course, she was here to eat. Lu Wenhui sneered, asking why she was leaving then. Lu Qian retorted bluntly, running into you two nauseating people who could have an appetite. Lu Wenhui was furious, gritting her teeth. Zhang Mingwei quickly tried to calm Lu Wenhui. Zhang Mingwei glared at Lu Qian. How dare this Lu Qian speak about him and Lu Wenhui like that? Lu Wenhui looked at Zhang Mingwei, who was defending her, feeling very pleased. Lu Qian laughed coldly. No wonder you two are together, birds of a feather. Lu Wenhui, I want to make one thing clear to you today. Lu Wenhui was confused by Lu Qian's sudden statement. Lu Qian's eyes were full of disdain. What you've gotten is just the trash I didn't want. As for the rest, I'll take it back soon. Lu Wenhui immediately raised her hand and slapped Lu Qian. Lu Qian hadn't even reacted before her cheek quickly turned red. You really don't know your place, daring to challenge me. Lu Wenhui knew she had to be tough. As the two were about to leave, having only taken a few steps, Lu Qian rushed forward and grabbed Lu Wenhui's hair tightly. You slapped me and think you could just walk away? You really think I'm a pushover? Lu Qian coolly threw Lu Wenhui to the ground. Lu Wenhui, lying on the ground, screamed loudly. Zhang Mingwei, beside her hurriedly, went to comfort her. Just then, the waiter's voice rang out. Mr. Quan, you're here. The waiter reported to Quan Yuchen what had just happened. Quan Yuchen looked at the two sisters fighting. It seemed Lu Qian wasn't a pushover. Lu Wenhui, with her messy hair, completely disregarded her image at this moment. She rushed forward, ready to slap Lu Qian again. Just then, Quan Yuchen reached out and grabbed Lu Wenhui's hand that was about to hit Lu Qian. Quan Yuchen coldly looked at Lu Wenhui, telling her he wouldn't be polite if she touched Lu Qian again. Lu Wenhui was thrown aside. Quan Yuchen very gently caressed Lu Qian's swollen cheek. With the attitude of a patriarch, he told Lu Qian not to be reckless in the future. Lu Wenhui looked viciously at the man who suddenly appeared. Lu Qian, you're something else. You found a wild man to help you so quickly. Zhang Mingwei hurriedly tried to stop her, but Lu Wenhui wouldn't listen at all. Quan Yuchen, hearing this term for the first time, found it very interesting. He pulled Lu Qian close. I'm Lu Qian's lawful husband. Lu Wenhui couldn't believe it. This was the man she had dreamed of meeting. Zhang Mingwei quickly apologized, dragging the dazed Lu Wenhui away. Quan Yuchen watched the two leave. What an odd relative. Hearing this, Lu Qian felt this guy was just here to watch the show. Lu Qian broke free from Quan Yuchen's embrace, thinking he must have been secretly following her. Hearing Lu Qian's words, Quan Yuchen felt displeased but still explained that he just happened to be here to meet a client. Quan Yuchen took the menu, telling Lu Qian to eat something. After all, they had a physical activity tonight. Hearing this, Lu Qian's already red face turned even redder. Lu Qian's stomach growled. She was indeed starving. On the way home, Lu Qian stared out the window of the Maserati, lost in thought. Tonight, she would have to give herself to him. Lu Qian noticed a couple walking in the distance. It was her uncle, Lu Haiyang, and her father's most trusted financial person. How could they be together? Back at the large villa in Kwaniyuching, the two sat on the sofa with different thoughts. Neither had the mind to watch the gala on TV. Quan Yuqian put his hand on Lu Qian's shoulder, slowly moving closer to her. Lu Qian understood what was about to happen and started to panic. Quan Yuqian saw Lu Qian's fear and was a bit confused. He closed his eyes and lowered his head, preparing to kiss her. Lu Qian, seeing Quan Yuqian leaning in, didn't know what to do. Looking at the man's attractive lips and high-nosed bridge, Lu Qian reached out and covered Quan Yuqian's approaching mouth with her hand. She said she needed to take a shower first. Though annoyed at having his mouth covered, Quan Yuqian still understood. Watching Lu Qian flee in panic, Quan Yuqian couldn't help but reflect. Had he missed some step? Why did she act like a novice? The bathroom was full of pink bubbles. Lu Qian forced herself to relax. Everything would be all right. Coming to her senses, Lu Qian sat on the bed in a daze. These 3 days felt like a dream. She got up from the bed, staring blankly at the pajamas she was wearing. The maid knocked on the door, ready to change the new sheets. Lu Qian's face turned red. The sheets indeed looked like a disaster scene. After tidying up, Lu Qian went downstairs. She immediately spotted the eggs on the dining table. She picked up the cake dessert and devoured it happily. While eating with delight, Quan Yuqian's deep voice suddenly came from behind. "Is it delicious? I prepared it especially for you." Lu Qian's face turned red. She fled in panic. Quan Yuqian watched Lu Qian's retreating figure. "Still so guarded against me? But you can't escape from my grasp." Quan Yuqian called out to Lu Qian, "Don't you want to know about your father's situation?" Lu Qian immediately responded, looking anxious. "Is there any new progress in my father's case?" Looking at Lu Qian's anxious face, Quan Yuqian looked smug. He reached out and wrapped his arm around Lu Qian's waist. Lu Qian felt very awkward with Quan Yuqian so close to her. But Quan Yuqian pushed further, saying it was perfectly natural to hug his own wife. Lu Qian mumbled softly, "Can you tell me about my father's situation now?" Quan Yuqian looked at Lu Qian mischievously. "Is this how you ask someone for a favor?" Lu Qian looked at Quan Yuqian, hinting that his neck was sore, feeling speechless. She gritted her teeth, sat properly on Quan Yuqian's lap, and started massaging his shoulders. Looking at the obedient Lu Qian, Quan Yuqian smiled smugly. "The financial situation of your father's company is probably the key to the case." Lu Qian had a sudden realization. "My uncle and my father's financial person are together. They must be up to something." Quan Yuqian's shoulders ached from the massage. This woman's hands were surprisingly strong. Lu Qian quickly apologized. Quan Yuqian didn't accept it. Lu Qian looked at Quan Yuqian impatiently. Quan Yuqian suddenly picked up Lu Qian. He placed her on the bed. Quan Yuqian's index finger gently traced Lu Qian's lips. "Lu Qian, give me a son." Lu Qian responded, "Don't forget your promise to save my father." Quan Yuqian agreed to Lu Qian's request. They then began their morning exercise. An hour later, Quan Yuqian, leaning against the headboard, asked Lu Qian if she knew why he chose her. Lu Qian was confused. Quan Yuqian said earnestly that only through marriage could he gain the release of power. This marriage was just a transaction, each taking what they needed. Quan Yuqian planned to take Lu Qian back to the family home tomorrow. Lu Qian clearly wasn't ready yet, but a new daughter-in-law would eventually have to meet the in-laws. Outside the Quan family villa, Quan Yuqian reminded Lu Qian to cooperate well later. They needed to convince the old man that their relationship was genuinely good. Lu Qian responded with a serious face. Quan Yuqian felt more and more that he had married the right person. The two walked hand in hand into the villa. Not only was the entire Quan family present in the villa, but Zi was also there today. Grandmother Quan looked at Lu Qian with a happy face. Quan Yuqian greeted his grandmother. Lu Qian chimed in from the side. At this moment, grandfather coughed twice, not believing Quan Yuqian's words. Lu Qian directly took out the 9.9 yuan marriage certificate and showed it to Grandfather Quan. Grandfather Quan opened it and looked. "Not bad, it has my youthful style." On this side, Grandmother Quan was happily chatting with Lu Qian. She also casually took out a big red envelope and handed it to Lu Qian. Lu Qian hesitated, not knowing whether to accept it or not. Receiving the signal, Quan Yuqian took the red envelope and solemnly promised to give grandmother a great-grandson. Hearing this, grandfather and grandmother were both beaming with joy. Beside them, Quan Yuqian's mother was comforting the jealous Lianzi. Lu Qian looked at Lianzi. It seemed that this mother-in-law had already chosen a daughter-in-law. Quan Yuchen explained that he and Lu Qian were already legally married, telling his mother not to cause trouble. Lian Zi broke down immediately. Grandmother Quan came forward to comfort Lian Zi. Quan Yuchen quickly took Lu Qian away from the hellish scene. Little did they know, Quan's mother was already dissatisfied with Lu Qian. In Quan Yuchen's room on the second floor, Quan Yuchen praised Lu Qian for her good performance earlier. Lu Qian kept surveying the room and inquired about Lian Zi from earlier. You already have someone ready. Why did you choose me? Quan Yuchen felt that Lu Qian was questioning him. Unable to fathom Quan Yuchen's thoughts, Lu Qian turned away and stopped asking. Quan Yuchen, in his domineering style, directly cornered Lu Qian against the wall. Lu Qian, remember your position. Don't ask about things you shouldn't. Lu Qian raised her hand to push away Quan Yuchen's arm in front of her eyes, indicating she understood. Quan Yuchen looked at the pouting Lu Qian, finding it very interesting. Lu Qian inadvertently noticed a photo frame on the bookshelf. So Lian Zi and Quan Yuchen were childhood sweethearts. Quan Yuchen explained that it was taken when they were children in the U.S. You keep asking about Lian Zi. Are you jealous? Lu Qian said, You're overthinking it. A knock on the door was heard. Lu Qian was about to open the door. Quan Yuchen had a sudden idea. This wouldn't do. He pounced on Lu Qian. Both of them fell onto the bed. Lu Qian was panicked. Quan Yuchen directly kissed Lu Qian. With a bang, Grandmother Quan pushed open the door and walked in, calling Quan Yuchen and his wife to come downstairs for dinner. Seeing Quan Yuchen and Lu Qian on the bed, Grandmother Quan felt embarrassed. Quan Yuchen immediately got up, complaining that Grandmother didn't knock before entering. At her age, Grandmother felt quite uncomfortable seeing this scene. After Grandmother left, Quan Yuchen got up and adjusted his tie, telling Lu Qian to tidy up and follow him downstairs for dinner. Looking at Quan Yuchen, who was hot and cold by turns, Lu Qian felt very uncomfortable inside. The whole family sat together preparing to eat. Grandfather told Zi not to be nervous. Grandmother asked Quan Yuchen when they planned to hold the wedding. Don't wait until Qian is pregnant to have it. Grandmother's words were shocking. The whole family looked at Lu Qian. Lu Qian felt embarrassed and repeatedly denied it. Quan's mother slammed her chopsticks on the table. She asked about Lu Qian's family situation. Quan Yuchen dealt with his mother, saying they wouldn't have the wedding for now. Qian's father was in prison for some reasons. Lu Qian lowered her head. Hearing this news, the whole family was shocked. Quan's mother loudly stated that the family couldn't accept such a daughter-in-law. Lu Qian lowered her head even more. Quan Yuchen slowly grasped Lu Qian's hand. He explained to everyone that Qian's father was framed. I've already arranged for lawyers to investigate. The atmosphere was tense. Quan's mother, ignoring Quan's father's obstruction, continued to chatter. Lu Qian suddenly stood up. She explained that she wasn't feeling well. After saying she was leaving, Lu Qian walked out without looking back. Quan's mother was still relentless. Quan Yuchen felt his mother was being too aggressive. He immediately got up to chase after Lu Qian. At this time, Lu Qian was walking to the main door. Quan Yuchen called out to Lu Qian. He reminded her not to forget her task. Lu Qian felt Quan Yuchen was as hateful as his mother. Quan Yuchen caressed Lu Qian's cheek, telling her not to make a fuss. Lu Qian angrily avoided Quan Yuchen's hand. Our agreement was just to marry and have children. It shouldn't include enduring your mother's anger, right? Besides, I've already completed my task for today. Lu Qian strode forward. Inside the Lu family villa, Lu Wenwei complained to Zhou Fangfang that her hair had been pulled out by that bitch. Zhou Fangfang thought Zhang Mingwei was useless, just watching Lu Wenwei get beaten. Lu Wenwei gritted her teeth. That bitch Lu Qian, this time she actually found a powerful backer. Zhang Chunxiu and Lu Wenwei were shocked. Lu Wenwei emphasized that she had latched onto Quan Yuchen. Zhou Fangfang was a bit worried that Lu Qian would take back the house. Zhang Chunxiu looked at Zhou Fangfang with disdain. You only think about the house. Zhou Fangfang, Lu Wenwei really doesn't know what that man sees in her. How could he fancy that bitch? Zhang Chunxiu smiled sinisterly. Men are all the same. Zhang Mingwei, you could snatch him away, so Quan Yuchen can definitely be taken too. Lu Wenwei looked at Zhang Chunxiu thoughtfully. Zhou Fangfang looked at Zhang Chunxiu, reminding Wenwei that she was about to marry Zhang Mingwei. Don't end up with nothing in the end. Zhang Chunxiu confidently stated that it wasn't difficult. Keep the Zhang family waiting, and once Wenwei gets that Quan Yuchen, who cares about the Zhang family anymore? Lu Wenhui was sure of herself. She would definitely snatch Quan Yuqin from that bitch's hands. Lu Wenhui had a dark expression. Lu Qian, just wait. Your good days are coming to an end. Lu Qian returned home, looking exhausted. Before she could go upstairs, Quan Yuqin called out to Lu Qian. Lu Qian turned around. She looked questioningly at Quan Yuqin, sitting on the sofa. Do you know what time it is now? Lu Qian waved her hand. I'm back now, aren't I? Quan Yuqin stood up and walked to Lu Qian's side. Reason? Lu Qian stammered as she looked at Quan Yuqin. No particular reason. Just tired of seeing your mother's face at your house. Didn't eat enough, so want to find something to eat. Quan Yuqin fronut. Leaving the dinner table directly. Is that your upbringing? Lu Qian's face immediately darkened. Is that so important? Don't worry, I know how to fulfill the contract well. After saying that, she walked towards her room, ignoring Quan Yuqin behind her. Lu Qian, you're something else? The phone rang. Quan Yuqin picked up the phone. What's the matter? The voice on the other end said, Hello, young Master Quan. Regarding the plan to merge with Lu's company. Do you have any opinions after reviewing it? Shui Yuqing replied on the phone. The plan is fine. Just need to be quicker. After hanging up the phone, Shui Yuqing looked towards Lu Qian's room. Lu Qian, you brought all this upon yourself. Outside the villa, the sun was shining. Lu Qian sat on the sofa, watching TV boredly. Suddenly, she saw a report about Lu's electronics company on TV. Since Chairman Lu Haiping was reported for corruption, the company's capital chain has broken. They will face a 50 million penalty for breach of contract. Lu Qian broke out in a cold sweat. How could this happen? Lu Qian couldn't sit still. She had to go to the company to see what exactly happened. Lu Qian finally arrived at the company entrance. Lu Qian ignored the receptionist's obstruction and strode into the company. Intense discussion could be heard from the meeting room. Lu Haiyang was explaining his decision. The meeting room door was forcefully pushed open. The person who came was actually Lu Qian. Why is she here? Lu Qian retorted, It's my father's company. Why can't I come? Lu Haiyang waved his hand dismissively. Can't you see we're in a meeting discussing important matters? Get out quickly. You're so ill-mannered. Lu Qian stated that she wanted to stay and watch the meeting. The company was doing fine before. It's been less than 2 weeks since my father's incident. How did the company's stock start plummeting? Lu Haiyang looked at Lu Qian with an ugly expression. If it weren't for your father's corruption and misappropriation of company funds, would the company be in this state? Lu Haiyang looked innocent. I'm kindly supporting the company, and now you're blaming me? Lu Qian sighed. Dear uncle, I see you're wholeheartedly trying to destroy my father's life's work, aren't you? Lu Haiyang, whose true intentions were exposed, looked uncomfortable and broke out in a cold sweat. He stood up, slammed the table, and shouted at Lu Qian while pointing at her. Don't slander me. I'm your uncle after all. Is this how you talk to your elders? Lu Qian calmly replied that she had already found a lawyer. Her father would be out soon. Lu Haiyang was shocked and stood frozen in place. Lu Qian looked at Lu Haiyang with satisfaction. Are you disappointed? Lu Haiyang, pretending to be calm, stated, I'm your father's older brother. If he's fine, of course I'm happy. It's just that your father hasn't been released yet. The company is temporarily under my management now. However, you're not an employee of the company, so please leave. Don't disturb our meeting. Lu Qian turned gracefully, her hair flowing. You're right, I'm not at the moment. But the company is my father's, so I will definitely be back. After leaving Lu's company, Lu Qian came to Quan Yuqing's company. While admiring the grandeur of Quan Yuqing's company, she told the receptionist she wanted to see Quan Yuqing. The receptionist politely asked if Lu Qian had an appointment. Lu Qian awkwardly admitted she didn't have an appointment. The previously enthusiastic receptionist immediately changed her attitude. She said that without an appointment, she couldn't go up. Lu Qian became anxious. The receptionist, left with no choice, told Lu Qian that she was the third woman today looking for the CEO. If she let her up, she'd lose her job. Lu Qian understood the receptionist's point, but still felt inexplicably angry. She turned and took out her phone to call Quan Yuqing. The call connected. Lu Qian told Quan Yuqing that she was at his company's reception and needed to see him. She heard the sound of the call being hung up. Lu Qian was stunned. She shouted at the phone, calling Quan Yuqing a big liar who had no intention of helping her. The receptionist watched Lu Qian's departing figure and sighed. Women these days think they can find the CEO just because they have some looks. What a joke. Just then, the reception phone rang. The receptionist answered the phone. She then looked panicked, repeatedly saying yes, yes, yes. I'll bring her up right away. Lu Qian had just reached the company's main entrance when she heard the receptionist calling from behind. Lu Qian turned to see the receptionist running towards her, confused. The receptionist reached Lu Qian, bowing and smiling apologetically. I'm so sorry about earlier. Mr. Quan, please go up. Lu Qian quickly said it was fine, but in her heart, she wondered what Quan Yuchen was up to. Lu Wenwei's voice echoed throughout the office. Young Master Quan, last time was a complete misunderstanding. I came here today to explain everything properly to you. Quan Yuchen sat in his seat, expressionless. I just don't want you to be deceived by Lu Qian. Don't be fooled by her innocent look. She's not a good woman at all. Looking at Lu Wenwei in front of him, he thought, that stupid woman should be coming up now. Don't miss this good show. Lu Wenwei thought she had Quan Yuchen hooked. She brought up Lu Qian. Quan Yuchen came back to his senses. What do you mean? Excited, Lu Wenwei leaned on the desk, looking coquettish as she told Quan Yuchen that Lu Qian had seduced someone else's fiancé. She caught them in bed together. Lu Wenwei used all her energy to act flirtatious, hoping Quan Yuchen would believe her. Quan Yuchen looked at Lu Wenwei, who was accusing others of her own crimes, and slowly spoke. Someone else's fiancé? Was it the man who was with you that day? Lu Wenwei was shocked. Quickly covering up, she said she had been terribly wronged by Lu Qian and that scumbag couple. Suddenly, the office door was flung open by Lu Qian, who loudly asked Lu Wenwei, "What do you mean?" Lu Wenwei was very surprised. How could Lu Qian be here? Lu Qian contemptuously replied to Lu Wenwei, "If I hadn't shown up here, how would I know you're so good at twisting facts?" Guan Yuken Batchalukian Kumfron Lubanui finally can't hold back. Huh, Lu Qian? Let's see how you explain this to me. Lu Qian turned to Quan Yuchen. You believe what she said? Quan Yuchen looked at Lu Qian. Whether I believe it or not depends on how you explain it. Lu Wenwei, standing aside, was secretly delighted. Good opportunity. It seems Quan Yuchen doesn't trust this brat at all. Then Lu Wenwei walked to the office door. She turned back, coquettishly saying goodbye to Quan Yuchen. Lu Qian felt like 1,000 horses were galloping in her heart. Quan Yuchen looked at the flustered Lu Qian, couldn't help but tease her about being caught in bed. Lu Qian was so anxious that tears welled up in her eyes. She loudly rebuked Quan Yuchen. My first time was clearly taken by you, yet you're saying such things now. Quan Yuchen was enjoying the drama. He continued to push Lu Qian's buttons. Lu Qian stubbornly bit her lip and thought, forget about all this. With a bang, she slammed her hand on the table. With a serious face, she said to Quan Yuchen, Quan Yuchen, I came to see you for important business. Quan Yuchen twirled the pen in his hand, asking Lu Qian about her purpose for coming. Lu Qian said seriously, I'm already fulfilling the agreement. But what about your actions? Quan Yuchen asked in return, haven't I already met your father? Lu Qian slammed the table. Right now, Lu's Electronics is facing an unprecedented crisis. You can't ignore this. She thought to herself, she must do her best to resolve the company's predicament. Otherwise, when her father gets out of prison, if the company no longer exists, it would undoubtedly be a heavy blow to him. However, Quan Yuchen appeared quite calm. He revealed to Lu Qian that for Lu's to return to normal now, it would need at least 100 million in funding. However, given the current situation, Quan Yuchen stood up and walked to Lu Qian's side. Just 100 million would be enough to change Lu's ownership. Lu Qian stared at Quan Yuchen in shock. Quan Yuchen used his hand to bring her head close to him. He told Lu Qian that if he intervened, Lu's would become a subsidiary of Quan's company. Quan Yuchen leaned in to kiss Lu Qian. Lu Qian broke free in a daze. She rebuked Quan Yuchen for his unscrupulous behavior. He now wants to take over Lu's. Quan Yuchen made Lu Qian understand that the situation now is different from before. Now this is a losing business. Probably no one would want to do it. Lu Qian angrily grabbed Quan Yuchen's collar tightly. Quan Yuchen, you're taking advantage of our situation. Quan Yuchen gently held Lu Qian's arms, telling her not to get excited. In fact, he could also consider exchanging for Lu's shares. Lu Qian couldn't understand. What does he want the company's shares for? Quan Yuchen adjusted his shirt collar, telling her to think about it. This is just a simple transaction. He has already made a big concession. Lu Qian silently calculated the company's share structure in her mind. She asked him suspiciously how many shares he wanted. Quan Yuchen held up 2 fingers. He doesn't want much, just 20%. After all, she's his wife. He won't let her suffer a loss. Lu Qian looked at his two raised fingers, pondering. If it's only 20%, Dad would still be the largest shareholder. Then Lu Qian decisively agreed. She would handle the matter within 3 days. She hoped Kuan Yuchen would keep his promise. After saying that, she turned to leave. Suddenly, Kuan Yuchen forcefully grabbed Lu Qian's hand, pulling her back. Lu Qian accidentally fell onto the sofa. Lu Qian barnat Kuan Yuchen. They were in the company now. Kuan Yuchen placed his hands on both sides of Lu Qian on the sofa. It's his company. He can do whatever he wants. Who dares to say no? Kuan Yuchen thought to himself. The excuse has come. How could he let her go so easily? The distance between them got closer and closer. Their faces were getting nearer. Heart racing, Kuan Yuchen gently lifted Lu Qian's chin. They had finished their business talk. Should they discuss their personal matters? Lu Qian squinted her eyes, avoiding him. What personal matters did they have? Kuan Yuchen looked at her. About what his sister just said. Didn't she want to explain? Lu Qian stretched out her hands, voluntarily wrapping them around Kuan Yuchen's neck. What's there to explain? Whether he believes it or not, what does it matter to her? Kuan Yuchen is now her husband. She touched his cheek. So he cares this much? Then Lu Qian slowly leaned closer to him. They were just husband and wife in name only. Lu Qian leaned close to his ear, softly asking if he was jealous. Kuan Yuchen just wanted to remind her that during the contract period, she could only be his woman. Lu Qian's eyes widened. Kuan Yuchen kissed her. Lu Qian bit his lip hard. Kuan Yuchen retreated in pain, covering his mouth. Lu Qian looked at Kuan Yuchen. Has he already forgotten what she once said? There would be no feelings between them. She asked him not to get too into the role. Then she stood up to leave, politely saying goodbye. Kuan Yuchen, covering his mouth, watched her retreating figure. He silently repeated Lu Qian's name in his heart, then looked at his blood-stained finger. As a chess piece, disobedience will be punished. Outside the visiting room, Lu Qian waved to Anan, indicating she would go in alone. Father and daughter finally met again. Lu Qian hoped to get her father's agreement. Before she could rescue him, he would temporarily take back management of the company. Lu Haiping nodded and agreed with Lu Qian. He knew Qian Qian had suffered a lot because of him. Lu Qian firmly stated that her main task now was to rescue him as soon as possible. Lu Haiping lowered his head and sighed, saying he had no clue. Lu Qian leaned closer to her father, telling him in a low voice that she had found some clues. Lu Haiping widened his eyes to listen to her continue. She discovered that Uncle Lu Haiyang and her father's financial director Ren Ping were lovers. Therefore, it was likely they secretly framed her father. Lu Haiyang was shocked after hearing this news. He angrily slammed the table and stood up. He loudly denied that Ren Ping would do such a thing. However, Lu Qian insisted that his character was highly suspicious. At this moment, Lu Haiping suddenly remembered another thing. What he cared about more was why Lu Qian was with Kuan Yuchen. He looked at Lu Qian through the glass, asking if Kuan Yuchen could be trusted. Outside the visiting room, Anan reported to Kuan Yuchen that the madam had been inside for over 10 minutes. But they couldn't hear the content of their conversation. Kuan Yuchen confidently told Anan not to worry. Everything was under his control. Inside the visiting room, the father and daughter were still talking. Lu Haiping earnestly told Lu Qian to be careful of Kuan Yuchen, because he was a deep-thinking, cold-blooded man with ruthless methods. Those who could deal with him were all very formidable characters. So Lu Qian must protect herself well. The scene shifts to Kuan Yuchen's office. Anan reported to him that Lu Qian had completed the transfer of her 20% shares, and the acquisition of scattered shares was also completed. Kuan Yuchen stood by the floor-to-ceiling window. He told Anan he did well, then added that before he took over Lu Shi, Lu Haiping would continue to stay in prison. The scene shifts again to outside Lu Qian's door. A woman rang the doorbell, but no one answered. This woman was Lu Wenhui. She had previously slandered Lu Qian in front of Kuan Yuchen, and now she came here to find her. Lu Wenhui straightened up and told Lu Qian that she was her sister. She came today just to chat and visit, but Lu Qian ignored her, took out her door card, swiped it, and went in. The housekeeper came out to welcome Lu Qian. welcoming her home and thanking her for always taking care of the family. At this time, Lu Wenwei wanted to follow in, but was stopped by the housekeeper. The housekeeper blocked her with his hand, telling her this was a private residence and she couldn't enter. Blocked, Lu Wenwei shouted at the housekeeper, but the housekeeper calmly reminded her to mind her words. Then Lu Wenwei shouted at Lu Qian, saying she was her sister and demanding to be let in. But Lu Qian turned around and responded with a cold smile. She directly ordered the housekeeper to drive her away. Finally, Lu Wenwei stood outside the gate, muttering to herself that Lu Qian had only hooked up with Quan Yuqian. In 2 months at most, she would definitely win over Quan Yuqian, and then Lu Qian would be thrown out. Hearing this, Lu Qian paused her steps, but eventually continued walking into the house. Lu Wenhui made a secret resolution, stating she would definitely fire the housekeeper and take over the Quan family mansion. Inside, Quan Yuqian returned home, took off his suit jacket, and handed it to Zhou Jie. He casually inquired about his wife Lu Qian's situation. Zhou Jie took the jacket and replied that Lu Qian was resting upstairs. According to Zhou Jie, Lu Qian seemed to have been angered by something. Quan Yuqian felt puzzled about this. In the bedroom, Lu Qian lay on the bed with her arms spread out, silently thinking to herself. Quan Yuqian shouldn't be as shallow as Zhang Mingwei, easily seduced by Lu Wenhui. However, although this was a transaction they both knew about, on this bed, she and Quan Yuqian were like an ordinary couple, entangled with each other every night. At this moment, Quan Yuqian, bare-chested, walked towards the bed. He thought Lu Qian really didn't care about those words, and even drove him out today. Lu Qian turned her head away, not answering Quan Yuqian. She believed that men would only be impressed by that kind of woman. Quan Yuqian sat on the edge of the bed. He must have been hit by her words, so he was silent now. Quan Yuqian slowly hugged her from behind. He was fierce earlier, even biting her lip until it bled. Lu Qian decided tonight would be different. Quan Yuqian sat up in surprise, very much looking forward to her next move. Lu Qian also sat up, looking at Quan Yuqian with a seductive face. They could do something he liked most. Then she knelt in front of Quan Yuqian, placing her hand on his bare chest. She pushed hard. Quan Yuqian fell back onto the bed, watching Lu Qian's next move. Lu Qian slowly undid her nightgown from her shoulders. Letting it hang on her arms, she looked at Quan Yuqian lovingly. They gazed at each other passionately. Quan Yuqian couldn't contain his excitement. He sat up, grabbed Lu Qian's hand, and wrapped his arm around her waist. They embraced and kissed. At this moment, Lu Qian remembered Quan Yuqian's perfunctory words, but she still couldn't help believing him. Thinking of this, Lu Qian interrupted their intimacy. That's enough for today. Quan Yuqian looked at Lu Qian in surprise. He didn't understand why Lu Qian would say this. Lu Qian explained with a mischievous smile that it was just bad timing. She got her period. Quan Yuqian was stunned. He looked at Lu Qian in disbelief. How could it be such a coincidence? Was she deliberately deceiving him? Lu Qian teased him, pulling the blanket. Otherwise, Mr. Quan could check for himself. She put on an eye mask, advising him to take care of his own problem first. She heard it's not good for men's health to hold it in for too long. Then she waved her hand, said good night to Quan Yuqian, and lay down. Quan Yuqian could only helplessly walk towards the bathroom. He let her off today. They had plenty of time ahead. Through the glass, Quan Yuqian sighed. The water was really cold. The next morning, Quan Yuqian woke up Lu Qian, who was still sound asleep. Lu Qian slowly sat up, yawning. She looked at Quan Yuqian, who was getting dressed with sleepy eyes. She asked puzzledly why he woke her up. He could just go to work by himself. Quan Yuqian turned his head, telling Lu Qian to hurry and get dressed. He explained that they were going to Lu Qian's father's company today. On a sunny morning, Quan Yuqian and Lu Qian stood in front of Lu's company. They both looked imposing. Lu Qian thought, today, she could finally rightfully take back her father's company. Quan Yuqian called to Lu Qian, let's go in. Then, under everyone's gaze, they strode into the company. The scene shifts to the meeting room. Lu Haiyang looked at Quan Yuqian with confusion. Mr. Quan, do you really want to invest a large amount of money in our Lu Electronics? You know our company has had some issues recently. In Quan Yuqian's view, those were just minor issues. Today, he would invest 100 million in Lu. However, he wanted to become Lu's largest shareholder. Lu Haiyang and Lu Qian were shocked. They thought Quan Yuchen was joking. In their eyes, Lu Shi's largest shareholder had always been Lu Haiping. When did he become the largest shareholder? Quan Yuchen took out the share transfer agreement and threw it on the table, smiling and saying, "Interesting. I said I'd invest 100 million, which didn't excite you, but becoming the largest shareholder made you so agitated. Actually, I should thank your former shareholders. Without their help, I wouldn't have secured the top position so easily." Lu Qian was very angry after hearing this. She slammed the table and questioned Quan Yuchen. "What kind of joke is this?" Then she picked up the share transfer agreement to examine it closely. Her face was full of disbelief. She couldn't understand. These were all the people her father trusted the most. How could they all have sold their shares to Quan Yuchen? The stunned Lu Qian couldn't hold onto the share transfer agreement in her hands. It scattered on the floor. Tears sprang from her eyes. She regretted selling herself, only to hand her father's company over to Quan Yuchen. That despicable liar. Lu Haiyang started calculating in his mind. He had thought that with Lu Haiping as the largest shareholder, if he could win over Lu Qian, he could continue as acting chairman even without shares. But now it seemed. He then asked Quan Yuchen in a subordinate tone, "Mr. Quan, you must be very busy. I'm familiar with company affairs. Why don't I continue to manage for you?" Quan Yuchen closed his eyes and told Lu Haiyang that the share matter had been clarified. Mr. Lu could leave now. As for the acting chairman position, Quan Yuchen arranged for Lu Qian to take it. Lu Haiyang was shocked and objected. "This can't be. Lu Qian knows nothing about company affairs. If it's handed to her, won't the company be finished?" Quan Yuchen turned around, holding Lu Qian's arm, and asked for her thoughts. Lu Qian knew that putting her in such a high position was nothing but being Quan Yuchen's puppet. Lu Qian remained silent. Quan Yuchen slowly brought his mouth close to Lu Qian's ear. "Why don't you put aside your anger first? Let's join forces to defeat this wolf. We can discuss our matters later." Lu Qian clenched her fist and agreed with Quan Yuchen. Then Quan Yuchen told Lu Haiyang that it didn't matter if Lu Qian didn't understand. With him around, was there any problem that couldn't be solved? Lu Haiyang was a bit worried that Lu Qian might mistreat him after taking office. Seeing Lu Haiyang's expression, Lu Qian put on an innocent smile and told Lu Haiyang that he was better suited to return to his original position and continue to shine. Then her attitude turned serious, and she righteously told Lu Haiyang that he needn't worry about the company's acting chairman position anymore. Quan Yuchen covered his mouth and chuckled on the side, thinking Lu Qian had gotten into character so quickly. Then Quan Yuchen instructed Lu Haiyang to notify all department managers of a meeting before the end of the day, as per the former chairman's order. Lu Haiyang trembled and reluctantly retreated. By the window, Quan Yuchen looked at Lu Qian. "I know what you're thinking, but I want to tell you, business is like a battlefield, and I'm just a businessman." Lu Qian believed that everything had been calculated by Quan Yuchen since he first met her. Then, Quan Yuchen reached out to stroke Lu Qian's chin, telling her, "Without me, no one would invest 100 million to manage your family's mess. No one would help you reclaim the nearly shattered Lu's company. So Lu Qian should thank him for fulfilling his promise." If the door opened, Quan Yuchen's hand, tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes. She grabbed Quan Yuchen's collar and shouted angrily, "Of course I should thank you, Quan Yuchen. Thank you for meticulously helping me reclaim Lu's company. Thank you for making my father's life's work your trophy." Then, she lowered her head sadly and said, "Thank you for letting me know I'm just a fool." Quan Yuchen calmly straightened his clothes, walking towards the door while comforting Lu Qian. "Now that you've vented your negative emotions, think about how to revitalize Lu's company. That's the right path. Rest assured, as Lu's largest shareholder and as your husband, I will do my utmost to help you." Lu Qian made a silent resolution. Quan Yuchen was right. Now that she's back at the company, finding key evidence to save her father is the most urgent task. The scene changes. Zhou Fangfang answers the phone, listening in shock. The voice on the other end says, "Lu Qian has returned to the company and become the acting chairman." Then she hung up the phone. Turning to Lu Wenhui, who was drinking nearby, she said, "Wenhui, how's the progress on getting Quan Yuchen? That little bitch is already riding over our heads." Lu Wenhui calmly reassured Zhou Fangfang, "Mom, Don't worry. I've gathered information on all of Quan Yuqing's preferences. Once I make my move, I'll definitely succeed in one strike. In the Quan family mansion, the desk in the study was filled with Lu Company's documents and accounts. Lu Qian was working diligently. She stretched lazily. Looking at the complex documents on the desk, she felt very tired. At this moment, Sister Zhou came in with coffee. Lu Qian said thanks. It was already late, and Quan Yuqian hadn't returned home yet. Sister Zhou asked Lu Qian if she wanted to call Mr. Quan. Lu Qian calmly replied that he was a grown man and wouldn't get lost, so there was no need to call. Then Sister Zhou went downstairs. The time showed 11:15 p.m. Lu Qian took a sip of the extra strong coffee. She rolled up her sleeves, preparing to finish all the work tonight. After working for 5 minutes, Lu Qian fell asleep on the desk, drooling. Moonlight shone into the study. The door suddenly opened. It was Quan Yuqin returning. He wondered why Lu Qian was still in the study so late. Quan Yuqin stood beside Lu Qian, examining her. Coincidentally, Lu Qian started sleep-talking. Quan Yuqin, you big liar. I hate you. Quan Yuqin was speechless. She didn't forget to curse him even in her dreams. This girl really doesn't let one's mind rest. Then he carried the sleeping Lu Qian back to the bedroom. He laid her on the bed. Sitting on the bedside, he tucked Lu Qian in, while silently apologizing to Lu Qian for dragging her into such a cruel business war. Quan Yuqin stroked Lu Qian's cheek and gently kissed her. Then he left the bedroom. Back in the study, Quan Yuqin sat in front of the computer, deep in thought. Looking at the computer, he analyzed that all of Lu electronic sales channels had problems. The broken capital chain was probably caused by this. It seems that apart from Lu Haiping, the rest of Lu's company are useless. No wonder the acquisition was so smooth. The next morning, Lu Qian slowly opened her eyes. Seeing it was already bright, she realized something was wrong. How did I end up in bed? She wondered, maybe I was too tired and sleepwalked. Never mind, I need to hurry and finish the work. Lu Qian got dressed and headed to the study. Upon entering, she was shocked. How were all the documents on the desk organized? On the desk was a list that read, Enterprise-Related Standards and Legal Relationships, Green Book. 2010 to 2019 Financial Statement Details, Blue Book. Lu Qian wondered, did Quan Yuqin do all this? Why would he do these things for me? Sister Zhou's voice came from behind. Madam, you're up. Lu Qian quickly asked about Quan Yuqin. Sister Zhou said, the master came back very late last night. He left at 6 a.m., saying he'd be on a business trip for a week. Seeing you sleeping soundly, he didn't wake you. Hearing Sister Zhou's words, Lu Qian thought to herself, it must have taken all night to process these documents. Did he not sleep at all? Then she controlled her thoughts. Stop. Why do I care so much about him? On second thought, he's even going on a business trip for a week. I bet he's just going off to fool around with Lu Wenwei. Arriving at Lu's company, Lu Qian was alone in the bathroom, checking her phone. Although Quan Yuqin had organized the documents, she still couldn't see any problems. It seems that simply auditing the accounts won't reveal any clues. She thought of a plan to find an opportunity to approach the financial director, Ren Ping. At this moment, outside the bathroom, a woman was loudly scolding Lu Haiyang on the phone. Lu Qian was puzzled. This voice was Ren Ping's. Outside the bathroom, Ren Ping was saying on the phone, what about Lu Qian? She won't figure anything out, right? The other end replied, how can I not be worried? All those things went through my hands. If something goes wrong, I'll have to take the blame. I was already scared when her father got into trouble. I shouldn't have trusted you. Ren Ping angrily scolded Lu Haiyang on the other end. How many times have you said this? You don't love me at all. Inside the bathroom stall, Lu Qian was recording the conversation on her phone. She thought, I was just worrying about not finding a breakthrough, and you delivered it right to me. Ren Ping gave Lu Haiyang an ultimatum. 2 weeks. If you don't divorce, I'll go to Lu Haiyang's wife. Ren Ping said she was already pregnant. Why was Lu Haiyang afraid to take responsibility? After hanging up the phone, Ren Ping angrily closed the bathroom door and left. Lu Qian peeked out. The person had left. Her phone displayed sending completed in large letters. Lu Qian smiled. She thought, and I hope you like this big gift I sent you. In the Lu family mansion, Zhou Fangfang's scream rang out. Clearly, she had received an audio recording. In the recording, Lu Haiyang was explicitly accused of having an affair. Zhou Fangfang was furious about this. Lu Wenwei rushed over upon hearing the commotion, asking what happened. After listening to the recording, she speculated that it might be fabricated by Lu Qian. However, Zhou Fangfang still had doubts, worried if Lu Haiyang really had an affair. Sensing Zhou Fangfang's concerns, Lu Wenhui decided to go to the company to find Lu Qian and demanded a confrontation on the spot. If Lu Qian had forged the recording, Lu Wenhui stated she wouldn't let her off easily. The scene shifts to Lu Qian's office. She was waiting for Lu Wenhui's arrival. She had prepared to deal with Lu Wenhui and looked forward to winning this confrontation. As Lu Qian had anticipated, Lu Wenhui arrived at her office right on time. Lu Wenhui barged into Lu Qian's office. This time, her attitude was even more severe. She held up her phone, playing the recording from earlier, and questioned Lu Qian why she sent such a recording to her mother. Lu Qian just waved her hand, calmly stating that she was only trying to give a kind reminder, but didn't receive a good response. Lu Qian asked Secretary O to call Ren Ping. She had some account matters to inquire about with Ren Ping. While waiting for Ren Ping, Lu Wenhui started boasting to Lu Qian about her close relationship with Quan Yuchen. Lu Wenhui, with a proud face, flaunted to Lu Qian that she had been dining frequently with Quan Yuchen lately. He wouldn't just stick with Lu Qian. As Lu Qian listened to Lu Wenhui's words, her heart was filled with doubt. She didn't know how much of Lu Wenhui's words were true and how much were false. She wanted to understand Quan Yuchen's true thoughts, but didn't dare to easily believe anyone's words. At this moment, Ren Ping walked into Lu Qian's office. Noticing the guest present, she politely informed Lu Qian that she would attend to her own business first and come back later. Lu Wenhui, hearing this woman's voice, which was identical to the one from the phone earlier, felt shocked and confused. Lu Wenhui immediately grabbed Ren Ping's collar and started insulting her, accusing her of being a homewrecker. In this situation, Ren Ping tried to defend herself. She attempted to make Lu Wenhui let go of her and stated that she didn't understand what Lu Wenhui was talking about. Faced with Ren Ping's persistent denial, Lu Wenhui decided to take measures to teach her a lesson. Suddenly, she slapped Ren Ping across the face. Ren Ping fell to her knees, crying and repeatedly saying, "I didn't do it." Lu Wenhui continued to pressure her, telling this shameless thing not to cry. She asked if this mistress was trying to use a child to force her way in. She dared to destroy someone else's family. Today, she must teach her a lesson. Finally, she decided to kick the child out of her belly. She raised her foot to kick Ren Ping's stomach. At this moment, Lu Qian couldn't stand it anymore. She slammed the table, stood up, and reprimanded Lu Wenhui, saying she had gone too far. This was her company, and Lu Wenhui had no right to cause trouble here. She didn't care what issues Lu Wenhui had with Director Ren. But now, she was her employee. She wouldn't allow her people to be harmed in any way. Lu Qian walked towards Ren Ping while sarcastically mocking Lu Wenhui. Lu Wenhui had the audacity to look down on mistresses. It was truly eye-opening. Lu Wenhui was left speechless. At this time, Lu Qian slowly helped Ren Ping up. Then, Lu Haiyang also rushed over after hearing the commotion. She looked at Lu Wenhui, asking why she was at the company. Meanwhile, everyone in the company had heard her making a scene here. Lu Wenhui was also accused of behaving like her mother, only knowing how to make a fuss. Lu Wenhui turned to question Lu Haiyang. She asked what was going on between him and this woman. Lu Haiyang clearly pointed out that Lu Wenhui's words were absurd and immediately pulled her towards the exit. At the same time, he emphasized that she should go home immediately and criticized her behavior as shameful. Lu Wenhui firmly resisted Lu Haiyang's actions, demanding a clear explanation. Lu Haiyang glanced at Ren Ping and calmly told her that he didn't have a so-called mistress, and asked her not to easily believe rumors. At this moment, Lu Qian comforted Ren Ping. She told her that no matter what happened, she believed she had her reasons. Then, she arranged for her secretary to accompany Ren Ping to the hospital. Lu Qian thought to herself that Ren Ping should have seen the true face of Lu Haiyang's family now. She hoped she would make the right decision. Standing outside the company, Lu Qian silently planned her next move. She knew that those who should have taken the bait had done so, and those who should have shown their true colors had already revealed themselves. The investigation she planned to conduct next should become easier. She couldn't help but laugh coldly. So this is what it feels like to control others' fates. She seemed to start understanding Quan Yuchen. She couldn't help but ask herself, would she one day become like Quan Yuchen? The Quan family's old house was brightly lit. Lu Qian was dressed up beautifully, attending Grandmother Quan's birthday banquet. Grandmother Quan gladly accepted the gift prepared by Lu Qian and expressed her gratitude. When presenting the gift, Lu Qian mentioned that she hoped Grandmother Quan wouldn't mind that Quan Yuchen couldn't attend the banquet due to a business trip abroad. Grandmother Quan didn't express any dissatisfaction. As long as her granddaughter-in-law was by her side, she was content. Grandmother Quan took Lu Qian's hand in hers. Lu Qian felt Grandmother Quan's affection. This was the first time since her childhood that she experienced a grandmother's care. However, this heartwarming scene was interrupted by Lien Zi's arrival. Lien Zi came with her parents. They warmly congratulated Grandmother Quan. Lu Qian noticed that Lien Zi was dressed very appropriately, displaying a kind of obedient and demeanor. However, Lien Zi didn't seem to want to remain silent. Her determined gaze met Lu Qian's, making the atmosphere somewhat delicate. To ease the awkwardness, Lien Zi immediately handed the gift to Grandmother Quan. But at this moment, Quan Yuchen was nowhere to be seen. In Grandmother Quan's eyes, Lu Qian became the sole focus. Zi was both angry and jealous. The dazzling array of delicious food left Lu Qian struggling to choose. She didn't know how to make a selection. And today was Grandmother Quan's big birthday, but Quan Yuchen hadn't appeared. According to Lien Zi, Quan Yuchen was visiting Quan Zheng abroad. Lu Qian felt puzzled about this. Who was Quan Zheng? Lien Zi used this to mock Lu Qian. Lu Qian was confused by Lien Zi's sudden appearance. She was still saying that Quan Yuchen didn't love her at all. Lu Qian felt very helpless facing Lien Zi, who had already fallen into the Quan Yuchen effect. She pointed out that regardless of whether Quan Yuchen loved her or not, at least he had married her. However, Lien Zi became even angrier upon hearing these words. She accused Lu Qian of using improper means to force Quan Yuchen to marry her. Lien Zi's alcohol tolerance was really poor. Lu Qian didn't want to get entangled with a drunk person in this situation, so she went to the second-floor balcony to get some fresh air. Unexpectedly, Lien Zi followed her up. Lu Qian felt helpless. She asked Lien Zi why she kept pestering her and tried to understand what she really wanted. Lien Zi told Lu Qian not to be too confident. One day, Brother Chen would realize she didn't love him and would eventually choose to divorce her. Lu Qian casually replied, "Then let's divorce." It's very normal for young people to divorce these days. It's not a big deal. Besides, Quan Yuchen is just a businessman who plays with people's hearts. He's not worth spending a lifetime with. If he doesn't care either, why did she marry him in the first place? Lien Zi broke down emotionally. She didn't understand how much she loved Brother Cheng. Lu Qian found it both amusing and exasperating. Shouldn't this question be asked to Quan Yuchen? Thinking of Quan Yuchen, unable to marry the person she loved, Lien Zi cried even more heartbrokenly. Lu Qian was shocked to learn that Quan Yuchen also had a woman he truly loved. That woman was neither Lien Zi nor herself. The one Quan Yuchen truly loved was only Quan Zhen. However, upon hearing this, Lu Qian felt relieved. Was Quan Zhen the woman Quan Yuchen truly loved? In the Quan family villa, laughter and chatter filled the air. Grandmother Quan and Lu Qian warmly entertained all the guests. Just as they were about to cut the cake, Quan Yuchen returned. Seeing Lu Qian getting along well with everyone, Quan Yuchen was overjoyed. Considering that Lu Qian had been apart from him for a while, Quan Yuchen thought this was the perfect moment for a reunion. So, he gazed at Lu Qian lovingly, waiting for her to throw herself into his arms. Lu Qian stood still beside Grandmother Quan, looking puzzled. After a slight hesitation, she prepared to walk towards Quan Yuchen, but suddenly changed her mind and stopped in place. Grandmother Quan watched Lu Qian's behavior with helplessness. Lien Zi suddenly rushed forward, shamelessly hugging Quan Yuchen tightly, cheerfully calling out, "Brother Quan, you're back." Quan Yuchen looked confused and at a loss. Lu Qian, how could you let another woman have the chance to hug me? He immediately shook off Lien Zi's hand. Grandmother Quan came over with the cake, hoping that after Lien Zi ate the cake, she would stop clinging to her grandson. Quan Yuchen apologized to his grandmother for coming back late. He then took the opportunity to ask Lu Qian if she had a tiring day at home. Lu Qian scooped a small spoonful of cake and fed it to Quan Yuchen. Quan Yuchen cooperatively ate it. Lien Zi watched from the side, angrily saying goodbye to Grandmother Quan. Grandmother Quan watched Lien Zi's departing figure. She sighed. Grandmother Quan told Quan Yuchen and Lu Qian that it was getting late, so they should rest at the old house tonight. In the room, Lu Qian angrily expressed that she needed to rest. Quan Yuchen looked surprised. He stepped forward and pinned Lu Qian down. He whispered in her ear, criticizing her poor performance today, showing no anticipation for his return. Lu Qian immediately retorted, asking if he expected her to continue deceiving her. He was still hung up on the company matters. Without his intervention, his family's company might have gone bankrupt instantly. Lu Qian's heart was filled with pain. For him, he only remembered the contract, while Quan Zheng was the one he truly loved. Quan Yuchen was already eager to move on to the next step. However, Lu Qian still had doubts. She wanted to know if Quan Yuchen was hiding more from her. Quan Yuchen was indifferent to this. His nonchalance broke Lu Qian's heart. What was he expecting? What did Quan Yuchen's everything have to do with him? Since that was the case, Lu Qian decided to focus on fulfilling the contract. Lu Qian tightly grabbed Quan Yuchen's collar and kissed him without hesitation. Quan Yuchen responded with equal passion. However, in Lu Qian's eyes, there was a determined gleam. She was determined to regain control of Lu Shi for herself and her father. Quan Yuchen took off his clothes, showing Lu Qian his perfect physique. Their hands intertwined. Here, we'll omit 10,000 words. After experiencing indescribable things, Quan Yuchen looked at the sleeping Lu Qian. He felt deeply puzzled, but he had to admit that Lu Qian was indeed an irresistible enchantress. These days, even the birds in the trees come in pairs. Lu Qian fell asleep peacefully in Quan Yuchen's embrace. A sudden wave of heat came over her. It woke Lu Qian from her deep sleep. She suddenly realized that Quan Yuchen had been holding her tightly while sleeping. How did Quan Yuchen manage to stay awake in such a hot environment? Lu Qian quietly gazed at Quan Yuchen's sleeping face. She discovered that even in his sleep, Quan Yuchen could show a gentle side. This surprised her. She unconsciously reached out, wanting to touch Quan Yuchen's brows and eyes. But just before her hand touched Quan Yuchen, he suddenly opened his eyes. He greeted Lu Qian with his usual gentleness. Lu Qian felt a bit embarrassed but still politely returned Quan Yuchen's greeting. Quan Yuchen expressed confusion as to why Lu Qian enjoyed herself so much last night, but was now so shy. He leaned close to Lu Qian's ear, whispering that it was indeed still very early. They had plenty of time. At this moment, Quan Yuchen was like Daji incarnate, seducing Lu Qian, while Lu Qian's heart was filled with various helpless feelings and sighs. Suddenly, Lu Qian's face turned pale. One second she was laughing and talking. The next she was painfully clutching her stomach and groaning. Quan Yuchen felt helpless about this. He immediately picked up Lu Qian, preparing to take her to the hospital. However, Lu Qian refused, saying she just had some alcohol last night and caught a slight chill. It wasn't serious, and some stomach medicine would suffice. Quan Yuchen looked at the stubborn Lu Qian and could only helplessly let her lie down, waiting for him to return. Watching Quan Yuchen leave in a hurry, Lu Qian remembered how her father used to care for her so attentively when she was sick as a child. Tears of emotion involuntarily flowed from the corners of her eyes. However, she quickly came to her senses, realizing that Quan Yuchen's concern for her might have ulterior motives. She couldn't easily fall into his false care. Quan Yuchen returned with hot water and stomach medicine. He urged Lu Qian to take it quickly. If there was no improvement, he must take her to the hospital. Lu Qian was extremely resistant to going to the hospital. She hoped Quan Yuchen could quickly get back to work. Quan Yuchen saw Lu Qian's pale face. He couldn't work with peace of mind. He crawled into the bed, carefully massaging Lu Qian's abdomen. He kept muttering that Lu Qian was already so grown up, but still couldn't take care of herself. Lu Qian felt that Quan Yuchen was like her father at this moment. Quan Yuchen teased Lu Qian about being like her father, yet she never listened. He turned over, leaning on both sides of Lu Qian, looking into her eyes. Lu Qian felt he was taking advantage of her. Quan Yuchen smiled, mysteriously saying he'd tell her later. Then he lowered his head and kissed Lu Qian. In the evening, Quan Yuchen asked Zhou Jie about the dinner preparations. Zhou Jie said it hadn't been cooked yet, asking about the young master and Madame's dietary needs. Quan Yuchen took out a stomach-friendly menu from his pocket, requesting the Annie to add a stomach-nourishing soup to every meal from now on. Lu Qian watched Quan Yuchen instructing the Annie about the diet, feeling deeply moved. If she could receive the sincere care of a man like Quan Yuchen, it should be an extremely happy thing. However, she could never be that lucky person. Lu Qian wanted Quan Yuchen to remove his hypocritical mask and face her honestly. She hoped to understand his true thoughts and her position in his heart. Lu Qian sat in the CEO's office of Lu's building. The secretary brought financial reports and department reports. Yu Chen listened quietly beside her. The secretary reported Lu Qian's schedule for the week. After finishing the report, the secretary leaned close to Lu Qian, quietly informing her that Director Run had taken leave due to personal reasons. Considering the incident with Director Lu last week, rumors have been circulating in the company recently. Lu Qian immediately asked the secretary to prevent the situation from escalating further. She clearly stated that if department heads couldn't effectively manage their subordinates, they would be dismissed. Quan Yuchen watched Lu Qian's interaction with the secretary from the side. After the secretary left, Lu Qian showed signs of fatigue, rubbing her forehead and smiling bitterly. Seeing Lu Qian's exhaustion, Quan Yuchen couldn't help but sigh. Her adaptability was quite strong, and she had a knack for managing the company. Hearing this, Lu Qian seemed intrigued. She replied helplessly that this was unavoidable. After all, this wolf was still watching her from behind. Quan Yuchen couldn't help but laugh. Did she really have to treat him like a fierce beast? He was very willing to share some of her burdens. Quan Yuchen asked Lu Qian about the specifics of the incident. Lu Qian said it wasn't a major incident. She had merely informed Zhou Fangfang about Ren Ping and Lu Haiyang's secret relationship to find a breakthrough. Seeing Lu Qian's clever strategy, Quan Yuchen was surprised. Under such heavy pressure, she could still come up with this kind of divide-and-conquer strategy. Lu Qian humbly stated that this was due to the influence of long-term interaction with a certain person. Quan Yuchen meaningfully said that he wasn't that impressive. At this moment, the phone rang. After answering, the secretary informed Quan Yuchen that Zhou Fangfang and Lu Wenwei wanted to meet with Lu Qian. Both Quan Yuchen and Lu Qian were surprised. Why had this mother-daughter pair suddenly become so well-behaved? Quan Yuchen felt relieved. He thought Lu Qian shouldn't have much difficulty dealing with those two women. Looking at Quan Yuchen, who was preparing to leave her alone to handle the matter. He had just been discussing sharing this burden with her. Quan Yuchen smiled slightly, telling her to find him in the rest area after she finished dealing with this. Lu Qian felt disgusted by this. It was clearly not a good thing. Only a fool would go there. At this moment, Zhou Fangfang and Lu Wenwei angrily walked in, demanding to know what Lu Qian was doing. Seeing them being so well-behaved for the first time, Lu Qian leisurely asked what was wrong. Zhou Fangfang directly threw a tantrum, telling her to cut the nonsense. Why hadn't she fired Ren Ping yet? Lu Qian stated that she was already aware of Ren Ping's situation. But if she were to be fired, then Uncle would also have to be fired. Zhou Fangfang continued to shout, asking why when it was clearly Ren Ping who was morally wrong. At this point, Quan Yuchen's voice came through. He said that in such matters, it takes two to tango. The three of them looked at Quan Yuchen. The company promised not to favor either side. If a decision to dismiss was made, both should be dismissed simultaneously. Quan Yuchen looked at the mother and daughter pair with a serious expression. Seeing Quan Yuchen's sudden appearance, Lu Wenwei was delighted inside. Even Zhou Fangfang was surprised. Lu Wenwei quickly stepped forward, confidently displaying her unique charm. She attempted to touch Quan Yuchen's chest, but he waved his hands, rejecting her touch. Lu Wenwei's beauty strategy failed, and she stood there stunned. Lu Qian spoke up at this point. Either they don't deal with this matter, or they dismiss both of them. After saying this, she issued an order for them to leave. If they didn't leave, security would come to escort them out. Lu Wenwei, unwilling to give up, tried to persuade Quan Yuchen not to believe those baseless rumors. However, Quan Yuchen's gaze was cold. He stated that if such inappropriate comments were made again, he would no longer tolerate it. He wouldn't believe baseless rumors without evidence. Lu Wenwei tried to explain, but was pulled away by Zhou Fangfang. As they left, she stared intently at Lu Qian. Lu Qian, sitting in her office chair, fearlessly returned her gaze. She was satisfied with this collaboration with Quan Yuchen. Those two women wouldn't dare to provoke her again. In the ambulance, Ren Ping was rushed to the emergency room. After receiving the call, Lu Qian and Quan Yuchen quickly rushed to the hospital. Outside the operating room, Lu Qian was extremely worried about Ren Ping and her child. Her body was trembling uncontrollably. Her mind was filled with memories of her mother's rescue on the day she passed away. Quan Yuchen embraced the frightened Lu Qian, gently comforting her not to be afraid. Everything will be fine with him there. After the surgery, the doctor came out looking for the patient's family. They stated that the patient's multiple external injuries had been mostly treated, but the baby in the pregnant woman's womb couldn't be saved. Lu Qian felt deeply guilty about this. If she hadn't pushed hard from behind, this child might not have been lost. Quan Yuqian told Lu Qian that none of this was her fault. No one could have predicted it would develop to this point. He urged her to stay strong and stop blaming herself, as she had more important responsibilities to fulfill. He believed she had the ability to pull herself together. Her father was still waiting for her. Lu Qian decided to visit Ren Ping and take responsibility for her actions. Quan Yuqian, seeing Lu Qian regain her composure, felt very relieved. He would always stand behind her. Lu Qian's gaze towards Quan Yuqian was full of gratitude. In the hospital room, Lu Qian expressed deep concern for Ren Ping. However, Ren Ping felt very ashamed and guilty. She had been Lu Haiyang's mistress, and Lu Haiyang's feelings for her were merely to satisfy his personal needs. What was even more heartbreaking was that when Ren Ping was beaten by Lu Wenhui, Lu Haiyang did not intervene. Ren Ping was even carrying Lu Haiyang's child. Facing such a painful experience, Ren Ping deeply regretted and couldn't understand why she had believed in such an unfaithful man. Lu Qian felt very helpless about this. She thought Ren Ping should cut ties with Lu Haiyang. She also promised to do her best to help her. Ren Ping's eyes were full of tears. She decided to completely sever ties with him and to make public all the immoral things he had done. Seeing this, Lu Qian immediately asked her to lie down. However, Ren Ping became even more agitated after hearing this. She directly knelt in front of Lu Qian, continuously repenting. She expressed that she was truly sorry to her father. With tears streaming down her face, she begged for Lu Qian's forgiveness. Lu Qian sighed with relief after hearing this. Yang Zhuang didn't know what had happened. He asked Ren Ping what exactly she had done. Ren Ping then revealed everything. Her father was in prison because she had falsified accounts, and Lu Haiyang had used these fake accounts to report her father. Lu Qian raised a question, asking why no problems were visible in the accounts. Ren Ping admitted that she had covered up the loopholes. This was all Lu Haiyang's plan. All the money had gone into Lu Haiyang's pocket. She was in love at the time and made a mistake in a moment of confusion. Lu Qian clenched her fists tightly, her eyes filled with tears. She loudly questioned Ren Ping if she had thought about the consequences of her actions. She had ruined her own family. Her father was sentenced to prison because of this. Her mother passed away due to a sudden heart attack. Her home was also occupied by those predatory relatives. All of this was because of her foolish love. Ren Ping cried uncontrollably. She had already paid the price for her actions. She begged Lu Qian to forgive her and give her a chance to make amends for everything she had done. Seeing this, Lu Qian gently reached out and wiped away Ren Ping's tears. She told Ren Ping that what's done is done, and she could forgive her. But there was one condition. She must hand over all the evidence she had to her. She wanted to make Lu Haiyang and his family face the consequences they deserved. Inside the Lu Corporation building, Lu Qian finally succeeded in obtaining the account books and physical evidence. This gave her the ability to rescue her father from prison. However, she still had doubts in her heart. Why would Ren Ping voluntarily go to the police station to turn herself in? Ren Ping felt her sins were too great, and now she just wanted to redeem herself by turning herself in. She was determined to personally send Lu Haiyang to prison. All of this was because of Lu Haiyang. Ren Ping could no longer become a mother. She said she would never forgive Lu Haiyang in this lifetime. Lu Qian felt deeply sorry for Ren Ping. Quan Yuqian was reviewing the evidence. Lu Qian, eager to save her father, hoped to quickly hand over the evidence to the lawyer. However, Quan Yuqian thought there was no need to rush. They should wait a bit longer. But Lu Qian couldn't wait. She wondered why they needed to wait when both testimonies and physical evidence were ready. Quan Yuqian felt her understanding of the issue was too superficial and lacked deep thought. Lu Qian thought Quan Yuqian was being unnecessarily mysterious. She grabbed Quan Yuqian's tie tightly, demanding he tell her the truth. With no other option, Quan Yuqian had to surrender. If Ren Ping softens her heart and protects Lu Haiyang, we won't be able to take any action against him. Lu Qian didn't believe that Ren Ping, after such misfortune, would still choose to protect Lu Haiyang. Quan Yuqian asked Lu Qian to stay calm, because one should always be cautious. Looking at Quan Yuqian, who was so rational and cold, Lu Qian felt a pang in her heart. Lu Wenhui, learning of Quan Yuqian's whereabouts, searched everywhere for him. She had to win over Quan Yuqian to realize her ambitions. Finally, she found Quan Yuqian. He was sitting in his usual spot, seriously savoring his coffee. Quan Yuqian glanced sideways and noticed a sneaky woman. It was Lu Wenhui. Caught red-handed, Lu Wenhui had no choice but to come out of the corner and greet Quan Yuqian. She decided to go all in and sat down abruptly. She pretentiously began to pour out her woes to Quan Yuqian. Seeing Lu Wenhui act like a performer, Quan Yuqian hurriedly tried to send her away. But Lu Wenhui became even more invested in her performance, making Quan Yuqian increasingly impatient. At an emotional moment, Lu Wenhui grabbed Quan Yuqian's hand, trying her best to exude charm. Quan Yuqian was disgusted by her actions. Seeing Quan Yuqian's cold gaze, Lu Wenhui quickly let go of his hand. Quan Yuqian, very impatient, finally said he would give her a chance. Lu Wenhui's face immediately lit up, and she nodded repeatedly in agreement. Quan Yuqian politely invited Lu Wenhui to have lunch together tomorrow, emphasizing that she must not be late. After Quan Yuqian left, Lu Wenhui revealed a victorious smile. She knew she could definitely win him over. Outside the cafe, Quan Yuqian took out his phone and playfully invited Zhang Mingwei to discuss a business deal together tomorrow. The next day, Lu Wenhui, who had dressed up carefully, saw a family arguing fiercely downstairs. She stepped forward to stop them and confidently stated that she had successfully won over Quan Yuqian, making him accept her. Lu Haiyang and Zhou Fangfang were very surprised by this. Lu Wenhui firmly told them that she would not fail. She would continue to work hard to make Quan Yuqian divorce Lu Qian. Outside the five-star hotel, Quan Yuqian arrived early with Lu Qian. Lu Qian couldn't understand why Quan Yuqian suddenly wanted to treat her to a meal. Who knew? Quan Yuqian directly took her to the presidential suite. Quan Yuqian mysteriously invited, and Lu Qian sensed a show was coming. Lu Qian thought it might be an opera or ballet. Quan Yuqian leaned in to answer that it was, of course, a show tailored just for her. Lu Qian didn't know what he was up to. She hoped it wasn't something inappropriate for minors. Quan Yuqian was about to leave, and Lu Qian protested. Was Quan Yuqian playing with her? What kind of show was this? The actors were about to arrive. Stay tuned, Quan Yuqian said before leaving. Lu Qian noticed Quan Yuqian had left a gap in the door. She instantly understood he wanted her to observe secretly. Lu Qian felt like she was doing something sneaky. Lu Wenhui entered the room. She was wearing vibrant clothes and walked energetically to Quan Yuqian. Lu Wenhui deliberately found an excuse to take off her coat, revealing her cleavage. She told Quan Yuqian she was late and should punish herself with a drink. Then she picked up a glass and walked to Quan Yuqian's side. Lu Qian watched the scene through the door gap, feeling very awkward and uncomfortable. She saw the intimate interaction between Quan Yuqian and Lu Wenhui. She felt the behavior of this couple was improper and disgusting. She thought Quan Yuqian was doing this to humiliate her. Quan Yuqian said that being late was a woman's right. Lu Wenhui smiled coyly. She wanted to win his favor too. Young Master Quan, do you like me more or Lu Qian? Lu Qian, watching from the side, was shocked. She wanted to rush out and kill these two people. Seeing Lu Wenhui's flirtatious behavior, Quan Yuqian decided to ignore her. He took a glass of 1982 Lafite and poured it directly on Lu Wenhui's face. In his view, Lu Wenhui was worthless. Lu Qian was stunned by Quan Yuqian's action. Lu Wenhui, with wine all over her face, was also shocked. At this moment, Zhang Mingwei walked over. He called Lu Wenhui a shameless bitch. Lu Wenhui hurriedly tried to explain, but Zhang Mingwei wouldn't listen to a word. He slapped Lu Wenhui across the face. Lu Qian's observation through the door gap finally made her understand. This was a show carefully planned by Quan Yuqian. His only purpose was to make her feel satisfied. Quan Yuqian immediately went to seek praise. However, Lu Qian felt that Quan Yuqian and Lu Wenhui's performance was too fake. If it's not realistic, how can watching a show bring pleasure? The show was over. Now it was time to enjoy the food. Quan Yuchen and Lu Qian prepared to taste the French cuisine. Meanwhile, Lu Wenwei was still begging for Zhang Mingwei's forgiveness. Their fate was already sealed. This was their outcome. In a romantic restaurant, Quan Yuchen and Lu Qian were enjoying French cuisine. However, Lu Qian seemed preoccupied, appearing distracted while cutting the foie gras. Noticing this, Quan Yuchen thoughtfully cut the food and fed it to Lu Qian. Lu Qian responded shyly and ate the foie gras Quan Yuchen offered with a coy expression. Quan Yuchen asked Lu Qian with a smile how the foie gras tasted. Lu Qian replied insincerely that it tasted bad. Quan Yuchen seized the moment to tell Lu Qian that his father would be released from prison tomorrow. Lu Qian was overjoyed upon hearing this news. She was even moved to tears, her eyes brimming with emotion. Quan Yuchen felt very sympathetic and immediately offered her a handkerchief. After composing herself, Lu Qian complained that he had taken over her family's company and obtained all the evidence. Quan Yuchen disagreed, emphasizing that he had put in a lot of effort. Lu Qian could only reluctantly go along with it. Quan Yuchen, not wanting to argue with Lu Qian, prepared to take her away. He extended his hand, inviting Lu Qian to watch another show that was about to unfold. Another show? Lu Qian reached out in response. What other tricks did he have up his sleeve? Taking Lu Qian to the Lu family home, it was time for it to be returned to its rightful owner. Lu Qian had waited a long time for this day. They soon arrived at the Lu residence. At this point, Quan Yuchen told Lu Qian to get out of the car by herself. He felt that Lu Qian could handle it on her own, and he would only be a hindrance. Lu Qian could only laugh. Quan Yuchen even boldly wished her good luck. Standing at the door, Lu Qian reflected on how quickly time had passed, how everything had changed in just a few months. The doorbell rang. Zhou Fangfang, who was applying a face mask, thought it was Lu Wenhui, who had forgotten her keys. She grumbled as she went to open the door, only to find Lu Qian outside. Lu Qian ignored Zhou Fangfang's attempts to stop her and strode right in. This was her home. Why couldn't she enter freely? Zhang Chunxiu walked out with a shocked expression. What a wind had blown this jinx here today. Lu Qian reminded her grandmother of what she had said before, that she would take back everything. Zhang Chunxiu was first shocked, then burst into laughter. This wretched girl actually wanted to drive her out. Even her father wouldn't dare to do that. Lu Qian replied, "Do you remember my father, Mr. Lu Haiping? Well, I can tell you that he will be declared innocent and released tomorrow." This news instantly shocked Zhang Chunxiu and Zhou Fangfang. Zhang Chunxiu angrily berated her, calling her a bastard picked up from who knows where, with no right to meddle in the Lu family affairs. Lu Qian was stunned by this word. Picked up? Zhang Chunxiu continued to rage. That woman who was always on medication, could she really have given birth to a child? You're just an orphan they brought in from outside. The one who should get out is you. Quan Yuchen's voice suddenly came through. Who do you want to leave? The three of them turned to look at the door. After watching for so long, Quan Yuchen finally walked in. He wanted to know who they wanted to leave. Zhang Chunxiu and Zhou Fangfang were incredulous. Wasn't Quan Yuchen supposed to be with Wenwei? Given the Quan family's background, how could they allow Lu Qian, with her unclear origins, to enter their family? In terms of grace and propriety, Lu Qian was clearly no match for Wenwei. Quan Yuchen let out a cold laugh, stating that the Quan family couldn't accept such a fickle daughter. Lu Qian felt touched. Quan Yuchen further clarified. The only daughter-in-law approved by the Quan family was Lu Qian. Moreover, Lu Haiping wasn't Zhang Chunxiu's biological son, so she had no right either. Lu Qian's mind was already overwhelmed, while Zhang Chunxiu still tried to cover up the truth. Quan Yuchen directly revealed that Zhang Chunxiu was Lu Haiping's stepmother, accusing her of having no right to occupy the Lu family home. Zhang Chunxiu's legs were trembling. This secret she had kept hidden until now. However, Quan Yuchen always seemed to have all the information. There was nothing he didn't know. When Quan Yuchen coolly snapped his fingers, tall and imposing bodyguards immediately appeared by his side. Seeing these bodyguards in black suits, Zhang Chunxiu and Zhou Fangfang were terrified. After handling everything, Quan Yuchen showed Lu Qian his results. However, Lu Qian was displeased with how deeply Quan Yuchen had investigated her. Quan Yuchen explained to Lu Qian that he did this only to help her better, and all the information was necessary for him to know. Lu Qian, feeling extremely hurt, decisively pushed Quan Yuchen's hand away. Realizing she had no secrets from him made her feel deeply saddened. The next day, Lu Haiping was released from prison. Standing outside, he greedily enjoyed the warm sunlight. At this moment, Lu Qian's call came. She had been waiting outside for her father's release. Father and daughter gazed at each other from a distance. Lu Haiping slowly opened his arms. Lu Qian joyfully ran into her father's embrace. Lu Haiping steadily caught her. The father and daughter hugged and cried, their tears unstoppable. Sunlight shone on them. This touching scene would forever remain in their hearts. Lu Haiping knelt before Lu Qian's mother's grave, expressing his apologies. He wept profusely for not being able to see Lu Qian's mother one last time. Noticing her father's grief, Lu Qian slowly asked, "Am I really not your and mother's biological child?" Hearing this, Lu Haiping's eyes widened. "Your grandmother even told you about this?" Lu Haiping gently stroked the photo before him, recalling the scene from 22 years ago. At that time, Lu Qian's mother couldn't conceive due to heart disease. However, she longed for a child, so we adopted a 5-month-old Lu Qian from an orphanage. Lu Haiping felt deeply remorseful for involving her because of his circumstances. At this point, Lu Qian quickly interrupted her father, expressing her gratitude for the happy life her parents had given her over the years, regardless of blood relation. She would always be their daughter. Hearing this, Lu Haiping couldn't help but shed tears. The emotions of father and daughter gradually calmed. However, Lu Haiping still had one question in his heart, which was what kind of relationship existed between her and Quan Yuchen. Lu Qian and her father returned to the Lu family home. Lu Qian explained to her father, she met Quan Yuchen when her father was arrested. Being alone and powerless, she could only ask Quan Yuchen for help. Then she married Quan Yuchen. Lu Haiping thought Quan Yuchen had threatened Lu Qian. Lu Qian quickly denied it. Quan Yuchen is now the largest shareholder of the company. Whether he acquired the company through normal channels or not, Lu Haiping can't do anything about it. Lu Qian apologized to her father, blaming herself for being useless and unable to protect the company. With things as they are, Lu Haiping had no choice but to invite Quan Yuchen for a meal together. Lu Qian was very confused. Lu Haiping smiled on the surface, but internally, he was determined to teach Quan Yuchen a lesson. Lu Qian booked a high-end, traditional-style restaurant. The three of them sat in the bustling restaurant. Lu Haiping raised his glass, thanking Quan Yuchen for his help during this time. Quan Yuchen politely responded that it was his duty. Lu Haiping smiled kindly, and Quan Yuchen also had a smile on his face. The two raised their glasses and drank together. Only Lu Qian felt that the atmosphere between them was a bit off, but she couldn't figure out what was wrong. The atmosphere became increasingly strange. Lu Qian prepared to break the awkward situation. She decided to return the position of chairman to her father. Lu Haiping repeatedly waved his hands in refusal. Quan Yuchen also told Lu Haiping that the elders at home wanted to hold a grandchild. Lu Haiping surely also wanted to hold a grandchild soon. Quan Yuchen assured Lu Haiping that Lu Qian was more popular in the Quan family than himself. Hearing this, Lu Haiping could only agree. Lu Qian, thinking of her contract with Quan Yuchen, could only nervously say she would try her best. Lu Haiping looked at Lu Qian with a kind expression. He picked up Lu Qian's favorite braised prawns and handed them to her. Not to be outdone, Quan Yuchen picked up a jade shrimp and directly fed it to Lu Qian. Lu Qian felt that the braised prawns and jade shrimp before her were like hell on earth. Lu Haiping remembered how Lu Qian's mother used to peel shrimp herself when eating. Lu Qian felt very awkward due to her father's sudden emotional performance. On the other side, Quan Yuchen also transformed into a caring man, offering to peel shrimp for Lu Qian. Lu Qian found Quan Yuchen's behavior sickeningly sentimental. Lu Haiping and Quan Yuchen stared at each other, the atmosphere becoming tense. Lu Qian felt helpless seeing the two suddenly competing. After dinner, Lu Qian sat in the car, signed that it was finally over. Outside, Lu Haiping and Quan Yuchen were smoking and chatting by the roadside. This was a conversation between a father-in-law and son-in-law. Lu Haiping felt that Quan Yuchen was just a ruthless capitalist. Quan Yuchen quickly expressed that his feelings for Lu Qian were genuine, and taking over Lu's company was just seizing an opportunity. At the mention of Lu's company, Lu Haiping's gaze sharpened. He could only blame the villains for being too cunning. Quan Yuchen hoped that Lu's company would follow his plans in the future. Lu Haiping threw away his cigarette. How dare I have any objections to you? I'm already old. Lu's company will do as you say. But if you dare to mistreat Lu Qian in any way, I'll risk my life to make you pay the price. Looking at the earnest Lu Haiping, Quan Yuqin responded solemnly, because Lu Qian is also a treasure in my life. In a dilapidated mud brick house, the fallen Lu Wenhui lay resentfully on the earthen bed. Zhou Fangfang was scrubbing bed sheets while urging Zhang Chuanxiu to quickly find a way to leave this run-down old house. Zhang Chuanxiu, with a pipe in his mouth, was very impatient. Suddenly, Zhang Chuanxiu had an idea. It was to have Lu Wenhui pretend to be pregnant. Zhang Chuanxiu told Lu Wenhui that she must use a fake pregnancy to marry into the Zhang family. Lu Wenhui blamed everything on Lu Qian. This time, she was determined to teach Lu Qian a lesson. On a bustling street, Lu Qian and Quan's grandmother were discussing taking Lu Qian to an old cheap house shop next time. The grandmother and granddaughter were enjoying their shopping trip very much. Suddenly, Lu Qian heard a rumbling sound and turned to look. An out-of-control motorcycle was rushing towards the two of them. Lu Qian instinctively shielded her grandmother. Lu Qian was knocked to the ground. Lu Qian propped herself up with both hands, enduring the pain as she sat up. Oh no! Grandmother had been knocked to the ground and was unconscious. In the Quan family's old house, grandmother sat in a chair, insisting she was fine and wondering why everyone was making such a fuss. Quan Yuqin's parents insisted on taking grandmother to the hospital for a checkup. The three people arguing were interrupted by Quan Yuqin's voice. Quan Yuqin had rushed back anxiously. Grandmother told Quan Yuqin she was fine and not to worry. Quan's mother immediately complained to Quan Yuqin that it was all because of Lu Qian that the old lady was hit. Quan's father was confused, wondering how this could be blamed on Lu Qian. Quan's mother felt that Lu Qian was a jinx who was always causing trouble. Lu Qian stood quietly at the end of the stairs, watching everyone. Thinking back on what had happened to her recently, it seemed she was indeed always plagued by bad luck. Unable to stand it anymore, grandmother scolded Quan's mother for talking nonsense, then turned to tell Quan Yuqin to quickly go upstairs. To comfort the self-blaming Lu Qian, Quan Yuqin obediently said he would go right away. Quan Yuqin looked at Lu Qian standing by the window. He immediately blamed Lu Qian for not taking good care of grandmother today. Lu Qian, who was already very upset, kept apologizing. Quan Yuqin stepped forward and hugged the upset Lu Qian, telling her to be extremely careful next time. Lu Qian leaned into Quan Yuqin's embrace and cried out in distress. I'm just the unlucky jinx your mother talks about. Since everyone hates me so much, let's just get divorced early. Quan Yuqin frowned. Holding Lu Qian, he said, have you grown wings and want to break the contract now? I've never thought of you as a jinx. You're not allowed to think about divorce or breaking the contract. Seeing the domineering Quan Yuqin, Lu Qian's momentum weakened. Quan Yuqin leaned down to remind Lu Qian that she still owed him a son. Quan Yuqin accidentally pressed on Lu Qian's bone. Lu Qian winced in pain and told Quan Yuqin to let go of her. Quan Yuqin looked at Lu Qian's injured arm and quickly asked what had happened. She had such a serious injury and didn't say a word. Lu Qian stubbornly refused to let Quan Yuqin take care of her. Quan Yuqin looked at Lu Qian, throwing a childish tantrum, and sighed. Lu Qian felt more and more wronged. She abruptly shook off Quan Yuqin's hand, saying, I hate you. In the Quan family villa, Quan Yuqin apologized to Lu Qian, saying his tone was too harsh earlier. He also hadn't noticed her injury. Lu Qian didn't want to hear this kind of talk from Quan Yuqin at all. She forcefully pushed Quan Yuqin out. Quan Yuqin didn't understand why Lu Qian was suddenly acting this way. He reached out to stop the door from closing. Looking at the unreasonable Lu Qian, Quan Yuqin patiently persuaded her to go to the hospital. Lu Qian said she was just being unreasonable and prepared to close the door. Lu Qian didn't want to see Quan Yuqin. She resolutely closed the door. Quan Yuqin stood alone outside the door, lost in thought. Inside the door, Lu Qian's eyes were full of tears. She didn't want to hear Quan Yuqin's apology. Hearing the sound of footsteps leaving, there was no more noise outside the door. She opened the door a crack, but couldn't find Quan Yuqin. Lu Qian sadly returned to her room. Quan Yuqin wasn't even willing to comfort her for a while. She wasn't important to him at all. Lian Zi's words kept repeating in her mind. Lu Qian felt relieved as she understood. Curled up on the floor, she mocked herself for being so foolish. What was she waiting for? She was just a tool for pregnancy. Why bother having expectations for him? On a bustling street, Lu Qian walked aimlessly alone, unable to understand why Quan Yuqin would involve her if he already had a woman he deeply loved. Oh, it started snowing. The phone rang. Quan Yuqin's voice came through, scolding her for running off and not staying at home. Lu Qian reached out to catch the falling snowflakes. She didn't speak, but instead looked at the snow falling from the sky. She hung up the phone. You left first. Why are you looking for me now? From behind came Quan Yuqin's voice. He was right behind Lu Qian, holding a bag of medicine. Lu Qian turned to look. Quan Yuqin's words were full of concern. He stood there in the wind and snow. Quan Yuqin felt sorry for Lu Qian's tantrum, but wanted her to take care of her health. Lu Qian smiled and asked Quan Yuqin, "Why would I throw a tantrum? What right do I have to be upset with you?" Ignoring Lu Qian's struggle, Quan Yuqin picked her up and walked towards a nearby phone booth. Inside the phone booth, Quan Yuqin bandaged Lu Qian's wound, saying he'd have a doctor come to the house tomorrow. Lu Qian realized that Quan Yuqin had gone to buy medicine. Quan Yuqin asked, "Where else did you think I went?" Lu Qian had misjudged Quan Yuqin and quickly apologized to him. However, Quan Yuqin felt that he was the one who should apologize for speaking harshly to you, then leaving without a word, leaving you alone. Lu Qian was moved to tears. Quan Yuqin promised Lu Qian that he would never speak harshly to her again and would always tell her where he was going. Then he kissed her on the lips. Quan Yuqin caressed Lu Qian's cheek, saying, "You are my wife. You have more rights than others to make demands of me." Quan Yuqin held Lu Qian in his arms. In his embrace, Lu Qian looked incredulous. "Can I really have more rights to make demands of you?" In the Quan family mansion, Lu Qian leaned against the window, recalling Quan Yuqin's promise to her today, unsure if she could believe it. But she hadn't forgotten the 2-year contract in black and white. Quan Yuqin pushed open the door and walked in. He thought Lu Qian was still angry. She hadn't said a word since they got home. Quan Yuqin felt the room was cold and asked Lu Qian why she hadn't turned on the air conditioning. Lu Qian's mind was full of thoughts about how insignificant she was. Interrupted by Quan Yuqin's voice, she came back to her senses and said the air was too dry, so she didn't turn it on. Quan Yuqin grasped Lu Qian's shoulders, looking at Lu Qian with affection. He told her to speak up if something was bothering her, not to keep it bottled up inside. Lu Qian could only say she was fine. Quan Yuqin gently lifted Lu Qian's chin with one finger. Seeing her gloomy expression, he said, "How can you be fine?" Lu Qian looked at Quan Yuqin, realizing she had truly fallen for him. She hugged Quan Yuqin tightly, telling him not to speak, just to let her hug him for a moment. Quan Yuqin also embraced Lu Qian, saying, "I'm here for everything." Their heartbeats echoed throughout the room. Lu Qian regretted signing the agreement. 2 years was neither long nor short, and many things could change. Quan Yuqin stroked Lu Qian's head, telling her to follow her heart and not overthink things. Only by doing something can you know if you can do it. Lu Qian looked at Quan Yuqin, asking what if she had a child in these 2 years, but didn't want to be separated from the child. Quan Yuqin didn't speak, frozen in place. Lu Qian wondered what if he didn't want a divorce. They looked into each other's eyes. Lu Qian gave up. In a joking tone, she told Quan Yuqin to forget what she just said. She turned to leave. Quan Yuqin grabbed Lu Qian's hand. Lu Qian turned back to look at him. Quan Yuqin reminded Lu Qian that the child wasn't born yet, so why talk about separation? To make him choose, she'd have to pose the question first. Then he cupped Lu Qian's face and kissed her. The two kissed passionately. Lu Qian opened her eyes to look at Quan Yuqin, her heart beating faster and faster. Quan Yuqin told Lu Qian to relax. The following scene is not suitable for children. Lu Qian's face turned slightly red. Outside the window, large snowflakes were falling like goose feathers. Sunlight filled the entire room. Quan Yuqin was busy changing his clothes. He was shirtless, having just put on his pants. Lu Qian was watching him intently from the side. When Quan Yuqin finally finished dressing and turned around again, he found Lu Qian staring at him with full concentration. Quan Yuqin felt a bit confused. Could it be that Lu Qian wanted to try fastening his belt for him? So he tried to tease Lu Qian, asking her to help him. However, Lu Qian widened her eyes, lowered her head shyly, and indicated she wasn't interested. Nevertheless, Quan Yuqin didn't give up. He hoped Lu Qian would try. Lu Qian hesitantly reached out her hand, ready to give it a try. She said it was purely for research purposes and told Quan Yuqin not to think too much of it. However, Lu Qian was confused about the position of the buckle. She noticed that the buckle should be fastened at this position, but she couldn't secure it. During this process, Lu Qian accidentally touched Quan Yuchen's private area. Quan Yuchen quickly reminded her to watch where she put her hand. Lu Qian felt extremely embarrassed. She hurriedly withdrew her hand and backed away. She cursed at Quan Yuchen, calling him a pervert and a lecher while running away. Watching Lu Qian's actions, Quan Yuchen felt a bit disappointed. She provoked him and then just ran away. He then placed his hands on either side of Lu Qian's body, leaning closer to her. Lu Qian thought that in broad daylight, Quan Yuchen wouldn't dare do anything. But he quickly got up, closed the curtains, turned off the lights, and then slowly took off his shirt. He walked up to Lu Qian, threw his shirt aside, and suddenly pounced on her. The scene changes to Zhang Mingwei and Lu Wenhui's wedding venue. Lu Qian and Quan Yuchen, holding carefully prepared red envelopes, offer their sincere blessings to the newlyweds. Afterwards, a waiter guides Quan Yuchen and Lu Qian into the hall. At this moment, Grandmother Quan stands up and calls out to Quan Yuchen. Lu Qian is surprised to find that her father, Lu Haiping, is also present. Lu Haiping explains that he was invited by Lu Qian's aunt. Lu Qian then introduces her father to everyone present. Grandmother Quan immediately invites her in-law to be seated. Lu Haiping greets everyone and expresses his gratitude to Grandmother Quan's family for taking care of Lu Qian. Grandmother Quan tells Lu Haiping not to be so formal, saying that Lu Qian is a granddaughter-in-law they are very pleased with. At this time, Zhang Mingwei's grandfather comes over and warmly greets Grandfather Quan. Grandfather Quan congratulates Zhang Mingwei's grandfather. Zhang Mingwei's grandfather says he's happy today and must have a few more drinks before leaving. Then he notices Lu Qian nearby and asks Grandfather Quan who this young lady is. Before Grandfather Quan can respond, Grandmother Quan rushes over and eagerly states that this is their family's top-notch granddaughter-in-law. Zhang Mingwei's grandfather looks confused, not knowing when this happened and why he didn't see Quan Yuchen's wedding. At this moment, Zhang Mingwei and Lu Wenhui approach, sarcastically remarking that a wedding is a big event. Lu Qian and Quan Yuchen look at the ill-intentioned couple. Such a big family is the Quan family, and they didn't even give this granddaughter-in-law a wedding. Lu Wenhui says she feels sorry for her. Grandfather Quan gets angry, who says there was no wedding. How could the Quan family not afford a wedding? Quan Yuchen, standing nearby, tells Lu Wenhui to mind her own husband. He says they should thank Lu Qian for letting Zhang Mingwei go to her. Quan Yuchen looks at them provocatively. Lu Wenhui stands to the side, speechless. Grandmother Quan stands up and tells Lu Qian that the Quan family will definitely give her a perfect wedding. She then looked at Quan Yuchen. Lu Qian also gazed at Quan Yuchen. Quan Yuchen assured everyone present that it was a given. On the street, Quan Yuchen was driving the car. Lu Qian sat inside, asking Quan Yuchen about his thoughts on the wedding arrangements. Lu Qian thought that if they held a wedding, it might make divorce more difficult in the future. She became doubtful, wondering if Quan Yuchen had special feelings for her. Therefore, he chose to offer her a wedding. Considering this, Lu Qian tightened her qipao and warned herself not to fall into unnecessary fantasies and self-indulgent emotions. After the wedding, Quan Yuchen carefully observed Lu Qian's words and actions. He found that her behavior was as usual. Lu Qian explained that she meant no disrespect, but was just curious about why they decided to hold a wedding. Quan Yuchen calmly told her not to dwell on the reason. It was just an ordinary wedding. Lu Qian, seeing Quan Yuchen's attitude, was clearly dissatisfied. She questioned if he had forgotten their initial agreement. She reminded Quan Yuchen that if they divorced after the wedding, it would surely attract widespread social attention. Hearing Lu Qian mention divorce again, Quan Yuchen grew impatient. He asked Lu Qian why she frequently mentioned divorce when the child hadn't even been born yet. Quan Yuchen questioned if Lu Qian wanted to get rid of him quickly, or if she felt ashamed to become a member of the Quan family. Lu Qian firmly denied having such thoughts. She only worried that holding a wedding would make their relationship public, which might negatively affect Quan Yuchen's reproduction. Quan Yuchen stated that the Quan family values propriety. His child should rightfully be born with an official status. Therefore, a wedding was essential. Lu Qian slowly lowered her head. She realized that in Quan Yuchen's eyes, she was just a tool for reproduction. She knew this, yet still fell deeply in love with him, even looking forward to this wedding. As the scene changes, we see the evening light. Lu Qian, arm in arm with her father Lu Haiping, arrives at the entrance of the Quan family mansion. Although it wasn't Lu Haiping's first time meeting the Quan family, he appeared somewhat nervous at this moment. Lu Qian praised her father's handsome appearance and encouraged him to relax. So Lu Haiping rang the doorbell. Grandmother Quan warmly welcomed them inside. Lu Haiping explained to Grandmother Quan that they had rushed over to discuss the wedding arrangements together. After entering the Quan house, Lu Qian looked around but didn't see Quan Yuqian, so she turned and asked Grandmother Quan where Quan Yuqian was. Grandmother Quan told Lu Qian that Quan Yuqian was handling some work matters and would be back soon. Upon hearing this, Lu Qian mentioned that she knew Grandfather Quan had arrived. He advocated for the wedding to be as luxurious as possible, choosing the most expensive items to create a lively atmosphere. Quan's father immediately objected. He believed that excessive pursuit of luxury might make the wedding all show and no substance. Quan's mother also stated that young people nowadays prefer weddings with unique themes. The Quan family began discussing what theme to choose. At this time, Lu Qian didn't participate in the discussion. Instead, she focused on observing Quan Yuqian's photo on the wall, pondering whether this wedding was really necessary. She thought that once the contract was fulfilled, all of this would be irrelevant to her. So, she decided to leave the room. Grandmother Quan asked where she was going. Lu Qian replied that she felt a bit carsick on the way and wanted to get some fresh air. Grandmother Quan suggested she take a walk in the backyard, as it would soon be dinner time. In the backyard, Lu Qian saw the lush greenery and couldn't help but admire the well-maintained garden. She heard someone talking and followed the sound. When she saw Quan Yuqian, she was shocked because Lian Zi was grabbing Quan Yuqian's collar, desperately begging him not to marry Lu Qian. In the Quan family garden, Lu Qian hid behind the flower bushes, observing the argument between Quan Yuqian and Zi. She was contemplating whether to leave, but then thought that Quan Yuqian's true attitude might help her understand him better. Quan Yuqian and Zi stood face to face. Quan Yuqian placed one hand on Zi's shoulder, explaining that his feelings for her were only that of siblings. Even if he didn't marry Lu Qian, there could be nothing between them. Zi, with tears in her eyes and a choked voice, questioned Quan Yuqian why it had to be Lu Qian. She didn't understand, even suggesting that a fake marriage would be fine. Quan Yuqian interrupted Zi's words. He looked at her righteously, stating that Lu Qian was his only wife. There was no such thing as a fake marriage. Zi's tears fell like rain. She couldn't understand why Quan Yuqian was like this, why he always unconditionally protected Lu Qian. What was so good about Lu Qian that made Quan Yuqian invest so much? Quan Yuqian clearly stated that he had informed everyone that Lu Qian was his wife and the future mother of his children. No one was allowed to insult Lu Qian. He hoped Zi could understand this point. However, Zi lowered her head, not understanding why Quan Yuqian liked her so much. Quan Yuqian sighed and said earnestly, no matter what happened, he hoped Zi could respect Lu Qian as she respected him. Lu Qian was already his sister-in-law. At this moment, there was a cracking sound. Quan Yuqian shouted towards the flower bushes where Lu Qian was hiding. Who's there? Lu Qian quickly hid and didn't speak. Quan Yuqian thought it was his imagination. As it was getting late, Quan Yuqian called a driver to send Zi home. As they walked, he reminded Zi to be careful on the way and to report her safe arrival. Zi looked at Quan Yuqian reluctantly. Was she really going to give up her feelings of over a decade? It was uncertain whether Quan Yuqian's words were merely an excuse to reject Zi or his true thoughts. However, undeniably, Lu Qian felt a hint of joy in her heart. Quan Yuqian called out to Lu Qian, who was walking towards the house. Lu Qian pretended to be unaware. Quan Yuqian asked why she was there. Lu Qian said she felt unwell and came out for some fresh air. The night passed. The next day, while having dinner with her family, Lu Qian was tasting sausages and recalling the eavesdropping incident in the garden last night. She began to wonder if Quan Yuqian had noticed her presence. At this moment, Quan Yuqian interrupted Lu Qian's thoughts, asking how the food tasted. Lu Qian said it was fine. Quan Yuqian then took the opportunity to put a sausage on her plate. He leaned close to Lu Qian, showing a sly smile, and told her there were even better sausages waiting for her to taste. Lu Qian was surprised and gently scolded Quan Yuqian. reminding him that grandmother was watching them. Grandmother Quan calmly told Quan Yuchen not to bully Lu Qian. Lu Qian put the bowl to her mouth. Grandmother Quan's expression clearly showed she had heard. Lu Qian suddenly widened her eyes and turned her head to retch. Quan Yuchen, looking at the uncomfortable Lu Qian, asked if it was because she caught a cold last night, causing stomach discomfort. He handed her a cup of hot water to drink. Grandmother Quan reminded Lu Qian to take care of her health, as they needed to prepare for the wedding soon. Lu Qian said she would be careful. Grandmother Quan mistakenly thought Lu Qian's retching earlier was a sign of good news to come. Lu Qian was surprised, wondering if she was pregnant. In the Quan family mansion, Quan Yuchen and Lu Qian had just returned home. Quan Yuchen instructed Sister Zhou to prepare a light dinner, as Lu Qian's stomach was uncomfortable. As Lu Qian noticed a large jar of preserved plum snacks on the table nearby, she felt a bit of craving. So she walked to the table and picked up a bag to start eating. After eating for a while, she had already consumed several bags and was still continuing to eat. At the same time, Lu Qian was mumbling to herself, saying that the taste of these preserved plums was very good. Sister Zhou came over and was surprised to see that Lu Qian had eaten so much. She told Lu Qian that these preserved plums were quite sour. Lu Qian was confused by this. She didn't think the taste was sour at all, and she usually didn't like sour foods. She couldn't understand what was going on. Sister Zhou asked Lu Qian if it was possible that she might be pregnant. Lu Qian was shocked by Sister Zhou's words. The preserved plum in her hand fell to the ground. She recalled many TV dramas where pregnant women suddenly liked to eat sour things. Could it be that she was too? Lu Qian asked Sister Zhou what the typical signs of pregnancy were. Sister Zhou laughed and said there were many signs. Pregnant women's tastes suddenly change. They feel nauseous and can't eat anything. They also tend to be more sleepy. They used to be able to stay up late, but after getting pregnant, they can't anymore. Lu Qian wanted to drink some water to calm herself down. While getting water, she remembered what grandmother had said this morning. Could she really be pregnant? Would Quan Yuchen be unhappy if he knew? While lost in thought, Lu Qian didn't notice that the cup of hot water was already full. She reached for it and accidentally burned herself. The full cup of water also fell to the floor. Quan Yuchen heard the noise and quickly came over, opening the door to ask about Lu Qian's condition. He took Lu Qian's hand to check and found that it was burned. He immediately called for Sister Zhou to help. Lu Qian quickly said she was fine. Quan Yuchen noticed her pale complexion. Lu Qian told Quan Yuchen that she felt tired and hoped to rest early. She also said she wouldn't be joining dinner. Then she returned to her room. Lu Qian sat alone on the bed, thinking that if she was pregnant, she would be able to know Quan Yuchen's true thoughts. Quan Yuchen came out of the bathroom with his upper body bare. He approached Lu Qian and asked why she had been spacing out lately, wondering if she had something on her mind. Lu Qian, with a red face, denied it. Quan Yuchen picked her up, wanting to see if she was really thinking that way. Lu Qian shouted at Quan Yuchen to put her down, telling him not to be so rough. After putting her down, Lu Qian, with a red face, was about to go take a shower. Lu Qian turned back with a shy face and asked Quan Yuchen to be gentler with her. Quan Yuchen smiled and agreed. Afterwards, Quan Yuchen held Lu Qian's injured hand, watching her sleep. He sighed, saying that habits were truly scary. He never thought there would be a day when he would get used to having Lu Qian by his side, let alone falling in love with her. At the first central hospital, Lu Qian was alone in the lobby, looking around, not knowing what to do. At this moment, she saw a staff member and went over to ask where the ultrasound department was. Just then, Lu Wenhui walked past her from behind. She was wearing maternity clothes with a big belly. Zhang Mingwei's mother was by her side. Lu Wenhui curiously asked Lu Qian why she was at the hospital, wondering if she was sick. Then Lu Wenhui pointed at Lu Qian, telling Zhang Mingwei's mother that Lu Qian was now the Quan family's daughter-in-law. But why was she at the hospital alone? Why wasn't Quan Yuchen with her? Lu Qian smiled and said what was wrong with coming to the hospital alone. She was just here to get some medicine. Could Lu Wenhui come to this hospital, but not Lu Qian? Lu Wenhui sarcastically remarked that Lu Qian needed to take medicine if she was sick. Lu Qian responded with a grin, saying it's normal to take medicine when you're sick. What's not normal is when someone's belly grows so quickly. Lu Wenhui gritted her teeth as she looked at Lu Qian. Zhang Mingwei's mother looked at Lu Wenhui with a mixture of belief and doubt. Lu Wenhui quickly pulled Zhang Mingwei's mother away, muttering that Lu Qian was just jealous of her pregnancy. Lu Qian nervously waited for her ultrasound. After the examination, she held the ultrasound report in her hand, which stated she was 6 weeks pregnant. Lu Qian sat alone on a park bench, looking at the report in her hand, struggling with whether to tell Quan Yuchen. If Quan Yuchen knew, how would he choose? Lu Qian was very afraid. Would Quan Yuchen really follow their contract and divorce when the time came, separating them from their child? In the room, Lu Qian stood in front of the mirror wearing a black dress, imagining how her belly would grow in a few months. She sighed and curled up on the bed, not knowing what to do. She kept staring at her phone, lost in thought. Finally, she decided to find out Quan Yuchen's thoughts and picked up the phone to call him. Quan Yuchen was in a meeting when his phone suddenly rang. He saw it was Lu Qian calling. He asked the employee who was speaking to pause and answered the phone, asking Lu Qian what was wrong. Lu Qian was a bit flustered on the other end of the line. She said she had just watched a TV drama and wanted to ask Quan Yuchen a question. In the drama, the female lead discovered she was pregnant but didn't know the male lead's attitude, so she was conflicted about whether to keep the baby. She asked what he would do if he were in that situation. Hearing this question, Quan Yuchen was stunned for a moment and didn't speak. Not hearing a response, Lu Qian thought Quan Yuchen had left and called out his name. After a while, Quan Yuchen sighed and told her he had to continue the meeting. They would talk when he got home. He hung up the phone and told the employees to continue the meeting. Lu Qian curled up on the bed crying, not understanding why Quan Yuchen was unwilling to answer. But she couldn't bear to be separated from her own flesh and blood. Lu Qian decided to put away the ultrasound report for now and pretend nothing had happened. On TV, the female lead happily told the male lead that she had a surprise for him. Lu Qian was intently watching them. The male lead looked very shocked when he heard the news of the female lead's pregnancy. She heard someone approaching and turned to see that Quan Yuchen had indeed returned. Quan Yuchen's company had a troublesome issue today, so he came home late. Lu Qian had come home early because she wasn't feeling well. Quan Yuchen thought Lu Qian's stomach was hurting again. He touched her forehead to check if she had caught a cold from yesterday. Lu Qian hesitated for a moment before saying she was just a bit anemic. Hearing this, Quan Yuchen felt sorry for her and decided to have Sister Zhou make some blood-nourishing soup for Lu Qian. He turned his head and saw the bizarre plot on TV, finally understanding why Lu Qian had asked him that strange question earlier. Quan Yuchen thought the main characters arguing over a child in the TV show was too childish. He told Lu Qian to watch fewer of these meaningless dramas in the future. Lu Qian agreed with Quan Yuchen, secretly feeling relieved. However, just as Quan Yuchen wanted to engage in some intimate activities, he didn't get a response from Lu Qian. Sensing something was off with Lu Qian's mood, Quan Yuchen asked if she wasn't feeling well. Lu Qian turned and said she was on her period. Hearing this news, Quan Yuchen had to stop feeling disappointed. He could only hold Lu Qian as they rested. At least he could hug her while they slept. After saying goodnight to each other, Lu Qian leaned on Quan Yuchen's chest and couldn't help but think. If he left, would he remember the time they spent together? The next day, Quan Yuchen and Lu Qian returned to the Quan family's old house together. Grandmother had been waiting for them at the door for a long time. She missed Lu Qian very much and kept talking to her. Grandfather was at the door, directing Quan Yuchen to hang lanterns. He was very dissatisfied with how Quan Yuchen was hanging them. Quan Yuchen expressed his disagreement. He was standing on a ladder. How could he tell if the lanterns were crooked or not? Faced with Quan Yuchen's backtalk, Grandfather angrily clenched his fist. Just because he's married doesn't mean he won't get a beating. However, when Grandmother's voice was heard, Grandfather quickly withdrew his fist and explained that he was just joking. At this moment, Lu Qian looked towards Quan Yuchen on the ladder and found that he was also looking at her. She felt envious of the lifelong love between Grandfather and Grandmother. Seeing Lu Qian's expression, Grandmother's face showed a kind smile. She assured her that Lu Qian and Quan Yuchen would also be like them, walking together through the long journey of life. Lu Qian carefully considered Grandmother's words. Will we really have a future? Quan Yuchen and Lu Qian had prepared gifts and were ready to leave. Grandmother asked Lu Qian to send her regards to her father. The family said goodbye at the door. The car had already driven away, but Grandmother was still waving goodbye. Back at home, Grandmother found a handbag on the sofa. It was Lu Qian's. She picked up the ultrasound report that had fallen out, and her eyes widened instantly. Quan Yuchen, who had just arrived home, received a call from his mother. Seeing Quan Yuchen silent after hanging up the phone, Lu Qian anxiously asked if something had happened to Grandmother. However, Quan Yuchen interrupted her, questioning why she had hidden her pregnancy. Lu Qian looked at him, speechless. Quan Yuchen's face showed an expression of anger. Quan Yuchen was really angry. Lu Qian didn't know what to say and could only pretend to be clueless. Quan Yuchen, looking at Lu Qian, who still wouldn't tell the truth, excitedly grabbed her arm. Grandmother and the others have already seen the ultrasound report in the bag. Lu Qian called Quan Yuchen's name. Quan Yuchen excitedly asked why she had hidden it from him. Lu Qian wanted to speak, but didn't know what to say. She could only say she didn't want to talk to him. Quan Yuchen was furious. He felt Lu Qian was treating him like a fool. Lu Qian explained that she didn't mean to deceive him. She told Quan Yuchen tearfully. She had asked about his attitude yesterday, but he didn't answer at all. Lu Qian shouted, telling Quan Yuchen to look at his own attitude before blaming others. Quan Yuchen was confused. He wanted to know if it was because of yesterday's TV drama. Lu Qian felt very tired. She didn't want to continue talking. Her body suddenly fell towards the ground. Seeing this, Quan Yuchen quickly caught Lu Qian, who was about to faint. Quan Yuchen wanted to carry Lu Qian to rest, but she refused his help. Quan Yuchen told Lu Qian to stop being angry. Lu Qian had no strength to argue and fell asleep on the bed. Quan Yuchen stood by the bed reflecting. These past few days must have exhausted Lu Qian. He was such a fool. He didn't notice Lu Qian's unusual behavior at all. No wonder she was so hurt. In her dream, Lu Qian was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. She didn't know where Quan Yuchen was going. She reached out her hand, but couldn't grasp Quan Yuchen, who was leaving. She begged him not to leave her. Lu Qian suddenly opened her eyes while lying on the bed. She glanced at the time and realized it was already late at night. The room was empty. Lu Qian felt very disappointed. Clearly, she didn't have the right to negotiate with Quan Yuchen. Once the child is given to her, how will she handle it? Lu Qian opened the door. The strong light made it difficult for her to see clearly what was in front of her. After she adjusted, she was surprised to find Quan Yuchen standing before her in a white suit, holding flowers. Quan Yuchen's attitude was sincere as he apologized to her. Seeing this scene, Lu Qian's eyes filled with tears. Quan Yuchen admitted that he hadn't considered Lu Qian's feelings or cared about her physical condition, and had only questioned her. Lu Qian shook her head repeatedly, saying she was also responsible, but she was indeed scared. Quan Yuchen caressed Lu Qian's cheek, expressing that he understood her fear and made a solemn promise to her. Lu Qian looked at Quan Yuchen with emotion. Quan Yuchen handed her the flowers. Kneeling on one knee, he declared that from today on, he would never let her or the child suffer any grievances. He asked her to believe him, that he would strive to become a reliable support for them. Lu Qian was overwhelmed with emotion. Whether his words were true or false, at this moment she chose to believe him. Although she was still uncertain about the future, she hoped they could cherish this beautiful moment together. They embraced tightly. From a distance, this scene looked as beautiful as a painting. At this moment, Lu Qian wished so much that she and Quan Yuchen could stay happy like this forever. A month later, like every girl, Lu Qian had imagined countless times what kind of wedding she would have. On this highly anticipated wedding day that everyone had been looking forward to, Lu Haiping and Lu Qian arrived hand in hand at the wedding venue. At the end of the red carpet, Quan Yuchen was already waiting for his bride. In a warm atmosphere, Lu Haiping held Lu Qian's hand, slowly walking towards Quan Yuchen. Quan Yuchen finally welcomed his bride. They gazed at each other lovingly. Lu Haiping solemnly placed Lu Qian's hand into Quan Yuchen's. He earnestly advised him to treat her well for a lifetime and not to let her down. Quan Yuchen held Lu Qian's hand tightly, promising Lu Haiping that he would not disappoint him. As the ceremony was about to begin, Lu Qian opened her eyes wide. This was the first time she heard Quan Yuchen formally call her his wife. Lu Qian quickly nodded in response. Quan Yuchen and Lu Qian stood before the priest. The priest called Quan Yuchen's name, and Quan Yuchen listened attentively to the priest's vows. The priest asked Quan Yuchen if he was willing to take Lu Qian as his wife. Quan Yuchen answered firmly that he was willing. The priest similarly asked Lu Qian if she was willing to marry Quan Yuchen. Lu Qian opened her eyes wide without saying a word. Although she had been looking forward to this moment, her heart was now filled with doubts and confusion. Quan Yuchen took Lu Qian's hand, telling her not to be afraid and encouraging her to believe in them. Lu Qian was not just the mother of his child, but also his wife. They were a family and would never be apart. Lu Qian asked if he was serious, and Quan Yuchen answered very affirmatively. Lu Qian stood still, looking at Quan Yuchen's serious expression. Quan Yuchen continued, saying that this wedding had no transactions or benefits. It was only because this solemn place witnessed their wedding and also witnessed his promise to her. Quan Yuchen's heartfelt words moved all the guests. Then he took out the ring and knelt on one knee to propose to Lu Qian. He hoped Lu Qian would entrust her future to him, allowing him to protect her from wind and rain. He wanted to know if Lu Qian was willing to spend the rest of her life with him. Lu Qian was moved to tears and immediately agreed. Then she loudly answered Quan Yuchen that she was willing. Quan Yuchen put the ring on Lu Qian's finger. They gazed at each other lovingly. Lu Qian hoped that in this gamble of love, Quan Yuchen wouldn't let her lose. After exchanging rings, the groom could kiss the bride. Quan Yuchen gently lifted Lu Qian's veil. She looked especially beautiful today. Quan Yuchen's eyes were only on Lu Qian. He asked if she was ready, and Lu Qian responded enthusiastically. Friends and family were all happy for them. Then, the groom Mr. Quan lovingly kissed the bride Mrs. Quan. At the wedding reception, many friends and relatives congratulated the newlyweds. Lu Qian remarked on the numerous guests at the reception. Quan Yuchen thoughtfully told her that they only had one last table to toast before they could finish. Lu Qian said she wasn't tired and urged Quan Yuchen to quickly go and make the toast. Gong Hao and Li Jingchen waited patiently on the side, finally welcoming the Lu Qian couple. Quan Yuchen enthusiastically introduced his two childhood friends to Lu Qian. The two brothers appeared very clever and greeted Lu Qian. Gong Hao warmly embraced Quan Yuchen and said they must drink until they couldn't anymore today. Li Jingchen explained to Lu Qian that he and Gong Hao were genuinely happy for Quan Yuchen and hoped Lu Qian wouldn't mind. Watching Quan Yuchen and Gong Hao play around, Lu Qian remarked on how close their relationship was. Quan Yuchen suddenly remembered it was his wedding and felt it was embarrassing to be so rowdy. So he gently discussed with Lu Qian, saying he wanted to drink with him and asked if she could go back to rest first. Gong Hao and Li Jingchen watched them being affectionate and felt incredibly envious. Lu Qian agreed to Quan Yuchen's request and said goodbye to everyone. Gong Hao smirked and promised they absolutely wouldn't affect Quan Yuchen's wedding night. Lu Qian was so embarrassed her toes could grip the ground. Quan Yuchen's face turned red with shame. Late at night, Quan Yuchen finally returned home. Lu Qian thoughtfully took care of the drunk Quan Yuchen. Unexpectedly, Quan Yuchen was in an especially good mood today. From now on, he and Quan Yuchen were officially husband and wife. Lu Qian blushed a little at the thought of calling him husband from now on. She shyly said husband. She didn't expect it to come out so easily. Unfortunately, Quan Yuchen had already fallen asleep and didn't hear it. Lu Qian was particularly playful in front of Quan Yuchen, constantly calling him husband. She even took the opportunity to kiss him. Watching Quan Yuchen sleep peacefully after drinking, Lu Qian smiled secretly, preparing to rest well tonight. Unexpectedly, Quan Yuchen suddenly hugged Lu Qian, not letting her go. He said just one kiss wasn't enough. Lu Qian was very surprised. When did Quan Yuchen wake up? Quan Yuchen quietly told Lu Qian that he woke up the moment she first called him husband. This was the first time Lu Qian called him that, and he didn't want to miss this moment. Quan Yuchen made an intimate invitation to Lu Qian. His large hand cupped Lu Qian's small face. Then he gently kissed her. Quan Yuchen was now overwhelmed with desire. But Lu Qian suddenly remembered she was pregnant, so she immediately refused him. Quan Yuchen stopped his actions. He expressed his disappointment. Tonight was their wedding night, and Lu Qian's behavior was truly cruel. Lu Qian looked at the already drunk Quan Yuchen. She suddenly realized Quan Yuchen was acting coy. Lu Qian was helpless against Quan Yuchen. Quan Yuchen obediently promised he would be gentle and careful. Lu Qian finally agreed. The following scene is not suitable for children. Please use your imagination. The beautiful night quickly passed. Quan Yuchen leaned against the bed, quietly admiring Lu Qian's sleeping face. In a daze, Lu Qian opened her eyes. Quan Yuchen told Lu Qian to sleep a bit more, as it was still early. With a mysterious look, he told Lu Qian to look forward to his performance. In the kitchen, Quan Yuchen put on an apron. He decided to start with eggs. Frying an egg for breakfast. How could it possibly be difficult for him? Half an hour later, the kitchen that was clean earlier was now filled with thick smoke. Quan Yuchen covered his nose, coughing nonstop in the smoke. In his urgency, he came up with a clever idea. Of course, it was to order takeout. Lu Qian, who had taken a nap, felt refreshed. She was surprised to see the delicious food on the dining table. Quan Yuchen called Lu Qian to come quickly for breakfast. Lu Qian couldn't believe it. This whole table was actually made by Quan Yuchen. Quan Yuchen nervously pushed the takeout bag into the trash can and pressed it down hard. Lu Qian kept praising Quan Yuchen's cooking skills. But why hadn't Quan Yuchen gone to the company? Because Lu Qian was pregnant. Quan Yuchen wanted to stay home with her for a few days. Lu Qian pondered upon hearing this. Quan Yuchen thought Lu Qian didn't want him to stay. Lu Qian told Quan Yuchen she was just too happy that he was so thoughtful. Lu Qian suddenly widened her eyes. Quan Yuchen thought something was wrong with Lu Qian. Lu Qian responded that she just felt the baby move a little. But isn't it said that fetal movement starts around 4 months? Quan Yuchen immediately leaned close to Lu Qian's belly. He told the little one not to bully mommy. Lu Qian smiled, saying the child was still so small. How could it understand? Lu Qian wanted to know if Quan Yuchen preferred a boy or a girl. Quan Yuchen placed his large hand on Lu Qian's small hand. As long as it's our baby, I'll love it whether it's a boy or a girl. Actually, regardless of boy or girl, as long as the baby grows up healthy and we can be happy together as a family, that's happiness. On TV, a reporter was broadcasting about Quan Yuchen and Lu Qian's wedding. Lu Wenhui, also watching the TV, was filled with resentment. The three women were at the dining table, discussing Lu Wenhui's fake pregnancy. Zhou Fangfang told Lu Wenhui that in a few months, the truth would be revealed. Lu Wenhui angrily complained that Zhang Mingwei was useless. They had been together for so long, yet she still hadn't gotten pregnant. Lu Wenhui threw the pillow she used to fake her pregnancy onto the floor. She cried out in frustration. Zhang Mingwei now refused to touch her. The truth would definitely come out when it was time to give birth. Zhang Chunxiu calmly suggested that they could just find a random child to substitute when it was time to give birth. Lu Wenhui silently pondered, thinking this was indeed a solution. Her gaze turned to Lu Qian on the TV. She set her sights on Lu Qian's belly. Lu Qian sat on the sofa, watching anime on her iPad. The intimate scenes in the anime made Lu Qian very shy. Seeing Lu Qian cooped up at home every day, Quan Yuchen decided to take her out for some fun. Lu Qian happily asked where they were going. Quan Yuchen kept it a mystery and didn't tell Lu Qian. In the VIP cinema, Quan Yuchen and Lu Qian arrived early. Sitting in her seat, Lu Qian was a bit confused. She couldn't believe Quan Yuchen would bring her to watch a romantic movie. Quan Yuchen returned with cola and popcorn. On their first date, Quan Yuchen was particularly shy. The two sat quietly, waiting for the movie to start. Lu Qian voiced her doubts. Quan Yuchen said he wanted to make up for the romantic times they missed. Lu Qian teased that Quan Yuchen was quite romantic. Lu Qian watched with great interest, while Quan Yuchen was dozing off. A couple behind them was embracing each other intimately. Quan Yuchen quickly coughed twice to remind them to mind their surroundings. But then he became envious, looking at Lu Qian, who was fully focused on the movie. Quan Yuchen reached out to touch Lu Qian's thigh. Lu Qian immediately scolded Quan Yuchen to be mindful. They were in a cinema. Quan Yuchen picked up a piece of popcorn that had fallen on Lu Qian's thigh. He showed it to Lu Qian. Then he ate the popcorn. A moment later, he noticed a piece of popcorn on Lu Qian's face. He leaned in and ate it with his mouth. Lu Qian shyly scolded Quan Yuchen, telling him to get his own popcorn if he wanted to eat and not disturb her watching the movie. Quan Yuchen pouted, saying he didn't want to watch. He extended his hand, with distinct knuckles, and gently placed it on Lu Qian's cheek. "You're all I see," he said. Quan Yuchen finally kissed Lu Qian. At that moment, the couple on the big screen was also kissing. In the distance, a couple was standing at the entrance of the Quan family home, saying goodbye to those inside. It turned out to be Quan Yuchen's uncle and aunt. At this time, Quan Yuchen returned with Lu Qian. They looked at each other, and the aunt scrutinized Lu Qian. "So this is the woman Quan Yuchen chose after all that selection? She's nothing special." Quan Yuchen's face looked very unpleasant. As the four of them passed by each other, the aunt began to scold Quan Yuchen for being heartless. "You're just getting married and having children like this. Have you thought about Zheng, who's still abroad? Quan Yuchen ignored his aunt and led Lu Qian towards the house. Lu Qian, hearing Quan Zhen's name, looked at Quan Yuchen and noticed his expression at that moment. Back in the room, Lu Qian still asked about what the aunt had said. Quan Yuchen, who was getting dressed, paused and refused to answer. Lu Qian widened her eyes in disbelief. Quan Yuchen, you're still treating me like an outsider. Seeing Quan Yuchen's fierce look, Lu Qian angrily burrowed into the blanket. Quan Yuchen quickly explained that he wasn't being fierce at all. Lu Qian refused to communicate and turned over, wrapping herself more tightly in the blanket. Quan Yuchen came forward and earnestly explained that he really wasn't being fierce to Lu Qian. Lu Qian in the blanket said she wouldn't listen to nonsense, and couldn't be bothered with him. Quan Yuchen, looking at Lu Qian still throwing a childish tantrum in the blanket, felt helpless. Lu Qian felt a lightness on her body. Quan Yuchen had suddenly pulled off the blanket and crawled in. Quan Yuchen propped himself up over Lu Qian, wanting her to give him a chance to explain. Lu Qian listened blankly as Quan Yuchen explained. Quan Yuchen didn't tell Lu Qian anything. It was to protect her. He hoped Lu Qian would focus on herself and the baby. After explaining, he even gave Lu Qian a kiss. Lu Qian felt that Quan Yuchen was just beating around the bush. In Lu Qian's office building, Lu Qian sat in the office eating snacks, obediently waiting for her father to come. A conversation outside the office caught Lu Qian's attention. It was gossip about Quan Shi wanting to acquire Lu's company. Lu Qian leaned against the glass, hearing bits and pieces. She complained that Quan Yuchen hadn't mentioned such a big matter to her. Just then, Quan Yuchen and her father arrived. Quan Yuchen suggested starting the meeting now. Lu Qian agreed. The three of them discussed the company's development for this year. Lu Qian couldn't focus at all. She only wanted to know if Quan Yuchen's plan to acquire the company was true. Quan Yuchen responded to Lu Qian that it was just a proposal, still under discussion. But Quan Yuchen personally believed it was the best option. There were too many benefits to the company being acquired by Quan Shi. Quan Yuchen felt he was doing it all for the company's good. Hearing this, Lu Qian gritted her teeth in anger. You just want to make Lu's company your private property. Quan Yuchen patiently explained that he just wanted to help Lu's company stand up again. Moreover, as a shareholder, he had an obligation to help the company develop better. Lu Qian stood there stunned, feeling disgusted by Quan Yuchen's cold businessman demeanor. Perhaps this was the real Quan Yuchen. Lu Haiping put his arm around Lu Qian, gently comforting her. He hoped Lu Qian wouldn't overthink it. Yuchen was also doing it for the company's good. After all, the company would eventually be handed over to her. There was no need to distinguish so clearly within the family. Lu Qian looked at her father with tears in her eyes and burst into loud sobs in his embrace. Lu Qian complained to her father. Quan Yuchen was really bad. Lu Haiping also didn't want Quan Yuchen to lecture Qianqian like a subordinate. Quan Yuchen quickly apologized, promising to be more mindful in the future. Lu Haiying told Quan Yuchen to learn from him. In the past, when he argued with Lu Qian's mother, he always apologized first. Lu Qian thought her father was great. Quan Yuchen felt that Lu Haiping was an old fox, making him lose face in front of Lu Qian again. Lu Qian, still angry, walked alone on the street. Quan Yuchen in the car behind told the driver to follow Lu Qian slowly. But there was a pedestrian street ahead, so they couldn't follow anymore. So the driver sped up and left, blowing wind in Lu Qian's face. Lu Qian recognized Quan Yuchen's car. Quan Yuchen didn't even come to comfort her. Lu Qian got angrier. Just then, a stranger next to her suddenly handed her a rose, telling her not to be angry. In the distance, a group of strangers were lining up, waiting to give her roses. Lu Qian, holding a large bunch of roses, couldn't figure out what was going on. Coming to her senses, Lu Qian realized it must be Quan Yuchen's idea. She just didn't know where he was. A Qianqian interrupted Lu Qian's thoughts. Looking at the mascot holding balloons in front of her, Lu Qian wondered if it could be Quan Yuchen. Suddenly, the mascot started dancing. Lu Qian became more certain it was Quan Yuchen. The mascot knelt on one knee and offered Lu Qian the balloons. Qianqian, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Looking at the cute and honest mascot, Lu Qian felt warmth in her heart. She quickly removed the mascot head, revealing a sweaty Quan Yuchen. Lu Qian had obviously calmed down. Quan Yuchen pitifully called out, "Wife." Lu Qian bent down and kissed him directly. Quan Yuchen stood there stunned, all the balloons in his hand flying towards the sky. In the coffee shop, Lu Qian's best friend Yi Hailon couldn't believe Lu Qian was already over 5 months pregnant. Lu Qian quickly told Yi Hailon to lower her voice in public. Yi Hailon then realized her reaction might have been a bit exaggerated. Yi Hailon wanted to know about Lu Qian's married life, if Zhang Mingwei treated her well. Lu Qian awkwardly replied that she didn't marry Zhang Mingwei. They had separated long ago. Lu Qian told Yi Hailon her husband was Quan Yuchen, and also told her everything that had happened in these past few months. After hearing all this, Yi Hailon felt very sorry for Lu Qian's experience, but was glad she found her place. Yi Hailon earnestly advised Lu Qian, "Rich second-generation guys all have 2 faces. Qian, you must be careful." Lu Qian assured Yi Hailon she wouldn't be fooled. In the Quan family mansion, Lu Qian happily called Quan Yuchen to come see the baby item she bought, marveling at how the imported baby bottle could automatically measure temperature. Quan Yuchen calculated the time, thinking it was about right to start preparing things for the baby. He also felt that baby items nowadays were very advanced. Seeing Lu Qian busy nonstop, Quan Yuchen thought she was working too hard and planned to acquire a mother and baby brand. Lu Qian thought Quan Yuchen was making too big a deal of it, but Quan Yuchen believed he must give them the best. Lu Qian firmly forbade Quan Yuchen from spending money recklessly. Quan Yuchen kissed Lu Qian, saying he would listen to his wife. Lu Qian remembered what happened today and chatted with Quan Yuchen about meeting a long-lost classmate. Quan Yuchen quickly asked if it was a male or female classmate. Lu Qian explained it was a female classmate named Yi Hailon. Quan Yuchen felt the name Yi Hailon was very familiar. Lu Qian thought that Quan Yuchen was the one who had dumped Yi Hailon. Quan Yuchen hurriedly explained, telling Lu Qian not to guess wildly. Yi Hailon was Gong Hao's ex-girlfriend. He had mysteriously disappeared during their passionate relationship. Lu Qian realized she had overthought it and looked embarrassed. Quan Yuchen patted his chest, saying he was a good man. Although misunderstood by his wife as a good husband, he had prepared a gift for her. Led by Quan Yuchen, Lu Qian arrived at a sales office, looking confused. Quan Yuchen suggested meeting an old friend first. Gong Hao was very surprised to see the Quan couple. Quan Yuchen explained he was planning to buy a house for Lu Qian. Gong Hao told the savvy Quan Yuchen he had come to the right person. This property was newly developed by his father. The surrounding facilities were complete, and the environment was equivalent to a 3A scenic area. After asking Lu Qian's opinion, Quan Yuchen decided to buy one. Gong Hao promptly offered a 40% discount for his brother. Quan Yuchen was dissatisfied, asking why only 40% off for a good brother. Shouldn't it be given for free? Hearing this, not only Gong Hao was shocked, but also Lu Qian. Gong Hao was unhappy, asking why he should give it for free. Quan Yuchen smiled at Gong Hao, saying in exchange he could tell him something about Yi Hailon. She's back. Hearing this news, Gong Hao was stunned. He immediately called Manager Lu to attend to the Quan couple. He told Quan Yuchen to just tell Manager Lu which unit they liked. After instructing, he quickly rushed to pack his things and said goodbye to the couple. Quan Yuchen continued to choose a house with Lu Qian. Manager Lu diligently introduced the properties to the young couple. Lu Qian chose Unit 1505 on the 15th floor of Building 15. Quan Yuchen also thought it was good. He asked Lu Qian to wait obediently while he went to make a phone call. Coincidentally, Lu Wenwei brought Zhang Mingwei to look at houses here too. Lu Qian saw these 2 people and felt annoyed. Lu Wenwei also liked the houses in Building 15 and called the manager over to introduce them. Lu Wenwei casually pointed, and it happened to be Unit 1505 on the 15th floor of Building 15. The manager apologetically told Lu Wenwei that this unit had already been sold. Looking at the disappointed Lu Wenwei, Lu Qian proudly stated that this unit was sold to her. Lu Wenwei, unable to buy her desired house, started mocking Lu Qian for finding a rich man. Lu Qian replied with a smile that she didn't spend any money. It was a gift from her husband's friend. Lu Wenwei couldn't believe it was all given for free. My husband's friend is the son of this real estate company's boss. Lu Qian gloated inwardly. This is just a welcome gift for me as his sister-in-law. Seeing Lu Qian showing off, Lu Wenwei was furious. In her anger, she swatted away the cookies Lu Qian offered. Then she was about to rush forward to hit Lu Qian. But unexpectedly, she stepped on the scattered cookies on the ground. She slipped and fell, Lu Qian quickly stepped back. The manager swiftly caught and steadied Lu Qian. But Lu Wenhui fell hard on the ground. Lying on the ground, Lu Wenhui was extremely angry. To make matters worse, her fake belly had shifted. At this moment, Lu Wenhui went into overdramatic acting, telling Zhang Mingwei to quickly take her to the hospital. Lu Qian calmly watched the two leave. She heard Quan Yuchen calling. He had finished his phone call and returned. He immediately asked Lu Qian how she was, hugging her and telling her not to be afraid. Lu Qian told Quan Yuchen not to worry. She was fine. It's just that when Lu Wenhui fell earlier, her belly looked strange. In the living room, Lu Qian was looking at a unisex piece of clothing in her hands. Quan Yuchen walked over with an invitation card. It turned out to be for the 1-month celebration of Lu Wenhui and Zhang Mingwei's son, Zhang Dazhuang. Now, they didn't need to worry about Lu Wenhui anymore. Lu Qian retorted that she wasn't worried about Lu Wenhui, but about the child. She might have overthought things last time, thinking Lu Wenhui wasn't really pregnant. Quan Yuchen comforted Lu Qian, telling her not to think too much. He was quite envious of them. Lu Qian couldn't help it. Their baby was only 5 months old, still early. Quan Yuchen just regretted not marrying Lu Qian earlier. Otherwise, it would have been them attending their 1-month celebration. As emotions deepened, the couple kissed again. Quan Yuchen was reluctant to stop, but had to leave. He had another client to meet. He told Lu Qian and the baby to wait obediently at home for his return. Lu Qian smiled, telling Quan Yuchen to be careful on the road and that she would be good. On the sofa, Lu Qian was seriously reading a parenting guide. The housekeeper came to inform her that a guest had arrived. Lu Qian went downstairs to greet the guest. Lu Qian's eyes widened. The visitor was the aunt from the other day. While peeling an apple, Lu Qian told the aunt that Quan Yuchen wasn't home. However, the aunt was here to see Lu Qian. She asked if Quan Yuchen had mentioned anything about her daughter. Lu Qian carefully inquired who her daughter was. The aunt, looking at the nervous Lu Qian, slowly spoke. "My daughter is called Quan Zheng." Hearing this, Lu Qian's hand paused, and the apple fell to the ground. Seeing Lu Qian's bleeding hand, the aunt quickly grabbed her things and left. The aunt's daughter was Quan Yuchen's most beloved woman. Lu Qian stared blankly at her hand. Time flew by. While Lu Qian was still lost in thought, Quan Yuchen had already returned. Seeing Lu Qian looking dejected and staring at her hand, Quan Yuchen quickly asked what was wrong. Lu Qian explained it was nothing. She just cut her hand while peeling an apple. Quan Yuchen wished he could have a clone to stay by Lu Qian's side at all times. Lu Qian told Quan Yuchen that his aunt had visited today. Quan Yuchen was confused. Lu Qian said the aunt told her she had a daughter named Quan Zheng. Lu Qian seriously asked Quan Yuchen if he had any special relationship with Quan Zheng. Quan Yuchen's eyes tightened. He said not to worry about it. They were just ordinary relatives. Lu Qian said she understood. But in her heart, she knew Quan Zheng was her love rival. Lu Qian had no idea how to deal with this rival she had never met. In the bathroom, Lu Qian changed into her pajamas, preparing to take a relaxing bath. Quan Yuchen stopped Lu Qian just as she was about to close the door. Lu Qian was very surprised, not knowing what Quan Yuchen wanted. Quan Yuchen didn't understand why Lu Qian was so surprised. She wasn't even calling him husband anymore. Quan Yuchen smiled and said that since Lu Qian's finger was injured, he would help her bathe. Lu Qian felt that such a small injury wasn't a problem at all. She directly refused. Quan Yuchen was worried about Lu Qian's big belly. What if she accidentally slipped? Lu Qian couldn't argue with Quan Yuchen. She had to agree. But Quan Yuchen immediately started to take off his clothes. Lu Qian quickly stopped him. Quan Yuchen said how could he help her bathe without taking off his clothes? Lu Qian instantly understood Quan Yuchen's little scheme. She repeatedly refused. Unfortunately, it had already come to this point. Stopping now was certainly not an option. The two of them soaked in the bathtub together. Lu Qian felt that Quan Yuchen was just a big bad guy, always taking advantage of her. Quan Yuchen looked at the pouting Lu Qian, preparing to help her bathe. Seeing Quan Yuchen's hand reaching out, Lu Qian shyly said she could wash you herself. Quan Yuchen told Lu Qian not to move around. "I'll wash you cleaner." Quan Yuchen moved a bit closer. "Wife, you need to cooperate with me obediently." Quan Yuchen had a look of enjoyment. Looking at the shy Lu Qian, he extended his well-defined hand and started to help Lu Qian bathe. Just then, Both of them looked shocked. Quan Yuchen raised both hands. Was that the baby kicking just now? Lu Qian smiled. It seems the baby also thinks daddy is unreliable and is kicking the belly in protest. Quan Yuchen was unhappy. The little one was already siding with mommy so quickly. Quan Yuchen thought it must be because Lu Qian's voice was too loud. Quan Yuchen was already looking forward to their future life as a family of 3. Lu Qian turned to look at Quan Yuchen. Quan Yuchen promised Lu Qian, "We will definitely be the happiest family in this world." Quan Yuchen couldn't help but want to kiss Lu Qian again. The baby in the belly kicked in protest. Quan Yuchen thought it must be because they had been soaking for too long. Quan Yuchen and Lu Qian held hands tightly. "I will protect you both forever." Thinking of the baby in her belly, Lu Qian secretly decided she would never let anyone destroy her family. Time quickly came to the 1-month celebration of Lu Wenwei's son, Zhang Dazhuang. That day, Quan Yuchen and Lu Qian attended on time. Quan Yuchen reminded Lu Qian that there were many people here. Don't wander around. You want to get her something to drink. Lu Qian obediently stayed in place. Lu Wenwei approached with ill intentions. Lu Qian congratulated Lu Wenwei for giving the Zhang family a son. Lu Wenwei proudly showed off her hand full of jewelry. She sarcastically thanked Lu Qian. If it wasn't for Lu Qian pushing her back then, she wouldn't have given birth prematurely. So her mother-in-law was especially sympathetic to her. Lu Wenwei's eyes narrowed. "Your belly looks like it's carrying a daughter." Lu Qian told Lu Wenwei that she and Quan Yuchen were true love, not for having a son, nor for rewards. Quan Yuchen also affirmed, "Even if we don't have children, as long as it's what Qian Qian wants, my whole family will give it." Qian Qian found Quan Yuchen. He told Lu Qian not to mind the nonsense that people say. Lu Qian didn't want to stay here anymore. She said she wasn't feeling well. Quan Yuchen took Lu Qian aside to rest. Watching the two leave, Lu Wenwei felt disgusted. In the restroom, seeing Lu Qian lively and active, Quan Yuchen understood. Lu Qian wasn't really feeling unwell. She just didn't want to see Lu Wenwei. Quan Yuchen felt that Lu Qian was getting bolder. She actually joked about her health. A child who tricks and lies must be punished. Lu Qian was confused. What punishment? Quan Yuchen told Lu Qian to lie down obediently on the bed. Lu Qian objected to Quan Yuchen. She wasn't tired at all. Quan Yuchen told Lu Qian to sleep for a while even if she wasn't tired. But Lu Qian really couldn't sleep. Quan Yuchen skema shuksada. Since you're not tired, let's do something meaningful. Quan Yuchen took off his shirt in just 1 second. Lu Qian helplessly refused. Quan Yuchen still said the same thing. "Don't worry, I'll be very careful." In the restroom, Zhang Dazhuang kept crying nonstop. Lu Wenwei was already annoyed from seeing Lu Qian. Now she was even more irritated. Zhou Fangfang rarely scolded her daughter, saying she should learn to be content. But Lu Wenwei felt that for such a small thing, she had to raise this wild child. It made her angry for life. Zhou Fangfang reprimanded Lu Wenwei. "Don't educate the child anymore. This is your and Zhang Mingwei's son." Lu Wenwei told Zhou Fangfang that she was just venting. She knew not to shout everywhere that this child was bought. Lu Haiping, standing outside the door, heard the mother and daughter's conversation and was shocked. The waiter saw Lu Haiping standing outside the restroom door and asked if he needed anything. Lu Wenwei inwardly cried out in alarm. Zhou Fangfang seemed to recognize Lu Haiping's voice. Lu Wenwei went to check at the door. It really was Lu Haiping. The mother and daughter discussed at the door what to do. He must have heard everything in this state. Lu Wenwei had a vicious look. There's always a way to keep him from talking. After attending the full moon celebration, Quan Yuchen and Lu Qian decided to stay overnight at Grandpa and Grandma's house. In the room, Grandpa was complaining to Grandma about those old Zhang heads showing off their great-grandson. At this time, Quan Yuchen brought Lu Qian in. Quan Yuchen asked what Grandpa and Grandma were talking about. Grandma told him not to mind Grandpa, then questioned why they came back so late. Lu Qian playfully punched Quan Yuchen's chest with her small fists, blaming him. Quan Yuchen grabbed Lu Qian's wrist. He asked softly, "What are you blaming me for?" Lu Qian shyly tried to walk away, but Quan Yuchen pulled her into his arms. He whispered in her ear, "But I just can't get enough of you, wife." Lu Qian helplessly turned back and kissed him. At this moment, the phone rang. The couple was puzzled. Who would call so late at night? Lu Qian answered the phone. The voice on the other end came through. She looked incredulous. My father had a car accident. Lu Qian stood there stunned. The phone slipped from her hand and fell to the ground. Quan Yuchen supported her with a worried look. He looked at him weakly before passing out. 5-year-old Lu Qian was happily playing with building blocks at home. Suddenly, she heard her dad coming back. She excitedly ran towards her dad's embrace. Lu Qian was very happy to be hugged by her dad. But Lu Qian felt confused. Why did Dad tell her to take good care of herself in the future? In the blink of an eye, Dad disappeared. Lu Qian froze in place, looking around for her dad's figure. Lu Qian woke up from the dream, finding herself in the hospital. She hurriedly got up, wanting to find her dad. Learning that her dad's condition was very dangerous, Lu Qian was so anxious that tears streamed down her face. Grandpa and Grandma didn't know what to say for a moment. Quan Yuchen had to speak up to comfort her. Qian, I can take you to see Dad. Lu Qian placed all her hopes on Quan Yuchen. Quan Yuchen asked her to promise that no matter what happened, she had to stay strong. Lu Qian tearfully agreed. In the morgue, the patient's resuscitation failed. Death at 1:15 a.m. The doctor's cold words were engraved in Lu Qian's heart, word by word. Looking at her dad's body, Lu Qian couldn't believe it. You are going to be a grandfather in just a few months. She excitedly threw herself on the hospital bed, begging her dad to wake up. At this moment, fresh blood suddenly flowed from her leg, dripping onto the floor. Her father's passing brought a huge shock to Lu Qian. In the hospital room, Quan Yuchen held Lu Qian's hand, full of heartache. Fortunately, the baby in Lu Qian's belly was saved. But the doctor warned that she couldn't be stimulated again. Quan Yuchen stayed by Lu Qian's bedside, silently praying. At this time, Quan's parents also came to visit the unconscious Lu Qian. Quan's father instructed Quan Yuchen to take good care of Lu Qian. Quan Yuchen nodded in agreement and asked his father to help handle Qian's father's funeral. Quan's father told Quan Yuchen not to worry. Quan Yuchen hoped his mother would be nicer to Qian in the future. Quan's mother also made a change, saying she would love Qian like her own daughter. At this moment, Lu Qian was heard murmuring Dad. Quan Yuchen quickly bent down to check on Lu Qian's condition. Seeing their son so concerned about Qian, Quan's parents quietly left without disturbing. Quan Yuchen gently stroked Lu Qian's protruding belly, talking to himself, hoping the baby could bless Lu Qian to get better soon. After saying this, Quan Yuchen lovingly kissed Lu Qian's forehead. At this moment, Lu Qian slightly frowned. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. Quan Yuchen was overjoyed, but Lu Qian found herself lying in a hospital bed. In excessive grief, she bit through her lip. Quan Yuchen saw Lu Qian hurting herself. He quickly embraced her. Lu Qian looked up at the man who loved her deeply and said, Yuchen, I'm an orphan now. Quan Yuchen pulled Lu Qian into his arms. He said, You still have us. Hearing these words, Lu Qian could no longer hold back her tears. She tightly hugged Quan Yuchen, releasing her emotional breakdown. Quan Yuchen promised Lu Qian that he would protect her and their child, and find the person responsible for Qian's father's car accident, making them pay the price. Lu Qian pulled herself together and came to her father's memorial hall. Looking at her father's black and white photo on the altar, she silently vowed she would definitely find the culprit and avenge her father. Thinking of this, Lu Qian clenched her fists. Quan Yuchen saw that Lu Qian was deep in thought. He quickly grabbed her hand. Lu Qian's furrowed brow slightly relaxed as she tried to calm her inner turmoil. Quan Yuchen put his arm around Lu Qian's shoulder and said, Don't worry. No matter how great the hardship, I will be with you through it all. Lu Qian felt a warmth surge in her heart. She looked up and met Quan Yuchen's loving gaze. Suddenly, a piercing sound came from the crowd. Oh my poor son, how could you leave like this? It was Lu's grandmother and Lu Qian's aunt. The old lady fell to her knees with a thud and began to wail loudly. Seeing the two insincere people before her, Lu Qian felt disgusted, so she walked behind them. The old lady turned her head, glimpsed Lu Qian, and began to feign concern for Qian. My dear granddaughter, you're pregnant. Don't be too sad. Then she immediately started inquiring about the distribution of assets. Lu Qian had long seen through the old lady's intentions and mocked. I was wondering why you were being so kind. So you're after the property. Hearing this, the old lady could no longer keep up the act and began to curse loudly. Lu Qian firmly told the old lady, "The house is already in my name. Dad's savings weren't much, but I can give them to you." Hearing Lu Qian's response, the old lady instantly flew into a rage. She claimed she had the right to inherit and demanded the company's shares be converted to cash for her. Lu Qian felt a wave of disgust and condemned the old lady's various evil deeds. "Now you come to divide the inheritance. Have you no shame?" Seeing that the facade had been torn down, the old lady directly demanded half the shares, or she'd see them in court. Lu Qian sneered, "Sue if you wanna." The old lady continued to curse loudly. "You bitch, you're really making me angry." At this moment, Kuan Yu-chen appeared to stop the old lady. "Haven't you made enough trouble? My wife said you can sue if you want. Don't make a scene at our family's place." With that, the man snapped his fingers to send the guests away. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of black-clad bodyguards with 8-pack abs appeared before the old lady's eyes, frightening her into retreating repeatedly. But she was still cursing and swearing. Before she could finish, the bodyguards had already dragged the two of them away. At the same time, Kuan Yu-chen also assured Lu Qian that with him around, no lawyer would dare to take on their lawsuit. Lu Qian stated that no matter what means they used, they would get nothing. Several days later, Kuan Yu-chen accompanied Lu Qian. They came to the tombstones of Lu's father and mother. Lu Qian gathered her spirits and told her parents not to worry, that she would live well from now on. Kuan Yu-chen also expressed his stance beside her. Qian was also the most precious person in his life. He would devote everything to love and care for her. The duration was forever. Hearing Kuan Yu-chen's vow, Lu Qian was touched and nestled in his arms. As night fell, Lu Qian was still worried about her father's case. At this time, Kuan Yu-chen returned home, carrying a handbag. Lu Qian looked up at her husband. "What's in your hand?" Kuan Yu-chen handed the bag to Lu Qian. "These are your father's belongings. I got them back from the police." Lu Qian lowered her eyes. "This is Dad's phone. And this keychain, Dad bought it for me on his birthday." Lu Qian's thoughts were suddenly pulled back to a long time ago. Back then, both her parents were still around. She was still a little girl immersed in happiness. Dad always kept the keychain as a treasure by his side. He didn't want to change it for so many years. He said when he saw this keychain, it was as if our family of 3 was always together. Lu Qian held the keychain tightly, tears streaming down her face. Kuan Yu-chen raised his hand. He gently wiped away the tears on Lu Qian's face. "Don't be sad. From now on, I will be the person who spoils you the most in the world." After saying this, he held Lu Qian tightly. Kuan Yu-chen continued, "I'll be your knight, protecting you forever." With that, he gave Lu Qian a domineering kiss. Lu Qian lowered her eyes to look into Kuan Yu-chen's eyes. "Thank you, Kuan Yu-chen." Encouraged by Kuan Yu-chen, Lu Qian composed herself and continued to open her father's phone, searching for clues. Suddenly, Lu Qian discovered the last call on the phone was from an unknown number. The call duration was 2 minutes. If it wasn't someone familiar, they wouldn't talk for so long. However, Kuan Yu-chen told Lu Qian that the police had already checked this number. It was a virtual network number and couldn't be traced to its source. Lu Qian fell into deep thought. Dad was about to come home. Why would he go somewhere else? Kuan Yu-chen, afraid that Lu Qian might overthink and harm her health, told Lu Qian to rest well and leave these matters to him. But Lu Qian said firmly that she definitely wouldn't collapse. Seeing Lu Qian's strong appearance, Kuan Yu-chen felt a bit relieved. He bent down to kiss her forehead, telling her to rest well. She didn't know how long she slept. Lu Qian walked out of the room yawning and found herself face to face with Hailan on the sofa. Then Hailan greeted Lu Qian enthusiastically. "You little sleepyhead, it's almost 10 o'clock and you're just getting up." Lu Qian was very surprised and complained to Hailan for not waking her up, making her wait in the living room for so long. But Hailan gossipingly said, "Of course it's because your husband cares about you and wants you to wake up naturally." Lu Qian looked around for Kuan Yu-chen. Hailan said he was in the study, not wanting to disturb her and Qian's girl time. She also teased Lu Qian in a low voice, saying she really struck gold this time. After saying that, she pulled Lu Qian's hand and sat on the sofa, telling her to rest well. Lu Qian suddenly wondered why Hailan came here. Hailan happily explained that Kuan had invited her to keep Lu Qian company for a while. She would be staying at Qian's house during this time. Lu Qian was very happy to hear this. Hailan decided to recapture the feeling of their college days during this time. They would start a journey of shopping and eating together, seeing their energetic and eager appearance. Just then, Quan Yuchin's phone rang. The person on the phone told Quan Yuchin that the last person to call Lu Qian's father was actually Lu Wenwei. Upon learning the truth, Lu Qian let out a sharp cry. It turned out that the last call her father received before the car accident was from Lu Wenwei. Quan Yuchin told Lu Qian not to panic. He had already arranged to meet Lu Wenwei at a coffee shop to get to the bottom of this. Lu Qian wanted to go with Quan Yuchin. She wanted to ask Lu Wenwei face to face what she was up to. The next moment, in the coffee shop, Lu Wenwei was already sitting obediently across from Quan Yuchin and Lu Qian. She nervously asked why the Quan Yuchin couple had called her out. Quan Yuchin took out Lu Qian's father's phone and placed it on the table. He questioned Lu Wenwei why Qian's father had an accident right after receiving her call. He asked if she had any explanation for this. Lu Wenwei was startled, but could only pretend to be relaxed and say that it had been too long ago. Who could remember so clearly? Seeing Lu Wenwei's indifferent attitude, Lu Qian was instantly enraged. She stood up and slammed the table. Quan Yuchin immediately grabbed Lu Qian's hand, telling her not to be hasty. Then the scene changed. Quan Yuchin showed the call records from the virtual software backend on the day of the accident. Lu Wenwei was shocked. How did you get this record? Quan Yuchin stated that anything he wanted to know, he naturally could find out. Seeing that the truth was exposed, Lu Wenwei could only pretend to be calm. She started drinking her coffee. Yes, I made the call. So what? Lu Qian anxiously questioned Lu Wenwei about what was said during the call and why her father had an accident right after receiving it. Lu Wenwei was still trying to defend herself, saying she had nothing to do with the accident. She just made a call. Quan Yuchin questioned why she went to the trouble of changing her phone number. Hearing this, Lu Wenwei, who was just acting arrogant, suddenly became hesitant. She admitted that she just didn't want others to know she was borrowing money from Lu Qian's father. Lu Qian didn't understand. Didn't you brag earlier that the Zhang family gave you a lot of money? Why did you need to borrow more? Lu Wenwei snorted coldly. It was only 1 million, not enough for my daily expenses. Lu Qian asked again, did my father agree to lend you money? Did you meet? Faced with a series of deadly questions, Lu Wenwei finally exploded. Enough! Your father never came to the agreed place. His death has nothing to do with me. Stop bothering me. With that, Lu Wenwei left the coffee shop without looking back. Facing Lu Wenwei's departure, Lu Qian felt there must be something fishy. But Quan Yuchin was confident and comforted Lu Qian to wait for the results. The scene changes. Lu Wenwei hurriedly called her mother out of the house, gritting her teeth and complaining that her call to her uncle had been exposed. Lu Wenwei's mother was indifferent. It's not like you killed him. What are you afraid of? Lu Wenwei could no longer hold back and revealed everything. Lu Wenwei's mother suddenly realized. She emotionally grabbed Lu Wenwei and shook her nonstop. What? That car accident was your doing? Lu Wenwei shook off her mother's hand, impatiently shouting, what are you yelling for? Do you want the whole world to know? After all, she was her own daughter. Wenwei's mother sympathetically grabbed Lu Wenwei's hand, telling her not to be afraid. If it really came to the day of going to jail, she would be willing to go to jail in place of Wenwei. Little did they know, not far away, someone had already silently recorded all of their conversation. The two who had been recorded were still in the dark. Lu Wenwei asked her mother, Grandma mentioned earlier about Yao Gao Lu Qian. How's that progressing? Wenwei's mother shook her head helplessly. The lawyer said that in Grandma's situation, she might be able to get half of the company's shares. Lu Wenwei was delighted to hear this. She instructed her mother to keep her matter absolutely secret and just focus on Grandma's lawsuit. She secretly vowed in her heart, as long as I, Lu Wenwei, am around, you, Lu Qian, will never easily become a rich man's wife. On the other side, Lu Qian was still clueless, busy looking for clues in her father's case. As she was worrying, the book in front of her was suddenly closed. Lu Qian looked up. She met Quan Yuchin's gentle gaze. Quan Yuchin reminded Lu Qian to rest appropriately. Lu Qian only cared about whether anything had been found out about Lu Wenwei. Quan Yuchin confidently stated that there was nothing he couldn't handle, but they needed police cooperation to collect evidence. Just wait patiently for 2 days, and there would be news. Although she knew Lu Wenwei wasn't a good person, Lu Qian still felt Lu Wenwei was too heartless. Quan Yuchin interrupted Lu Qian's contemplation. He said the private detective had found out some more interesting things. It seemed Lu Wenwei's son was bought. Lu Qian was shocked. What? Quan Yuchen smirked and said this matter wasn't urgent. If she wanted to know more, she should give more rewards. Lu Qian was both angry and amused. Really, you're keeping me in suspense again. Soon, it was the day of Grandma Lu's lawsuit hearing. Quan Yuchen and Lu Qian met Grandma Lu's family at the courthouse entrance. Grandma Lu showed an ugly face to Lu Qian. Don't think you can hog so much money just because you have the Quan family's protection. Quan Yuchen protectively shielded his wife, telling Grandma Lu to watch her mouth. Seeing this, Grandma Lu still clung to Lu Qian, hurling insults at her. Wenhui's mother chimed in, advising Lu Qian to give up the 30% share she held so the family wouldn't fall out. Lu Qian turned back contemptuously, her lips curling up. She uttered 3 words, "Dream on," and ignored them. In court, Grandma Lu put on a great act, crying and complaining about the hardships of raising Lu Haiping. She begged the judge to do her justice. Lu Qian calmly stood up and explained to the judge. The plaintiff's claim about hoarding the inheritance was completely groundless. She then handed the judge an electronic share transfer document for Lu Corporation. It clearly stated that half a month before her father's death, he had already transferred all the shares he held to her. Grandma Lu angrily shouted, "Impossible! It must be fake." Lu Qian continued to provoke Grandma Lu, stating that she had changed her mind and now demanded that the deposits be split equally between both parties. After a while, the judge announced that according to relevant laws and regulations, all of the plaintiff's claims were dismissed. Grandma Lu faced the consequences of her actions and was completely dumbfounded. After leaving the court, she went crazy and rushed towards Lu Qian, wanting to fight to the bitter end. Quan Yuchen reacted quickly, hurriedly shielding Lu Qian tightly. At the critical moment, Grandma Lu's hand suddenly stopped. It turned out that Quan Yuchen's personal bodyguard had already firmly grabbed Grandma Lu's clothes. Then, without waiting for her to react, he threw her to the ground. Grandma Lu fell hard on the ground and started wailing. She lamented the unfairness of fate, wondering why she had raised such an ungrateful child, and that Lu Qian would face retribution. Lu Qian, however, said that she was originally going to give Grandma Lu 1 million yuan for her retirement, but Grandma Lu was not satisfied. Since that's the case, she shouldn't blame her for being heartless. After saying this, she left the tantrum-throwing Grandma Lu behind, and Quan Yuchen escorted Lu Qian away. Back home, hearing about Lu Qian's heroic deeds in court, Hailan kept giving Lu Qian admiring looks. It was so satisfying. Lu Qian firmly stated that she would definitely protect her father's property well. At this moment, Quan Yuchen suddenly came in, interrupting the conversation. Seeing Lu Qian's happy face, Quan Yuchen teasingly said to Lu Qian, "These cookies are really sweet, but they can't compare to your taste at all." Hearing these words, Hailan couldn't help but exclaim with a gossipy face, "Your love is so sweet." Lu Qian pretended to be disgusted and pushed Quan Yuchen away. Quan Yuchen cleared his throat and became serious. He opened his computer and pulled up a video. In the video, Grandma Lu was holding a child in the hospital, looking hurried. Lu Qian asked confusedly what this was about. Quan Yuchen reminded her, "Remember I mentioned before that Lu Wenhui's son was fake?" Lu Qian was puzzled. Lu Wenhui wasn't pregnant. But she did see Lu Wenhui fall, and Zhang Mingwei personally took her to the hospital. How would there be time to switch babies? Smelling gossip, Hailan on the side was also drawn over. Then Quan Yuchen pointed at the computer and explained the situation to Lu Qian and Hailan. It turned out that day was sudden, and only Zhang Mingwei from the Zhang family was at the hospital. Lu Wenhui had already bribed the doctors and nurses to secretly bring the bought child into the delivery room, pretending it was the child Lu Wenhui gave birth to. Lu Qian and Hailan suddenly realized and were also shocked by Lu Wenhui's actions, signed that the upper-class circle was really chaotic. Quan Yuchen continued, saying that now the child's birth mother regretted it and was looking everywhere for the Lu family to get the child back. If they told them this news, there would surely be a good show to watch. Then he turned to look at his wife Lu Qian, saying the decision whether to tell them about this was entirely up to her. Lu Qian had long wanted to teach Lu Wenhui a lesson. How could she miss this good opportunity? Quan Yuchen understood and promised Lu Qian he would send someone to do it right away and record this touching scene to make Lu Qian feel better. The two of them laughed deviously on the sofa. Faced with such a cunning pair, Hylon couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. In the evening, Kwon Yu-chin received a call from his subordinate, informing him that Kwon Jung was attempting suicide. Kwon Yu-chin didn't take it seriously. If he really wanted to commit suicide, how would anyone find out? Just as he was about to hang up, the other person said something. Kwon Yu-chin reluctantly agreed to handle it, but only this once. Just as he hung up the phone, Lu Qian suddenly appeared, hugging Kwon Yu-chin from behind. Kwon Yu-chin came back to his senses. Lu Qian said she couldn't sleep without her husband by her side. Kwon Yu-chin looked at Lu Qian with an intriguing expression. He picked Lu Qian up in one swift motion, teasingly asking her about his arm strength. Lu Qian answered, 100 points, then pressed her lips firmly against Kwon Yu-chin's. In their intimate moment, Kwon Yu-chin gently laid Lu Qian on the bed. He expressed his love to Lu Qian, but mentioned that there were some issues with the company in America. He had booked a flight and needed to leave soon. Lu Qian worriedly asked if everything was all right. Kwon Yu-chin stroked Lu Qian's hair, reassuring her. It wouldn't take 3 days. He could be back as soon as tomorrow night. Moments later, Kwon Yu-chin had packed and was leaving the house. Lu Qian reluctantly watched Kwon Yu-chin's retreating figure, hoping he would return soon. On the other side, Kwon Yu-chin began to feel guilty. He had lied to Lu Qian, but there were some things he had to resolve. The next day, the police came to inform Lu Qian that her father's case had been classified as a premeditated murder. Soon, Lu Qian and Hylon arrived at the police station together, waiting for the police to bring out the culprit. The door opened, and Lu Qian's eyes met Lu Wenhui's gaze. She angrily stood up. Lu Wenhui, it was really you? Lu Wenhui gave a challenging look and snorted coldly. Seeing her contemptuous expression, Lu Qian suddenly became emotional and angrily questioned why she killed her father. Lu Wenhui answered, it's your dad's fault. He heard that my child wasn't biological. I was going to call him to beg him not to tell anyone. Who knew he not only refused but also lectured me on the phone. She slammed her hands on the table, getting more agitated. Who does he think he is? In this world, only the dead can truly keep their mouths shut. Hearing this, Lu Qian suddenly slapped Lu Wenhui hard across the face. You lunatic! Lu Wenhui, unrepentant, continued to twist the knife. I didn't initially plan to kill him. I secretly followed him in my car. But the more I watched, the angrier I got. Thinking of you made me even angrier. You unwanted bastard. Why do you get to live better than me? Lu Qian was shaken by Lu Wenhui's shocking words, trembling with anger. She showed no signs of stopping, grabbing Lu Qian's collar and continuing to provoke her. You know what? With just a light press on the gas pedal, he was dead. Lu Qian used all her strength to push Lu Wenhui aside. She warned that she would make her pay with her life. After returning home, Lu Qian immediately called Lawyer Tang, stating that for this case, she didn't want to see Lu Wenhui walk out alive. After giving instructions, Lu Qian let out a long sigh. Then, with tears in her eyes, she hugged Hylon, lamenting that she couldn't protect anyone. Both her parents were killed by others. Hylon, witnessing all this, could only comfort Lu Qian with a heavy heart. Soon it was evening. Kwon Yu-chin had been gone for a day. Lu Qian sat by the window, hoping for his return. Suddenly, her phone rang. After answering, Kwon Yu-chin's steady voice came through. Qian, I heard you want to see Lu Wenhui. Are you okay? Hearing his voice, Qian felt even more aggrieved. Kwon Yu-chin comforted her, saying that the law would give them their due punishment. Lu Qian wiped her tears and asked Kwon Yu-chin when he would come home. Suddenly, a shrill female voice came from the other end of the phone. What? I don't want it. Lu Qian's heart tightened. She tentatively asked her husband, is there a woman with you? Kwon Yu-chin immediately denied it, saying something might have happened outside and he needed to check. Then he hung up the phone. Lu Qian stared at the disconnected call screen, her mind racing. Was Kwon Yu-chin telling the truth? These past few days, Lu Qian hadn't been sleeping well without Kwon Yu-chin by her side. She felt as if someone was standing in front of her in her drowsy state. Lu Qian suddenly opened her eyes to see Kwon Yu-chin's tired face. She sat up in disbelief. Kwon Yu-chin looked at her with concern, embracing her and gently kissing her forehead. Lu Qian asked if the company matters were resolved. Kwon Yu-chin assured her they were and told her not to worry. He then gently helped her lie down, saying it was still early and he would sleep with her for a while. Although Lu Qian was still puzzled about the woman's voice on the phone, she looked up and saw that Kuan Yu-chin had already fallen into a deep sleep. He must have been exhausted these past few days. Lu Qian comforted herself, thinking she should trust Kuan Yu-chin. She then gently pressed her lips against his. Afterwards, she went downstairs to prepare for her prenatal checkup. Seeing Lu Qian going alone, Kuan's mother felt uneasy and decided to accompany her to the hospital. After the examination, the doctor told them that the fetus was developing well, but warned that the pregnant woman should avoid any major emotional fluctuations, or there could be serious consequences. Kuan's mother nodded worriedly and carefully supported Lu Qian out of the examination room. Unbeknownst to them, Lu's grandmother was staring intently at Lu Qian with a fierce gaze. Taking advantage of their inattention, Lu's grandmother rushed out from a corner and pushed the weakened Lu Qian with all her might. Lu Qian's body swayed and fell heavily towards the stairs. Was this the end of everything? Kuan's mother was anxiously waiting outside the emergency room for news about Lu Qian. Kuan Yu-chin rushed in, asking his mother what had happened. Kuan's mother explained the situation to him. Lu's grandmother had deliberately pushed Lu Qian. Fortunately, a driver who was about to go up the stairs caught her at the bottom. Kuan's mother cried, blaming herself. Kuan Yu-chin comforted her, saying everything would be all right. Just then, the operating room door opened. The doctor informed them that the pregnant woman's condition had been critical, but they managed to save the baby. For safety reasons, they recommended hospitalization and bed rest. Lu Qian was wheeled out in a wheelchair, trying to appear unaffected as she looked at them. Upon seeing her, Kuan Yu-chin gently picked her up and carried her to the ward. He promised that he wouldn't let anyone harm her again. Lu Qian only hoped he wouldn't blame his mother, but Kuan Yu-chin said it was all his fault. He should have come for the checkup together. Lu Qian looked at Kuan Yu-chin with concern, comforting him that it was okay. She then asked worriedly if the matters abroad were very troublesome. Kuan Yu-chin just told her not to worry, but inwardly felt guilty. He thought he would tell her everything in a little while. As he was thinking about this, Lu Qian had already fallen asleep. He got up and tucked her in. He silently vowed that he wouldn't let those who hurt her get away with it. Walking out of the ward, Kuan Yu-chin made a phone call. He ordered his subordinates to investigate Lu's grandmother's recent activities. He wanted to make the old woman lose everything within a week. After sleeping for an unknown amount of time, Lu Qian finally opened her eyes. She found Kuan Yu-chin keeping a constant vigil by her bedside. Kuan Yu-chin asked if she slept so soundly because she hadn't been sleeping well these past few days. Lu Qian nodded, saying she was afraid to call him because he might be busy abroad. Seeing Lu Qian's adorable expression, Kuan Yu-chin realized her voice was what he had wanted to hear most these past few days. Hearing Kuan Yu-chin's confession, Lu Qian hugged him tightly. Kuan Yu-chin continued, saying no matter how far the distance, he would find a way to be close to her. Lu Qian looked at Kuan Yu-chin with emotion. Even though he was here, she still felt uneasy in her heart. After all, both the Kuan and Lu family businesses relied on him for support. How could she selfishly ask him to accompany her all the time? Thinking of this, Lu Qian woke up the dozing Kuan Yu-chin. She told him that after the baby was born, she would also learn about the company's business to help share his burden. Kuan Yu-chin was stunned at first, then laughed, saying it wasn't that simple. But Lu Qian was undeterred, reminding him that she had graduated top of her class in business. She would pick it up quickly. Then, Lu Qian softened her tone, asking if there would be any problem with a husband teaching his wife. Kuan Yu-chin found it amusing, asking if she wanted to become his apprentice. He warned her that he was very strict. With that, he leaned in for a deep kiss. Meanwhile, Lu Wenwei's mother was wailing loudly, lamenting her misfortune with both her husband and daughter in prison. Irritated by the noise, grandmother Lu stormed out, determined to find a lawyer. Grandmother Lu was perplexed as to why. After contacting over a dozen law firms, no one dared to take her son's case. She suspected the Kuan Yu-chin couple were behind this. Just as things seemed hopeless, Grandmother Lu overheard passers-by talking about a super talented lawyer who had recently arrived in the area with world-class skills. This immediately piqued her interest. She bribed the passerby to lead her to the lawyer's office. Looking at the dilapidated building, she entered with a last-ditch hope. After witnessing Grandmother Lu enter, the passerby made a call to Lawyer Liang upstairs, informing him that the person had arrived. Completely unaware of everything, Grandmother Lu was now sitting in front of Lawyer Liang. She first flatteringly praised Lawyer Liang's professional abilities, then indignantly stated her true purpose for coming. She wanted to ask the lawyer to help free her son. Hearing this, Lawyer Liang interrupted Grandmother Lu. He reluctantly expressed that the Kuan family's case would be difficult to handle. Seeing Lawyer Liang's hesitation, Grandmother Lu stated that money was not an issue. Lawyer Liang immediately replied that he could settle it for 300,000 yuan. Grandmother Lu was shocked. Although it pained her, for her son's sake, she had no choice but to pay. Thinking everything was settled, Grandmother Lu happily left the law office. As soon as the door closed, Lawyer Liang's expression darkened. It turned out that Lawyer Liang was actually Quan Yuchen's good friend pretending to be a lawyer. Although they had tricked the old lady out of 300,000 yuan, Quan Yuchen felt it wasn't nearly enough. He wanted to ensure this old woman could never recover and would be unable to come near Qianqian ever again. Believing everything was settled, Grandmother Lu excitedly returned home to share the good news with Wenhui's mother. She boasted about finding an overseas-educated lawyer who could free her son for just 300,000 yuan. However, Wenhui's mother was skeptical, worried that Grandmother Lu had been scammed. Confidently, Grandmother Lu took out the invoice Lawyer Liang had given her and showed it to Wenhui's mother. Wenhui's mother broke into a cold sweat as she looked at it. This wasn't an invoice at all, not even an official seal. "You've been scammed," she said. Grandmother Lu was shocked and immediately wanted to go confront the lawyer for an explanation. When they arrived at the law office, it was already empty. Not a single person was in sight. As the two were anxiously pondering, Wenhui's mother's phone rang. It was a call from the court. Lu Haiyang had been sentenced to 8 years in prison. Hearing this, Grandmother Lu felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Wenhui's mother blamed Grandmother Lu, saying now they had lost everything. Grandmother Lu glared with fury. She immediately started grappling with Wenhui's mother. The two hurled insults at each other, neither backing down. It was quite a scene. Upon learning that Grandmother Lu had returned to her rural hometown, Quan Yuchen was satisfied. He instructed his subordinates to ensure they never left there for the rest of their lives. Then, changing his tone, Quan Yuchen told his subordinates to arrange for Lu Haiyang and Lu Wenhui's prison life. This way, Lu Qian could be considered to have fulfilled her filial duty. Returning to the hospital room, Quan Yuchen saw Lu Qian's adorable photo on the computer. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, Lu Qian sat up in bed, full of enthusiasm. She reminded Quan Yuchen not to forget his promise to teach her about the company. Quan Yuchen smirked, saying since she was so eager, he would give her a lesson today. He then put his hand on his belt. Lu Qian's face immediately flushed red, demanding to know what Quan Yuchen was doing. Quan Yuchen continued to tease Lu Qian, saying of course he was going to teach her some knowledge. At these words, Lu Qian completely lost her composure. Seeing Lu Qian's adorable reaction, Quan Yuchen sighed, explaining that he was just loosening his belt. Lu Qian had misunderstood. Embarrassed at being teased, Lu Qian's face turned red as she fumbled for words to explain herself. "Don't you men like to tighten your belts to show off your figure?" she asked. Quan Yuchen leaned in. "So you finally admit I have a good figure. Do you like it?" Lu Qian felt her cheeks burning hotter, her heart racing from Quan Yuchen's teasing. Quan Yuchen didn't care about any of that. He gripped Lu Qian's wrist with one hand and kissed her forcefully. As Quan Yuchen and Lu Qian were entangled, suddenly Lu Qian released her lips and took a long breath towards Quan Yuchen's neck. Quan Yuchen felt his entire body stiffen. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to calm down. He told Lu Qian to stop teasing him and that they should stop here. This time, the mischievous smile shifted to Lu Qian's face. She immediately put on an innocent act and continued to tease Quan Yuchen. Quan Yuchen, who had already turned away, turned back and grabbed Lu Qian's chin. He said that after the baby was born, he would definitely teach Lu Qian a lesson. This sudden counterattack caught Lu Qian off guard. Quan Yuchen got up and went to the bathroom. Lu Qian walked to the bathroom door and eagerly asked Quan Yuchen what he was doing. From inside the bathroom came Quan Yuchen's gritted voice. "Lu Qian, I'm warning you, don't come in." Hearing this, Lu Qian burst into laughter. Just then, Uncle's wife suddenly knocked and entered. Lu Qian was startled but still maintained her politeness. Uncle's wife appeared visibly uneasy. Lu Qian seemed to sense something was off. She asked Uncle's wife if there was anything she needed help with. Uncle's wife slowly began to speak, hoping Lu Qian could help plead for someone. Before she could finish, Quan Yuchen walked out of the bathroom, interrupting Uncle's wife's words. If it's to visit Qianqian, then thank you. If it's to ask for help with something else, I'm afraid that won't be possible. Then Quan Yuqian helped Lu Qian back to bed. Seeing the situation wasn't favorable, Uncle's wife could only leave awkwardly. Quan Yuqian comforted Qianqian, saying he would see Uncle's wife out. Lu Qian verbally agreed, but felt uneasy inside. She didn't know what Quan Yuqian was hiding from her. In the hallway, Uncle's wife finally spoke her mind to Yuqian. Consider it my plea. Please help Zheng. Let him come back to the country. How can you bear to let him face everything alone abroad? At Uncle's wife's plea, Quan Yuqian abruptly shook off her hand. He told Uncle's wife to stop deluding herself. This was the last warning. Don't come disturbing his family. With that, he left, leaving Uncle's wife pleading desperately on the spot. At this moment, Hailan called out to the distressed Uncle's wife. "Aunt, what are you doing here?" On the other side, Quan Yuqian, who had just left, lit a cigarette. His thoughts, because of Uncle's wife, once again turned to Quan Zhen. As a child, Quan Zhen, being Uncle's child, was unwelcome among relatives. Seeing the unfair treatment Quan Zhen endured, Quan Yuqian decided to take on the responsibility of an older brother. He took him to his secret base to play together. Initially, everything was pure and beautiful. As they grew older, Quan Zheng gradually changed. A few days before Quan Yuqian was set to go abroad, Quan Zheng questioned Quan Yuqian why he hadn't told him about such a big matter. Quan Yuqian just felt it was his own business, and there was no need to tell others. Hearing this cold response, Quan Zheng could no longer contain his emotions. He confessed his admiration for Quan Yuqian. Quan Yuqian was shocked. He didn't understand. He only had sibling feelings for Quan Zheng. What was Quan Zheng thinking? Quan Zheng pressed on, caressing Quan Yuqian's cheek, saying he wanted to possess all of Quan Yuqian. Quan Yuqian could no longer listen to Quan Zheng's nonsense. He pushed him away. He explained that he had always seen Quan Zheng as a younger sister, and not to imagine other feelings, insulting their sibling relationship. But Quan Zheng not only didn't come to his senses, but was further driven mad by Quan Yuqian's words. Not long after Quan Yuqian left, Quan Zheng swallowed an entire bottle of sleeping pills. Quan Yuqian was terrified and had to return to the country to take care of Quan Zheng at that time. At the same time, Quan Yuqian realized that his excessive presence in Quan Zheng's life had led Quan Zheng to develop romantic feelings for him. Quan Yuqian expressed his apologies to Quan Zheng. Unexpectedly, Quan Zheng sudan liugja Quan Yuqian. From then on, to attract Quan Yuqian's attention, Quan Zheng increasingly tormented himself. At the same time, he deeply tormented Quan Yuqian. After all these years, Quan Yuqian only hoped that Quan Zheng would never appear before him again. After dispersing the cigarette smell, Quan Yuqian pretended nothing happened and returned to see Lu Qian. However, he saw Lu Qian sitting worriedly in the hospital room. It turned out that while Quan Yuqian was smoking, Hailan came to visit Lu Qian. She told Lu Qian that Quan Yuqian's aunt was actually her own aunt. Lu Qian also learned from Hailan that Quan Zheng had a mental illness due to dating a man and was now receiving treatment abroad. The more she thought about it, the more terrifying it seemed. How could Quan Yuqian and Quan Zheng be together? Facing Quan Yuqian, Lu Qian finally couldn't help but ask, "Is the Zheng that Aunt mentioned actually Quan Zheng?" Faced with Lu Qian's questioning, Quan Yuqian had a sudden inspiration. He looked at the strawberries on the table and started changing the subject. "These strawberries look great. I'll wash them for you," he said while picking them up and walking towards the door, completely ignoring Lu Qian's questions. Quan Yuqian didn't want these troublesome matters to disturb Lu Qian's mind at this time. After composing himself, Quan Yuqian appeared before Lu Qian with a smile, holding the washed strawberries. Lu Qian was still angry about what had just happened. Seeing this, Quan Yuqian calmly picked up a strawberry. He tasted it while praising how delicious it was. Lu Qian finally couldn't resist the temptation and demanded to eat too. But she also wanted Quan Yuqian to explain clearly about Quan Zheng's situation. The strawberry strategy failed. Quan Yuqian inwardly mourned. Seeing no way out, he could only pretend to be honest, saying Quan Zheng was just a cousin who was receiving treatment abroad due to illness. Lu Qian continued to ask what illness it was and why his aunt. Before she could finish, Quan Yuqian, with lightning speed, stuffed a strawberry into Lu Qian's mouth. He just wanted Lu Qian to care about him. Faced with Quan Yuqian's handsome tactics, Lu Qian had to give in, immersing herself in the sweetness Quan Yuchen provided. After Quan Zheng's mother left the hospital, her phone rang. It was Quan Zheng calling. He confidently told his mother that his condition had improved significantly and he wanted to return to the Quan family. Before his mother could finish speaking, he threw the phone into the river. He couldn't stay abroad any longer. The person he loved most was still in the country. How could he stay away? With only a week left until the due date, Lu Qian was both worried and excited. Lu Qian asked Quan Yuchen if he had chosen a name for the baby. Quan Yuchen confidently said Yi Hung, meaning the baby's life would always be smooth. Lu Qian was dissatisfied, thinking it was a boy's name. What if it's a girl? Quan Yuchen wasn't worried. If it's a girl, she'd be called Kuyu. The baby would surely inherit his excellent genes. Seeing such a narcissistic Quan Yuchen, Lu Qian was speechless. She complained, "The baby and I are so unfortunate. Dad only loves himself, not us at all." Looking at Lu Qian's pretend coquettish back, Quan Yuchen broke out in a cold sweat. Could this be the legendary prenatal depression? He then imitated Lu Qian's self-pity. "Oh baby, Daddy is so pitiful. Mommy only has eyes for you." She's starting to dislike Daddy. Lu Qian saw this business tycoon acting so dramatically and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Taking advantage of Lu Qian's happiness, Quan Yuchen swore to her, whether it's a boy or a girl, he would definitely protect both mother and child with all his might and cherish them for a lifetime. And Lu Qian wholeheartedly believed in Quan Yuchen. In the middle of the night, Lu Qian's water broke. The abdominal pain was unbearable. Quan Yuchen, anxious as could be, called for the night shift nurse, then hurriedly carried Lu Qian to the delivery room. In the delivery room, Quan Yuchen tightly held Lu Qian's hand. Lu Qian was already in excruciating pain, her whole body weak. The nurse could be heard assisting with breathing and pushing. Lu Qian's whole body was shaking. Quan Yuchen was heartbroken, wishing he could give up the child rather than have Lu Qian suffer. Hearing this, the doctor had no choice but to chase Quan Yuchen out of the delivery room. The entire Quan family anxiously waited outside the delivery room. Suddenly, the cry of a baby was heard. The nurse came out carrying the baby. The whole family gathered around. Only Quan Yuchen rushed into the delivery room to see Lu Qian. The nurse said it was a little princess. Grandfather Quan, who was smiling just a moment ago, heard it was a girl, and his face suddenly darkened. Seeing Grandfather Quan's gloomy face, Grandmother Quan said with disdain, "If you're going to favor boys over girls, you can go stand over there. I love my great-granddaughter the most." Grandfather Quan turned his back, speechless, and could only sulk on the side. At this time, Lu Qian was wheeled out of the delivery room. Accompanying her was Quan Yuchen. Lu Qian looked at the baby girl in the swaddling clothes. She couldn't help but worry about what to do with the agreement she signed with Quan Yuchen about having a son. Quan Yuchen saw through Lu Qian's concerns and tightly held her hand. He told Lu Qian that the agreement was long obsolete. Old Mr. Quan, however, was dissatisfied, thinking girls were too delicate. He still preferred grandsons. After saying this, he left the room. Grandmother Quan was also indignant, never expecting old Mr. Quan to favor boys over girls. Seeing old Mr. Quan's disappointed back, Lu Qian couldn't help but feel guilty. Quan Yuchen, however, firmly stated that he wouldn't care about the child's gender and would give all his love to Lu Qian and the child. Grandmother Quan and Quan's mother also chimed in, saying that regardless of gender, the baby was the family's treasure. Hearing this, Lu Qian's worried heart gradually settled down. A few days passed. The baby let out cries, probably hungry. Quan Yuchen, who had learned from somewhere how to prepare formula, was muttering to himself. Seeing the satisfactorily diluted formula he made, Quan Yuchen showed a gratified smile. Suddenly, Quan Yuchen's gaze fell on Lu Qian's slightly open collar. He immediately felt his body heat up. Lu Qian noticed Quan Yuchen's gaze and told him to control himself. They already had a child now, but Quan Yuchen didn't care about that. He hugged Lu Qian from behind, asserting his ownership. "You're my private territory." Saying this, he pushed Lu Qian onto the bed. He expressed that even his own daughter couldn't take away Lu Qian's love for him. The man pushed the woman onto the bed, asserting his dominance. Just as they were about to get intimate, they heard their daughter start wailing loudly nearby. Lu Qian hurriedly pushed Quan Yuchen away to comfort the child. Quan Yuchen reluctantly watched Lu Qian, feeling jealous of his daughter. Now, the entire family revolved around this little one. His own status in the family had plummeted. Seeing Quan Yuchin's pouting expression, Lu Qian turned and gave him a comforting kiss. Quan Yuchin was left wanting more, but Lu Qian urged him to quickly pack their things to go home. To celebrate the newborn's arrival, the family prepared to take a new family portrait. Among the crowd, Quan Yuchin and Lu Qian appeared especially happy. In contrast, old Mr. Quan had a stern face, looking not at all pleased. Quan Jing's mother kept her head low, repeatedly congratulating old Mr. Quan. It would have been better if she hadn't spoken. This only made old Mr. Quan more dissatisfied with his granddaughter, as if a volcano was about to erupt. At this moment, Quan Yuchin defended Lu Qian, saying that even though the Zhang family had a grandson, in the end, they were raising someone else's child. Hearing this, old Mr. Quan could only slightly restrain his temper. He urged Lu Qian to quickly have a second child with Quan Yuchin. However, he firmly stated that regardless of gender, he would love them with all his life. In this tender moment, Quan Zhen's mother timidly approached old Mrs. Quan. She hoped that on this joyous day, they could bring Quan Zhen back to the Quan family. Grandmother Quan impatiently interrupted her, telling her not to mention this matter again. She then sent Lu Qian away. She came to Quan Yuchin alone, wanting to have a good talk with him. Witnessing all this, Lu Qian seemed to realize that Quan Zhen was an unmentionable existence in this family. Left aside, Quan Jing's mother bitterly complained that all this was Quan Yuchin's fault. Why was Quan Zheng the one being punished? Hearing this, Lu Qian felt cold sweat running down her back. What mistake had Quan Yuchin made? Could it be that something had happened between them? As Lu Qian was lost in her thoughts, grandmother Quan bustled in. She called everyone to eat together. Quan Yuchin walked over to Quan Zhen's parents and tactfully explained that he had just discussed with grandmother. For the sake of Quan Zhen's condition not relapsing, they shouldn't return to the country for now. They would be given some money as compensation. Just as the aunt was about to object, she was silenced by the uncle. He immediately put on a smiling face, fully agreeing with Quan Yuchin's approach. After saying this, he pulled the aunt away from the banquet. The baby in Lu Qian's arms started crying restlessly. Seeing this situation, old Mr. Quan showed even more dissatisfaction with his granddaughter. Without a word, grandmother Quan placed the crying infant in old Mr. Quan's arms. Old Mr. Quan instantly bristled. Old Mrs. Quan, however, wasn't worried at all. Old Mr. Quan held his breath, as if he had made some kind of decision. Suddenly, he picked up the baby girl and shouted, "Crow flying airplane, steamed corn buns, for 1 yuan." Seeing her grandfather's all-out effort, the baby girl in his arms suddenly calmed down. She happily looked at the old man in front of her. Old Mr. Quan was also melted by the baby's smile. Seeing old Mr. Quan's gratified expression, Lu Qian finally felt relieved. After the banquet ended, Lu Qian had just put her daughter to sleep. She was met with Quan Yuchin's hazy gaze. Without hesitation, Quan Yuchin gave Lu Qian a deep kiss. He only let go when Lu Qian was out of breath. Seeing Lu Qian's shy appearance, Quan Yuchin felt she had become even more charming than before. Lu Qian pretended to shake off Quan Yuchin to go take a shower. Unexpectedly, Quan Yuchin grinned mischievously, saying he wanted a shower with Lu Qian. After their intimate moment in the bathroom, Quan Yuchin leisurely sat in a chair drinking red wine. However, Lu Qian's heart was still uneasy about Quan Jing's situation. She carefully asked about what she had seen and heard at the banquet. Quan Yuchin looked at Lu Qian's back, and Quan Zhen's terrifying face involuntarily appeared in his mind. Startled, he couldn't even hold his wine glass steady and dropped it straight to the floor. Lu Qian looked at Quan Yuchin with concern. Quan Yuchin, however, told her with a stern face not to ask about unnecessary things. It was for her own good. Seeing that he wasn't going to tell the truth, Lu Qian flew into a rage. To prevent the argument from escalating, Quan Yuchin made an excuse about sobering up and left the room, closing the door. Lu Qian, left inside, was shaking with anger. She lay on the bed feeling aggrieved, recalling previous comments about Quan Zhen. She increasingly felt that Quan Yuchin and Quan Zhen's relationship wasn't that simple. Quan Yuchin, who had gone out to clear his head, calmed down and felt he had been too impulsive earlier. He couldn't let Quan Zhen ruin the happiness he had worked so hard to achieve. So he made up his mind to tell Qianqian the truth about the situation. He quickly returned upstairs, but he found Lu Qian lying weakly on the bed, her cheeks burning red with fever. Kuan Yuchen called out Lu Qian's name loudly and rushed towards her. Seeing Lu Qian had a fever, Kuan Yuchen anxiously summoned his private doctor to check her condition. Fortunately, it wasn't anything serious. At this time, Kuan's mother and father also hurried over, blaming Kuan Yuchen for not taking good care of Lu Qian. Kuan's mother reminded Kuan Yuchen that if Qian still had a fever, they could only use physical methods to cool her down. Kuan Yuchen came to Lu Qian's bedside feeling guilty. Seeing she still had a fever, he remembered his mother's advice. He quickly found a wet towel and placed it on Lu Qian's forehead. Looking at her weak appearance, Kuan Yuchen muttered to himself that Quan Jun was his dark forbidden zone, which was why he was unwilling to mention Quan Jun. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Qian slowly opened her eyes. Seeing Kuan Yuchen in front of her, she angrily turned her head away, refusing to look at him. Kuan Yuchen still wanted to apply the towel for Lu Qian. Lu Qian swatted his hand away. Then she turned over, silently fuming. Seeing this, Kuan Yuchen lay down beside her, holding her tightly. He said he would tell her everything about Quan Jun. Hearing Quan Jun's name, Lu Qian reacted strongly. She resistantly covered her ears with the blanket, unwilling to listen anymore. With no other choice, the two spent the night lost in their own thoughts. Early the next morning, only Lu Qian was left in bed. Kuan Yuchen's phone on the bedside table kept ringing. Lu Qian slowly sat up. She saw an unknown number on the phone screen and thought it might be about company business. So she answered the call. A strange woman's voice came from the other end. The woman was calling Yuchen's name almost hysterically, expressing how much she had missed him lately. Lu Qian was stunned at first. Then she suddenly realized it was Quan Jun. After realizing it was Quan Jun calling, Lu Qian finally couldn't take it anymore. She loudly responded that the person answering wasn't Quan Yuchen, but his wife, Lu Qian. Hearing this, Quan Jun on the other end of the line was thunderstruck. What wife? How could it be? Clearly, Quan Yuchen loved her the most. At this moment, Quan Yuchen entered the room with prepared breakfast. He was met with Lu Qian's accusing gaze as she held up his phone. The woman on the phone was still frantically looking for Quan Yuchen. She took the phone. She quickly pressed the end call button, then immediately put on a smile. He handed over the breakfast he had made himself. Lu Qian still wasn't appreciative. Quan Yuchen had to bring up the baby, saying she should eat well for the child's sake. Lu Qian couldn't argue with that and reluctantly drank the porridge. She told him not to bother her anymore. Quan Yuchen stood dejectedly by the wall. He said softly that he just wanted to explain the situation with Quan Jun clearly. But Lu Qian said it was all too late. She didn't want to hear anymore. With that, she walked past Quan Yuchen and went downstairs without looking back. Downstairs, old Mr. Quan and Mrs. Quan were happily playing with their granddaughter. Lu Qian took the baby. Old Mr. Quan apologized awkwardly, saying their granddaughter was very cute and hoping Lu Qian wouldn't mind. Just as Lu Qian was about to respond, Quan Yuchen appeared out of nowhere and chimed in, saying that you inherited his and Lu Qian's genes, so of course she's lovable. After saying these flattering words, Quan Yuchen tried to take the baby from Lu Qian's arms. But Lu Qian turned her body, skillfully avoiding his hands. Then she explained to old Mrs. Quan that she was going to feed the baby and left. Old Mrs. Quan noticed the tension between them and scolded Quan Yuchen for not yet making up with Lu Qian. Quan Yuchen seemed to think of something and confidently told his grandmother not to worry, he would handle it. Then he walked to the window and instructed his subordinates to book the city's best top-tier restaurant for tonight. Quan Yuchen was determined to clear up all misunderstandings tonight. In the room, Lu Qian looked at the adorable baby in front of her and couldn't help feeling melancholic. After all, for her now, the child was her only family in this world. She only hoped the child would grow up safely. Suddenly, Quan Yuchen pushed open the door and came in. The baby girl in Lu Qian's arms murmured softly. Quan Yuchen used this opportunity to approach Lu Qian and picked up Yu. He happily played with the child. Lu Qian sat to the side. She realized she had never noticed how much Quan Yuchen liked children. He seemed like a competent father, but such a person always kept secrets from her. Thinking of this, Lu Qian felt there was still a barrier between her and Quan Yuchen. Quan Yuchen notisa Lu Qian zunasa. He put down the child and walked behind her, gently embracing her. This action made Lu Qian bristle. Quan Yuchen found it amusing. He lowered his head and kissed her lips. Just as Lu Qian was about to let her guard down, Quan Yuchen took out a gift he had prepared for her and told her to open it. It was an exquisitely styled dress. Seeing Lu Qian in the dress, Quan Yuchen nodded with satisfaction. He told her that arrangements for the child had been made. Tonight, he wanted to take her out for a real date night. In the evening, the two sat in the restaurant. Lu Qian was stunned by the view before her. From here, they could see the entire city's night scenery. Quan Yuchen interrupted her thoughts. Lu Qian became uncomfortable as soon as she heard Quan Zhen's name. Quan Yuchen continued, saying that Quan Zhen was a rather special member of the Quan family. When they were young, they went through some unpleasant experiences together, which left a big shadow on him. That's why he had always been reluctant to mention it. But he was willing to promise Lu Qian that he had never loved Quan Zhen. In this life, he would only be good to her and love only her. Lu Qian looked at the determined man before her and sighed. She held his hand. She believed what Quan Yuchen said. At least for now, she would try her best to believe. After dinner, Quan Yuchen and Lu Qian reconciled. They picked up their baby from the early education center. When Lu Qian wasn't paying attention, Quan Yuchen quickly kissed her cheek. The happy scene of the family of three was fully observed by a woman in the corner. While Quan Yuchen was getting the stroller, the woman rushed out from the corner and hugged him tightly from behind. Quan Yuchen turned around abruptly. It was Quan Zhen. How could she be in the country? Quan Zhen, completely ignoring Lu Qian beside them, loudly expressed how much she had missed him. Seeing Quan Zhen's intimate behavior with her husband, Lu Qian's face darkened. The atmosphere became awkwardly tense. Quan Zhen continued to add fuel to the fire, asking Yuchen who this disgusting woman was, saying it was nauseating. This comment thoroughly angered Quan Yuchen. He threw Quan Zhen to the ground and scolded her actions mercilessly. Quan Zhen felt wronged. She didn't understand why the once gentle Yuchen had become like this. Quan Yuchen said word by word, "That woman is my wife." The disheveled woman couldn't believe that the man she loved deeply could be so heartless. She still delusionally asked if he was lying to her. Quan Yuchen looked at the crazed woman, feeling speechless. Suddenly, a shout came from the doorway. "Who's making such a noise?" The three turned around. They saw a grandmother rushing over angrily. Quan Zhen seemed to have found a lifeline. She immediately ran towards grandmother, pretending to be pitiful. Unexpectedly, grandmother ignored her and turned to tell Yuchen to quickly send her abroad. Seeing all this, Quan Zhen's heart was filled with resentment. If only Lu Qian disappeared, Yuchen would be good to her again. Thinking this, Quan Zhen suddenly lunged at Lu Qian. Yuchen immediately shielded Lu Qian behind him. At this critical moment, Quan Zhen's mother appeared, just in time to stop the out-of-control Quan Zhen. But she was still obsessed. Quan Zhen's mother slapped Quan Zhen hard. This stunned everyone. A red mark gradually appeared on Quan Zhen's shocked face. She didn't understand why even her mother treated her this way. Seeing Quan Zhen's mother arrive, Quan Yuchen supported Lu Qian and turned to go inside. Seeing him leave, Quan Zhen wanted to hold him back, but was blocked at the door by grandmother. She advised Quan Zhen to wake up. Only Lu Qian was the daughter-in-law recognized by the whole family. With that, he closed the door. Quan Zhen and her mother were left outside. But Quan Zhen hadn't given up in her heart. She would definitely win back Yuchen's love. After Quan Zhen's disturbance, the newly reconciled mood between Yuchen and Lu Qian was also affected. Grandmother came to comfort Qian. Quan Zhen was considered the eldest uncle's daughter, but not his biological child. When she was young, she played with Yuchen and developed different feelings for him. So grandmother took it upon herself to send Quan Zhen abroad. Hearing this, Lu Qian looked at the silent Quan Yuchen. In her mind, she recalled the previous rumors about him and Quan Zhen. Lu Qian quickly came to her senses, putting on a smile to reassure grandmother. Grandmother took the sleeping child and left, letting Lu Qian and Yuchen talk things over. In the awkward atmosphere, Lu Qian spoke up, asking if things were as grandmother had just said. Quan Yuchen was stunned at first, then stuttered and nodded yes. Seeing his hesitation, Lu Qian didn't want to ask more. She turned to leave. Seeing this, Quan Yuchen had to reveal everything. He told her that Quan Zhen had an extreme personality and had once attempted suicide for him. To avoid incidents, he could only keep tolerating her. But his true love was only for Lu Qian. After saying this, he suddenly kissed her lips again. Quan Yuchen just wanted her to believe him. No matter what, his heart belonged only to her. Faced with Quan Yuchen's determined gaze, Lu Qian could no longer control her emotions. After going through so much, she just wanted to make him her only support in this life. The two completely resolved their misunderstandings and held each other tightly. Although Quan Yuchen repeatedly promised to love only Lu Qian in this life, Lu Qian's heart was still uneasy. After all, she had met Yuchen by chance. Their relationship started with a contract. Although they had been through a lot together, expecting him to accompany her for a lifetime might be too much to hope for. Quan Zhen's appearance made Lu Qian realize even more that her marriage wouldn't always be stable. Quan Yuchen interrupted her wild thoughts, firmly vowing again that he would always be faithful to their marriage and defend their love. Faced with Quan Yuchen's passionate declaration, Lu Qian once again fell into his sweet words. On the other side, Quan Zhen was throwing a tantrum at home. She couldn't understand why everyone was stopping her from seeing Yuchen. She was clearly the one who loved Yuchen. Seeing her crazed daughter, Quan Zhen's mother couldn't help but shed tears. In her moment of sorrow, a man patted Quan Zhen's mother on the shoulder. She looked up. It was Yuchen. No, it was Quan Zhen's brother. Nearby, Quan Zhen picked up a piece of broken glass from the floor, pointing it at herself, threatening her mother with her life to see Yuchen. Yuchen quickly snatched the glass away and comforted Quan Zhen, promising he would help her win back Yuchen's love. He would make sure she and her sister would be together forever. Hearing this, Quan Zhen's emotions finally stabilized. Quan Zhen's mother told him not to cause trouble, but Yuchen was confident. He not only wanted to fulfill his sister's wishes, but also wanted to let Quan Yuchen know that the Quan family could only belong to him. Quan Yuchen and Lu Qian brought Kuyu back to the house where they first lived. Since the baby was born, they hadn't stayed there for a long time. In the new environment, the baby was curious about everything. Quan Yuchen decided on the spot to give the baby a mansion tour. Lu Qian watched the father and daughter, feeling incredibly happy. Soon after, Kuyu got tired and fell into a deep sleep. Looking at his adorable daughter, Yuchen couldn't help but imagine what she would be like when she grew up. He wondered how many rascals would try to steal his precious daughter away. Lu Qian teased, "You, this rascal, stole me away." Quan Yuchen felt guilty at the jab. He boasted that he was 100 times better than those rascals outside, and he would definitely cherish Qianqian and their daughter. In this moment, Lu Qian only hoped that the three of them could always be together. That would be enough. Quan Yuchen teased Lu Qian about having a son in the future. Lu Qian asked, dissatisfied, "What if it's another daughter?" Quan Yuchen firmly replied that he would protect Lu Qian and their two daughters for a lifetime. In this tender moment, Kuyu in the cradle made a small sound, startling them both into not daring to speak loudly. Quan Yuchen directly gave Lu Qian a domineering princess carry, taking her towards the bedroom. After their intimate moment, Quan Yuchen propped up his chin, quietly watching the sleeping Lu Qian. He softly said, "You've worked hard, my dear wife." Then he leaned down to Lu Qian. "You are Quan Yuchen's woman." At this moment, Lu Qian slightly furrowed her brows and turned into his embrace. Quan Yuchen looked satisfied. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang. It was Quan Zhen. Quan Yuchen went to the living room to answer the call, warning Quan Zhen not to disturb his life anymore. Quan Zhen changed her usual excited tone, pitifully saying she hoped to invite him for a coffee. Quan Yuchen only felt she was incredibly troublesome and told her to give up. Hearing this, Quan Zhen was about to lose control of her emotions. Yu Chun beside her grabbed her hand, advising her to stay calm. Quan Zhen composed herself and pleaded again, saying she knew she was wrong. This time she had no ill intentions. After having coffee, she would never bother Quan Yuchen again. At the coffee shop, Quan Yuchen pushed open the door. Quan Zhen in the corner waved at him enthusiastically. She eagerly recounted bits and pieces of the past. Quan Yuchen had no interest in listening to these. He interrupted Quan Zhen, warning her not to exhaust the last of their friendship. Hearing Quan Yuchen's rejection, Quan Zhen could no longer contain herself. She angrily berated men's heartlessness. A passing waiter came to interrupt their conversation, reminding them this was a public place and to please be mindful. Quan Yuchen apologized repeatedly, took out cash to pay the bill, and was about to leave. Before leaving, Quan Yuchen stated this was the last time he would meet her. Then he walked out of the cafe without looking back. Quan Zhen stood there stunned, covering her face and crying. At this moment, Yu Chun appeared to comfort her. As long as sister learns to be patient, he would definitely make Quan Yuchen return to her side. Quan Zhen nodded obediently. "Okay, I'll listen to you from now on." Quan Yuchen couldn't sleep all night. In the morning, he couldn't resist kissing the still sleeping Lu Qian. Lu Qian suddenly woke up, but seeing it was Quan Yuchen, her her gaze softened. Just as Kwon Yu-chin was reluctant to stop, their attention was suddenly drawn to Kuyu beside them. Lu Qian picked up Kuyu and asked, "Baby, did you miss Mommy?" Kwon Yu-chin pretended to be jealous. Then he put on his clothes and kissed Lu Qian. "As a father, I have to go work hard to support you both." After seeing Kwon Yu-chin off, Lu Qian carried Kuyu downstairs to play. Zhou Jie was cooking. She repeatedly praised how young Master Kwon was such a good man, doting on both daughter and wife. Lu Qian responded happily on the surface, but in her heart, she still had some misgivings about Kwon Jun. At this moment, the doorbell rang. Lu Qian handed the child to Zhou Jie and went to open the door. She was met with Kwon Jun's fierce gaze outside. Seeing Kwon Jun's ill-intentioned greeting, Lu Qian frowned slightly, not welcoming her. Kwon Jun acted as if she wasn't an outsider and walked straight into the house. Lu Qian told Zhou Jie to go about her business, saying she could handle it. Then she turned to Kwon Jun, asserting her authority and telling her to leave her home. Not only did Kwon Jun not leave, but she started touring around extensively. Soon she was attracted by the wedding photo on the wall. The happiness radiating from the photo irritated her. Kwon Jun suppressed her anger. She deliberately sat down with the air of a hostess. She questioned Lu Qian, asking if she didn't want to know about her relationship with Yu-chun. Lu Qian was stunned at first, but quickly regained her composure. She coldly warned Kwon Jun that she had no interest in these matters and asked her to leave. Kwon Jun interrupted her, continuing to talk about her deep feelings for Kwon Yu-chun, saying that Lu Qian's appearance had ruined everything. Lu Qian found the woman before her ridiculous. She mocked Kwon Jun, saying she had never heard Kwon Yu-chun mention her name. Kwon Jun tried hard to suppress her anger. She continued to fabricate lies about how she and Kwon Yu-chun were in love and that she was sent abroad because of family opposition. Hearing this, Lu Qian calmly replied that Kwon Jun was shameless. They were siblings, and Kwon Yu-chun, as the family heir, could never love her. Faced with Lu Qian's rebuke, Kwon Jun's eyes turned cold. She continued to provoke, claiming that a few months before Lu Qian gave birth, Kwon Yu-chun had flown overnight to see her. Lu Qian corrected her, and Kwon Jun went on to describe Kwon Yu-chin's attentive care for her during those days. Lu Qian, however, appeared magnanimous, saying it was normal for a brother to visit his sister, and as his wife, she should understand. Hearing the word wife, Kwon Jun could no longer control her emotions. She lunged towards Lu Qian and the child like a madwoman. As Kwon Jun lunged at Lu Qian like a maniac, Lu Qian tightly held her child. In the moment of danger, Kwon Jun was hit by a flying pastry. It turned out Zhou Jie had been observing from the side. She had been secretly watching Kwon Jun's movements, and this saved Lu Qian and the child. Kwon Jun stood frozen, unable to believe what had just happened. She wondered why things had turned out this way. Lu Qian warned Kwon Jun that if she didn't leave, she would call the police. Hearing this, Kwon Jun hurriedly got up and ran out of the house. Lu Qian and Zhou Jie finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then Lu Qian took the child upstairs to rest. Lu Qian recalled that Kwon Yu-chun had indeed been on a business trip during her pregnancy. She thought she should find an opportunity to ask him about it. Kwon Jun, who had just run out, was now sitting in her brother Yu-chin's car. Everything that had just happened seemed to have been planned. Yu-chin asked if his sister was all right. Kwon Jun touched the wound on her face, firmly stating that as long as she could be with Kwon Yu-chun, this suffering was nothing. Hearing this, Yu-chin praised Kwon Jun for doing well, saying she would definitely get what she wanted. In the evening, the unsuspecting Kwon Yu-chun returned home to find the atmosphere very strange. He asked what had happened today. Lu Qian held Kuyu tightly, pouting with an unhappy face. Kwon Yu-chun was confused. Lu Qian finally spoke, saying someone had come to the house today. Kwon Yu-chun quickly asked who it was. Lu Qian continued with a gloomy face. "Your dear sister Kwon Jun, she said crazily about your past together. The worst part is she tried to harm me and our daughter." Shocked by Lu Qian's words, Kwon Yu-chun instructed Zhou Jie not to allow anyone to enter or leave the house casually. Lu Qian stopped the angry Kwon Yu-chun and finally asked the question she had been wanting to ask. During her pregnancy, what exactly did he do when he went abroad? Kwon Yu-chun regretfully held his head, admitting that he did go to see Kwon Jun. But it was because Kwon Jun had threatened his family with her own life, begging him to visit her. But he promised he didn't do anything else. He asked her to believe him. Lu Qian didn't have a big reaction after hearing this. She coldly picked up Kuyu and went back to the room. Kuan Yuchen thought Lu Qian was disheartened and anxiously called out to her. Lu Qian turned back and said, "I believe you, but I need some time to process your deception." Kuan Yuchen went to the balcony and dialed Kuan Zhen's number. He questioned her about what she had done at his home. Contrary to her usual behavior, Kuan Zhen acted understanding, saying she just went to see her sister-in-law and their child. She mentioned how adorable you was. Kuan Yuchen impatiently interrupted her, warning that his tolerance had limits. He threatened to send her abroad immediately without mercy if she continued her antics. He then hung up the phone. He then called his subordinate, instructing them to monitor Kuan Zhen's every move. Kuan Zhen, who had just put down the phone, was extremely upset. She couldn't understand where the once gentle Yu Chen had gone. There must be some misunderstanding. Thinking this, Kuan Zhen rushed out the door. She wanted to find Kuan Yuchen and explain everything clearly. It had been raining heavily outside. Kuan Zhen, focused solely on finding Kuan Yuchen, accidentally fell into a muddy construction pit. Kuan Zhen lay in the pit, her body in a mess, furious at the unfairness of fate. The next day, after the rain, Lu Qian was pushing a stroller on the street. She and her daughter were enjoying the beautiful sunshine. However, she was unaware that in a nearby coffee shop, a man was staring directly at her. The man walked straight out of the coffee shop and stood in front of Lu Qian. "Hello, sister-in-law," he said. Lu Qian looked up. The man politely introduced himself as Kuan Yuzhen, Kuan Yuchen's brother. Lu Qian cautiously stepped back. Kuan Yuzhen quickly explained that he came to apologize to Lu Qian for what his sister had done yesterday. He hoped she could forgive them. Looking at the enthusiastic man before her, Lu Qian remained vigilant. She said she wouldn't hold a grudge. She hoped such incidents wouldn't happen again. Kuan Yuzhen smiled, wanting to invite her home to make amends. Just as he finished speaking, a man in black on a motorcycle rushed out. In the critical moment, Kuan Yuzhen grabbed the stroller with one hand and pulled Lu Qian into his arms with the other. The motorcycle sped away. Lu Qian in Kuan Yuzhen's arms was still in shock. He called out loudly. Kuan Yuzhen had grabbed the stroller in time, and Kuyu wasn't frightened. Lu Qian watched Kuan Yuzhen play with Kuyu. She slowly spoke up, hoping he wouldn't mind her slightly unfriendly attitude earlier. Kuan Yuzhen smiled and told her not to worry. He wouldn't mind at all. After this incident, Kuan Yuzhen offered to escort Lu Qian and her daughter home. Lu Qian was very cautious and only allowed Kuan Yuzhen to accompany them to the entrance of the residential area. On the way home, Kuan Yuzhen explained to Lu Qian about his sister and Kuan Yuchen's situation. He said much of it was fabricated. Kuan Yuchen looked at Lu Qian, hoping she wouldn't take it to heart. Lu Qian felt very heavy-hearted. She said she didn't want to interfere in their affairs anymore, but she would absolutely not let Kuyu be harmed. At a night banquet, Kuan Yuchen asked if it was him who brought Kuan Zhen back to the country. Then Kuan Yuchen made a nice pull shot. Kuan Yuzhen said that Kuan Yuchen didn't care about his sister, while he cared a lot about Kuan Zhen. She was very pitiful being alone abroad. Hearing this, Kuan Yuchen angrily told him that this patient had caused so much trouble these days. It must have been intentional. Kuan Yuzhen casually asked why he thought so negatively of him. At the same time, he mentioned saving Lu Qian and her daughter at the shopping street. This surprised Kuan Yuchen because Lu Qian hadn't told him about this incident. The tension in the marital relationship troubled Kuan Yuzhen. Kuan Yuchen changed the subject, asking if Kuan Yuzhen had any other intentions. Kuan Yuzhen sighed that Kuan Yuchen was indeed smart. He looked at Kuan Yuchen and requested to join the company. Kuan Yuchen looked at him. He thought it better to expose him to the light rather than let him stay in the dark. So he agreed to Kuan Yuzhen's request. Kuan Yuzhen was very happy. Kuan Yuchen even entrusted him with managing new business. Kuan Yuzhen exclaimed that his big brother was indeed straightforward. On the other side, Sister Zhou was cleaning. She saw Lu Qian walk in and immediately went to take Kuyu from her arms. Sister Zhou mysteriously told Lu Qian that there was a surprise in the upstairs bedroom. Lu Qian skeptically went upstairs. She opened the door. She found the bed covered in roses, with a heart shape made of roses in the center. A phone was placed on the heart. Lu Qian picked up the phone and found it was a model she hadn't seen on the market. Moreover, The screen protector was her photo. Just as she was about to unlock it, Kwon Yu-chin's voice came from behind. Do you like it? It's a custom phone I made for you. Hearing Kwon Yu-chin's voice, Lu Qian felt a sense of aversion. Was he going to use those old-fashioned methods again? Pink? Doesn't he even know my favorite color? Lu Qian slapped the phone onto Kwon Yu-chin's head, saying such a straight man should use the phone he likes himself. Then she turned to leave, complaining about how Sister Zhou would clean her room with so many flowers. Guan Yu was labia sheng grabad Lu Qian. He wanted to have a deeper conversation with her, but verbal communication wasn't working. So Kwon Yu-chun directly kissed Lu Qian, holding her struggling hands tightly. Kwon Yu-chun, let go of me. Lu Qian broke free from Kwon Yu-chin's embrace. She had already forgotten about this. Why did he have to keep reminding her? Kwon Yu-chin could only apologize again and again. He shouldn't have hidden it from Lu Qian for so long, nor should he have let Kwon Jin continue to disturb their lives. Kwon Yu-chin promised Lu Qian that he would never hide anything from her again. There would be absolutely no secrets between them. Seeing Kwon Yu-chin's sincerity, Lu Qian forgave him and also apologized. Her earlier outburst was wrong. Kwon Yu-chun felt he deserved her anger. Kwon Yu-chun held Lu Qian's hand, saying if he made her angry again, she could hit him a few times. Don't keep the anger inside. Lu Qian couldn't bear to hit him. Kwon Yu-chun said even if she were violent, he would still like her. Lu Qian felt embarrassed by his words. Kwon Yu-chun hugged her tightly, gazing at her lovingly. No matter what she was like, he liked her. He only liked her. As soon as he finished speaking, fireworks burst in the sky. Lu Qian exclaimed how beautiful it was. Kwon Yu-chun thought the fireworks appeared at just the right moment. Let them remember this beautiful moment forever. Then he lowered his head and kissed Lu Qian. Kwon Yu-chun and Lu Qian lay on the bed. Kwon Yu-chun asked Lu Qian if she really didn't like pink. The phone from earlier. If she really didn't like it. Lu Qian was about to ask Kwon Yu-chun how he thought of giving her a phone and why the operating system was different from those on the market. Lu Qian examined it carefully. Except for the color, everything else was quite good. Kwon Yu-chun seriously told Lu Qian this phone had great significance. It was a project her father had been leading before he passed away. Hearing this, Lu Qian froze in place, looking down at the phone. She murmured, "Is this the phone my father led the development of?" Lu Qian was overwhelmed with emotions about everything before her. In just 1 year, Lu Corporation had successfully developed a phone. If only her father could see all this. He would be so happy. Lu Qian shed tears of emotion, sincerely expressing her gratitude to Kwon Yu-chun. Kwon Yu-chun held Lu Qian in his arms. This was all he should do. He would make their future even better, so her father wouldn't worry about them anymore. Lu Qian said she would also do her best to protect the family. The two embraced and kissed passionately. They decided to work hard together. The next day, when Kwon Yu-chun and Lu Qian parted, he left a deep kiss. In the meeting room of Greenland Group, Kwon Yu-chun asked for his colleagues' thoughts. He silently watched their heated discussion without expressing any opinion. Kwon Yu-chun suddenly called on Kwon Yu-jun to share his views. Kwon Yu-jun, who already had ideas, was well prepared and waiting. Kwon Yu-jun slapped the table, asking everyone to be quiet. He said he had conducted detailed research and found that although this phone had excellent performance, its brand influence was limited. Customers might not be interested in it. Everyone expressed agreement. Kwon Yu-chun also agreed with this point, but he overlooked an important fact, which was that they could use their own power to promote this product. Kwon Yu-jun and others suddenly realized this. Kwon Yu-jun looked at the discussing crowd. He deeply felt that the company's future days would be full of challenges and fun. Lu Qian sat on the sofa, taking out the new phone to study it. She unexpectedly discovered a hidden feature. This phone could actually meet communication needs in different network environments. Kwon Yu-chun came from behind, curiously asking what was so interesting. Before Lu Qian could react, Kwon Yu-chun snatched the phone away. Lu Qian was dissatisfied with this. Kwon Yu-chun affectionately told her that he had to confiscate the phone. He didn't take her seriously at all. Lu Qian angrily retorted that he wasn't even as good as the phone. Hearing this, Kwon Yu-chun widened his eyes and stared at Lu Qian motionlessly. Lu Qian pointed out the problem with this phone to Kwon Yu-chun. Although its performance was excellent, the heat dissipation was poor. Kwon Yu-chun stared at Lu Qian with a deep gaze. Lu Qian was attracted by his gaze and told him to stop staring at her. Kwon Yu-chun reached out to hold Lu Qian's waist. "You're more attractive than the phone. Kuan Yu-chun gazed at Lu Qian, marveling at her performance. The two then passionately embraced and kissed. Kuan Yu-chen's hand had just been placed on Lu Qian's lower back. Lu Qian suddenly woke up. She told him not to do that. They were discussing serious matters now. Lu Qian asked Kuan Yu-chun loudly what he thought about her suggestion. Kuan Yu-chun immediately replied that he would discuss it with the engineers. Lu Qian looked at Kuan Yu-chun with anticipation. She also wanted to participate in product development. Hearing this, Kuan Yu-chun said he needed to think about it. Seeing Kuan Yu-chun hesitate, Lu Qian felt a bit unhappy. Surely Kuan Yu-chun wouldn't prevent her from working and make her stay at home as a housewife. Seeing Lu Qian misunderstand him, Kuan Yu-chun quickly explained. He was just worried she might miss time with their daughter. When Kuyu is older, it would be better for Lu Qian to come to the company while a nanny takes care of the child. He still wanted to be Lu Qian's teacher. Lu Qian grabbed Kuan Yu-chun's tie. She was looking forward to his performance. Kuan Yu-chun promised he would definitely satisfy her. In the company meeting room, everyone expressed that Kuan Yu-chun's suggestion this time was very good. Once developed, the product would be very competitive. Kuan Yu-jun said now they just needed market promotion. At this moment, the marketing department submitted an advertising plan. Kuan Yu-jun took a look. It was well done. Just the choice of spokesperson hadn't been determined yet. Hearing this, Kuan Yu-jun spoke up, saying he had an idea. Why not let Lu Qian be the spokesperson? Kuan Yu-chun seriously considered this proposal. In his mind, he had already started imagining the scene of Lu Qian shooting the advertisement. Lu Qian in a swimsuit standing by the pool, holding the new phone, smiling sweetly at him. Thinking of this, Kuan Yu-chun smiled sweetly. Kuan Yu-jun across from him was completely stunned. Caught daydreaming, Kuan Yu-chun coughed twice and said they needed to ask for Lu Qian's consent. After saying this, he stood up and announced the end of the meeting. In the lobby on the first floor, Lu Qian was holding Kuyu to see Kuan Yu-chun. Lu Qian heard someone call her sister-in-law and turned around. Kuan Yu-jun greeted her enthusiastically. Seeing Kuan Yu-jun here, Lu Qian realized he was now working here. Kuan Yu-jun told Lu Qian about his recommendation for her to be the spokesperson. Lu Qian looked incredulous. She had never been a spokesperson before and feared she couldn't do it. Kuan Yu-jun patiently persuaded Lu Qian. With her beauty and good temperament, she could definitely handle it. Lu Qian felt very flattered and gradually became interested in trying to be a spokesperson. At this moment, the elevator door opened. Kuan Yu-chun immediately saw the two chatting happily. A surge of inexplicable anger rose in Kuan Yu-chun's heart. Lu Qian, holding Kuyu, told Kuan Yu-jun she only understood a little. Kuan Yu-chun in the elevator saw them chatting and felt very uncomfortable. He walked over and hugged Lu Qian's waist, pulling them apart. He accused Kuan Yu-jun of disappearing after the meeting, not working properly, but chatting idly here. Kuan Yu-jun looked at his jealous brother. He was just chatting with his sister-in-law. His brother was really petty. Kuan Yu-chun told him Lu Qian was his wife and to keep his distance from her. Then he directly kissed Lu Qian. Lu Qian's face turned red. Kuan Yu-jun watched them from the side, feeling speechless. Kuan Yu-chun told him to leave. Kuan Yu-jun felt like a single dog and left dejectedly. But he didn't forget to turn back and cheer for Lu Qian. Kuan Yu-chun looked at Lu Qian with surprise. He asked what they were chatting about in front of the elevator that made them so happy. Lu Qian smiled and told him he was indeed jealous. Kuan Yu-chun stubbornly denied being jealous. But Lu Qian gently lifted his chin with her finger, indicating she didn't believe him. Kuan Yu-chun admitted he was a petty man because he didn't want Lu Qian to have too much contact with other men. He didn't want others to discover how great Lu Qian was. Lu Qian asked if they were choosing a spokesperson. Kuan Yu-chun sighed in relief. So that's what they were talking about earlier. Lu Qian said if she had the chance to be the spokesperson, she could showcase her acting skills. She joked that if she had studied at an art school back then, she might be an international top star by now. Kuan Yu-chun looked at the self-admiring Lu Qian. If she became the spokesperson for this phone, she would have to attend many commercial events. He told her to think it through. Lu Qian really wanted to contribute to her father's company, so she wasn't afraid of these things. She thought it was a good opportunity to adapt to the work environment. Because she had rested for too long during pregnancy, she felt a bit disconnected from society. Although Lu Qian said that, in her heart she thought that even if she left Kuan Yu-chun, she could still survive in society. Kuan Yu-chun agreed with Lu Qian. He would fully support her. Lu Qian told Kuan Yu-chun she would definitely work hard. Kuan Yu-chun invited Lu Qian to tour the company together and then go to a restaurant for dinner. Lu Qian agreed. At this time, Kuan Yu Jun was secretly listening behind the door. At the company's shooting site, Lu Qian took a deep breath, preparing for the phone endorsement shoot. Seeing Lu Qian's nervous look, Kuan Yu Chen encouraged her to believe in herself that she would do well. He told her not to worry. The director shouted loudly, "Attention all departments. Cherry phone, first scene, first shot, start shooting." With the clap of the slate, the shooting began. Lu Qian held the phone, constantly adjusting her posture, showcasing the phone and herself. The photographer also encouraged her from the side, praising that she was doing very well. As the photos were being taken one by one, the photographer asked Lu Qian to smile a bit more, saying the angle was perfect. Lu Qian continued to adjust her posture. Kuan Yu Chun admired Lu Qian's graceful figure from the side. The photos were taken perfectly. After the last photo was taken, Lu Qian waved to Kuan Yu Chun standing in the distance. Kuan Yu Chun walked up to Lu Qian. The shooting went smoothly. Lu Qian eagerly asked him how her expressions and movements compared to professionals. Kuan Yu Chun thought it was great. Hearing his answer, Lu Qian felt it was perfunctory. Kuan Yu Chun immediately refuted, saying he was absolutely not being perfunctory. The staff nearby walked up to Lu Qian. One of them invited Lu Qian to participate in a cover shoot for Quick Look magazine. Another hoped Lu Qian would sign with their mansion company. Lu Qian felt very surprised, saying she was just doing a temporary shoot. Kuan Yu Chun was very angry seeing this scene. He shouted for these people to be quiet, frightening these people into panic. He hugged Lu Qian, stating that Lu Qian was his wife. To sign Lu Qian, they must first get his consent. The staff nearby looked at them enviously and extended an invitation for both of them to sign. The couple was instantly speechless. On the street, Kuan Yu Chun held Lu Qian's arm as they prepared to go for dinner. Kuan Yu Chun had already made a reservation at a restaurant supposedly run by French people. Lu Qian tasted the steak on the table and found it delicious. The beef here was only supplied twice a year. At this time, Quan Jun and Lu Qian's brother passed by. Quan Jun greeted Lu Qian, saying it had been a long time. Quan Jun apologized to Lu Qian. Due to her previously unstable condition, she hoped Lu Qian could forgive her previous immaturity. The couple looked at them without saying a word. In the restaurant, Quan Jun greeted Quan Yu Chun. However, Quan Yu Chun didn't respond. He turned to cut a piece of beef for Lu Qian. The couple happily enjoyed their meal. Quan Yu Jun watched as Quan Jun apologized to his brother, but his brother showed no response. Younger brother Quan Yu Jun thought that Quan Jun had already expressed her apology and realized her mistake. He hoped his brother could forgive her. Quan Yu Chun continued enjoying his meal. For what Quan Jun had done, such a meaningless apology was useless. Her apology was like a nail on a wooden board. Even if pulled out, the mark would still remain. He told them to go back and reflect deeply. Quan Yu Jun and Quan Jun remained silent. Then, with the sound of footsteps, the two left the restaurant. Lu Qian was surprised while dining. Quan Jun had left so quietly. In just a few days, she seemed to have become a different person. Was this due to medication control, or was it a plot? Quan Yu Chen noticed Lu Qian's expression and knew she was not in a good mood. He held Lu Qian's hand to comfort her. He promised that he would never let others ruin their relationship. He hoped Lu Qian could cheer up. He awaited her feedback, thinking his performance just now was acceptable. Lu Qian smiled in response. She thought Quan Yu Chen's performance just now was indeed good. She hoped he could keep it up. In the Quan family mansion, Lu Qian had just finished bathing, wrapped in a towel. Quan Yu Chen sat on the sofa watching her. She had taken too long to bathe, but it was worth the wait. Quan Yu Chen stood up and pulled Lu Qian into his arms. Lu Qian's fragrance filled the air. He couldn't help but kiss her. Quan Yu Chen picked up the hairdryer to dry Lu Qian's hair. He told Lu Qian, in 2 days, it would be Quan's father's 60th birthday. Quan's grandmother hoped to make it a grand celebration. Lu Qian realized that Quan's father was already 60 years old, but he still looked very young. She felt a bit anxious because the uncle's family would also attend the birthday banquet. He comforted her, saying there was no need to pay much attention to them at that time. Tomorrow's birthday banquet might not be so relaxing. The birthday banquet for Quan's father was being held in the Quan family mansion. Kuyu was babbling adorably in Quan's grandmother's arms. Kwan's grandmother praised Kuyu for becoming more and more beautiful. She turned to ask Lu Qian if she planned to have another child. Lu Qian had this plan, but wanted to wait until Kuyu was a bit older. Kwan's grandmother said that if Kwan's grandfather urged, Lu Qian should ignore him. With an apology, Kuan Yuchen's uncle's family arrived. Everyone stared at each other. Kuan Jin called out to grandmother. Then she knelt down to apologize, promising not to cause trouble for Kuan Yuchun and Lu Qian in the future. The people around were shocked. Grandmother Kuan sighed. After all, they were family. Since she had recognized her mistake, Grandmother Kuan would not hold it against her anymore. After saying this, she helped Kuan Jin up. Lu Qian looked at Kuan Jin, thanking grandmother. Suddenly, Kuan Jin gave Lu Qian a mischievous look, sending chills down Lu Qian's spine. After the birthday banquet in the Kuan family mansion, Lu Qian was putting Kuyu to sleep. She thought to herself that she indeed couldn't trust Kuan Jin anymore and must be cautious in the future. She thought she couldn't just sit and wait for trouble. She must seize the opportunity to become independent as soon as possible, to protect this family with her own abilities, and to make even Kuan Yuchun, this business tycoon, fall at her feet. Thinking of this, Lu Qian was very happy. Kuan Yuchun came out after showering and hugged Lu Qian tightly from behind, calling her wife. Lu Qian was startled by this sudden embrace. Kuan Yuchun asked what had happened just now. Why was she so happy? She didn't answer, but instead said he came out too quickly. Kuan Yuchun looked puzzled and picked her up. He told her not to say such things to men in the future. Kuan Yuchun told her this was Jingyu. He picked her up to prove himself. Lu Qian blushed, not knowing what Kuan Yuchun wanted to prove. Kuan Yuchun looked at her mischievously. On the bedroom bed, Kuan Yuchun and Lu Qian lay face to face, chatting. Kuan Yuchun had to go on a 3-day business trip tomorrow. He was reluctant to leave Lu Qian. Lu Qian reminded him that although it was only 3 days, he should take good care of himself. Kuan Yuchun looked at her, caressing her cheek, and asked if that was all she had to say. Lu Qian said that it was already remarkable that he could do these things. Kuan Yuchun told her not to underestimate him. He promised her that he would seriously carry out everything he said. Changing the subject, Kuan Yuchun cupped Lu Qian's face and told her there were more important things to do now. In a company meeting, staff members showed Lu Qian the completed shooting results. Lu Qian expressed great satisfaction and planned to officially launch it on the platform next month. Lu Qian happily said goodbye to them. They said they would notify her immediately if there was any news. Lu Qian encountered Kuan Yuzhen leaning against the corridor. Kuan Yuzhen looked at the happy Lu Qian. He invited her to have a cup of coffee together. He wanted to discuss some things about Lu Qian's father with her. Lu Qian was a bit confused but agreed. In the cafe, Kuan Yuzhen handed Lu Qian a document. Lu Qian carefully looked through it. He told her that he could be with Kuan Yuzhen, which surprised her greatly. Kuan Yuzhen felt that Kuan Yuchun was a calculating person. He believed that Kuan Yuchun might be with Lu Qian for her father's company. Kuan Yuzhen reminded Lu Qian to be wary of Kuan Yuchun, but Lu Qian was unhappy about this and closed the document. Kuan Yuzhen continued to persuade her, believing that it wasn't worth it for Lu Qian to marry Kuan Yuchun. Lu Qian felt angry about this and asked Kuan Yuzhen if he had finished speaking. He was very clear. Kuan Yuchun might have been interested in Lu Qian's father's company. This kind of business tactic was quite common. Lu Qian picked up the materials. She stated that without Kuan Yuchun, her father's company would have ceased to exist long ago. Then she stood up, preparing to leave. She told Kuan Yuzhen not to interfere in her affairs with Kuan Yuchun. Kuan Yuzhen said nothing. Lu Qian left without looking back. In the Kuan family mansion, Kuan Yuchun was playing with Kuyu. He had candies in both hands. He asked Kuyu to guess which hand had the candy. Kuyu pointed to the left hand. Kuan Yuchun opened both hands. The left hand had only one candy, while the right hand had more. Kuyu didn't guess the hand with more candy, so she started crying. Kuan Yuchun immediately picked up Kuyu, comforting her that all the candies were hers. Lu Qian returned home, hands on her hips, scolding Kuan Yuchun for teasing even his own daughter. She told him that Kuyu couldn't eat candy yet. Then she picked up Kuyu. Kuan Yuchun apologized awkwardly. Lu Qian didn't dwell on it further with Kuan Yuchun, preparing to breastfeed her daughter. Kuan Yuchun hugged Lu Qian from behind, telling her he was hungry too. Lu Qian turned her head, telling Kuan Yu-chun to solve it himself. Kuan Yu-chun looked at Lu Qian speechlessly. In the bedroom, Lu Qian was holding Kuyu's hand and playing with her. But in her heart, she was worried if Kuan Yu-chun would agree to her request. Kuan Yu-chun was cooking in the kitchen. The steak in the pan was sizzling. Kuan Yu-chun held the spatula, thinking about what to do next. Lu Qian looked at him, thinking that this man cooking in the kitchen didn't look like a business tycoon at all. Kuan Yu-chun noticed Lu Qian and served the steak for her to taste, but the steak was overcooked. Kuan Yu-chun was a bit embarrassed. Lu Qian said she liked it even if it was burnt, sweetly leaning into Kuan Yu-chun's arms. Kuan Yu-chun felt she was acting a bit strange. Lu Qian then told him that she had decided to go to work at Lushir tomorrow. Kuan Yu-chun was shocked by this. On the sofa in the Kuan family living room, Kuan Yu-chun and Lu Qian were talking. Kuan Yu-chun thought it was too sudden. They had agreed earlier to let Lu Qian go to work when their daughter was a bit older. But Lu Qian wasn't a woman who only wanted to be a housewife. She wanted to seize the opportunity of the phone endorsement to get back to work as soon as possible. Kuan Yu-chun looked at Lu Qian. He wasn't against Lu Qian working, but he felt their daughter was too young. Lu Qian understood Kuan Yu-chun's concerns. She also couldn't bear to part with Kuyu, so she had her own idea. She planned to take Kuyu to work with her. Kuan Yu-chun understood Lu Qian, knowing she was bored at home, so he agreed to let her take Kuyu to work. Lu Qian was very happy and immediately hugged Kuan Yu-chun. Kuan Yu-chun told Lu Qian that although he agreed, she should take care of herself and Kuyu's health. Lu Qian promised him. Lu Qian asked if he had any other requests. Kuan Yu-chun leaned closer to Lu Qian, pressing her down, telling her not to be too busy with work and to always think of him. At Lushir Company, Lu Qian officially announced in the meeting room that she would take over as the company's CFO. In the office, she instructed the department manager to notify everyone about the meeting. Kuan Yu-chun was taking care of the baby on the side. He instructed several department managers to follow arrangements and share responsibilities. The department managers quickly flattered him. Lu Qian thought to herself that this Kuan Yu-chun liked to put on airs as soon as he arrived. Then she dismissed the department managers. Lu Qian stood up, telling Kuan Yu-chun to quickly return to his own company. She said this while pushing him towards the door. The door was closed. Lu Qian leaned against the door, feeling it was finally quiet. She wanted to study the important things properly. There were several documents on the table. Looking at these detailed materials, she felt that the part about her father's phone development in the documents had many questionable points regarding communication electronic technology. She immediately called the head of the technology department. She asked him to prepare a set of research and development data, including relevant content from the past 2 years, and send it all to her. The department head told Lu Qian that he would send it over once it was ready. He also wanted to discuss some issues with Lu Qian in person. In the evening, the family of 3 sat in the car. Kuan Yu-chun had come specially to pick up Lu Qian to celebrate. Kuan Yu-chun's phone rang. The screen displayed Kuan Zheng in large characters. Lu Qian was unhappy. She told him to answer the phone in an annoyed tone. Kuan Yu-chun put it on speaker and asked Kuan Zheng why he was calling again. Kuan Zheng replied that he heard Lu Qian had gone to work and Kuyu had no one to take care of her at home. He wanted to help look after the child and wondered if they would agree. Lu Qian was surprised and said, "What a joke." Kuan Yu-chun, addressing Kuan Zheng on the other end of the phone, exploded in anger. He stated that their family matters didn't need Kuan Zheng's concern and told him not to bother them again in the future. After hanging up, Lu Qian wondered how Kuan Zheng knew she had gone to work. Kuan Yu-chun guessed that someone might have leaked the information. Lu Qian wasn't sure who this person could be. Kuan Yu-chun suspected there might be Kuan Zheng's informant in the company. Lu Qian quickly admitted that she hadn't managed personnel well recently. Then she asked Kuan Yu-chun to explain some management guidelines for the company. Kuan Yu-chun spoke eloquently. Lu Qian interrupted him, taking out her phone to record. Kuan Yu-chun teased Lu Qian for being like a student. He continued explaining to Lu Qian. He told Lu Qian not to be timid in front of anyone. Only with a clear direction would subordinates know where to put their efforts. After a long explanation, Lu Qian said she understood. She thought to herself that according to Kuan Yu-chun, she needed to quickly master all business aspects while also cultivating her own trusted circle. Kuyu was watching Lu Qian daydream. Unable to speak, she just opened her arms, wanting Lu Qian to hold her. Quan Yuchen saw this and told his daughter not to disturb mom and dad's play. Holding Kuyu, Quan Yuchen praised Lu Qian for being remarkable. Lu Qian suddenly remembered she had more questions for Quan Yuchen, but he hadn't heard, still playing with Kuyu. Lu Qian pulled Quan Yuchen's tie, calling him. She told him to be a good teacher and focus during class. Being distracted, she asked if he was afraid she would surpass him as a business tycoon. Quan Yuchen expressed his anticipation, slowly leaning towards Lu Qian's lips. He covered their daughter's eyes as the car continued speeding down the street. In the company, an early morning meeting was in progress. A subordinate was reporting that the Cherry phone was ready for market launch. All preparations had been made. They were just waiting to ship. Quan Yuchen and Lu Qian listened attentively. The subordinate continued, announcing that Lu Sure Electronics had officially been renamed to Delu Electronics. Lu Qian thought to herself that the last bit of memory left by her father had finally disappeared. After the meeting, Lu Qian received a call from the legal department. The voice on the other end said it was about the Cherry phone patent. Lu Qian wondered if it was really Quan Sure Company using business tactics to exploit them. In the evening, Quan Yuchen poured a cup of coffee, preparing to bring it to Lu Qian, who was still working. Lu Qian had reviewed the project plan and felt unsatisfied with some parts. She planned to discuss it in tomorrow's meeting. Quan Yuchen placed the coffee on the table, telling her to drink it. He noticed that Lu Qian had been busy since coming home. Lu Qian felt she didn't understand anything, so she had to take it seriously. Quan Yuchen asked if she cared a lot about the company's name change. Lu Qian said that wasn't what she cared about. She planned to separate Lu Sure from Quan Sure and operate independently. Quan Yuchen didn't understand why Lu Qian wanted to do this. After all, Lu Sure had just started to show some improvement. Lu Qian took out a document and slammed it on the table. She said she wasn't digging up old issues, but it was about the recent forced transfer of the Cherry phone patent. You know what you did, she said. Quan Yuchen didn't say anything. He sat in the office, looking through the documents and analyzing. He thought there might be problems with how the subordinates handled things. He called Anan, asking who was responsible for the Cherry phone patent matters. Then he told Anan to notify that person to come to his office. The subordinate reported to Quan Yuchen in the office. They had implemented the plan according to Quan Yuchen's instructions. They used this method to achieve the goal quickly. These methods weren't illegal and were the most effective at the time. Quan Yuchen dismissed the subordinate. The subordinate bowed and left. Quan Yuchen sighed. He felt his strategy at the time was indeed poorly considered. Although it wasn't direct exploitation, it had hurt Lu Qian. Now the company had also been merged by him. It was understandable that Lu Qian was angry. Quan Yuchen scratched his head in frustration. He planned to explain the issue clearly to Lu Qian. Even if Lu Qian wanted the company back, it would be fine. Su Yuchen thought for a moment and decided not to explain. He was indeed at fault. Explaining now wouldn't help. It would be better to prove himself through actions. They should both cool down for today. Feeling distressed, Quan Yuchen was drinking one glass after another in a bar. Gong Hao couldn't stand it anymore and asked what was wrong. Quan Yuchen said nothing and continued drinking. Gong Hao guessed that he must have had a fight with Lu Qian. He couldn't understand why Quan Yuchen didn't go and make up with Lu Qian instead of drinking here. Quan Yuchen told Gong Hao not to say more and to drink with him. The two of them drank themselves into a stupor at the bar. No one noticed a woman walking out from the shadows. It was actually Quan Jun. The next day, Gong Hao woke up groggily and found himself in the bar. And he was alone. On the other side, Lu Qian was awakened by a phone call. She picked up the phone and saw it was from Gong Hao. Gong Hao told Lu Qian that Quan Yuchen was missing. Lu Qian instantly became alert. She immediately got up and went to the bar to look for Quan Yuchen. Gong Hao felt very guilty seeing Lu Qian arrive in a hurry. Lu Qian found it strange. Two people drinking together, yet one went missing. Gong Hao explained that Quan Yuchen was in a bad mood last night, so they drink a bit more. Gong Hao was scared inside. Lu Qian was speechless. At this point, they should ask Jiu Bao. Jiu Bao hesitantly replied that last night, someone claiming to be Quan Yuchen's girlfriend took him to the third floor and ordered a lot of drinks. Hearing Jiu Bao's words, Lu Qian and Quan Yuchen were both stunned. Lu Qian immediately ran to the third floor. Gong Hao and Lu Qian found the private room where Quan Yuchen was. Gong Hao was about to knock. The door wasn't locked, and Lu Qian pushed it open. She could hardly believe what she saw. She saw Quan Yuchen and Quan Zhen lying together. Gong Hao and Lu Qian stood there stunned. Lu Qian let out a cold laugh. She turned and left. Gong Hao watched Lu Qian's retreating figure, thinking that his sister-in-law must be angry. He quickly shouted at Quan Yuqian, "Wake up! How long are you going to sleep?" Quan Yuqian opened his eyes groggily, looking at the chaotic scene. He let go of Quan Zhen in his arms. He suddenly understood. It turned out all this was Quan Zhen's doing. Quan Zhen pitifully explained that it was Quan Yuqian who brought her here. Quan Yuqian didn't listen at all. He angrily pushed Quan Zhen away. He couldn't understand. How could he end up with Quan Zhen? But he was certain that he was drunk and definitely wouldn't do anything with Quan Zhen. Quan Yuqian put on his coat and told Gong Hao not to say anything. Gong Hao hesitated. Under Quan Yuqian's questioning, he told Quan Yuqian that Lu Qian had already seen everything. Hearing this, Quan Yuqian's world instantly collapsed. He prepared to go find Lu Qian and explain everything clearly. Quan Zhen grabat Quan Yugoslavia skrutas, begging him not to abandon her again. Quan Yuqian now wished he could kill Quan Zhen. With a gloomy face, he told Quan Zhen to let go. Quan Yugoslavia shen Russia omanciosli. As soon as he got home, he eagerly wanted to explain to Lu Qian, but there was no response. He couldn't find Lu Qian anywhere. Even Yu was gone. Quan Yuqian immediately drove out to look for her. In the car, he anxiously called his grandmother. Grandmother said Lu Qian hadn't come today. There was no sign of Lu Qian at the company either. Quan Yuqian slammed on the brakes. He wondered where Lu Qian had gone. She left quietly, leaving no trace behind. Suddenly, a sound came from outside the window. Quan Yuqian looked up and saw Lu Qian greeting him from outside the window. Quan Yuqian immediately got out of the car to apologize to Lu Qian. He wanted to explain last night's incident, but Lu Qian interrupted him. She said she believed Quan Yuqian wouldn't be fooled by Quan Zhen's tricks, but she was really tired. Lu Qian didn't want to live this kind of life anymore, full of suspicion and resentment. Life was full of scheming and uneasiness. Even you could be in danger at any time. She didn't want to be the young Master Quan's woman anymore. She just wanted to be herself. She said goodbye to Quan Yuqian. On a sunny day, she planned to take you out for a walk. Halfway through, the stroller suddenly made a creaking sound. After checking, she found the wheel was broken, but she was far from home and didn't know what to do. At this moment, Quan Yuqian suddenly appeared. He greeted her enthusiastically, but she coldly stated that she didn't want any relationship with the Quan family. Quan Yuqian just wanted to help Lu Qian as a friend, but he thought Quan Yuqian was unreliable. Quan Yuqian saw the condition of the stroller. He immediately offered to help. Lu Qian had no choice but to let him help. However, she remained cautious of him. She was sure he had some ulterior motive. Suddenly, Quan Yuqian's voice came from behind. Lu Qian turned around abruptly. Quan Yuqian was looking at the two of them, fuming with anger. Quan Yuqian was startled and stood in front of Lu Qian, but Quan Yuqian pushed him away. He wanted to talk to Lu Qian. Quan Yuqian was also angry. He felt that Quan Yuqian had already hurt Quan Zhen, and now he was going to hurt Lu Qian. Quan Yuqian, looking at the shouting Quan Yuqian, became even angrier. He threw a punch at him. A solid fist landed on Quan Yuqian's face. Quan Yuqian bluntly told Quan Yuqian that he didn't need his lecture about his own affairs. Quan Yuqian, having taken a punch, was very dissatisfied. He insisted on interfering and got into a fight with Quan Yuqian. Lu Qian saw the two fighting. She quickly rushed forward to pull Quan Yuqian back, worried they might be photographed by the media and make the news. Hearing this, Quan Yuqian let go of Quan Yuqian. He fell hard to the ground. Quan Yugoslavia shen barnat Quan Yugoslavia zen. He and Lu Qian were not yet divorced. Don't interfere in their marital affairs, or he would face the consequences. He then left with Lu Qian, leaving Quan Yuqian biting his lip on the spot. Lu Qian, being led away, tried to break free from Quan Yuqian's hand, but Quan Yuqian held on tighter. He softly said that Yu was frightened. He suggested going home first. Lu Qian looked at Yu, seeing him reach out to Quan Yuqian and call him dad. Quan Yuqian smiled and held Yu's hand. Lu Qian watched the interaction between father and son, feeling helpless. Back home, Quan Yuqian was playing with Yu. Lu Qian quickly took Yu, saying she would put him to bed. Quan Yuqian realized that Lu Qian didn't want him to be with Yu. In the living room, Quan Yuqian sat on the sofa with a frustrated look, pondering what to do. Suddenly, a divorce agreement appeared before his eyes. He anxiously asked Lu Qian what this meant. Lu Qian told him it was the divorce agreement they signed years ago, which could now be executed. Quan Yuchen couldn't accept separating from Lu Qian and immediately refused. Lu Qian asked Quan Yuchen, wasn't this what they had agreed on from the beginning? Quan Yuchen grabbed the divorce agreement and tore it to pieces. He claimed that only getting a divorce certificate would count as a divorce. Lu Qian found Quan Yuchen's words ridiculous. She looked at him. All the past scenes flashed through her mind. Everything was planned by Quan Yuchen. How could she spend her life with such a person? Quan Yuchen reached out and pulled Lu Qian close, hugging her tightly. He admitted his past mistakes. He expressed his desire to spend his life with her. But Lu Qian felt dead inside, believing their relationship was a mistake from the start. That's why they couldn't overcome any hardships. Lu Qian pushed Quan Yuchen away. Their relationship should end. Quan Yuchen became anxious. He even offered to return Lu's company to Lu Qian to start everything over. Quan Yuchen didn't want a divorce. He passionately kissed Lu Qian, but he was in tears. Quan Yuchen said, "I've really lost to you." Lu Qian carefully applied medicine to Quan Yuchen, scolding him for being too impulsive. But Quan Yuchen didn't take it to heart. He thought a few punches were light punishment for coveting his wife. The next moment, the domineering young master transformed into a puppy, asking his wife to blow on his wounds to make them feel better. Just as Quan Yuchen's little scheme was about to succeed, a sudden phone ring interrupted the intimate atmosphere between them. It turned out that Quan Zhen had gone to the old house, greatly upsetting the grandmother. Quan Yuchen immediately agreed to grandmother's request, taking Lu Qian to the old house. Meanwhile, Lu Qian kept reminding herself to guard her heart and not be deceived by sweet words again. At the old house, Quan Zhen was kneeling on the ground, begging grandmother to accept her and Quan Yuzhen. Grandmother ordered Quan Yuzhen to come over and kneel down, sternly questioning what was going on between him and Quan Zhen. Seeing Quan Yuzhen standing still, grandmother became even angrier. "You won't even listen to grandmother now?" However, at this moment, Lu Qian stated, the problem between her and Quan Yuchen wasn't just because of Quan Zhen, and she had already decided to divorce Quan Yuchen. This statement was like a bolt from the blue for grandmother. The next second, grandmother picked up her cane and hit Quan Yuchen hard, saying, "Look at what you've done." At this moment, Quan Zhen suddenly threw herself beside Quan Yuchen, shouting that she loved Quan Yuchen more than Lu Qian did. However, Quan Yuchen said the only person he loved was Lu Qian. He had been drunk and unconscious last night, so it was impossible for him to have had a relationship with Quan Zhen. Quan Zhen was suddenly speechless. At this time, a man suddenly started cursing at Quan Yuchen. "If you don't love my sister, why did you sleep with her?" However, Quan Yuchen ignored him. He would never admit to something he hadn't done. Looking at the situation before him, the grandfather finally spoke. Before resolving the issue with Quan Zhen, separating temporarily might be a good thing. Grandmother disagreed and started arguing with grandfather. Lu Qian didn't want to see them continue arguing because of her. She found an excuse and left the old house without looking back. To uncover the truth, Quan Yuchen called a Nan. He arranged for a Nan to go to America immediately to investigate all matters related to Quan Zhen's illness. This time, Quan Zhen had finally angered Quan Yuchen. In the evening, Lu Qian finally returned home. She was puzzled by the clothes on the coat rack at the door. It turned out that the child had been crying for his mother. Lu Qian took Kuyu from Zhou Jie's arms and told Zhou Jie she could return to the Quan family first. At this moment, Quan Yuchen suddenly appeared, asking Zhou Jie to stay and take care of Lu Qian and Kuyu. However, Lu Qian disagreed. Quan Yuchen didn't give up, hoping Lu Qian would agree to let Zhou Jie stay for Kuyu's sake. While playing with Kuyu, Quan Yuchen gently kissed the top of his head. Lu Qian finally agreed to let Zhou Jie stay, but then asked Quan Yuchen to leave. Quan Yuchen immediately stated that he would quickly resolve the issues with Quan Zhen and the company, but he absolutely would not divorce Qian Qian. However, Lu Qian wasn't buying it. She demanded Quan Yuchen to show actual results before coming to see her again. With no other choice, Quan Yuchen had to leave temporarily, but he absolutely would not give up on Qian Qian. The next day, Lu Qian drove a supercar to the company. She notified all major shareholders and managers to meet in the conference room in 10 minutes. Faced with this sudden meeting, everyone was discussing among themselves. Before the meeting began, Lu Qian told everyone that she and Quan Yu Chun were going through divorce proceedings due to incompatibility, but it would absolutely not affect the company and normal work. Then Lu Qian slammed a list on the table. It turned out to be a list of personnel position reassignments. Xiaoping didn't know why Lu Qian would make such sudden changes. Lu Qian directly told Xiaoping to turn to the third page of the document. It turned out that these people were either taking kickbacks or doing nothing. Faced with this series of evidence, Xiaoping was speechless. The next second, Lu Qian suddenly joked that Xiaoping's work as CEO was inadequate, and his position would soon belong to Lu Qian. Xiaoping was very embarrassed, but could only continue to laugh awkwardly. Meanwhile, Quan Yu Chen's phone kept ringing. It turned out to be a distress call from poor little Xiaoping. Seeing Lu Qian's restructuring plans, Quan Yu Chen found them very reasonable and felt at ease letting Lu Qian continue with the reforms. The next second, young Master Quan picked up Lu Qian's photo and started praising mode. As expected of my Qian, very sensitive to the complex issues of the world. This mode of interaction also made our CEO, Quan, very much look forward to it. A few days later, Quan Yu Chun was waiting in his Panamera by the roadside for Lu Qian to get off work. Soon, Lu Qian walked out of the company. Quan Yu Chun called out to Lu Qian and invited her for a chat. Quan Yu Chun took Lu Qian to a 5-star restaurant for hot pot. The table was filled with all of Lu Qian's favorite dishes. Quan Yu Chun made small talk while frantically adding food to Lu Qian's plate until her small bowl was piled up like a small mountain. Only then did he stop. At this moment, Quan Yu Chun suddenly took out a share transfer agreement. It turned out he had transferred all his shares to Lu Qian. Now, Lu Qian had absolute authority in Lu's company. Quan Yu Chun held Lu Qian's hand. He had now resolved the issues with Lu's company, and the other thing he promised Lu Qian would soon have results. Just as young Master Quan wanted to continue holding hands, a waiter suddenly appeared to add soup to the hot pot base. Lu Qian immediately withdrew her hand. She quickly stood up, thanked Quan Yu Chun, and left the restaurant. Seeing Lu Qian leave, Quan Yu Chun hurriedly chased after her, leaving the waiter alone and confused in the restaurant. Outside the restaurant, Quan Yu Chun finally caught up with Lu Qian and held her tightly in his arms. Lu Qian didn't know how to respond to Quan Yu Chun, but Quan Yu Chun picked her up in one swift motion. Quan Yu Chun pressed Lu Qian against the hood of the Panamera, urgently explaining that he already had a clue about Quan Jun, and soon she would no longer appear in their lives. "Give me a chance to prove it, okay?" he said, gazing at Lu Qian lovingly. Lu Qian couldn't refuse the puppy-eyed Quan Yu Chun. The two passionately kissed in the snow. Finally, Quan Yu Chun released Lu Qian. He lifted her off the Panamera. The next second, Quan Yu Chun took off his coat and draped it over Lu Qian's shoulders, and invited Lu Qian to return to the old house with him for the new year. This time, Lu Qian finally agreed to young Master Quan's invitation. In the blink of an eye, it was Spring Festival. Lu Qian, as promised, brought Kuyu back to the old house for the new year. Quan Yu Chen's grandparents were very happy. The old man wanted to hold his great-granddaughter, but unexpectedly, little Kuyu hid in Quan Yu Chen's arms and wouldn't come out. The next second, the old man took out a handful of red envelopes, coaxing little Kuyu endlessly. Grandmother and Lu Qian were busy in the kitchen together. Seeing the old man playing the fool in front of his little granddaughter, grandmother was also overjoyed. The two of them recalled a year ago when Lu Qian was first brought back by Quan Yu Chen. They couldn't help but sigh that being together as a family is the happiest thing. Lu Qian looked at Quan Yu Chen in the living room, playing with Kuyu, contemplating the meaning of family. Shortly after, Quan Yu Chen carried Kuyu to the kitchen to help. When grandmother saw Quan Yu Chen come in, she immediately made an excuse to go drink water, leaving the space for the young couple. Lu Qian assigned the task of rolling dumpling wrappers to Quan Yu Chun. Both Quan Yu Chun and Kuyu confidently said they could handle it. Unexpectedly, when Lu Qian just went out to bring a plate of dumplings and came back, Kuyu had turned into a flower figure. Lu Qian was amused by the two of them. "Ha! Are you making dumplings or wrapping yourselves?" After eating the dumplings, Quan Yu Chun sent Lu Qian and Kuyu home. Unexpectedly, at the door, Quan Yu Chun started acting shamelessly, wanting Qian to let him in. "We've been apart for so long. Don't you miss me?" But Lu Qian flatly refused him. "Quan Yu Chun, you're still on probation with me." Although rejected, Our young Master Quan was still full of confidence. He believed he would definitely pass the probation. However, the next second, Quan Yuchen suddenly kissed Lu Qian. Even if he couldn't enter the room, he still had to get some sweetness. After taking advantage, Quan Yuchen was finally satisfied. He made another appointment with Lu Qian to pick her and Kuyu up tomorrow to go to the amusement park. The next day, Lu Qian rummaged through her closet but couldn't find suitable clothes. She thought, never mind, I'll just wear anything casual to go out with Quan Yuchen. The next second, Lu Qian looked at herself in the mirror and decided to wear matching outfits with Kuyu. On this side, Lu Qian and Kuyu had already changed their clothes. They originally agreed to leave at 9:30, but unexpectedly, even at 10:30, Quan Yuchen hadn't shown up. He couldn't even be reached by phone. Until 11 o'clock, Lu Qian finally received a call from Quan Yuchen. She learned that Quan Yuchen didn't come because of an emergency. Lu Qian was very angry and decided to take Kuyu to the amusement park by herself. Meanwhile, Quan Yuchen was entangled with Quan Jun. Quan Jun told Quan Yuchen that she knew they were going to the amusement park. She also knew that Lu Qian drove herself to and from work, and she threatened Quan Yuchen with Lu Qian's life safety. Although Quan Yuchen was angry, he had no choice. Quan Yuchen sighed and told Quan Jun that he and Lu Qian were already divorced. He hoped Quan Jun wouldn't focus so much on Lu Qian. Unexpectedly, Quan Jun suddenly became excited. She shouted, "Yuchen, you'll be mine alone from now on," and ran away as if possessed. After Quan Jun left, Quan Yuchen immediately questioned Anan why the task he arranged hadn't been completed yet. Anan told Quan Yuchen that the other party was still hesitating. Quan Yuchen told Anan to notify the other party that if they don't return to the country, Quan Yuchen would handle it in a more aggressive way. This wasn't a question, but a notification. On the other side, Lu Qian had already taken Kuyu to the amusement park. Lu Qian took Kuyu on the carousel. She also bought cotton candy for her. When the two were resting on a bench in the amusement park, Kuyu suddenly happily shouted at. It turned out Kuyu saw Quan Yuchen holding balloons. Quan Yuchen wanted to give the balloons in his hand to Kuyu, but Lu Qian refused to accept them. Unexpectedly, the next second, Quan Yuchen suddenly started confessing his love. He even tried to hold Lu Qian's hand. Lu Qian immediately shook off Quan Yuchen's hand and told him to go to the hospital for a checkup soon. Watching Lu Qian's departing figure, Quan Yuchen decided to publicly announce Lu Qian and Quan Yuchen's divorce to the media in order to affect Lu Corporation's normal operations. A few days later, newspapers were flooded with news of Quan Yuchen and Lu Qian's divorce. The secretary told Lu Qian that these news had already affected their reputation, causing phone sales to start declining. The man anxiously asked Lu Qian what to do next. Lu Qian thought that the current result was nothing more than consumers believing Lu Qian had lost a financing channel, worrying about a broken capital chain. So Lu Qian prepared to tell consumers that Lu Corporation had many financing chains. Lu Qian immediately arranged for the secretary to notify the media that she was about to meet with Mr. Mai to discuss cooperation on a new project. The next day, Lu Qian's stock rose again. Everyone praised Lu Qian, and Lu Qian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Qian was working in her office when she suddenly received a message that Kuyu had a fever and was hospitalized. Lu Qian was very worried and immediately rushed to the first central hospital. When Lu Qian arrived, she found that there were too many people in the hospital. Sister Zhou was holding Kuyu at the end of the queue, unable to get a number, and Kuyu seemed to have a very high fever. Lu Qian took Kuyu in her arms. She looked up and saw Quan Yuchen's news playing on the hospital's big screen. He took all the responsibility for the divorce on himself and clarified that Lu Corporation was operating well, which moved Lu Qian deeply. However, when Kuyu heard her father's voice, she burst into tears. Lu Qian immediately called Quan Yuchen, telling him that Kuyu was sick, but the city hospital couldn't open a VIP channel. After receiving the call, Quan Yuchen immediately left the reporters and rushed to the hospital. Soon, Quan Yuchen arrived at Lu Qian's side. Little Kuyu was very happy to see her dad. On the way, Quan Yuchen had already contacted a nearby private hospital. Lu Qian was very grateful to him, but Quan Yuchen said there's no need to say thank you among family members. At Mancheng Private Hospital, the doctor quickly attended to little Kuyu and gave Kuyu a fever-reducing injection. After the injection, little Kuyu cried loudly. She threw herself into Quan Yuchen's arms, desperately seeking comfort. Seeing this, Kwon Yu-chun was very worried. The doctor immediately explained that the fever would subside quickly after the injection. Lu Qian witnessed all of this. Kwon Yu-chun carried Kuyu towards Lu Qian. After giving a kiss, he took them both home. In the room, Kuyu, who had received the fever-reducing injection, finally fell asleep. Lu Qian felt very guilty about Kuyu's illness. Kwon Yu-chun comforted her, saying it's normal for children to get sick. He then asked about the situation at Lu Qian's company. Currently, the internal situation of the company had gradually stabilized. They were both very pleased. Lu Qian again expressed her gratitude to Kwon Yu-chun. Unexpectedly this time, Kwon Yu-chun suddenly took Lu Qian's hand. He hugged her in his arms. Since that's the case, can I ask for a little reward? Lu Qian was very shy, but Kwon Yu-chun directly kissed her. The next second, Kwon Yu-chun pushed Lu Qian down onto the bed. As they were inseparable, Lu Qian suddenly called for a stop. She pushed Kwon Yu-chun away. It turned out Lu Qian still wanted to know the real reason for Kwon Yu-chun's broken promise. Kwon Yu-chun immediately became serious. He told Lu Qian to be very careful when going out recently. Lu Qian was confused. She sat up. Kwon Yu-chun told Lu Qian that the matter was being handled. He would never let Lu Qian and Kuyu be in danger again. The next day, the secretary reported to Kwon Yu-chun the investigation results on Kwon Yu-jun. It turned out Kwon Yu-jun not only established a company privately, but also used his position at Kwon Corporation to secure many resources for his own company. Kwon Yu-chun told the secretary to spread the word that there's only one Kwon Corporation and let them decide which one to choose. At this moment, Kwon Jin suddenly called, inviting Kwon Yu-chun to have dinner together. However, the next second, he told Anan to send the meeting location to Kwon Jin's psychologist. In a private hotel, Kwon Jin, hugging a man, entered the luxurious presidential suite. He told the man that he had wanted to kiss him for a long time. Kwon Jin spilled red wine on himself. He asked the man to give him a kiss. Seeing the woman so proactive, the man kissed her passionately. They spent a night of passion together. In the villa, Lu Qian wanted to ask Kwon Yu-chun about Kuyu's condition, but suddenly she couldn't find Kwon Yu-chun. Only Kuyu was playing alone in the living room. Lu Qian felt that the security had been poor lately. Worried that something might have happened to Kwon Yu-chun, she called out loudly for him in the room. Unexpectedly, the next second, Kwon Yu-chun appeared behind Lu Qian, startling Lu Qian. At this moment, Kuyu suddenly waved to Lu Qian. Lu Qian picked up Kuyu and played with him. She felt that Kuyu's complexion was much better today. Kwon Yu-chun poked Kuyu's little cheeks. Their little darling was so well-behaved and naturally recovered quickly. Unexpectedly, Kuyu also imitated Kwon Yu-chun's actions. He stuck out a finger for his dad to eat. Kwon Yu-chun played along and put Kuyu's little hand in his mouth, playing with him. The next second, Kwon Yu-chun also stuck out a finger, placing it near Lu Qian's mouth, asking her to eat it. Lu Qian was embarrassed and angry. She slapped Kwon Yu-chun's hand away, telling him to get lost. At this time, Kwon Yu-chun used Kuyu as a shield. He said he wanted to stay with Kuyu for dinner and bedtime, telling Lu Qian to leave by herself. Lu Qian was angry and really turned to leave. Unexpectedly, this made Kuyu cry. Lu Qian quickly turned back and held Kuyu in her arms, comforting him softly. Lu Qian had no choice. In the end, for Kuyu's sake, she let Kwon Yu-chun stay. Unexpectedly, the next second, father and daughter joyfully fist-bumped to celebrate. Before bed, Kwon Yu-chun and Lu Qian changed into their pajamas and had a drink by the window. Lu Qian suddenly noticed that Kwon Yu-chun was in an especially good mood tonight. Kwon Yu-chun clinked glasses with Lu Qian, telling her that something good would happen tomorrow, so they were celebrating in advance. The next day, Kwon Jun woke up in the hotel. He was happy. He had finally given himself to Kwon Yu-chun last night. However, the next second he suddenly realized the man in the bed was actually his psychologist, Kwon Jung. He was immediately furious, unable to believe what was before his eyes. Kwon Yu-jun angrily pounded the table. He questioned Kwon Yu-chun why he was fired. Kwon Yu-chun stated that he knew what he had done. Kwon Yu-chun took the documents and slammed them on the table. They were all about people who bite the hand that feeds them. Kwon Yu-jun picked up the documents to check. He was surprised that Kwon Yu-chun had investigated him. Kwon Yu-chun let everyone present take warning. Others agreed repeatedly. Kwon Yu-jin stated that he would prove to everyone that he was no worse than Kwon Yu-chun. Kwon Yu-chun also looked forward to that day. Kwon Yu-jin walked out of the meeting room. He felt that Kwon Yu-chun would regret this sooner or later. Kwon Yu-chun thought he was very ignorant, but the meeting had to continue. The assistant was reporting to Lu Qian about the company's financial statements from last month. The project with manager Li was going well. The new product was expected to go into production next month. At this moment, someone knocked on the door outside. It turned out to be Kwon Yu-chun. Lu Qian didn't expect him to come, but she still had to arrange the upcoming work first. Kwon Yu-chun saw that Lu Qian was busy working even during lunch break. It seemed that the recent good news from Lu's company was inseparable from Lu Qian's efforts. Lu Qian just wanted to know what he came for. If it was for something boring like a confession, he should leave as soon as possible. Kwon Yu-chun told Lu Qian not to be so cold. Didn't she want Lu's company to completely break free from Kwon's influence? Lu Qian pretended not to understand what he was saying. Kwon Yu-chun wanted to know if Lu's company was interested in 6G technology. Lu Qian put down her phone. She remembered that Kwon Yu-chun's work at Kwon's company was arranged by Kwon Yu-chun. Kwon Yu-chun proposed cooperation to her. They could work together against Kwon Yu-chun. Lu Qian thought the plan was feasible, but she wanted to hear Kwon Yu-chun's intentions. Kwon Yu-chun stated that his founded Ruifeng had the same technology as Kwon's company. If they cooperated, they could definitely capture Kwon's market share. Lu Qian thought this idea was good. She would consider it carefully. Kwon Yu-chun turned to leave. He looked forward to Lu Qian's good news. After Kwon Yu-chun left, Lu Qian took out her phone. She had recorded that entire conversation. After work, Kwon Yu-chun called out to Lu Qian at the elevator. He had booked a restaurant and wanted to discuss the cooperation in more detail. Lu Qian was about to refuse, but was interrupted by a voice. Kwon Yu-chun came forward, put his arm around her waist, and asked if she was tired and wanted to have lunch together. Kwon Yu-chun warned Lu Qian not to be fooled by Kwon Yu-chun's false affection. Who knows what scheme he might have, but Kwon Yu-chun didn't think he was being insincere. On the contrary, Kwon Yu-chun only made small moves behind the scenes. Kwon Yu-chun insisted that he got everything through his own abilities. But Kwon Yu-chun believed that without Kwon's company, his small company would have no resources at all. Kwon Yu-chun was furious. He swung his fist at Kwon Yu-chun, but was blocked. He was then hit in the chest and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Lu Qian quickly pulled Kwon Yu-chun away. Kwon Yu-chun looked at her with a doting expression. Kwon Yu-chun walked out the door. His lip was injured. He wouldn't let Kwon Yu-chun off the hook. Kwon Yu-chun slumped on the sofa. Lu Qian quickly checked where he was hurt. Kwon Yu-chun felt sore all over and hoped someone could give him a massage. Lu Qian smiled fakely and asked if he wanted a massage. Then she pinched his waist hard. Kwon Yu-chun cried out in pain. Lu Qian took out her phone and let Kwon Yu-chun listen to the recording. Lu Qian was worried that Kwon Yu-chun had stolen the company's technology. Kwon Yu-chun assured her what Kwon Yu-chun had wasn't the core technology. Lu Qian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now Lu's company was operating independently. If they cooperated with Kwon's company, it would be all benefits and no drawbacks. Lu Qian understood. She had been too stubborn before. Kwon Yu-chun hoped they could reach a cooperation in the future. They immediately agreed. Lu Qian also expressed that it would be her honor to cooperate with Kwon's company. They both smiled happily. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. They opened the door and were both surprised. The police were standing outside. Someone had reported that Kwon Yu-chun had maliciously beaten someone, causing serious injuries. He needed to go to the police station to cooperate with the investigation. Lu Qian stayed at home, very worried about Kwon Yu-chun. After much thought, she decided to go find him. Lu Qian drove to the police station. The duty officer stopped her, asking if she was there to report a case. Lu Qian mentioned that Kwon Yu-chun was taken away by the police in the afternoon, and she was at the scene at the time and could be a witness. The police told her not to worry. They would handle all cases impartially. But Lu Qian wanted to see Kwon Yu-chun. The police told her that saying this now was useless. Lu Qian thought something serious had happened to Kwon Yu-chun. The police hurriedly explained that Kwon Yu-chun hadn't been sentenced. Everything had been clarified through surveillance. At this moment, Kwon Yu-chun walked out of the police station. Lu Qian immediately rushed forward and hugged him. Kwon Yu-chun joked that she was so worried about him, yet she thought he was playing tricks on her. Kwon Yu-chun cupped her face, saying he was taken away in front of her. How could it be a trick? Lu Qian was still upset and clenched her fist. Unexpectedly, Quan Yuqin kissed her. He said he'd let Lu Qian deal with him when they got home. But for now, it's better not to disturb the police at work. After saying this, he hugged Lu Qian and went home. But she wouldn't let Quan Yuqin off so easily. She was still too kind. The next day, Quan Yuqin stood by the window. He asked his assistant how the task he assigned last night was going. The assistant said everything was progressing smoothly. There would be results soon. Quan Yuqin was satisfied with this progress. At this time, someone came to relay a message from the CEOs who had previously cooperated with Quan Yuqin. They wanted to apologize to Quan Yuqin in person. Quan Yuqin refused. He told the messenger to tell those CEOs, if there's a next time, don't blame him for being merciless. Quan Yuqin looked out the window. He hoped Quan Yuqin could hold on a bit longer. Otherwise, the game wouldn't be fun. Quan Yuqin looked at the seal on the studio door. He was furious. He tore off the seal and clutched it tightly in his hand. He swore he wouldn't rest until he defeated Quan Yuqin. Lu Qian was discussing cooperation with Manager Wang. Manager Wang looked fat and greasy. He complimented Lu Qian, saying she looked even better than in photos. Lu Qian took out the project proposal for him to review, but he reached out his lecherous hand to touch Lu Qian's thigh. As long as Lu Qian got close to him, the project would definitely be approved. Before he could finish speaking, he was flipped to the ground. It was Quan Yuqin who had arrived. He thought Manager Wang was just a scoundrel. Manager Wang was panicked. He thought Quan Yuqin was here to have dinner. But Lu Qian stood up and held Quan Yuqin's hand. He asked Quan Yuqin why he was here. Seeing that they knew each other, Manager Wang quickly explained it was all a misunderstanding. Then he wanted to leave. As for the contract, he said he would send someone to sign it tomorrow. But Quan Yuqin told him not to rush to leave. They could go do something exciting together. The three of them came to a real-life CS experience center. Quan Yuqin was checking the gun. Manager Wang was very scared beside him. Lu Qian was worried that these guns might be dangerous. Manager Wang was still praising Quan Yuqin for his refined interests. The next second, Quan Yuqin pointed the gun at him. The reason Quan Yuqin liked this place was because these guns were real. Manager Wang was so scared that he knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. Quan Yuqin told him to get up and play together. Now Manager Wang knew he was wrong. He hoped Quan Yuqin would let him go. Seeing this, Lu Qian also reminded Quan Yuqin not to do anything rash. Quan Yuqin glanced at Lu Qian, then turned to ask Manager Wang what he did wrong. Manager Wang felt he shouldn't have had bad intentions towards Lu Qian, which made him blind. He kept slapping his own face while speaking. Quan Yuqin stepped on Manager Wang's shoulder. Manager Wang surely thought that all women in the business world were his prey, so he casually trampled on others' dignity. Manager Wang could only repeatedly admit his mistake. He would never dare to do it again. But Quan Yuqin thought he was quite bold when sexually harassing. Today, he would let him taste what it's like to be prey. Saying this, Quan Yuqin fired a shot at Manager Wang's forehead, but the gun fired paint. Manager Wang was so scared he wet his pants. Quan Yuqin was very disgusted. Quan Yuqin warned Manager Wang that if he continued to act recklessly like before, he would definitely let him experience real excitement. After saying this, Quan Yuqin put down the gun and walked towards Lu Qian. Lu Qian and Quan Yuqin sat in the Ferris wheel. Lu Qian seemed a bit distracted. Quan Yuqin thought she was unhappy. Actually, Lu Qian was just thinking about how women were weaker than men. Why did they have to face difficulties everywhere in the workplace and even be taken advantage of? He knew Lu Qian was excellent and hardworking. She just needed one more thing. Lu Qian wanted to know what she was lacking, but Quan Yuqin kissed her. It turned out Quan Yuqin thought she still needed him. Quan Yuqin and Lu Qian kissed passionately in the Ferris wheel. Outside, fireworks started fitting the mood. The next morning, as soon as Quan Yuqin woke up, he called Lu Qian's name. He asked Lu Qian if she was satisfied with last night's service. After asking, he coughed and covered his mouth. Lu Qian didn't know what was wrong with him. He covered his face and said he was fine. He wanted to drive Lu Qian to work. Lu Qian gladly agreed. Lu Qian was planning a new project recently. She hoped Quan Yuqin could discuss it with her when he had time. Quan Yuqin agreed, but his face was flushed red. Before he finished speaking, a truck came driving towards them from the opposite direction. Lu Qian shouted, "Watch out," but Quan Yuqin couldn't avoid it in time. The truck collided heavily with their car. Quan Yuqin shielded Lu Qian under his body. After making sure Lu Qian was okay, he fainted in Lu Qian's arms. Lu Qian cried out his name. She didn't want anything to happen to Kwon Yu-chun. The ambulance arrived quickly and took them to the hospital. Kwon Yu-chun wasn't injured. His fainting was only due to a high fever, and 4 drip would cure him. She was very grateful to Kwon Yu-chun for protecting her in the critical moment. Unexpectedly, Kwon Yu-chun suddenly hugged her tightly, asking her not to leave. He became aroused. She said she would always stay with Kwon Yu-chun. Kwon Yu-chun was drinking himself into a stupor at a bar. He didn't know where he fell short compared to Kwon Yu-chun. He staggered and bumped into a waitress carrying drinks. The drinks spilled, and the waitress fell to the ground. Kwon Yu-chun mistook her for Lu Qian. He thought she came to laugh at him. The waitress told him he had the wrong person, but Kwon Yu-chun wouldn't listen. He said he wouldn't be defeated by Kwon Yu-chun so quickly. Before he finished speaking, the waitress pushed him away. She said her name was Chiao and Xing, and she didn't know any Lu Qian or Lu Shin. Kwon Yu-chun was a bit slow to react. Chiao and Xing didn't know if he had any other business. Kwon Yu-chun pondered, thinking Chiao and Xing really looked like Lu Qian. Lu Qian told Kwon Yu-chun to rest well at home. She had already arranged things at the company. The flu was severe recently, so he still needed to take medicine for a few days. Kwon Yu-chun lay in bed. He felt a bit uncomfortable. Lu Qian thought he still had a fever. He gently called Lu Qian's name. Lu Qian blushed a little. She hurriedly told him to take a shower. But Kwon Yu-chun grabbed Lu Qian's hand. He wanted Lu Qian to help wipe him down. Lu Qian had to compromise and went to get a towel. Kwon Yu-chun unbuttoned his shirt. When Lu Qian returned, she was stunned by the sight before her. Kwon Yu-chun was half undressed, saying he was ready. Lu Qian came forward and made him sit on the bed, saying she couldn't reach if he stood so tall. Kwon Yu-chun told Lu Qian to wipe lower. But even when she reached his stomach, he still said it wasn't enough, asking her to go even lower. Lu Qian threw the towel at him, telling him to wipe himself. After all, he just had a fever, not a broken arm. Lu Qian said this and turned to leave. Unexpectedly, Kwon Yu-chun pinned her down. He said his body didn't need wiping anymore, but she had to take responsibility for the fire she started. The two became intimate. In the evening, Lu Qian was blow-drying Kwon Yu-chun's hair. She scolded him for being reckless right after his fever broke. But Kwon Yu-chun felt very comfortable. After drying, Lu Qian still needed to go home to handle some documents. Kwon Yu-chun asked her to move in with him, even if just for the period while he was sick. But Lu Qian refused. At least not tonight. She still needed to go back and pack her things. She would come with Kyu tomorrow. After saying this, she gave Kwon Yu-chun a kiss. She told Kwon Yu-chun to rest well, and then left. Meanwhile, Chiao and Xing was standing in front of a villa. She clasped her hands to her chest, thinking to herself that she must save enough money for her mother's surgery. Then she raised her hand and knocked on the door in front of her. Surprisingly, Kwon Yu-chun opened the door. He knew Chiao and Xing had made up her mind. Chiao and Xing didn't know what she needed to do. Kwon Yu-chun gave her a card with 100,000 on it. There would be another 100,000 after the job was done. All she needed to do was impersonate someone. Kwon Yu-chun took out Lu Qian's information. He wanted Chiao and Xing to imitate Lu Qian's every word and action and her way of dressing. Chiao and Xing took the information, saying she would definitely do it. Kwon Yu-chun also hoped she wouldn't disappoint him. Kwon Yu-chun revealed a sinister expression. This time, he wanted to see how arrogant Kwon Yu-chun would be. Kwon Yu-chun opened the car door, letting Lu Qian get out. Lu Qian was very beautiful today, but she still wanted to thank Kwon Yu-chun for giving her the dress. She liked it very much. Lu Qian looked at the scene before her, somewhat confused. Wasn't it supposed to be a banquet? Then one by one, balloons floated in the air. Attached to the balloons were photos of her and Kwon Yu-chun. Just as she was about to ask when these were prepared, Kwon Yu-chun disappeared. The next second, Kwon Yu-chun slowly walked in from the other side, pushing a cake. It turned out today was Lu Qian's birthday. Even she had somewhat forgotten. Kwon Yu-chun asked her to close her eyes and make 3 wishes. She was stunned. It was Kwon Yu-chun who reminded her to make a wish quickly before the candles went out. Lu Qian wished for Kuyu to be healthy forever, for her parents to be well in heaven. Then, she stole a glance at Kwon Yu-chun. She wished for a pure love, where the other person would love only her. After blowing out the candles, Kwon Yu-chun wanted to know what wishes she made, because he could help her fulfill them all. but Lu Qian was a bit sad. Today was actually the day she was adopted. Kuan Yu Chun hugged Lu Qian. He said he could help Lu Qian find her biological parents. But Lu Qian refused. She had never lacked parents' love. It's just that her parents passed away before she had the chance to repay their kindness. Kuan Yu Chun said that her parents would surely be happy to see how excellent she has become, and he would always be by her side. Lu Qian wanted to know what exactly Kuan Yu Chun liked about her. Kuan Yu Chun said he liked her stubbornness and strength. This made her a bit confused. Suddenly, Kuan Yu Chun got down on one knee. He apologized to Lu Qian. His former self was arrogant and only knew how to constrain and use Lu Qian. But now he wanted to seriously confess to Lu Qian. He wanted to be with Lu Qian for a lifetime. He would use time to prove this love and use actions to eliminate the insecurity in Lu Qian's heart. But he also hoped that one day, Lu Qian could loudly confess her love to him. Lu Qian was very touched. She was also grateful to Kuan Yu Chun for letting her confirm her love. Kuan Yu Chun was very happy. He drank one glass of red wine after another. At this time, a waiter came and told them that their car had been hit by a drunk driver. Lu Qian planned to go downstairs to handle it. Before leaving, she didn't forget to tell Kuan Yu Chun not to drink anymore. Kuan Yu Chun leaned back on the sofa, feeling his body getting hot. After Lu Qian left, Qiao and Xing pushed the door open and came in. Kuan Yu Chun thought it was Lu Qian coming back. Qiao and Xing sat down opposite him. He was feeling very uncomfortable and wanted to resolve it now. Kuan Yu Chun couldn't wait any longer. He leaned on Qiao and Xing's chest. Just as he was about to kiss her, he realized the person in front of him wasn't Lu Qian. Qiao and Xing didn't expect that Kuan Yu Chun, even under the influence of the drug, could still distinguish people. So she moved closer, saying that she was Lu Qian. Kuan Yu Chun grabbed her hand, confirming she wasn't Lu Qian. Qiao and Xing blocked him. Unable to hold on for long, she directly pounced on him, but he threw her to the ground. Kuan Yu Chun poured ice cubes on his head to stay awake. Qiao and Xing didn't expect this move. She simply tore open her collar and continued to seduce Kuan Yu Chun. Kuan Yu Chun looked at Qiao and Xing before him, seeing double images, and the wine glass on the floor reflected all of this. After going downstairs, Lu Qian found the car undamaged. She guessed the waiter might have made a mistake. Just as she was about to leave, Kuan Yu Chun stood in front of her. He wanted to invite Lu Qian for dinner. Lu Qian walked past him directly. She said she had no time or interest. He let out a cold laugh. Kuan Yu Chun struggled to run out of the room. Seeing this, Lu Qian immediately went to support him. But Kuan Yu Chun pushed Lu Qian away. He thought Lu Qian was also here to deceive him. Lu Qian sat on the ground, not knowing what had happened. Kuan Yu Chun couldn't see her clearly either. Lu Qian shook Kuan Yu Chun's shoulders trying to wake him up, but was pushed away again. Lu Qian told him to calm down and see clearly that she was Lu Qian. At this moment, Qiao and Xing opened the door and walked out. Lu Qian was shocked to see her. She pitifully called out, "Young Master Quan." Lu Qian stared at her intently, asking who she was. But she hugged Lu Qian and started crying. Kuan Yu Chun also arrived at the scene. Looking at everything before him, he pretended to ask what was going on. Lu Qian told Kuan Yu Chun to sober up, saying she would take him to the hospital immediately. Kuan Yu Chun thought Kuan Yu Chun must have drunk a lot. Qiao and Xing explained on the side that she had just entered the wrong room, but Kuan Yu Chun pounced on her and pulled at her clothes. Kuan Yu Chun pointed out that Qiao and Xing looked quite similar to Lu Qian, so maybe Kuan Yu Chun mistook her for Lu Qian. But Lu Qian didn't believe him, knowing Kuan Yu Chun was pretending. Kuan Yu Chun said he didn't understand what she meant. Lu Qian then turned to Qiao and Xing. If she entered the wrong room, why did she know Kuan Yu Chun? Qiao and Xing was speechless. At this time, Kuan Yu Chun had sobered up a bit. He stated he didn't touch Qiao, and Xing Lu Qian believed him. Lu Qian felt Kuan Yu Chun was as idle as his sister. They both liked to play these kinds of tricks, which she was tired of seeing. She turned to warn Qiao and Xing. Although she didn't know what benefits Kuan Yu Chun had given her, it was better for a girl to have self-respect. Kuan Yu Chun wanted to chase after them, but Lu Qian shouted at him to stop. She never wanted to see them again. After saying this, she left with Kuan Yu Chun. After they left, Kuan Yu Chun slapped Qiao and Xing to the ground. He grabbed her hair, cursing her for being useless. But Qiao and Xing thought Kuan Yu Chun was useless too. Otherwise his trick wouldn't have been seen through so easily. Kuan Yucheng pinched Xiao and Xing's face. No matter how much she looked like Lu Qian, Kuan Yucheng wouldn't touch her. Xiao and Xing fought back, saying Kuan Yucheng's unrequited love for Lu Qian was no better. Kuan Yucheng didn't expect her to dare speak to him like this. Enraged, he tore open Xiao and Xing's clothes. Xiao and Xing covered her chest and screamed. Kuan Yucheng crouched in front of her with a malicious smile. She was very scared. Kuan Yucheng tugged at his tie, saying it wasn't up to her. Sitting in the car, Kuan Yucheng still felt very uncomfortable. Lu Qian fastened his seatbelt, telling him to hold on a bit longer. But he hugged Lu Qian, saying he couldn't hold on anymore. If so, then don't hold back. She could help him anyway. But Kuan Yucheng was unwilling. He was very dangerous right now. But it didn't matter. They were husband and wife after all. Before he could react, Lu Qian kissed him. She unbuckled her seatbelt and sat on his lap. They became entangled with each other like this. The next morning, seeing how tired Lu Qian was, he felt a bit sorry. But if he wanted to make it up to her, he could only use himself to compensate. Lu Qian shyly refused Kuan Yucheng. Bringing up last night's events, Lu Qian didn't want to mention it again. He knew that yesterday's incident must have been Kuan Yucheng's doing. It seemed that the previous lesson given to Kuan Yucheng wasn't enough. It was time for them to resolve this together. Kuan Yucheng handed Lu Qian a stack of documents. It was about a project Kuan Yucheng was currently pushing forward. If successful, it would become the first domestic brand in artificial intelligence. So he asked Lu Qian if she wanted to take over this project. However, Lu Qian felt something was off about the documents. She called her old classmate abroad to inquire. Meanwhile, Kuan Yucheng calmly drank tea on the side. Soon after, her old classmate sent over the investigation materials. It turned out that James was a well-known international fraudster. Kuan Yucheng put his arm around Lu Qian's neck, conspiring with her about something. He had the same intention. Lu Qian invited Kuan Yucheng to attend the party hosted by James together. But he wanted a reason. Actually, she just needed him to act out a play, because Kuan Yucheng would also be there. He joked that his performance fee was very high. But no matter how expensive, Lu Qian could afford it. The two made a dazzling entrance, making others envious. Their play was about to begin, and Lu Qian wouldn't be stage shy. As soon as James saw Kuan Yucheng, he went over to greet him. Kuan Yucheng also introduced Lu Qian to him. Kuan Yucheng witnessed this scene and heavily put down his wine glass. Lu Qian and James were chatting away. Kuan Yucheng thought they were going to ruin his plans again, so he immediately squeezed in. He also had a new proposal to discuss. James hesitated a bit. Lu Qian handed over her business card, saying there could be more choices. This statement was intriguing. Then they turned and left. The fish had taken the bait. Kuan Yucheng was very excited. He kept raising the price for cooperation. James felt he was much more generous than Kuan Yucheng and agreed to cooperate with him. He also felt honored by this. They even arranged to meet and talk tomorrow. Kuan Yucheng smugly walked over to Kuan Yucheng and the others. He had already secured James. There was no need to waste effort anymore. He wouldn't be so easily defeated. But Kuan Yucheng didn't quite believe it. He also stated that he had already secured the project first. Unexpectedly, the other party casually said congratulations and left, seemingly unconcerned. Lu Qian pretended to sigh, saying they couldn't do business without securing the project. Kuan Yucheng hugged her, indicating she could rely on him. She smiled, cupped his face, and gave him a kiss. This was the performance fee. A few days later, Kuan Yucheng was watching a news report about his project on TV. He looked confident. Just then, his assistant suddenly burst in. There was a problem with their laboratory. Kuan Yucheng told him to quickly contact James. But he said James couldn't be reached. Kuan Yucheng was very angry and told him to keep trying. But there was one more thing unsaid. Kuan Yucheng lost patience and told him to speak quickly. It turned out that someone had previously used an AI project to run off with funds. But it was too late. The company's money had already been transferred. The assistant felt that if they had to blame someone, it should be James for disguising himself too well. Kuan Yucheng didn't expect things to turn out like this. And if they didn't repay immediately, the bank would auction off their mortgaged assets. Kuan Yucheng knelt on the ground. He knew this time he was completely finished. On Lu Qian's side, she had just returned home to see father and daughter playing an airline game. But you saw Lu Qian and immediately wanted a hug. He was very satisfied with his flight and gave a thumbs up. Kuan Yucheng poked his nose, expressing gratitude. Lu Qian found the father-daughter pair very mushy. Kuan Yucheng thought she was jealous. He denied this, saying he was clearly closest to Kuyu. Kuan Yu-cheng smiled without saying anything. However, he was still more concerned about Kuan Yu-cheng's current situation. After learning that Kuan Yu-cheng was completely unable to turn things around, he asked about his plans for the future. Lu Qian was preparing to take over Kuan Yu-cheng's company. Their technology must have some aspects worth learning from. Kuan Yu-cheng praised him for growing a lot, but he felt it wasn't enough. His journey was still long, and Kuan Yu-cheng was his goal to pursue. Just as the two were about to kiss, Kuyu suddenly stood up. Lu Qian blamed the child for being there. Yet Kuan Yu-cheng looked at him tenderly. Kuyu didn't understand. The company employees believed that the only solution now was to sell the company. Kuan Yu-cheng flew into a rage. He wanted other solutions. The employees couldn't stand his arrogant attitude and told him to think for himself. At this time, debt collectors arrived. Kuan Yu-cheng warned them he'd call the police if they caused trouble. The leader hit him with a stick, saying he borrowed high-interest loans and didn't repay, yet wanted to call the police. It seemed they had to teach him a lesson. After beating him up, they reminded him to bring the money with interest in 3 days. With that, they left coolly. He never thought things would end up like this. Lu Qian was arranging the company's work. After everything was in order, he came to the CEO's office. Kuan Yu-cheng praised him for having a boss-like demeanor. He said not to flatter him like that. He stood by the floor-to-ceiling window. Kuan Yu-cheng hugged him from behind. Could it be that shareholders oppose the acquisition of Ruifeng? As long as the shareholders get more, they would settle down. It's just that developing AI technology was a bit difficult. Kuan Yu-cheng was curious why he didn't ask him for advice. He acted coy, wanting guidance. Kuan Yu-cheng picked him up and kissed him. He was afraid of being seen from outside, but actually it was fine. Kuan Yu-cheng learned that Professor Li from Jin University specialized in AI research, but many companies had failed to invite him. However, how would they know if they succeeded without trying? With that, the two became entangled again. Afterwards, Lu Qian asked Kuan Yu-cheng to go home first to see Kuyu. He still had a lot to deal with. Kuan Yu-cheng joked that he was using and discarding him. Kuan Yu-cheng was drinking and driving. He couldn't understand why he was always the loser. He was very unsatisfied. The next second, he crashed head-on into a large truck. Xiao Anxin rushed to the hospital, stating she was Kuan Yu-cheng's friend. The doctor said Kuan Yu-cheng's life was saved, but his legs might be somewhat disabled. Lu Qian was hosting the launch event for the AI concept machine. At the scene, the visuals of their new version product would be more impactful. At the same time, he also believed that Lu Vision would create a new era of smartphones. His employees also applauded continuously, showing agreement. After the launch event, reporters came forward wanting to ask questions. But Lu Qian was on the phone making dinner plans with Kuan Yu-cheng. The two arrived at a hot spring. Kuan Yu-cheng thought Lu Qian really had good taste. She said she could finally relax now. Kuan Yu-cheng also congratulated her on the successful launch event. Kuan Yu-cheng pulled him to his side. He couldn't believe he actually succeeded. He was very excited. Kuan Yu-cheng apologized for not making it to the event due to a meeting. Lu Qian thought there would be more opportunities. However, things went too smoothly this time. He was worried something might go wrong. Kuan Yu-cheng held him tight. Lu Qian had both ability and luck, so of course things would go smoothly. More importantly, he really liked today's invitation. He pushed Lu Qian into the water, then kissed him again. After a while, the two surfaced. Kuan Yu-cheng asked Lu Qian if he was satisfied with him. Lu Qian playfully punched his chest. He caught Lu Qian's hand and asked if he still wanted to divorce him. Lu Qian didn't plan to divorce for now, but he would evaluate him at any time. Kuan Yu-cheng hugged her tightly and vowed to treat her and Kuyu well. Kuyu's birthday was approaching, but she didn't know how to celebrate. Kuan Yu-cheng thought they should celebrate in the grandest way possible. In the blink of an eye, it was Kuyu's birthday. Grandmother was giving her red envelopes, but she wanted her dad to hold her. Sun Yu-cheng told her to thank grandmother. He turned and waved to express gratitude. Grandmother thought he was very well behaved. At this time, someone reminded them they could cut the cake. The whole family happily went together. Kuyu was a bit impatient. Lu Qian had to go get the knife to cut the cake first. Suddenly, a drone flew in from the air. Below it hung a beautiful box. Lu Qian caught the box and turned to look at Kuan Yu-cheng. He explained it was a crown made of pink diamonds, and his greatest happiness was meeting Lu Qian. He originally wanted to make a heartfelt confession, but unexpectedly, Kuyu plunged headfirst into the cake. However, she looked quite happy. Kuan Yu-cheng brought Lu Qian to a place. He didn't expect there to be such a beautiful place in the old house. This was a private space Quan Yuchen built for him. Lu Qian sat on the swing, exclaiming how beautiful this place was. Quan Yuchen handed him a gift from behind, hoping it could witness his efforts and growth on his behalf. He felt Quan Yuchen had given him too many surprises and didn't know what to give in return. Quan Yuchen said he was the best gift, and he was looking forward to some greenhouse play. Lu Qian thought he was dreaming, but decided to give Quan Yuchen a chance to make up for it. Tomorrow they would take Kuyu to the amusement park, and tonight was their private time. Quan Yuchen and the others took Kuyu on the pirate ship ride. Kuyu found it fun. She wanted to go again, but Lu Qian didn't want to play anymore. Kuyu saw ice cream and wanted to eat it. Quan Yuchen immediately agreed. Lu Qian reminded them about manners from the side. Quan Yuchen took the ice cream and deliberately teased Kuyu. However, as soon as his daughter acted cute, he immediately gave in. It seemed Mr. Quan was helpless against his own daughter. Kuyu originally wanted to feed Lu Qian ice cream, but she poked it on his face instead. He hurriedly cleaned his face. Quan Yuchen, however, took a photo of this moment. In fact, there were many such photos. He chased after Quan Yuchen, demanding to delete the photos. Kuyu thought this was a game and happily told him to chase. Lu Qian finally caught up with Quan Yuchen, but while they were arguing, suddenly a middle-aged woman appeared and called Lu Qian child. She was confused, thinking the woman had mistaken her for someone else. Quan Yuchen thought the old lady might have dementia. Lu Qian wanted to take her to find staff for help. At this moment, Gu Zongtang appeared. It turned out the old lady was his grandmother, and he knew Quan Yuchen. Quan Yuchen told him to watch his family members carefully, as it's not good if they get lost. He said he would keep that in mind. Lu Qian felt the atmosphere between these two was strange. After Gu Zongtang thanked Lu Qian, he left with the old lady. The old lady looked back at Lu Qian reluctantly, insisting she was Lan'er. Gu Zongtang also turned to look at her. Indeed, there was some resemblance. Company employees were reporting the stock market situation to Lu Qian. After listening, she decided to let everyone go back and think about optimization plans. At this time, Quan Yuchen video called to ask if she had eaten dinner. Lu Qian said she had eaten, but still had some urgent documents to handle. Quan Yuchen told her not to work too late and to contact him if there's any trouble. Kuyu had also been put to sleep. Lu Qian thought he was a qualified dad. He wanted a reward but was rejected. In the end, he took the initiative to give a kiss of encouragement. This made Lu Qian feel full of energy. Gu Zongtang was checking Lu Qian's information. It seemed he could implement the next step. At this moment, Quan Zheng put his hand on his shoulder. Didn't they agree to go out for dinner? He had to agree. Lu Qian was about to go home when someone called out to her. It was Gu Zongtang. Here is the English translation of the provided text, maintaining the original layout with numbering and timestamps. However, before everyone finished speaking, the assistant rushed in anxiously. Something had happened downstairs in the company. Lu Qian was very surprised. Their new product had exploded during use. The laboratory was currently investigating the problem. Lu Qian hadn't expected this situation. He immediately ordered the assistant to suppress this news. No information should be leaked. He was now heading to the research department. He also needed the assistant to compile all the supplier information. Lu Qian rushed to the research department. The researchers reported that out of 10 tested units, 4 had exploded. This was a crucial moment for Lu's company to go public. They couldn't afford such mistakes. Quan Yuchen suddenly ran in, warning Lu Qian to be careful. He turned his head in shock. The next second, the phone on the table violently exploded. Quan Yuchen quickly shielded Lu Qian. Fortunately, neither of them was injured. Lu Qian looked at the dust-covered person in front of him. He couldn't help but laugh. Seeing him laugh so happily, Quan Yuchen reached out and smeared some dust on his face. This was Lu Qian's punishment, a punishment for not wearing protective gear in the lab and not paying attention to his own safety. This deserved punishment. With that, Quan Yuchen leaned in for a kiss. The researchers nearby reluctantly watched this display of affection. Lu Qian shyly pushed Quan Yuchen away, then took out a handkerchief to wipe his face. Next, the laboratory was left to the researchers. They had to quickly identify the problem. Quan Yuchen had brought relevant experts to assist with the investigation, which would surely be twice as effective. This touched Lu Qian deeply. The two went to the office. Lu Qian discovered that the problem was due to the manufacturer using substandard materials. Moreover, the boss was well prepared, having fled to the United States and transferred his assets to Swiss banks. Quan Yu-chin believed that the most urgent matter was to address the aftermath of the phone explosions. He came up with two methods. First, notify all offline stores to buy back this batch of phones at a high price. Second, fully expose the incident and position themselves as victims. However, this depended on Lu Qian's priorities. Lu Qian fell into deep thought. At Lu's company's public apology meeting, reporters rushed forward to ask questions. Lu Qian asked everyone to remain calm, saying he would answer all questions later. He thanked everyone for attending the press conference and expressed apologies to the consumers. The phone explosions were due to the battery supplier using substandard materials. They had already filed a lawsuit against them, but the accident was also partly due to their negligence. Lu's group would bear the losses incurred by consumers in this incident. They promised to implement stricter quality control in future production. The reporters below applauded, approving of this approach. The assistant brought good news. The NASDAQ procedures had all been approved. Lu Qian was very happy and immediately ordered all relevant personnel to head to the United States. In the evening, he shared this good news with Quan Yu-chin. Quan Yu-chin suggested going out for a celebratory dinner, but Lu Qian didn't want to go. He had never had time to manage his figure, so this time he decided to lose weight. Quan Yu-chin thought his figure was just right, but Lu Qian said men don't understand that dieting is a woman's lifelong vow. With that, he walked straight to the gym, warning Quan Yu-chin not to disturb him. Quan Yu-chin stroked his chin, revealing a meaningful smile. Lu Qian was running on the treadmill, panting heavily. Quan Yu-chin mocked him from behind for his slow speed. Lu Qian didn't know why he was there. He flexed his muscles, indicating he was there to guide. He claimed to be very experienced in fitness. Lu Qian decided to trust him, just this once. He took out a yoga ball to prepare for stretching exercises. He asked Lu Qian to lean back on the ball, then relax his whole body and press backwards. Lu Qian was clearly struggling with this movement. He explained that this could improve flexibility. However, the abdominal core still needed to be engaged. As he said this, he kissed Lu Qian as a reward. Lu Qian felt he was being frivolous, but he was ready to move on to the next exercise. Lu Qian finally realized that working out was a trick. Afterwards, he hoped Quan Yu-chin would accompany him to the bell-ringing ceremony. Quan Yu-chin agreed. However, he was still worried about getting nervous and making mistakes. Quan Yu-chin reassured him, saying it was just a ceremony. If this stumped him, how would he face future risks? Lu Qian found this reasonable. He would face more and greater risks in the future. At the bell-ringing ceremony, Lu Qian stated that Lu's success was inseparable from the employees' hard work and the support of their users. Lu Qian held Quan Yu-chin's hand, while Quan Yu-chin held Qiyu. He held flowers and confessed his love to Quan Yu-chin. They kissed passionately. Qiyu clapped on the side, imitating them, saying, "I love you." In the evening, the couple arrived at the banquet hand in hand. Lu Qian was the star of the night. Two CEOs, upon seeing Lu Qian, immediately approached to express their intention to collaborate. One company specialized in AP development, while the other focused on antivirus software. Lu Qian was also happy to talk with them. Quan Yu-chin felt that he had grown into an excellent businessman. As the lights dimmed and brightened again, Quan Yu-chin invited Lu Qian for a slow dance. He gladly accepted. He was about to mention the business discussions from earlier, but Quan Yu-chin interrupted him. He said if this continued, he'd become jealous of work. Lu Qian kissed him lightly as compensation. Without his nurturing, he wouldn't have been so successful. But Quan Yu-chin felt that this kiss was far from enough. After the banquet, Lu Qian wanted to dance one more song. Quan Yu-chin told him to wait until they got inside, but he wanted to sing instead. He picked up a vase as a microphone and started singing. Quan Yu-chin didn't expect Lu Qian to have this hidden talent. Lu Qian grabbed Quan Yu-chin's clothes, wanting to sing together. Then he kissed him again, saying it was to leave a mark. Quan Yu-chin asked if he was claiming ownership. He smiled and agreed. Seeing him so happy, Quan Yu-chin asked if he was his most beloved person. He agreed to that as well. Quan Yu-chin bent down to take off his shoes. He also said his husband was the most handsome and capable and belonged only to him. Quan Yu-chin wanted to ask Lu Qian if he also belonged only to him, but Lu Qian pinned him down, ready to take action. He wanted to eat him up. He said he was ready. Lu Qian felt like a queen, and after saying that, he pulled off Quan Yu-chin's tie. Lu Qian was sitting in a coffee shop handling company affairs. Gu Zongtong sat down in front of him with a bouquet of flowers. He didn't expect this request. Gu Zongtong said he was here to buy flowers and didn't expect to meet him. The next moment, he gave the flowers to him, congratulating him on his company's successful IPO. Lu Qian expressed gratitude, but thought this was Quan Zhen's new trick to provoke him. Gu Zongtong assured him that he only wanted to be friends. Lu Qian slammed the table and stood up. He was already married and wouldn't be interested in anyone else, especially those with ulterior motives. Gu Zongtong's expression became somewhat dejected. At this moment, Quan Zhen slowly approached. Quan Zhen threw the flowers on the ground. He thought Gu Zongtong had also fallen for Lu Qian. He couldn't understand why they all only liked this one person. Gu Zongtong hugged him, saying it was a misunderstanding. They talked properly after he calmed down. Quan Zhen pushed him away. There was nothing to talk about. If Gu Zongtong liked Lu Qian, then the child shouldn't exist. Unexpectedly, Quan Zhen was pregnant, but he wanted to go and abort the child now. Gu Zongtong held Quan Zhen back. He approached Lu Qian because Lu Qian might be his long-lost sister, and Quan Zhen was the one he truly loved, even if Quan Zhen was crazy. After saying this, he kissed him. Quan Yuchen was discussing cooperation with Lu Qian. He wanted 60% of the net profit. Lu Qian acknowledged Quan's leading position in the market, but the production line was in Lu's factory, so their profit margin wasn't high. Quan Yuchen thought that the sales channels provided by Quan could be considered as advertising fees, making it a win-win cooperation. But Lu Qian felt this was exploiting Lu's company. He had the nerve to call it a win-win cooperation. Seeing the two of them at loggerheads, both assistants hugged each other tightly. Then Lu Qian asked the two assistants to leave, saying he had something to discuss privately with Quan Yuchen. The assistants didn't dare to disobey. Lu Qian walked up to Quan Yuchen. He felt that this profit distribution was completely unreasonable. But Lu's company was highly replaceable in the market, with nothing to make him concede profits. Lu Qian didn't know how to persuade him. He said Lu Qian had good capital to leverage. Lu Qian worried that conceding too little profit would be meaningless. However, it all depended on his sincerity. The next second, he unexpectedly bit Quan Yuchen's finger. He would only rely on his abilities to compete. Next time, he'd come to negotiate with better capital. Sitting in the car, Lu Qian felt he might have bitten a bit too hard. But remembering Quan Yuchen's bitten expression, he couldn't help but laugh. Lu Qian saw a clothing store through the car window. He seemed to have a new idea. Night at the villa. Quan Yuchen touched his collar. He wanted to teach his wife a lesson, but he saw his lover wearing a red dress, carrying a plate, and walking towards him. Seeing this, he thought the woman before him was beautiful, and his face unconsciously turned red. Lu Qian had specially cooked dinner as compensation for neglecting the family lately. The man hugged her waist from behind, smiling and asking if she was trying to please him. She immediately fed him a mouthful of food, asking him to taste it, then explained that she cooked because she had been neglecting the household. The man arrogantly said the taste was a bit bland and accused her of biting him today. Lu Qian countered by asking if he had ever taken advantage of other girls. Frightened, the man quickly hugged her, explaining he would only do this to her. Lu Qian felt a bit shy, quickly reminding herself she was still cooking and told him not to fool around. Unexpectedly, Quan Yuchen suddenly grabbed her arm. Then he lifted her onto the table, intimately saying she was his delicious meal. He kept getting closer to her, closing his eyes. Both were becoming emotional. Quan Yuchen kissed her neck. She hugged him. They kissed deeply. Lu Qian's hand on the table trembled slightly. She suddenly remembered the food was still cooking in the kitchen. By the time she brought the food to the table, it was already burnt. She complained that now they had nothing to eat because of him. At this moment, he brought out a bottle of 1982 red wine. He poured the wine into glasses. They prepared to drink until they were drunk. However, as they were drinking, Lu Qian's phone rang. She picked up the phone and talked for a bit. Then she kissed her husband, explaining she had to handle some work. She told him to eat first, then turned and left. The abandoned man thought about finding a way to make his lover pay more attention to him. At the desk, Gu Zongtong, wearing glasses, looked at the documents in front of him. He finally found the person he was looking for. But recalling his childhood, he remembered the sad scene when he learned of his mother's death. He didn't know whether to continue reconnecting with the other person. He also didn't know if Quan Yuchen could be his support when he was sad. So he decided to test this man. In the office on the high-rise, the assistant reported to Lu Qian that the guest had arrived. The person who walked in was actually Gu Zongtong. Seeing the smiling man arrive, she found it a bit strange. The man slowly approached, taking steps. Then he sat on the sofa. He told her that he was now the general manager of Gu Group. Learning that this person wanted to cooperate with her, she invited him to talk over coffee. The man pushed up his glasses, expressing that he really liked this coffee. The two then began a harmonious discussion about work. Looking at his confident sister, Gu Zongtong was lost in thought. He recalled his childhood when his mother blamed herself for losing his sister. His eyes showed concern as he asked if she was living happily. Hearing such a question, the woman beside him found it strange. She unhesitatingly stated that this was her private matter and not anyone else's business. He immediately apologized, and they continued talking. Lu Qian, however, was curious about who this person really was. The man quickly gave high praise to Lu's company. Unexpectedly, his sister only briefly thanked him for the affirmation. He picked up his cup, took a sip of coffee, then placed the cup on the table. At the same time, he expressed hope for future cooperation with Lu's company. After their talk, they said goodbye at the reception. Seeing this, Quan Yuchen was a bit unhappy. He pulled his wife into his arms, holding her tight, declaring that he already had a lover and telling the other person to keep their distance. The person opposite graciously stated that he was only here for business cooperation, mocking the other for being like a lion that bites everyone it sees. Quan Yuchen scoffed, saying that Gu's strength was only enough to be a supporting role. At this point, Lu Qian explained that who they cooperate with depends on the bidding meeting. He was placated by his wife and coldly told the other to be prepared for failure. The man opposite calmly advised the woman not to let personal feelings affect company interests. He found this man amusing and heard him mention that he had once dominated Lu's company. At this moment, Lu Qian suddenly warned the other not to try to provoke their marital relationship. Gu Zongtong immediately explained that he just didn't want her to be deceived. He was again warned by his sister's husband not to interfere in their relationship. Hearing his sister praise her husband as very excellent, Gu Zongtong, seeing this scene, could only say they'd meet again at the bidding meeting. The man opposite was unwilling to back down, stating he would crush him to the point of questioning his existence. Lu Qian's daughter Qiyu held a small rabbit in her hands, happily calling for her mother. She gently extended her hands, asking her daughter what she was doing at home. The daughter, in a sweet voice, wanted her mother to hold her. He picked up his daughter with both hands, remarking that she was as heavy as a little pig. The child touched her mother's face playfully. Sun Yuchen walked out carrying a plate. He heard his wife and daughter talking about Gu, whom they met today. The man suddenly slammed the plate on the table, shouting that that guy was far from interesting. Then he took his daughter and tossed her high in the air, scaring her by saying the man outside was a big bad wolf, telling her to stay away from anyone named Gu. The woman didn't expect her husband to be so jealous. She quickly coughed. Quan Yuchen put down his daughter, letting her play there. Then he grabbed his wife's hand. He threw her over his shoulder and walked away. Lu Qian asked in shock what he was going to do. The man suddenly leaned close to her face, asking if she knew she had done wrong. The woman lying on the bed said she didn't know what he meant. He touched her lips, telling her not to think about other men. She quickly sat up, explaining she was wrongly accused. Then she asked him why there were so many beautiful women in his office. Quan Yuchen closed his eyes and let out a sigh. Then he covered his chest, praising his own integrity while accusing his wife of inducing their daughter to rebel. Hearing this, Lu Qian felt a bit embarrassed. She poked his arm with her finger. The man suddenly hugged her, shouting and fussing about proving his innocence. Then he grabbed the blanket. In the meeting room, Lu Qian was hosting the bidding meeting. Two men sat opposite each other beside her. At this time, her brother stood up. He explained the advantages of his group. Her husband sat there thinking. Seeing the other's speech end, he suddenly announced he was withdrawing from the competition. Lu Qian was very shocked. She then understood that her husband only hoped Lu's company could find a more beneficial partner. Hearing this, Gu Zongtong was also a bit shocked. He felt his sister hadn't chosen the wrong person. Afterwards, Quan Yuchen picked up the phone to notify his assistant to prepare a plane to S country. Then he fell into a pink bubble, hoping in his heart that his daughter would make a small sacrifice for her father's happiness. On the private jet, Lu Qian was still asking what the two were going to do. The man beside her slowly helped his wife off the plane. He held her hand, saying they were going to relax at a private villa. Then he continued to gaze lovingly at his wife, suggesting they spend time alone together. Lu Qian blushed and agreed. At the bonfire party, people formed a circle around them. The couple held hands and danced with the crowd. Seeing his wife laugh so happily, the man beside her was also very pleased. At this moment, a little child with a flower wreath wanted to give it to Lu Qian. She was a bit curious, but her husband suddenly pulled her arm. He proudly showed off to the little boy that she was already his woman. The little boy sighed, feeling this was very unfortunate. The couple was cuddling intimately. People around them urged them to kiss. They gazed at each other, seeing themselves in each other's eyes. They closed their eyes and kissed. Afterwards, they sat by the small river chatting. Seeing his lover's happy face, Quan Yuchen suggested they could come play again next time. Lu Qian's foot suddenly touched a flower lantern in the river. She wanted to release one too. Then she saw flower lanterns suddenly appear. It turned out the man had prepared them in advance. She happily looked at the lantern he took out. Then she held her own, closed her eyes, and wished to be with him forever. They placed the flower lanterns in the lake together. Quan Yuchen asked his wife what she wanted to do next. He felt they should pay more attention to family in the future. The two leaned close together, holding hands. They both expressed they would spend more time on family. Soon after, he embraced her in his arms, then picked her up and walked away. They lay quietly on the boat, looking up at the starry sky together. At this moment, Quan Yuchen suddenly mentioned Gu Zongtong. Seeing his wife sit up, she asked if he was still jealous. He also sat up suddenly, then coughed and said he just hadn't expected that person to be the successor to the story. Lu Qian believed the other party had no ill intentions, but she also understood her lover would insist on investigating, knowing everything was for her own good. Then, she expressed some worry about their daughter. At this time, her head was gently rubbed twice. The man comforted her that the child was at home with grandparents taking care of her, telling her not to worry. The two cuddled closely. Quan Yuchen told his wife there was a cluster of lotus flowers ahead. She excitedly said they should hurry over to admire them. The small boat quickly rowed over. Soon they arrived in the middle of a lotus field. Seeing such a beautiful scene, Lu Qian was very happy. The man picked a lotus flower from the lake and handed it to his wife. Realizing her lover had some other thoughts, the woman also blushed shyly. Unexpectedly, the person opposite suddenly pounced towards her. She nervously said the boat would capsize. Indeed, despite his repeated assurances, the boat still capsized. The two fell into the lake. The next day, Lu Qian angrily walked through the bamboo forest. Quan Yuchen apologized behind her. He rubbed his nose, pretending to be pitiful. But his wife turned her head and complained that he brought it upon himself. At this moment, two people suddenly appeared. It was Sister Zhao they had met at the party earlier. Sister Zhao leaned forward, noticing the atmosphere between the two was a bit off. Lu Qian was a bit embarrassed and didn't know what to say. On the other side, the man was still asking if they needed him to teach a few tricks. Hearing this conversation, both women became a bit angry. The two men opposite quickly shut up. Quan Yuchen came over to hold his wife's hand and explain, but was made to wear a mask. He was also warned not to spread his cold to others. Seeing his wife chatting happily with Sister Zhao, he looked unhappy, but soon he came up with a good idea. That was to hold a vintage-style wedding. The next morning in the flower room, Lu Qian stretched lazily. She sat up in bed, but she didn't see her husband, so she put on slippers and walked out. She went to the balcony and took a deep breath of fresh air. At this moment, footsteps were heard outside. A woman came in and told her that they had signed up for a vintage-style wedding. She asked her to try on the wedding dress. Lu Qian put the headdress on her head. She was still a bit confused at this point. The woman was enthusiastically helping on the side. From the woman's words, she learned that all couples who participated in the wedding had sons. She thought it was her husband who hadn't forgotten about this matter. On the other side, Quan Yuchen had already changed his clothes. He began to admire himself narcissistically. The uncle beside him felt speechless, but he was still showing off his relationship with his wife. The music started. The bridal sedan chair had arrived. At this moment, a hand touched the curtain of the sedan. Two maids helped the woman step over the fire basin. She felt this experience was very magical. The man saw his wife in ancient costume and exclaimed how beautiful she was. Lu Qian was still wondering why he came up with this idea. The other party expressed his love passionately, vowing to be with her for 3 lifetimes. She quickly got the same response from her lover. The wedding ceremony had come to the part where the couple bows to each other. After the ceremony, Kwon Yuchin picked up his wife and wanted to enter the bridal chamber. He kicked open the door. Then he kissed her forehead. With a smile, he said tonight was their wedding night. The woman shyly reminded him that they hadn't drunk the wedding wine yet. They each took the wedding wine and closed their eyes to drink it. Kwon Yuchin used chopsticks to feed his wife a dumpling. Hearing her confusion about why the dumpling was raw, he explained it was for having a son soon. At this time, Lu Qian questioned if all this was deliberately done to trick her into having a son. The next day, Lu Qian suddenly felt that having a little brother wasn't bad. She looked up at her husband holding an apple and suddenly blushed. Kwon Yuchin turned his head to look at her. He thought his wife was tired. The woman was smiling mischievously, thinking their future son would be as handsome as his father. He walked over and kissed her cheek, sighing that he wanted to continue enjoying their time alone. When he heard his wife mention their daughter, the man suddenly remembered he had forgotten about their little princess. Learning that his wife had called their daughter behind his back, he stared at her somewhat displeased. Then he handed her the apple in his hand, asking her to taste if it was sour. The woman took a bite and said the apple was sweet. Kwon Yuchin wanted to pick more for their daughter. She thought the apples that got more sunlight on the tree would be sweeter. The woman's hand trembled as she reached for the apple. She was sitting on the man's shoulders and her body was still shaking a bit. She heard him complain that she had gained weight. She immediately became angry. They started to flirt and banter. Lu Qian, sitting at her desk busy with work, heard her assistant's report. She learned that Kwon Jun had come to see her. She was a bit surprised, but she still agreed to let the person in. The woman who walked in greeted her first. Lu Qian then noticed that her belly had become swollen. She was shocked. The woman quickly explained that the child wasn't her husband's and that she didn't come to order Lu Qian around. She asked her to sit down and talk in detail, but she heard the woman apologize to her. She didn't respond. She asked what the woman's real purpose was this time. The woman hesitantly expressed she wanted Kwon Yuchin to give her brother a chance to survive. Lu Qian told her she could do that, but with one condition. That was for their family to live abroad. Hearing this, the woman became a bit nervous, but for her brother's sake, she finally agreed. Lu Qian smiled with satisfaction at this answer. She stood at the door, watching the woman leave. She didn't know the other party was still frowning, thinking they might become relatives. Lu Qian sat on the sofa, taking off her shoes. She looked up and saw her husband coaxing their daughter with strawberries. So she walked over wanting to hug her daughter. But the child turned away, ignoring both of them. The man helplessly expressed that he had tried many methods, but their daughter kept ignoring him. Lu Qian then deliberately spoke loudly to attract their daughter's attention. She indeed turned her head curiously. She saw two fluffy quilts approaching her. Then she happily hugged them. However, after playing with mom and dad for a while, she fell asleep tired. The man mentioned that Kwon Jun had talked to him about his brother's matter today. Learning that her husband had stopped suppressing the other party, Lu Qian also brought up the matter of the other party's suspected pregnancy. Kwon Yuchin had already guessed whose child it was. He wanted to meet the man alone. The next day at the golf course by the lake, Kwon Yuchin asked the person beside him while playing golf if the child was his. The other party calmly gave an affirmative answer. He continued to ask the man why he still came to bother his wife if that was the case. But he heard the other party mention Kwon Jun from years ago. He swung his club to hit the ball. He clarified to the other party that even if he owed that woman, it had nothing to do with love. The two stood together. He heard the man ask if his love for his wife had any benefit. He immediately used the golf club as a weapon and started hitting the person, asking what he was trying to say. The man continued to sneer and ask, if Lu Qian couldn't bear a son, would she be abandoned? Hearing this, he grabbed the other's collar. The man's mouth quickly became injured. He forcefully pushed Kwon Yuchin away, asking if he wanted to know about his relationship with Lu Qian. Both men sat by the lake with injuries on their faces. Learning that his wife was actually the long-lost sister of the man beside him, Kwon Yuchin was very shocked. The man beside him stated that he had already verified the DNA. They hadn't recognized each other before because he was afraid his sister would encounter trouble. Just as he stood up to leave, someone suddenly put a hand on his shoulder. Kwon Yuchin said that Lu Qian had the right to know the truth about everything. The door of the Kwon family villa suddenly rang at night. Lu Qian, who was applying a face mask, thought it was Kwon Yuchin coming back. But when she looked up, she saw two people with injuries on their faces. She asked in surprise what had happened. Lu Qian's hand touched Kwon Yuchin's face. Hearing him say he had something to tell her, she thought if it was about the contract, they could deal with it tomorrow. At this moment, Gu Zongtong was looking at them silently, and Quan Yuchen also held back his wife who wanted to leave, saying this matter was related to her background. Lu Qian turned back confused. Gu Zongtong then told Lu Qian that she was his long-lost sister. Although Lu Qian felt this was all a joke, she still saw the DNA test, proving that they indeed had a blood relationship. Knowing the truth, Lu Qian sat alone on the floor. She looked out the window, thinking about her deceased parents. She couldn't understand why everything turned out this way. Meanwhile, on the other side of the wall, Quan Yuchen was also worried. Suddenly, the door opened. Quan Yuchen's hand gently stroked Lu Qian's head. Then he embraced her in his arms. Lu Qian, in tears, questioned the events of the past. There were many doubts. She suspected her biological father was behind all this. She also didn't understand why finding her relatives resulted in this. She felt her birth wasn't welcomed. Quan Yuchen caressed Lu Qian's face, comforting her. He said Mr. and Mrs. Lu always loved her. But Lu Qian was stuck in her thoughts. She sarcastically remarked that fortunately, Mr. Gu didn't kill her back then. Quan Yuchen continued to comfort her patiently. But Lu Qian still felt she was a bringer of misfortune. Quan Yuchen steadied his tearful lover. He told her not to think that way. But Lu Qian was still shocked, wondering why her biological father was so cold-blooded. She angrily stated that she couldn't let him continue to enjoy his twilight years. In the bathroom, Lu Qian was taking a bath. She couldn't understand why she had to learn about this at her happiest moment. Quan Yuchen held a towel in his hand. He crouched down, saying that no matter what, he would always stand by her side. Then he took Lu Qian's hand and placed it on his face. He kissed her. To prevent her from being sad, they quickly started kissing. Lu Qian asked Quan Yuchen to help her dry her hair. He smiled and agreed. Then he rinsed Lu Qian with the shower head, and they left the bathroom. On the bed in the room, Quan Yuchen was gently drying her hair. He sensed Lu Qian's confusion and unease. He grabbed her outstretched hand, then pulled her into his arms. He told her the most important thing was to cherish the present happiness. Lu Qian's eyes were filled with tears. She suddenly hugged the man behind her, burying her face in his chest. The next morning, Quan Yuchen was shaving in front of the mirror. Lu Qian, looking beautiful, walked over to apply lipstick. She had thought everything through. Revenge was too childish. Quan Yuchen wiped his mouth with a towel. Seeing his lover full of energy again, he was very pleased. Then he insisted on a kiss from his wife before going to work. They closed their eyes and kissed each other. Then Lu Qian left. Quan Yuchen was left alone, shyly touching his kissed cheek. At work, Lu Qian had a serious and focused expression. Gu Zongtong, sitting nearby, wanted to explain something, but she stated directly that before the Gu family, they had never appeared in her life. Now she didn't want to pursue anything. Gu Zongtong thought Lu Qian didn't even want to acknowledge him, as she only expressed professional courtesy about their cooperation. Meanwhile, Quan Yuchen looked at the newspaper in front of him, angrily vowing that he wouldn't give up. Lu Qian was playing with her daughter in the park. Gu Zongtong suddenly appeared. He asked if they could talk. The mother and daughter looked at them with some confusion, but Lu Qian still agreed. They sat on a bench to chat. He was playing with sand nearby. Gu Zongtong suddenly mentioned that when their mother was pregnant, she had imagined what her sister would look like. Lu Qian suddenly called him brother at this moment. This made him widen his eyes in surprise, then smile. Qi ran over to show her mother the toy she had made. Lu Qian then asked what their mother was like. In Gu Zongtong's eyes, she was a refined lady, gentle and considerate. The man, lost in memories, was surrounded by tenderness. Lu Qian then told him that she had been loved since childhood, and now her family of 3 was very happy. Gu Zongtong suddenly took out a share certificate from his bag, stating he wanted Lu Qian to accept it. He then told her he would be going abroad with Quan Zheng later. Hearing this, Lu Qian immediately said she wouldn't accept it, but Gu Zongtong resolutely handed the shares to her. Looking at the paper in front of her, she fell silent. Watching his departing figure, Lu Qian sincerely hoped he would be happy. Qiu ran over at this moment, holding her mother's hand. They were ready to go home. In the office, Lu Qian sat seriously in her chair, instructing the interviewee to enter. The applicant outside pushed the door open and looked shocked. She recalled her previous encounter with Lu Qian, thinking fearfully whether she should leave. Lu Qian calmly asked the girl to sit down. Then she began to discuss business with the girl, asking how much she knew about Lu's company. The girl's answers were very comprehensive. Lu Qian said her professional skills were good, but her expression was still hesitant. The girl suddenly stood up and bowed. She kept apologizing to Lu Qian, explaining that her mother needed money for treatment back then, so she made a deal with Quan Yuchen. Lu Qian touched her chin and muttered, "So that's how it was?" Hearing this, the girl continued to apologize. Lu Qian said if the story was true, she would let bygones be bygones. The girl immediately thanked her gratefully. As she left, she touched her chest and let out a sigh of relief. Lu Qian, however, wondered if Quan Yuchen would give up the opportunity to cause trouble. Xian Zheng and Gu Zongtong were waiting at the airport. Suddenly, Xian Yuchen walked over with a cane, looking gloomy. Gu Zongtong got up to leave, wanting to let the siblings talk. Xian Yuchen loudly questioned his sister why she was leaving. Xian Zheng touched her belly, saying she should leave. Unexpectedly, this made him even angrier. The woman in front of him was content with finding happiness and was already pregnant. Quan Yuchen thought she was only doing it for the child. Quan Zhun then tried to persuade her brother to give up, but he stubbornly insisted that he was no worse than Quan Yuchen. Quan Zhun worried her brother would lose himself like she once did, but Quan Yuchen persisted that he must get what he wanted. He left his blessings for his sister and then turned to leave. At the Quan household, Quan Yuchen and Lu Qian were facing off in the living room. Sparks flew as they looked at each other. Qiu was happily playing nearby. Looking at their daughter who understood nothing, the two were speechless. It turned out they were discussing how to raise their daughter. Finally, they reached an agreement, deciding to let their daughter choose what she likes. Lu Qian happily held up a drawing board, asking her daughter if she wanted to be an artist. Then Quan Yuchen picked up a basketball, suggesting their daughter enter the sports world. Lu Qian hoped her daughter would play the piano, thinking it would be better to be more ladylike. At this moment, Quan Yuchen suddenly sat down at the piano with her. The scene of the two playing together was very warm and beautiful. He was also very curious. The couple was still looking at each other when they suddenly heard their daughter behind them, happily shouting while holding an abacus. The two looked at each other and smiled. They guessed if their daughter might want to be a businesswoman in the future. Quan Yuchen was still proud that their daughter could take over the business in the future. At this moment, his phone suddenly rang. Someone notified him to return to the old house immediately. Old Mr. Quan sat on the sofa, angrily accusing Quan Yuchen of being too harsh on Quan Yuchen. Even after hearing his grandson's explanation, he suddenly slammed his cane on the ground forcefully. He warned his grandson that the power still belonged to him for now. Quan Yuchen leaned back on the sofa, telling him he hadn't forgotten. Old Mr. Quan picked up his teacup, reiterating his demands, stating that he would only hand over the power if he had a son. Quan Yuchen also picked up a cup of tea. He believed he had the ability to develop the business even better. But internally, he felt that their family didn't have a throne, so it wasn't necessary for a son to inherit. Old Mr. Quan sighed and told him to wait until he got the inheritance rights before saying anything. Quan Yuchen was very confident in his abilities. He agreed with a smile. At this time, in the kindergarten, the teacher was teaching the children. Lu Qian looked at her daughter, sitting in the classroom, through the glass. She was a bit worried that her daughter wouldn't adapt, but Qiu quickly learned what the teacher taught. However, her desk mate was still holding up a strawberry. Qiu, troubled, took a bite of her desk mate's strawberry. The two started to fight. Lu Qian, watching, felt speechless. The little boy cried, complaining that he couldn't finish his homework now. Then Qiu stuffed another strawberry into his mouth. They made up and became friends. Seeing Qiu complete the task again, the boy was amazed at how clever she was. Lu Qian, however, felt that her daughter had inherited Quan Yuchen's business strategy genes. At sunset, Lu Qian pushed her daughter as they walked on the road. A man in a nearby car was smoking. He felt that Lu Qian wasn't respected. Quan Yuchen secretly vowed to win this woman. Looking at the warm scene before him, he ordered his subordinates to keep a close eye on Lu Qian and investigate Quan Yuchen's schedule. Lu Qian was discussing with Quan Yuchen their daughter's sensitivity to numbers. The man opposite looked smug. At this moment, Q came over with a plate of cherries, happily saying she wanted to share the fruit. She grabbed a big handful and gave them to her mother. Quan Yuchen stood nearby, also looking expectant. Unexpectedly, Qiu only gave him one cherry. He expressed happiness outwardly, but was crying inside. Looking at his daughter's adorable back, he felt his status was worrisome. Lu Qian ate fruit while mocking him for not being able to outsmart their daughter. She also worried if Qiu had a younger brother, would she bully him? Quan Yuchen asked his wife in shock if she was pregnant, but his wife hit him on the arm in response. Quan Yuchen held Lu Qian's hand, explaining he wasn't in a hurry. Then he touched her lips, asking if she wanted something to drink. He then picked her up. The two came to the bedroom. Quan Yuchen held Lu Qian as they stood by the window looking at the night sky. He took a sip of red wine. Then he bent down and told her he had to go abroad for a week on business. Seeing her concern, Quan Yuchen stroked her hand. He said he was going for an acquisition. Just as he was about to say more, she covered his mouth. Lu Qian didn't distrust him. She just felt reluctant to part. The two embraced and kissed. Quan Yuchen put his fingers together, swearing he wasn't interested in other women. Lu Qian suddenly kissed him. She boldly declared he was hers. Then she opened her mouth, approached Quan Yuchen's collarbone, and bit it. Quan Yuchen didn't know what she was doing. Lu Qian proudly stated she had marked him. From now on, he must report to her if anything happens or face family punishment. Lu Qian was still sleeping in bed, hugging her daughter. Suddenly, the phone rang. She answered and asked Quan Yuchen what was up. Then she learned he would be back tomorrow. At this time, Qiu also woke up. She happily shouted Dad into the phone. Quan Yuchen asked if they wanted him to buy anything. Both of them were very excited. Qiu imagined many gifts in her mind. Quan Yuchen took out his black card, saying he was ready. Qiu urged her dad to hurry up. He then ran back and forth between different stores. Seeing Quan Yuchen like this, Lu Qian smirked and asked if he had done anything to betray her. Quan Yuchen nervously said that was impossible. Suddenly, a blonde beauty walked over. She handed Quan Yuchen a card, hinting that he could call her. Quan Yuchen immediately removed the card, telling her he already had a lover. Then he threw the card into the trash. The woman angrily shouted, but he ignored her and strode away. Quan Yuchen eagerly asked his wife, "How was his performance?" Lu Qian immediately blew him a kiss as a reward, but soon her eyes suddenly widened. It turned out that behind her husband, there was a huge pile of gifts. Quan Yuchen looked proud at this moment. He was also very happy, hearing Lu Qian worry about spoiling their daughter. He quickly explained that the gifts weren't just for their daughter, but also for her. After school, Qiu said goodbye to her desk mate. She asked her desk mate to bring strawberry-flavored snacks for her. Lu Qian picked up her daughter and criticized that this wasn't right. But Qiu thought good things should be shared. Lu Qian then asked why she didn't share herself. Qiu bit her finger and said she would share a little in the future. At this moment, Quan Yuchen suddenly appeared. He smiled and greeted them. But Lu Qian stepped back 2 steps while holding her daughter. Quan Yuchen limped forward. With a gloomy face, he said he was here to find Lu Qian. Next, only Qiu's hairpin was left on the ground. On a yacht in the ocean, Quan Yuchen held Qiu, looking at Lu Qian tied up on the floor. Qiu cried out for her mom in fear. Quan Yuchen wondered why she was crying. Lu Qian questioned why he kidnapped her. The man walked over and bent down. He once again expressed his feelings to Lu Qian. At this time, Qiu looked scared. Lu Qian also loudly warned him that she was his sister-in-law. Quan Yuchen didn't care. He had his subordinates bring up a gift. Lu Qian looked at this box. It turned out to be a dress he had chosen for her. Quan Yuchen demanded that she change into it and go on a date with him. Lu Qian felt he was delusional. Quan Yuchen suddenly picked up the crying Qiu, his face full of threats. Lu Qian immediately panicked. Quan Yuchen hypocritically said he didn't want to hurt the child either. Seeing this, Lu Qian had to tearfully agree to his demands. Quan Yuchen had his subordinates take Qiu away. He stroked Lu Qian's face, telling her he was looking forward to their upcoming date. On the other side, Quan Yuchen's plane had arrived. He stood at the front door, pushing his suitcase. But he found that Lu Qian's phone was unreachable. He looked worried. He immediately called his subordinates. Then he drove off to investigate Lu Qian's whereabouts. Learning that Lu Qian had encountered Quan Yuchen, his eyes filled with anger. He immediately sped up. In the surveillance room, he saw the whole process of his wife and daughter being taken away. Quan Yuchen angrily slammed the table. He swore he would make Quan Yuchen pay tenfold. Taking the hairpin handed over by his subordinate, he told his assistant to contact mercenaries immediately. On the yacht's deck, Quan Yuchen was having a camelot dinner with Lu Qian. He raised his glass, praising her as the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. But the woman across from him closed her eyes, not wanting to speak. He continued to say that he was the most suitable man for her. Lu Qian mocked that he was no match for her husband. Hearing this, Quan Yuqian narrowed his eyes dangerously. Then he stood up and walked forward. He then grabbed Lu Qian's chin, threatening that her daughter was in his hands. Lu Qian forcefully broke free from his control, but she was quickly grabbed by the face again. Quan Yuqian thought it would be easy to get Lu Qian. Unexpectedly, she cursed him as a scoundrel. His face immediately turned very ugly. Lu Qian continued to rebuke him. Suddenly, the man laughed. Then his lips approached Lu Qian, but he was suddenly pushed away. He was also slapped in the face. Lu Qian sternly warned him that her husband wouldn't let him off. Quan Yuqian touched his slapped face. At this time, a helicopter arrived in the sea area. The mercenaries reported to Quan Yuqian that they had tracked the specific location. Quan Yuqian held a gun and told them to remain vigilant. Everyone quickly responded. He then ordered them to speed up and catch up with the yacht. He remembered his wife and daughter's gentle reminders before he left. He closed his eyes and swore to find them back. Lu Qian hugged her daughter, telling her not to be afraid. Qiu touched her mother's face, believing that Dad would come soon. The two hugged each other and waited together. Lu Qian felt she had to find a way to escape, but she looked around the room and couldn't find anything useful. At this moment, Quan Yuqian suddenly walked in. He smiled and told the two that the person they were waiting for had arrived. The mother and daughter were both very happy, but Quan Yuqian wanted the woman in front of him to leave with him. Lu Qian loudly retorted that she only loved Quan Yuqian. Then she was pressed against the wall. Qiu shouted that Mom wouldn't go with the bad guy. Then she was glared at fiercely by the man, scaring her into her mother's arms. Quan Yuqian suddenly grabbed Qiu's clothes. Lu Qian tried hard to stop him, but she couldn't prevent Quan Yuqian from taking Qiu away. Unable to get the woman he wanted, he was about to go crazy. He carried the child to the deck. Qiu kept crying for her mom. Lu Qian also staggered after them. Quan Yuqian said he wanted to test how important the mother and daughter were. Lu Qian urgently tried to calm him down. Qiu continued to cry loudly, but he thought that if he got rid of the child, Lu Qian would be with him. At this moment, Quan Yuqian rushed over on a jet ski. Seeing her dad, Qiu was very happy. Lu Qian also shouted her lover's name. Only Quan Yuqian gritted his teeth. The jet ski crashed into the yacht. He couldn't hold the child steady for a moment. Qiu was thrown high into the air. She suddenly flew up. Lu Qian widened her eyes in terror. Quan Yuqian immediately jumped onto the yacht. He stretched out his hands and successfully caught his daughter. Then he knelt on one knee on the deck, gently hugging his daughter. He comforted her not to be afraid. Lu Qian was about to run over at this time, but she was suddenly choked from behind by a man. Quan Yuqian immediately raised his gun, pointing at the man who hated him. Unexpectedly, the other man also took out a gun and pointed it at Lu Qian's head. Quan Yuqian handed his daughter to a nearby mercenary. Then he threw the gun in his hand towards the opposite side. At the same time, he promised to do anything as long as the other party was willing to release the hostage. However, he secretly made a gesture to the mercenary behind his back. The mercenary already knew to launch a surprise attack from the left. The angry Quan Yuqian aimed his gun at the opposite side, saying he would make him taste the pain. He immediately shot Quan Yuqian in the leg. Then he kicked him in the chest and stepped on him under his foot. Quan Yuqian was sweating profusely from the pain. Lu Qian was very worried beside him. At this moment, a mercenary had already come behind Quan Yuqian. He forcefully pressed him down. Lu Qian ran over in tears and hugged her lover. Seeing this scene, Quan Yuqian was very angry. Lu Qian was still touching and checking her lover's body, but suddenly she was kissed on the lips. Qiu was also brought over by the mercenary. The family of three reunited warmly. At this time, Quan Yuqian suddenly took out a remote control. Then he forcefully threw off the mercenary behind him. He raised the button in his hand, saying crazily that no one could leave. Seeing this, the family of three became nervous. They all tried to persuade Quan Yuqian to calm down. Lu Qian hoped that he would have mercy on their young daughter. begging him loudly not to be impulsive. Seeing the woman he loved begging him like this, Kwon Yu-chin hesitated. But at this moment, the yacht suddenly shook violently. He finally pressed the button. A violente explosion sounded. People on the yacht were all running to escape. Kwon Yu-chin pulled Lu Qian, preparing to go to the front of the yacht. But they were stopped. Kwon Yu-chin said he wouldn't let them leave. Even when warned that if this continued, everyone would die, he crazily stated that he had been waiting for this day. The plane had already arrived above the yacht. In deck posting, Kwon Zu-chen imeditan kiket Kwon Zu-chen. He suddenly widened his eyes in panic, then fell into the sea. Another explosion sounded on the deck. Kwon Yu-chin quickly ran towards Lu Qian. Just as he reached Lu Qian's side, the yacht slowly sank to the bottom of the sea, and they finally managed to board the helicopter successfully. Looking at the sinking yacht in front of them, Lu Qian felt it was a close call. They almost couldn't escape. Kwon Yu-chin hugged the mother and daughter in his arms, comforting them that they were safe now. Kyu felt that her dad, who saved them, was a superhero. Lu Qian quickly raised her head to ask Kwon Yu-chin if he was all right. He smiled and said he was fine, but his back was covered in wounds. In the hospital corridor, Lu Qian was told that her lover was out of danger. She closed her eyes and shed tears of relief. Lu Qian walked into the hospital carrying a lunchbox. Kwon Yu-chin, lying on the hospital bed, told her he felt much better. Lu Qian sat down and took out the chicken soup she had prepared. Then she helped him sit up. Kwon Yu-chin suddenly gasped in pain. Then he immediately kissed his wife on the lips. Lu Qian was speechless. He was injured but still not behaving. She didn't see that the person behind was actually sweating from the pain. She blew on the soup in the spoon and fed it to Kwon Yu-chin. They talked about how Kwon Yu-chin was rescued and then arrested and sent to prison. But Kwon Yu-chin knew his grandfather wouldn't leave him alone. But he firmly stated that he wouldn't be lenient with him again. In the office building, Lu Qian's phone suddenly rang. She answered the phone and told Kwon Yu-chin that she would be off work soon and would go to the hospital to accompany him after work. However, Kwon Yu-chin asked Lu Qian not to come to the hospital yet. He needed Lu Qian to help him with something first. Lu Qian hurriedly asked Kwon Yu-chin if something had happened. It turned out that Kwon Yu-chin had a project before, which was delayed due to his hospitalization. The partner had already decided to terminate the contract with Kwon, and Kwon Yu-chin found out that this partner would be attending a banquet. He hoped Lu Qian could help him deliver a gift and buy him some more time. After hearing this, Lu Qian immediately asked Kwon Yu-chin to send her the banquet address and told him to rest well in a hospital. In the evening, Lu Qian arrived at the banquet address as promised, wearing an evening gown. However, she couldn't get through to the partner's contact number. At this moment, the lights at the banquet suddenly turned off. Two hostesses appeared beside Lu Qian. They blindfolded her. The hostesses told Lu Qian that this was just a special procedure for the banquet. But Lu Qian found it very strange and refused. Lu Qian slowly walked to the center of the banquet under the guidance of the hostesses. At this time, Kwon Yu-chin appeared holding flowers and removed her blindfold. Lu Qian was very surprised. Kwon Yu-chin told Lu Qian he knew their initial encounter was terrible, involving transactions and interests. So much so that even after they got married, this issue continued to affect their relationship. After this dangerous incident, Kwon Yu-chin finally realized he didn't want to lose Lu Qian again. He hoped Lu Qian would be by his side every day. At this moment, Kwon Yu-chin took Lu Qian's hand and knelt down to propose again. He hoped Lu Qian would spend the rest of her life with him. This time, Lu Qian tearfully agreed. The two embraced and kissed happily, blessed by their friends and family. The next second, Kwon Yu-chin suddenly took Lu Qian's hand and walked towards the banquet hall exit. Lu Qian curiously asked where they were going. Kwon Yu-chin picked up Lu Qian in his arms. He wanted to hide her in a place where no one could find her, to stay by his side forever. It turned out that Kwon Yu-chin had flown a private plane and brought Lu Qian to a grassland. The two kissed sweetly under the starry sky. Kwon Yu-chin happily told Lu Qian that he wanted to prove to her through actions that all his injuries had healed. The next day, Kwon Yu-chin took Lu Qian for a stroll on the streets of a foreign country. Lu Qian really liked the scenery here, while Kwon Yu-chin preferred the sunny and beautiful Lu Qian in his camera. While shopping, Kwon Yu-chin suddenly saw a little girl selling flowers. He crouched down and bought a bouquet of sunflowers from the little girl. The little girl happily blessed them, wishing love to be with them. Kuan Yuqin gave the sunflowers to Lu Qian. Lu Qian was puzzled. She remembered that the flower language of sunflowers was silent love and unspoken love. But Kuan Yuqin told her that sunflowers also had another meaning, loyal love. Lu Qian would be the love that Kuan Yuqin would forever pursue. As they walked, they suddenly saw some street performers. They curiously walked over and found that they were singing Chinese songs. Lu Qian listened to the lyrics and felt it was a wonderful coincidence. The lyrics seemed to describe Lu Qian and Kuan Yuqin, surrounded by sweetness at this moment. Soon, Lu Qian and Kuan Yuqin came to a chocolate workshop. Hearing the staff's introduction, Lu Qian enthusiastically invited Kuan Yuqin to make a chocolate with her. After stirring the hot chocolate a few times, Lu Qian invited Kuan Yuqin to taste it. Unexpectedly, Kuan Yuqin sucked on her finger, telling her it's really sweet. Kuan Yuqin suggested making chocolate figures of their family of 3. However, while Lu Qian was trying hard to shape the chocolate figures, Kuan Yuqin suddenly kissed her. This caused Lu Qian to accidentally shave off a piece of the chocolate figure's head. Lu Qian was very angry, but Kuan Yuqin defended himself pitifully, saying he just wanted to give Lu Qian some love inspiration. Finally, the chocolate figures were done, but Kuan Yuqin's figure had changed from a handsome guy to a bald uncle. Lu Qian happily hugged Kuan Yuqin, praising him that he still looked handsome even if he was bald. Unexpectedly, all of this was seen by the blonde woman outside the door. In the blink of an eye, it was evening. Kuan Yuqin took Lu Qian to the Miz Casino. Lu Qian was very curious if there really were gambling gods. Kuan Yuqin thought Lu Qian liked gambling gods. He prepared to show off in front of her. The next second, Kuan Yuqin asked Lu Qian to compete with him. They both placed their bets. Lu Qian stared at the pointer on the gambling table, looking extremely excited. Unexpectedly, Lu Qian won this round. Lu Qian proudly asked Kuan Yuqin if he was jealous, but the man felt very proud instead. Soon, the waiter brought Lu Qian a plate of gold coins. Lu Qian waved her hand, saying she would cover all the expenses today. In a corner of the casino, a man flatteringly asked the blonde woman which side she favored next. But the woman was very cold and didn't respond. After playing a few rounds, Kuan Yuqin took Lu Qian to the auction house upstairs. Lu Qian was very happy, wanted to buy a few items to give as gifts. After receiving the auction list from the waiter, they entered the venue. At the auction, a painting by Man Shun was being auctioned, with a starting price of 4 million. Lu Qian thought this painting would definitely appreciate in value if bought. It was successfully sold for 8 million. At this time, the blonde woman looked at the lavish Lu Qian, thinking Kuan Yuqin was a kept man supported by a woman. Soon, another item came up for auction. This time, it was a necklace purchased by Queen Victoria in the 14th century. The starting price was 9 million. Lu Qian bid 10 million. The blonde woman immediately bid 20 million. The woman's extravagance piqued Lu Qian's curiosity. Lu Qian raised the price to 25 million. Unexpectedly, the next second, the woman gave a high price of 40 million. The woman secretly competed with Lu Qian. In terms of wealth, Linda won't lose to you. Lu Qian felt the price was too high and decided to give up bidding. But seeing Lu Qian liked it, Kuan Yuqin directly called out a price. The man's action instantly stunned everyone. Even the auctioneer excitedly confirmed multiple times, and the man's extravagance further piqued Linda's interest. The waiter quickly brought the necklace, but Lu Qian felt that bidding out of love was really too expensive. Kuan Yuqin put the necklace on Lu Qian and told her, "No matter how much it costs, you deserve to have it." Lu Qian really liked Kuan Yuqin. She also felt that the woman wearing the necklace became even more beautiful. Meanwhile, Linda actually had someone investigate Kuan Yuqin's identity information. She looked at Kuan Yuqin's information and decided she must have this man. At the auction, the bidding continued. Kuan Yuqin suggested picking out some more gifts for Qiyu. At this moment, Linda suddenly appeared, congratulating Lu Qian on obtaining Victoria's necklace. Lu Qian found the woman familiar and suddenly remembered. She was the woman outside the chocolate workshop earlier. Linda praised Kuan Yuqin for being very bold. Faced with such a big gesture, even she could only look on with envy. Lu Qian was very wary of the woman and instinctively held onto Kuan Yuchen's arm. Kuan Yuchen also made an excuse about wanting to eat something, intending to leave this place. However, the woman felt that Lu Qian wasn't good enough for Kuan Yuchen. Pretending not to hear their conversation, she continued to introduce herself. The next second, this woman also said she was Kuan Yuchen's distant relative. It turned out Kuan Yuchen's aunt was a member of the royal family, and this woman was also from the royal family. The woman wanted to claim kinship with Kuan Yuchen, but was directly rejected by him. He also stated plainly that they weren't familiar. Although the woman was very embarrassed, she still wanted to continue chatting with Kuan Yuchen. Kuan Yuchen directly put his arm around Lu Qian's waist and told the woman he appreciated Miss Linda's kindness. However, he was very familiar with the United States and didn't need any guide. He then turned and left with Lu Qian. The woman watched Kuan Yuchen's back reluctantly. Lu Qian noticed the woman's gaze and instinctively felt that Kuan Yuchen had attracted another complicated admirer. After leaving the casino, Lu Qian sarcastically remarked that Kuan Yuchen's charm hadn't diminished, attracting girls everywhere. She also questioned Kuan Yuchen if he still had any impression of the woman just now. Kuan Yuchen immediately replied that he never remembers unimportant women. Lu Qian was very satisfied with Kuan Yuchen's answer and praised young Master Kuan for being sweet-tongued. Unexpectedly, Kuan Yuchen directly kissed her. You have to try it yourself to know if it's sweet or not. Lu Qian was very angry that she had been taken advantage of again. Unexpectedly, she lost her balance and fell into Kuan Yuchen's arms. Her high heels were broken. Kuan Yuchen immediately squatted down and carried Lu Qian on his back. Lu Qian was worried that Kuan Yuchen would be tired carrying her, but he said he would carry her until they were old. At this moment, Lu Qian whispered in Kuan Yuchen's ear that she would always belong to him. Hearing this, Kuan Yuchen immediately became energized. He immediately carried Lu Qian back to the hotel at full speed. Lu Qian also said shyly, "I'll listen to you tonight." Kuan Yuchen carried Lu Qian back to the hotel at full speed. They immediately began doing indescribable things. The woman shyly called out the man's name. The man also held her and kissed her passionately. The night belonging to the two of them was still long. The next day, they went to watch the sunrise by the moat. The man was worried that the woman hadn't rested well. He gently massaged her waist, but the woman blamed him for not having restraint, causing her to miss the sunrise. Unexpectedly, Kuan Yuchen said they could come again tomorrow. He also asked if the woman wasn't comfortable last night too. The woman immediately covered the man's mouth, not allowing him to continue. At this moment, a monk suddenly appeared in front of them. Lu Qian respectfully called him master. The monk said he had a connection with her. He had a few words to give her. The master said, "A new life will come with twists and hardships, but everything will eventually be perfect." After giving his blessing to Lu Qian, the monk left on his own. Lu Qian pondered the master's words. Suddenly, she had a bad feeling. At this time, Kuan Yuchen hugged her tightly and told her that no matter what the future holds, he would face it with her. In the evening, the two had dinner together on the balcony. Lu Qian thought it was strange to eat in such a drafty place, but Kuan Yuchen insisted and fastened a safety belt for her. The woman felt even more strange. Unexpectedly, the next second, Kuan Yuchen told the waiter they could take off. It turned out they were going to have dinner in the air. The dining table slowly rose under the pressure of the hot air balloon. Lu Qian was very scared. She frantically asked the man to let her down. Kuan Yuchen soothingly kissed her forehead, telling her to relax and look into the distance. The next second, the city lights came into view. Lu Qian was conquered by this beautiful night scene. She was very grateful to Kuan Yuchen for always bringing her new experiences. But she also ordered that, in the future, such exciting surprises must be told to her in advance. Otherwise, she would make Kuan Yuchen pay. As the woman tasted the wine, she suddenly remembered what the monk had said. They had been rude to Linda earlier. She wondered if that woman would give her trouble because of this. But Kuan Yuchen assured her that he had the ability to deal with her. Moreover, they would soon go to other places and would not have contact with her again. The man told Lu Qian that she would definitely like the next place. Although the woman didn't know what bad idea the man had again, she was looking forward to it. At this time, in the royal palace, a gentleman was lying on Linda's bed seeking intimacy. Just then, the butler knocked on his door, telling him that all of Kuan Yuchen's recent itineraries had been investigated. The next second, Linda sat on the sofa with a glass of red wine, learning about the man's whereabouts. Linda instructed the butler to continue sending people to follow them. She had never failed to get a man she set her eyes on. The woman leaned back on the sofa, looking at the image of the two embracing on the digital screen, asking about their itinerary for tomorrow. In the woman's mind, Lu Qian only had a small company and average looks, not worthy of the man she had her eye on. And in this world, only she was a match for Quan Yuchen. This woman stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, fantasizing about what it would be like after she got Quan Yuchen, laughing infatuatedly. However, the next second, the butler interrupted her fantasy. Linda was very impatient, but then thought that the man would also go to C Room tomorrow, and her mood instantly improved. The next day, they arrived at C Room. Lu Qian faced the wishing well with a devout expression, made a wish, then casually tossed a coin, accurately throwing it into the wishing well. Quan Yuchen teased her for being so enthusiastic about making wishes, but she felt this was the fun of traveling. When they got tired of walking around, they sat down in a coffee shop. Lu Qian looked at the male waiter wearing a skirt, finding it very novel. The man explained that here, Scottish skirts are formal wear for both men and women. Moreover, because it's quite hot here, wearing skirts is very comfortable. Seeing the man sweating a lot, Lu Qian suddenly suggested giving him her skirt to wear. But the man took the opportunity to act inappropriately. He told Lu Qian that when it's very hot, he's used to wearing nothing. This way, she could directly appreciate his good physique. Lu Qian didn't want to pay attention to him, so she said she had never seen it before. The next second, the man pulled her hand and placed it on his abs. Lu Qian carefully counted. It was still the familiar 8 packs. At this time, the man wanted to flirt with the woman again, but he suddenly noticed 3 people staring at them from afar. He immediately pulled Lu Qian up. At this time, those 3 people were also gradually approaching. Quan Yuchen quickly led Lu Qian away. He explained to her that people nearby were carrying guns. They might not be safe and needed to return to the hotel quickly. However, at this moment, the people behind suddenly opened fire. They rushed towards them. Quan Yuchen protected Lu Qian as they ran frantically. They finally returned safely to the hotel. The man told her to sit down and rest for a while, but Lu Qian was still very anxious. It turned out that there had always been people causing riots in M country. As long as they were careful, the two wouldn't be in danger. Moreover, he had already arranged for a helicopter. They would leave C City tomorrow. Quan Yuchen wanted to go get her some milk to drink, but the woman hugged him, not allowing him to leave. The man promised Lu Qian he wouldn't leave. The next second, he pushed her down on the bed. Since the woman couldn't be apart from him, they might as well do something enjoyable to forget the unpleasant experience earlier. The woman reacted, pushing away the man in front of her. She told him she would just take a bath. The man watched Lu Qian walk towards the bathtub, feeling pleased. It turned out he had prepared a rose petal bubble bath for the woman in advance. Quan Yuchen held a glass of red wine, proudly seeking credit from Lu Qian. Seeing the woman get into the water, he then pitifully hoped he could bathe with her. Lu Qian had no choice but to sit in the man's arms. However, just as the two were being intimate, Lu Qian suddenly felt unwell. The woman said her stomach hurt, and there was fresh blood flowing down her thighs. The man immediately realized her period wasn't due these days. He hurriedly took her to the hospital. Outside the operating room, Quan Yuchen was very worried about Lu Qian's safety. Finally, the doctor came out. The doctor told him that Lu Qian showed severe signs of threatened miscarriage. She needed an immediate blood transfusion. The man was very shocked to hear this news. However, the doctor also mentioned that due to the many injured today, there was no more blood plasma matching Lu Qian's in the blood bank. At this time, a doctor from the operating room suddenly rushed out. Lu Qian was already in a deep coma. Linda seemed confident about solving the blood plasma problem. But could Quan Yuchen afford the price she wanted? At the hospital entrance, Huang's car suddenly appeared, attracting the attention of reporters. Reporters asked Lady Linda about the aftermath of this terrorist attack. The woman told the reporters, no matter what the terrorist motives were, Huang's company would definitely not let them go unpunished. At this time, the butler suddenly told her that Quan Yuchen's wife was in the emergency room urgently needing a blood transfusion. But there was no matching blood type in the blood bank. The woman found it very coincidental that Lucy's blood type was the same as hers. Then, she followed the butler to Lucy's ward. In the ward, the doctor told the man that the hospital had found matching blood plasma for Lucy. Quan Yuchen was very surprised. He turned his head to see Linda walking in. The man was confused. He questioned the doctor why they allowed outsiders to enter the ward casually. At this time, The woman said she was just passing by and came when she heard Lu Qian urgently needed a blood transfusion. The doctor also explained that, due to Lu Qian's rare blood type, Linda might be the only suitable blood source at the moment. The woman looked at Lu Qian on the hospital bed, very excited about how she would gradually push her out of Quan Yuchen's world. The man thought Linda's identity was special and wanted to refuse her blood donation for Lu Qian. But unexpectedly, Lu Qian's condition suddenly worsened. Looking at his weak wife, the man had no choice but to agree to Linda's blood transfusion. The surgery ended quickly. The man looked at his unconscious wife, still very worried. At this time, Linda came over, gently reminding him to take care of his own health too. The man was grateful for the woman's help to his wife, but still coldly drew a line with her. At this moment, Lu Qian finally woke up. The man was very happy, but Linda was contemptuous. The man told his wife that she was pregnant again. Fortunately, the rescue was timely, and both she and the baby were fine. As the two were chatting, Linda suddenly came over again. She said with a grin that she and Lucy were destined to meet. The man had to explain that due to the hospital's blood bank shortage, Linda had donated blood to her. Lucy was grateful to Linda. Just as the woman was about to interject again, Quan Yuchen and Lucy embraced each other as if no one else was there. Seeing the two ignoring her, the woman was suddenly speechless and had to leave reluctantly. As Linda left, she seemed to be plotting something else. The despicable woman finally left. Lucy immediately complained to the man. The man also knew his wife didn't like her, so he said he would repay the favor as soon as possible to prevent her from bothering them again. Although Lucy was still a bit upset, she gradually calmed down under the man's comfort. Both were very relieved that the baby was fine. At this time, the woman suddenly blurted out, "It would be even better if no one coveted my husband." Quan Yuchen immediately kissed Lu Qian and swore to her that his heart and body belonged to her, and only she could possess him. Lu Qian and Quan Yuchen finally left Sea City. He was grateful to heaven for blessing them with a new life. The man was also grateful for this special gift. At this time, Lu Qian suddenly wanted the man to guess the baby's gender. Quan Yuchen said he liked both boys and girls, but if it was a boy, he could help protect the mother and daughter. But Lu Qian thought it would be fine as long as Quan Yuchen didn't bully her. The man smirked and asked what kind of bullying she meant. Then he pinned Lu Qian against the wall and kissed her passionately. Even so, the man still felt it wasn't enough and continued to touch Lu Qian. Lu Qian sensed the man's intentions and immediately pushed him away. She seriously stated that she was already pregnant, but Quan Yuchen said he would be careful and they had experience now. However, Lu Qian firmly stated that she absolutely wouldn't let the man have his way this time. From now on, she would be in charge of bedroom matters. Then, Lu Qian slapped a piece of paper on Quan Yuchen's chest. The man didn't expect that the woman had even made rules for him. Quan Yuchen read the 3 pregnancy rules and thought it was too exaggerated. It was only the first 3 months now, but since the wife had given orders, Quan Yuchen had no choice but to obey. However, the man thought to himself that as soon as they returned to China, he would immediately arrange for someone to treat Lu Qian so they could happily have fun again. However, at this moment, the butler suddenly informed them that Miss Linda had come to visit. Quan Yuchen was confused. Wasn't he supposed to be comforting the villagers? Why did he come after them again? As Mr. and Mrs. Quan Yuchen came downstairs, they saw Linda standing in the living room. She was here to attend a royal gathering and took the opportunity to visit Lu Qian. In fact, now that all the terrorists had been caught, the two of them didn't need to leave Sea City so quickly. It turned out that Quan Yuchen planned to return to China quickly because Lu Qian was pregnant. As for traveling, there would be plenty of time in the future. After saying this, Quan Yuchen gave the woman a dismissal. Regarding the woman's kindness, he would send people to assist M country in developing mines. As repayment, the woman immediately expressed that she felt wronged, saying she didn't come to ask for repayment. But Quan Yuchen told her that no matter what her intentions were, he wasn't interested. Please don't come to bother them. The man's rudeness finally angered Linda. However, before Linda could finish speaking, the man asked the butler to escort her out. The woman was immediately furious. She secretly vowed that Lu Qian's life was saved by her, and she also had ways to take it back. Meanwhile, she also lost patience with Quan Yuchen. Next time, she would directly capture Quan Yuchen and train him well. Soon, Lu Qian and Quan Yuchen boarded the plane back to China. The man felt the air conditioning on the plane was too strong and feared Lu Qian might catch a cold, so he insisted on covering her with a blanket. Lu Qian felt it was covered too tightly, but the man thought it was better to be cautious. After a while, the flight attendant brought the meals. Quan Yuchen held water in one hand and noodles in the other, asking Lu Qian what she wanted to eat. Lu Qian wasn't used to the man suddenly becoming so cautious. Seeing him bustling about, she laughed. She pulled Quan Yuchen to sit on the sofa. It wasn't her first pregnancy, and she hoped the man wouldn't be so nervous. Moreover, she even brought a blanket, which was a bit exaggerated. But Quan Yuchen hugged Lu Qian tightly. It was a special period now, and he must ensure Lu Qian and the baby return home safely. At this moment, Quan Yuchen looked out the window. He suddenly thought of Linda, that nonsensical woman who couldn't compare to his Qian Qian. He would never let those crazy women have a chance to get close to Qian Qian. Qian Qian. Lu Qian looked at Quan Yuchen staring blankly at her, very confused. She waved her hand in front of him. Quan Yuchen suddenly came back to his senses. After returning, he must study how to avoid unwanted admirers. Then, the man gave Lu Qian a big kiss. He was very grateful that Lu Qian had been by his side from the beginning. Lu Qian felt the same way. The next second, the man pounced on Lu Qian. The woman immediately stopped the man from untying his tie and tried to persuade him with their agreed-upon 10 rules. But the man changed the concept, saying that was a bedroom agreement and didn't apply here. Now Sun Yuchen tied Lu Qian up with his tie. He had specially prepared the first-class cabin, so they must cherish this beautiful time. Lu Qian reminded Sun Yuchen again that she was pregnant, but it couldn't stop the man's passion. Meanwhile, at the royal castle in M country, the king was preparing to choose a successor among several heirs. He would provide each person with some funds and manpower. Within 3 years, the one who could gain more influence in the world would become his heir. At this time, Linda suddenly proposed that she wanted to try in China, where the market was vast. The king approved Linda's idea, but also warned her that she represented the royal family of M country. The royal image must not be offended. He specifically emphasized that Linda was not allowed to provoke Chinese tycoons. Linda agreed on the surface, but secretly hated Quan Yuchen, since he made the king warn her. She must become the king, and she wouldn't let Quan Yuchen off either. After the trip, the two finally returned to the Quan family's old house. The servants lined up at the door to welcome the young master and mistress home. Quan Yuchen instructed the maid to bring down the gifts from the car. As soon as the door opened, they received a grand welcome. Grandpa, Grandma, and parents were all waiting for them at home. Little Qiyu also happily rushed towards them. Lu Qian asked her daughter if she had been good at home. Qiyu obediently said she was a good baby. Then, the family immediately surrounded Lu Qian, very concerned about her and the baby's condition. Seeing the family surrounding Lu Qian, Quan Yuchen thought it was too exaggerated. Little Qiyu, who was ignored, also felt very angry. Facing the elders' concern, Lu Qian patiently told everyone that she was fine, the baby was good too, and hoped they wouldn't worry about her. At this time, Quan Yuchen finally noticed little Qiyu drawing circles on the ground. He picked her up and asked if she missed Daddy. Unexpectedly, little Qiyu only cared about her gifts. Quan Yuchen was very angry and bit his daughter's little cheek. Qiyu immediately shouted, "Stinky Daddy, bad Daddy," and tried to escape from Quan Yuchen's arms. This scene made everyone laugh. At this moment, Quan Yuchen, who should have been in prison, suddenly appeared at home. The man immediately showed hostility towards his brother and questioned why he was here. Grandfather immediately came over and said, Grandmother also instructed the maid to take Qiyu to play in the garden. Grandfather told Quan Yuchen that he had bailed the man out. Although he had made mistakes before, he had learned his lesson now. Moreover, among Yuchen's family, only he was still in the country. Grandfather hoped that Quan Yuchen could show the magnanimity of an elder brother and forgive him. At this time, the man also expressed hope for forgiveness from his brother and sister-in-law. Quan Yuchen didn't respond to his brother's apology, but grandfather hoped he could forgive his brother. Lu Qian also believed that the man could definitely protect him and the children. The man finally relented, saying he would listen to his wife. He also gently touched Lu Qian's cheek. Lu Qian immediately stopped him, saying everyone was watching and it was embarrassing. Quan Yuchen told everyone that he could let go of past events, but if the man tried anything sneaky, he would absolutely not tolerate it. However, Quan Yuchen was not at ease with this seemingly submissive brother. He needed to find a way to quickly drive him out of China. In the early morning, Lu Qian's family was sound asleep in bed. At this time, Qiyu, who had been tossed aside, suddenly woke up. She saw her dad hugging her mom and got very angry. The bad daddy was stealing mommy again. Qiyu slowly crawled between the two of them. She pushed the man away with her bottom, then complained to Lu Qian that mommy only hugged daddy and ignored Qiyu. The man wanted to hold Qiyu to sleep with him, but Qiyu only wanted to be with mommy. Quan Yuchen had to remind her not to press on mommy's belly. Qiyu looked at her contemplating dad and moved to his side, asking what he was thinking. The man asked his daughter if she felt bored when mom and dad weren't home. Unexpectedly, when they weren't home, it was Quan Yuqing who brought Coco to play with Qiyu. Quan Yuchen was worried hearing this, but Qiyu excitedly introduced them to the puppy. She even eagerly pulled his hand, wanting to go find Uncle to walk the dog together. Quan Yuchen was angry. Didn't Grandpa and Grandma tell Qiyu to stay away from that person? Qiyu told her dad that Uncle had become very gentle now. When Mom and Dad weren't home, it was Uncle who brought Coco and kept her company. The girl threw herself into her mom's arms. Uncle had already apologized to her. She had forgiven him, and they had become friends. Qiyu urgently urged Lu Qian to go downstairs, saying her Coco must be waiting for her downstairs. Lu Qian looked at Quan Yuchen's unhappy face and couldn't help but feel worried. After getting permission from her parents, Qiyu quickly ran down the stairs. Sure enough, Quan Yuqing was waiting for her downstairs with Coco. The man kindly asked if Qiyu had woken up, but Quan Yuchen shielded his daughter behind him. He questioned the other man if he had forgotten what he said yesterday. Qiyu didn't understand why her dad was doing this. Mom told Qiyu that she had something to say to Uncle and asked Qiyu to go play by herself for a while. The girl happily left with Coco. After their daughter left, Quan Yuchen and Lu Qian began to question the man about his intentions in approaching Qiyu. They didn't want to involve a child in the grudges between adults. Unexpectedly, the man apologized to them again. He deeply regretted the irreparable harm he had caused them and just wanted to do something to make amends. Quan Yuchen angrily interrupted him. If he really wanted to make amends, he should leave the country and never appear before them again. However, the man said he truly liked Qiyu, and it was because they weren't in the country. Qiyu was very lonely. That's why he moved over to help take care of her. The man explained. Now that Quan Yuchen had to attend to company matters and Lu Qian was pregnant, he really wanted to stay and help take care of Qiyu. Quan Yuchen immediately stated that he would take care of his wife and daughter himself. They didn't need the man to appear before them again. At this moment, Qiyu suddenly walked over. She told her uncle that dad was very good to mom and would absolutely not tire mom out. Quan Yuchen didn't expect Qiyu to come over and speak up for him. He was very touched. Then Quan Yuchen again asked the man to leave. Watching the happy family of three walk away, the man secretly clenched his fist. And as Lu Qian watched the man leave, her heart was also filled with doubts. Did he really come back this time to atone for his sins? But what he just said was clearly meant to sow discord. In the morning, Quan Yuchen accompanied Qiyu playing in the garden. Qiyu was running around happily with Coco. Quan Yuchen kept telling her to run slower. Lu Qian watched the father and daughter running back and forth. She was about to go inside to get them some juice, but unexpectedly saw Quan Yuqing still in the living room. Lu Qian went over to ask the man why he hadn't left yet. It turned out the man felt that his brother had never raised a dog before, and Qiyu was so lively and active. He was very worried. Lu Qian immediately interrupted him. Quan Yuchen is Qiyu's father. He won't let Qiyu be in danger. You're such a proud person. Don't you get tired of pretending to be weak every day? The man smiled bitterly. He was now just a useless person. He just wanted to stay by the side of the person he liked. Lu Qian hoped the man could pursue his own life. Whether in the past or now, he only had Quan Yuchen in his heart. She hoped the man could calmly think about what kind of feelings he actually had for himself. The man was about to express his true intentions. Lu Qian thought that what the man enjoyed was just the competition with Quan Yuchen. Quan Yuqing wanted to refute, but didn't say it out loud. He promised Lu Qian that he would never hurt Qiyu again, no matter what. In the evening, Lu Qian and Quan Yuchen were cuddling in bed. The man kept sighing that Qiyu's energy was really too abundant now. He wanted to gently replenish energy with Lu Qian, but was refused. Lu Qian told him that when she went to get juice today, she encountered his brother again. His obsession hadn't changed at all. She was very worried he would do something again. Quan Yuchen immediately assured her that he would definitely find a way to make his brother leave here as soon as possible. He would also find a way to handle things with grandfather. He absolutely wouldn't let them suffer any more harm. Then, the man told Lu Qian that he had already made an appointment for next week's prenatal checkup. Lu Qian didn't expect the man to be so proactive this time. It turned out he regretted missing many important moments with Qiyu. This time he wanted to be personally involved in everything. Lu Qian teased the man, saying he might as well give birth himself. Unexpectedly, the man held Lu Qian's hand tightly. Although he couldn't give birth himself, he could personally plant the seed. The man's shamelessness once again refreshed Lu Qian's bottom line. He said he had already expanded the 10 articles of agreement. He absolutely wouldn't give the man any chance to exploit loopholes. Just about 100 items. They could be prepared within 3 days. Unexpectedly, the man directly pinned her down on the bed. Intimate contact between parents during pregnancy is good for the baby. Qiyu is the best proof of this twisted logic. The next day, the two of them were late for breakfast. After Lu Qian sat down, she obediently greeted grandfather, grandmother, and parents. Grandmother immediately brought Lu Qian a bowl of nourishing porridge that had been stewed for a long time. Quan Yuqin was very sour on the side. It seemed that Qianqian now had the highest status in their family. As soon as he finished speaking, the man was scolded harshly by grandfather. The man felt very wronged. He took the opportunity to announce to grandfather that since this was the case, he decided to stay at home with Qianqian for the upcoming delivery. He would entrust Quan Group and Lu Group to grandfather and father. Grandfather didn't expect Quan Yuqin to dare arrange things for him. Quan Yuqin, I'm your grandfather. However, grandmother immediately overruled grandfather's words and thought the grandson's arrangement was very reasonable. At this time, Shui Yuqin appeared in the family living room with a woman. He told grandfather and grandmother that the woman behind him was his girlfriend Xiao Anxin. They were planning to move out. The woman also said that she would definitely take good care of the man. Grandmother was very happy to see this. But Quan Yuqin felt that the two had ill intentions. He insisted on having someone investigate them thoroughly. After returning to the bedroom, Lu Qian started doing yoga following the music. This morning, the woman told herself she genuinely liked Quan Yuqin. But when Lu Qian asked if Quan Yuqin was sincere towards the girl fell silent. She was very grateful for Lu Qian's concern, but she felt that not everyone could be as lucky as Lu Qian. Then she said goodbye to Lu Qian and left. The more Lu Qian thought about it, the more she felt something was off. Previously, Quan Yuqin had used Xiao Anxin, but now they had become a couple. There must be something fishy going on. The woman was thinking too deeply and accidentally made her leg go numb while squatting. Luckily, Quan Yuqin supported her in time. At this moment, a roll of paper suddenly fell. The woman was very curious about what it was. Unexpectedly, it was a list of notes the man had prepared for her. The man required the woman to firstly not overthink, and secondly to listen to her husband. Lu Qian, who was just overthinking, felt she had been indirectly criticized. At this time, the man suddenly made a fuss, blaming the woman for doing yoga alone. Lu Qian found it strange. However, the man asked Lu Qian to obediently lie down. The woman was very suspicious of the man's motives. Unexpectedly, Quan Yuqin actually wanted to help her correct her yoga posture. The woman felt very embarrassed. So why did he need to be so close to correct the posture? The next second, Quan Yuqin noticed that Lu Qian's face had turned red. The man suddenly had an idea, but Lu Qian didn't allow him to say it out loud. Quan Yuqin told Lu Qian that what he valued most now was her and the baby's health. But if the woman wanted something different, he would be happy to do it at night. Lu Qian suddenly woke up the sleeping Quan Yuqin. The man thought the woman was feeling unwell and sat up with a start. Unexpectedly, the woman just suddenly wanted to eat clay pot meatballs. The man hugged Lu Qian tightly. As long as she was feeling well, he would have the kitchen make whatever she wanted to eat immediately. But the woman didn't want to eat what was made at home. She wanted to go to the night market to eat barbecue skewers with extra chili. Seeing that Quan Yuqin disagreed, Lu Qian immediately started acting coy. She even hugged him and rewarded him with a kiss. Quan Yuqin finally agreed, and the two of them sneaked out of the house and headed to the night market. Lu Qian was happily eating at the small stall. It turned out to be a popular internet-famous shop that the man had specially found. Lu Qian ate heartily as the man fed her. She quickly finished a large table of barbecue skewers. Quan Yuqin teased Lu Qian for being able to eat so much, especially since she had already had dinner. But Lu Qian argued that it was the little one in her belly who had a big appetite. Quan Yuqin lovingly told Lu Qian that whether it was the big one or the small one, As long as they wanted to eat, he would bring them here. However, the next day, Lu Qian couldn't stop vomiting. Quan Yuchen immediately called the family doctor. Unexpectedly, after the examination, her temperature was normal. Quan Yuchen asked the doctor with self-blame if it was because they ate at the street food stall. Hearing this, grandmother immediately flared up, criticizing her grandson for being too reckless. The woman immediately defended the man, saying it was her idea to eat there. Grandmother had no choice but to let it go. At this time, the family doctor said that Lu Qian was fine, just experiencing stronger morning sickness. Hearing this, Quan Yuchen finally breathed a sigh of relief. The man asked the woman if there was anything she wanted to eat now, and he would have it prepared immediately. But Lu Qian had no appetite. At lunch, Lu Qian found that her family had prepared many fried skewers, cakes, and spicy hot pot for her. Grandmother also encouraged her to eat more. But not only did she not want to eat, she also felt very nauseous. Grandmother was very worried seeing Lu Qian unable to eat. She wanted Lu Qian to try the tonic that Quan Yuchen had brought. But the man didn't trust this brother. Last time he had his men follow him, they found that he rarely went out, only coming out for walks at dusk. Out of caution, he asked grandmother to bring out the tonic. He wanted to double-check with the doctor whether these tonics could be taken or not. Meanwhile, Linda had managed to contact Quan Yuchen. Linda's arrival would bring new waves to Lu Qian and Quan Yuchen's life. In the living room, Lu Qian was drinking the tonic while chatting with the baby in her belly. The man asked the woman how she was feeling today. The woman said she was much better. Although the medicine was sent by Quan Yuchen, the man had his people check the ingredients of the tonic. It was indeed beneficial for the baby. Lu Qian suggested that they should thank Quan Yuchen properly next time they meet. However, the next second, this man appeared in the living room. Quan Yuchen impatiently questioned why the man had come again. After being reminded by Lu Qian, he reluctantly thanked him for sending the tonic. The man was polite to Quan Yuchen on the surface, but behind his back, he hoped that Lu Qian would carry his child. It turned out that Shui Yuchen's visit this time was to sell off the stocks in his hands and exchange some capital to do some business. Shui Yuchen took the cooperation agreement handed over by the man. He thought this was good too. At least without the shares, he wouldn't have to worry about him causing trouble within the company. In the evening, Shui Yuchen sat by the bed feeding Lu Qian fruits. Lu Qian said that she was already fine and didn't want to stay at home every day anymore. The man immediately said that Lu Qian could return to the company to take a look since she was in good condition recently. The woman hadn't expected that Quan Yuchen had been keeping her position in the company. She was immediately very happy and threw herself onto the man, giving him a kiss. Quan Yuchen was about to say something, but Qiyu suddenly exploded. Dad and Mom were kissing behind his back again. The two quickly explained to Qiyu that Mom and Dad were just talking. But the precocious Qiyu didn't believe it. The woman wanted to take Qiyu to bed, but Qiyu said he was already a big boy and could sleep by himself. Quan Yuchen was confused. Wasn't Qiyu sleeping with them just a few days ago? It turned out that Qiyu was angry because Mom and Dad were ignoring him. He wanted Mom and Dad to apologize to him. Watching Qiyu walk away angrily, Lu Qian suddenly remembered that they hadn't told Qiyu that he was going to have a little brother or sister soon. The woman showed the man news on her phone about the eldest child getting depression due to rejecting the second child. She suddenly became very anxious. But Quan Yuchen thought they just needed to explain it clearly to Qiyu. The woman imagined Qiyu crying and complaining that she didn't love him and felt she couldn't accept it. So, she decided to hand this arduous task to Quan Yuchen. Unexpectedly, the man agreed very readily, but on the condition that Lu Qian would be obedient tonight. As night fell, Shui Yuchen swiftly opened the wardrobe. Lu Qian looked at the new clothes in the wardrobe, not knowing what the man was up to again. It turned out that the man had specially prepared some nice clothes, wanting to take exclusive private maternity photos for the woman. Shui Yuchen was afraid the woman would change her mind, but the woman readily patted his chest, saying that she, Lu Qian, always keeps her word. Soon, Lu Qian had changed into a qipao. She sat on the edge of the bed, posing, but suddenly felt it was a bit strange to take photos at home. But the man was very supportive, saying she looked beautiful. Then, Quan Yuchen began his photography work. He looked at Lu Qian's graceful figure in the camera, suddenly wanting to completely possess her and hide her away. Lu Qian was confused by Quan Yuchen's words. Hadn't she always belonged to him? The next second, Quan Yuchen pressed Lu Qian down on the bed. He wanted to cherish her properly and would also protect their baby well. The next day, Quan Yuchin told Lu Qian that he wanted to take photos of her every month as a memento for the baby. Lu Qian immediately caught the loophole in the man's words, accusing him of having ulterior motives. Quan Yuchin told Lu Qian to rest a bit more. Today he would take Qiyu to the amusement park and try to persuade him. However, the man kept psyching himself up internally, believing he could definitely handle Qiyu. In the morning, the man carried Qiyu to the amusement park. Qiyu happily ran towards the slide, but he then felt the slide was too high. At this time, a little boy invited him to play together. Encouraged by the boy, Qiyu slowly climbed up the slide, then slid down into his father's arms. Quan Yuchin asked his daughter if she was happy playing with other kids. Qiyu said he really liked the handsome big brother who played with him. Then, the man asked Qiyu if she wanted a little brother or sister. Unexpectedly, Qiyu was very resistant. He told his dad that as long as he became the little brother's girlfriend, he would play with Qiyu every day. Quan Yuchin was immediately very angry. Where did this brat come from, daring to flirt with his precious daughter? Qiyu jumped out of his father's arms. He even warned his dad not to scare his little brother. Then he quickly ran towards the boy. Quan Yuchin's heart suddenly felt very desolate. Had he not only failed his mission, but also lost his daughter? When the grandfather learned that Lu Qian was carrying twins, he was especially happy, pulling Quan Yuchin aside to praise the family's genes. On the other side, grandmother was instructing Qian to take good care of her body. If Quan Yuchin caused trouble, she should call grandmother to discipline him. Quan Yuchin exclaimed that Lu Qian's status was so high now, he wouldn't dare to offend her. At this time, Qiyu also ran over. Grandmother told him that there were little brothers or sisters in Mom's belly, and he must kiss them. Unexpectedly, Qiyu wanted Mom to give him a little brother instead. Lu Qian looked at Quan Yuchin with a speechless expression. He immediately picked up Qiyu, nagging him not to pay attention to boys outside. Little Qiyu reluctantly retorted that he wanted both the little brother at home and the little brother outside. Quan Yuchin wanted to continue working on his daughter's thoughts, but he caught sight of Quan Yuchin not far away. Quan Yuchin didn't know what this brother had come here to do again. The man congratulated him on becoming a father again, and with twins, which was quite surprising. Quan Yuchin corrected him, saying it wasn't surprising. Twins were the natural result of his deep love with Lu Qian. Then, Quan Yuchin asked his brother which field he planned to invest in. The man told him he hadn't thought about the specifics yet, but after he had a detailed plan, he hoped Quan Yuchin could help him. Their conversation was interrupted by the maid. It turned out Xiao Anxin had arrived. But Quan Yuchin was very surprised by Xiao Anxin's appearance. She was practically a copy of Lu Qian. And when Lu Qian saw the two of them, she clearly understood something as well. At night, Quan Yuchin was exercising with Xiao Anxin, but he was calling out Lu Qian's name. After finishing, the man threw a card at the woman and warned her not to let anyone know that her leg had healed. Xiao Anxin sat dejectedly on the bed. She didn't understand why Quan Yuchin could never see her. At this time, the man got into a Qian and prepared to go to a bar. It turned out the person he was going to meet was Linda, and after seeing Linda's profile, the man became even more interested. At the happy party bar, Linda finally waited for Quan Yuchin. She was impatient with his lateness, but the man said there was traffic, smoothly changing the topic. Linda was prepared to invest 10 million for a stake, but Quan Yuchin said he just wanted to do some small business to make a living. Linda looked at the man's apparent lack of ambition and immediately got up to leave. As she left, she mocked him, saying compared to Quan Yuchin, he was just useless. The man clenched his fist. One day, he would make the woman pay for her actions today. Quan Yuchin happily drank red wine. He believed this stupid woman would surely bring his brother a lot of trouble. But he had to have someone keep an eye on her to prevent Linda from accidentally hurting his Qian. The man fantasized about Lu Qian in the bar. One day, he would make Lu Qian understand that compared to Quan Yuchin, he could give Lu Qian better protection. The next day, Lu Qian finally came to Lu Group. She was very grateful to Xiao Anxin for helping her organize the documents, but she was dissatisfied with Xiao Anxin's outfit. People who didn't know them would definitely think they were twins. Xiao Anxin immediately explained that she imitated Lu Qian because she admired her so much. She also asked if this was causing trouble for Lu Qian. The woman hesitated, wondering if she was overthinking. She was about to tell Xiao Anxin that she could dress according to her own preferences when she suddenly felt dizzy. Lu Qian found it strange. She had been taking tonics recently, so why did she still feel dizzy? Meanwhile, Quan Yuchin was about to sign a contract with an investor. But when he arrived at the meeting room, he found that the person who came was Linda. Although the woman acted as if she knew nothing about this meeting, Kuan Yu-chin was unwilling to cooperate with her. The woman stopped Kuan Yu-chin as he was about to leave. She proposed that this cooperation would not involve personal feelings. Moreover, virtual reality had a very good prospect. Seeing that the man was still unmoved, the woman continued to tempt him with funding and market opportunities. However, the man rejected them all one by one. The woman became furious due to Kuan Yu-chin's rejection. The more he cared about Lu Qian, the more she wanted to teach Lu Qian a lesson. At the Kuan family's old house, Kuan Yu-chin brought another batch of tonics for Lu Qian. Lu Qian had been drinking a lot of tonics lately, so she needed to buy more. Grandmother hoped that one day Lu Qian could forgive Yu-chin. At this moment, Kuan Yu-chin suddenly walked in, blaming grandmother for speaking up for Kuan Yu-chin again. Grandmother just felt that the man was confused before. Now that he had sold all his shares, he wouldn't do anything anymore. But Kuan Yu-chin thought that although he wasn't causing trouble in the company anymore, he was still trying to undermine him. Lu Qian directly punched Kuan Yu-chin, not allowing him to talk nonsense in front of grandmother. Seeing this, grandmother immediately found an excuse to slip away. Kuan Yu-chin assured grandmother that he wouldn't do anything excessive. Grandmother also assured Kuan Yu-chin that she would definitely help her grandson and protect Lu Qian, her granddaughter-in-law. However, when Kuan Yu-chin returned to the room that night, he found Lu Qian collapsed on the floor. The man immediately helped Lu Qian up, asking if she was feeling unwell anywhere. But the woman just felt a bit tired and wanted to sleep. Kuan Yu-chin was very worried. He wanted to carry her to the hospital, but Lu Qian thought it was too late and didn't want to bother. At this moment, the woman suddenly asked about the company's investment situation. Kuan Yu-chin honestly told her about his encounter with Linda. Upon hearing this, Lu Qian immediately perked up. She mocked that the man's pursuer had come all the way to their doorstep, bringing such a big gift. She asked Kuan Yu-chin if he was happy. Kuan Yu-chin immediately pledged his loyalty to CEO Lu, saying that besides Lu Qian, he didn't want to look at any other woman. Lu Qian was also inspired by Linda's sudden appearance. She decided to use her pregnancy time to further study business management, expand Lu Group, and then invest in Kuan Group. And the amount would be equal to Linda's this time. The woman told Kuan Yu-chin that if he could achieve all of the above, then in the future, the dominance would be completely his, and the child in her belly would also take his surname. Kuan Yu-chin said that between the two of them, the dominance had always been in the woman's hands. As he spoke, the man unbuttoned his shirt, asking if his current self still had any attraction for CEO Lu. Lu Qian felt uncomfortable seeing Kuan Yu-chin like this. Her domineering CEO husband had turned into a seductive man. A few days later, Kuan Yu-chin's company officially opened. His assistant reminded him that someone had sent flowers. The man was puzzled. Unexpectedly, the flower basket was sent by Linda. At the same time, a missed call notification sounded. Linda promised the man that if they cooperated, he could not only have power but also get Lu Qian. Kuan Yu-chin hoped the woman would keep her promise. They finally reached an agreement. To help the man smoothly start his business, Kuan Yu-chin brought a few helpers for him. But Kuan Yu-chin felt that these people were there to keep an eye on him. He swore that he wouldn't wait to be manipulated by others. One day, he would take back both power and Lu Qian. Meanwhile, Lu Qian was working at Lu Group. Suddenly, the man appeared and gave the woman a kiss. She wondered why he came. The man immediately complained that she was too busy to even see her husband. He demanded that the woman make it up to him. Lu Qian stated that this was the office and Kuan Yu-chin wasn't allowed to mess around. But the man said the room was soundproof, and if they locked the door, no one would know what they were doing. Lu Qian ignored the man's nonsense and only asked if he had brought the desserts. Kuan Yu-chin immediately presented the sweets. Lu Qian told the man that the new product development was going well and they had already applied for a patent. But the man suddenly mentioned that her complexion didn't look good. As the woman was puzzled, the man kissed Lu Qian. While they were being affectionate, the assistant suddenly knocked on the door, telling Lu Qian that she had brought the test data for the new product. Hearing this, Lu Qian immediately pushed Kuan Yu-chin away. After the assistant came in, Lu Qian wanted to take the data report, but she suddenly felt dizzy. Then she fainted on the ground. Seeing this, the man immediately ran over, picked up Lu Qian, and rushed to the hospital, reminding the assistant to organize the documents. Xiao Anxin was organizing the scattered documents, but suddenly found the ingredient list of the tonic looked familiar. At the First People's Hospital, Lu Qian was sleeping on the bed. The man anxiously asked the doctor about Lu Qian and the baby's condition. The doctor said the twins were developing well, But Mrs. Kwan's condition was not optimistic. Lu Qian's body was too weak, and there were signs of bleeding this time. She must be hospitalized for observation. The man begged the doctor to ensure the safety of Lu Qian and the children. After a while, Lu Qian finally woke up. She still didn't know what had happened to her. Quan Yuchen told her that she had just fainted in the office. But now the situation was stable, and the babies were fine. However, he hoped Lu Qian wouldn't go to the company for the next few days and would rest well in the hospital. But it was a crucial time for new product development, and Lu Qian was unwilling to withdraw from supervision at this point. The man told the woman not to worry. He would handle everything. From today on, he would be Lu Qian's personal assistant. Whether it was household matters or company affairs, he guaranteed to complete all tasks. Lu Qian didn't want Quan Yuchen to work so hard, but the man said that for her sake, no matter how hard it was worth it. At this moment, Quan Yuchen's phone suddenly rang. The assistant told him that their overseas affiliated projects had been temporarily suspended. Lu Qian asked what had happened. The man didn't want her to worry, so he just said there was a small issue at the company. He needed to go handle it, and he would come back to have dinner with Lu Qian in the evening. After Quan Yuchen left, Lu Qian touched her belly. She hoped that she and the babies would be fine so that the man wouldn't have to work so hard. Meanwhile, Quan Yuchen returned to the company and had a video call with overseas executives. It turned out that 7 overseas projects of the group had been suspended, causing the group's stock price to plummet. They realized that Linda had finally made her move, and he wouldn't sit idly by. At Xiao Anxin's home, Quan Yuchen was having a candlelit dinner with her. At this time, the man suddenly gave her a gift. It turned out to be a beautiful diamond necklace. Anxin was very happy. This state of interaction made it seem as if they had truly started to fall in love. The woman was very grateful for Quan Yuchen's gift. She wanted to say something more, but the man suddenly inquired about the woman's current work situation and hoped that she could report to him promptly about any new developments with Quan Shi and Lu Shi. Anxin was confused. She was just a small employee and didn't know any inside information. It turned out that the man wanted Anxin to use her position as an assistant to steal the core data of the new product. Anxin was unwilling to do this. She was about to make an excuse to leave, but Quan Yuchen told Anxin to think it over carefully, reminding her not to forget about her brother's illness. Anxin locked herself in her room and cried silently. She finally realized that in Quan Yuchen's heart, she would always be just a tool. He was jealous of the favoritism Lu Qian received. They were both women, yet Lu Qian had so much while she had nothing. Even the person she loved only cared about Lu Qian. But in life, only Lu Qian cared about her. The woman suddenly found herself in a dilemma. She looked at her mother's photo and cried. Then she suddenly remembered her mother's cancer treatment medicine. It had the same ingredients as the tonic Lu Qian was taking, which was harmful to pregnant women. Xiao Anxin looked at her mother's photo and silently made a decision. At the dinner table, watching Xiao Anxin leave, Quan Yuchen felt that Xiao Anxin was not a competent pawn. He needed to prepare more manpower. So, Quan Yuchen called Xiao Wang, telling him to speed up the action. He must obtain the new technology core as soon as possible. In the group's conference room, the secretary was reporting to Quan Yuchen about the situation of the overseas branches. Quan Yuchen instructed the overseas branches to fully maintain existing resources and actively cooperate with the investigation. Upon receiving the orders, everyone immediately began to act. Quan Yuchen quickly rushed to the hospital. He gently pushed open the door of the ward and joyfully called out to Lu Qian. As soon as Lu Qian saw Quan Yuchen arrive, she immediately got out of bed and ran over to him. The two embraced tightly. Quan Yuchen looked very tired. Lu Qian had seen the news and knew that something big had happened to the group. She was very worried. Quan Yuchen reassured her, saying that as long as she took care of her health, he promised to handle everything. Lu Qian yawned. She leaned comfortably against Quan Yuchen's chest, telling him that she believed in him. On the way here, Quan Yuchen had already figured out who was behind this mischief. Lu Qian rubbed her sore eyes, wanting to know who the troublemaker was. Quan Yuchen gently picked up the nearly asleep Lu Qian and placed her on the hospital bed. At this moment, the doctor walked in with the test results. The doctor told Quan Yuchen that Lu Qian's threatened miscarriage was caused by ingesting a large amount of harmful substances. Quan Yuchen was shocked, but fortunately, it was discovered early. His wife and the fetus didn't have any major issues. Looking at the sleeping Lu Qian, Quan Yuchen vowed in his heart that he would protect her. The next day, Xiao Anqin brought flowers to the hospital room. She knocked and entered. Quan Yuchen was also there. Xiao Anqin apologized to Lu Qian for not visiting her for so long. Today she had to come see Lu Qian, and she was preparing to resign. Lu Qian was very confused upon hearing this news. Su Yuchen also left quietly. Xiao Anqin was preparing to take her brother back to their hometown to recuperate, and she was also pregnant. For the sake of the child, she couldn't continue as before. Lu Qian wanted to know if Su Yuchen knew about this. Xiao Anqin told her that she had already broken up with Quan Yuchen. She had realized that love can't be forced, and it's better to let each other go. Xiao Anqin had always envied Lu Qian. Lu Qian told her that as long as she's no longer troubled by those things, everyone will have something to be envied for. As they chatted, Lu Qian felt drowsy again. Xiao Anqin prepared to leave, saying goodbye to Lu Qian. Outside the hospital room, Quan Yuchen had also returned. After Xiao Anqin politely said goodbye, she remembered that one of the ingredients in the medicine she brought earlier was incorrect, so she handed the medicine to Quan Yuchen. Quan Yuchen took the medicine to the doctor for analysis. The results showed that this medicine wasn't harmful to Lu Qian's body, but it wasn't suitable for pregnant women and could harm the mother. Quan Yuchen was shocked and realized that this must be Quan Yuchen's doing. Quan Yuchen angrily went to Quan Yuchen's residence, ignoring the bodyguard's attempts to stop him, and forcibly entered. He threw the medicine in front of Quan Yuchen, warning him that if he dared to harm Lu Qian again, he would never let him off. Quan Yuchen grabbed Quan Yuchen's clothes, and the bodyguards immediately came forward to intervene. Quan Yuchen easily shook off the bodyguards and punched Quan Yuchen in the face. This despicable Quan Yuchen didn't dare to harm Quan Yuchen directly, but chose to harm Lu Qian instead. Because of him, Lu Qian had to be sent to the hospital and almost lost her life. Quan Yuchen, terrified, crawled on the ground, not believing Quan Yuchen's words. He anxiously asked about Lu Qian's condition. Quan Yuchen, even more enraged, raised his hand for another punch. Quan Yuchen quickly retorted, insisting that he truly loved Lu Qian and would never harm her. Quan Yuchen grabbed his collar and pinned him to the ground, telling him that the doctor had already discovered that the medicine would endanger Lu Qian's life. But Quan Yuchen still didn't believe it, questioning whether Lu Qian was really hospitalized due to the medicine issue. At this moment, Quan Yuchen began to believe that Quan Yuchen might truly not know the truth of the matter. However, regardless, it was the medicine Quan Yuchen gave to Lu Qian that caused all this. Quan Yuchen decided not to let him approach Lu Qian anymore. At this time, Quan Yuchen was extremely anxious, wanting to know Lu Qian's condition. But Quan Yuchen felt he didn't deserve to know. That night in a private room at a bar, Quan Yuchen was entertaining Linda absent-mindedly. Linda noticed his unusual behavior and asked if something was wrong. Quan Yuchen picked up his glass, quickly assuring her that he would cooperate well. At this moment, the person coming to pick up Linda arrived. Linda stood up, preparing to leave. Quan Yuchen went to the window downstairs. Just as Linda was about to get in the car, Quan Yuchen took a closer look. This man turned out to be the designated supplier from Country M. What was going on? At this time, in the hospital, Lu Qian woke up. Quan Yuchen happily told her that she no longer needed to take the previous supplements. Hearing this, Lu Qian happily threw herself into his arms. Lu Qian felt he had been through too much lately. Looking closely, she noticed injuries on his face. Quan Yuchen quickly embraced Lu Qian, determined not to let her know about his fight. The two kissed again, getting more and more passionate. When Lu Qian came to her senses, her clothes were already open. She hurriedly refused, but Quan Yuchen wouldn't stop, intending to do some recovery exercises with her. Just then, a news broadcast announced that Z Group would hold a press conference at 9 a.m. tomorrow for the launch of their intelligent AI product. Lu Qian immediately sat up. Wasn't this technology still being developed by Lu Shi? Sitting on the hospital bed, Lu Qian and Quan Yuchen were deeply puzzled. The product shown in the news was almost identical to the one their company was developing, and their company's product was still in the confidential stage. Lu Qian thus suspected an internal leak. At this moment, the phone buzzed. The voice on the other end informed Lu Qian that 3 engineers from the R&D department had collectively resigned. Lu Qian believed that with the company's secrets leaked, these people, as developers, had an obligation to cooperate with the investigation. Resigning at this time point, they couldn't be unrelated to this matter. Quan Yuchen also agreed with Lu Qian. They resigned just as the news broke. There must be someone behind this. With that said, Lu Qian got up, holding her belly, preparing to return to the company. Lu Qian valued this new product greatly and didn't want it to be stolen by others. Quan Yuqian held Lu Qian's hand, advising her not to rush. Quan Yuqian hugged Lu Qian from behind. Lu Qian was anxious because Lu Shi was left by her parents. Now that her parents were gone, if Lu Qian couldn't manage the company well, she felt she would be letting them down. Quan Yuqian held Lu Qian with both hands, assuring her she wasn't alone. Whatever happens, leave it to him. He wouldn't allow anyone to touch Lu Shi. Quan Yuqian asked Lu Qian to stay in the hospital while he would handle the company's affairs. Quan Yuqian caressed Lu Qian's face. Lu Qian looked at him lovingly, tears slowly flowing. At this moment, only if Lu Qian was safe and sound could Quan Yuqian focus on dealing with the company's issues. Lu Qian lowered her head sadly. Quan Yuqian lifted her chin, asking if she didn't even trust her own husband. Lu Qian hugged Quan Yuqian, entrusting him with the company's matters. She vowed that once she recovered, she wouldn't let anyone who had touched Lu Shi off the hook. Quan Yuqian asked Lu Qian to take good care of herself and the baby, leaving the rest for him to handle. Quan Yuqian lay on Lu Qian's belly, coaxing the baby inside and comforting himself as well. Lu Qian told Quan Yuqian to stop fooling around and hurry back to the company. Quan Yuqian waved to Lu Qian at the door before leaving. After Quan Yuqian left, Lu Qian sat alone on the hospital bed, thinking for a long time. She decided to thoroughly investigate one of the investment companies. After leaving the private detective agency, Quan Yuqian got into his car. Quan Yuqian found out that the supplement was Linda's plot, and he was determined not to let her off the hook. Quan Yuqian returned home and found that Xiao Anxin wasn't there. He picked up the envelope on the table. The letter said Xiao Anxin had left, and she had told Quan Yuqian what she needed to. She asked Quan Yuqian to stop, as that was the only way not to hurt Lu Qian. Quan Yuqian clutched the letter tightly in his hand, cursing Xiao Anxin as a stupid woman, insisting he had done nothing wrong. Power was rightfully his, and Lu Qian was the woman he loved. Why couldn't he have her? Now you look down on me, but one day I'll make you regret it. In the hospital's back garden, Quan Yuqian was walking with Lu Qian. Lu Qian stopped. She had found an important clue. The questioned investment source was from Country M. Quan Yuqian gently scolded her, saying she was supposed to let him handle things and rest properly. He affectionately tapped Lu Qian's nose, making her shy. They hugged. As the CEO of Lu Shi, Lu Qian couldn't stand by when the company was in trouble. She also wanted to help Quan Yuqian share the burden to resolve this matter quickly. This way, Quan Yuqian could have more time to spend with her and the baby. Quan Yuqian picked up Lu Qian in a princess carry and slowly sat down on a garden bench. Coincidentally, Quan Yuqian was also investigating the investment company behind Ziyi. He found that this company was established not long ago, and it only had this one business. The person in charge of the company was actually Xiao Anxin's deceased mother. Lu Qian couldn't believe it was like this. She pondered as Quan Yuqian unraveled the mystery. This person in charge was a front. The one controlling the company was Quan Yuqian. He used his own company's technology as a cover to attract Quan Yuqian. He secretly registered this investment company as an intermediary, connecting Z with investors from Country M. Quan Shi was also facing challenges from the M Country branch overseas. Lu Qian felt that Country M and Linda were definitely involved. Quan Shi was the common target of Linda and Quan Yuqian. They colluded and schemed together. Linda thought that by attacking Quan Shi's business, she could make Lu Qian submit. When that plan failed, she set her sights on Quan Yuqian. Quan Yuqian hugged Lu Qian and apologized to her. It was all his fault for attracting this crazy woman who kept pestering and ended up hurting her. Lu Qian poked Quan Yuqian's face, pretending to be angry. Quan Yuqian held Lu Qian's hand. He promised to resolve this trouble in the shortest time possible. Lu Qian hugged Quan Yuqian, not blaming him at all. No one could have imagined that woman would be so crazy. Lu Qian expressed that she would always believe in Quan Yuqian. Quan Yuqian would never let Linda succeed, nor could he let Lu Qian know about unwanted things. He would immediately kick her back to Country M and prevent her from hurting Lu Qian again. With flower petals still scattered on her hand, Linda was taking a bath. A subordinate came in to report that the company had been sealed off. Linda couldn't believe it. She got up, put on a bathrobe, and sat on the sofa. The subordinate continued to report that the investment company's accounts had been frozen. Linda asked her subordinate where Quan Yuqian was when this happened. He was the company's proxy secretary. They tried to contact Quan Yuqian, but couldn't reach him. Linda picked up her phone and called Quan Yuchen. No one answered. She smashed the phone on the ground with a bang, cursing. Linda instructed her subordinate not to contact Quan Yuchen anymore. The company would have no further relationship with him. The subordinate continued to report that Quan Shi's overseas business was gradually recovering and had even increased investment. Linda had underestimated Quan Yuchen. His counterattack was timely. However, she still had a big surprise prepared. Linda asked her subordinate if everything was ready. The subordinate immediately presented a lawsuit for intellectual property infringement against Lu Shi. Linda examined the lawsuit, anticipating Lu Qian's reaction when she saw this document. However, the door was suddenly pushed open. Quan Yuchen stormed in, grabbing the supplier by the collar. Linda Rabuka Quan Yuchen. He stated that the company's affairs had not been properly handled, and he hadn't come to hold her accountable yet. During Linda's conversation with him, the supplier was pushed to the ground. Quan Yuchen exposed Linda's use of him to frame Lu Qian. But Linda denied this, claiming that she had only hired this driver after arriving here. Quan Yuchen angrily slammed the tonic and test report on the table. Linda picked up the tonic, mocking Quan Yuchen's excessive concern for Lu Qian. She reminded Quan Yuchen that the child in Lu Qian's womb was his cousin's. She believed Lu Qian was a vixen who seduced men, able to make other men worry about her even while pregnant. Quan Yuchen clenched his fists in anger. He ordered Linda not to slander Lu Qian. However, the supplier blocked Quan Yuchen's path. Linda calmly told him that using force here was meaningless. Moreover, she asked what situation Quan Yuchen would face if his whole family knew he had been pretending to be pitiful with his leg injury. Quan Yuchen stated that others had no right to interfere in matters between him and his cousin. He declared that he would no longer cooperate with Linda from that day on. If Linda took any further action against Lu Qian, Quan Yuchen would strike back at any cost. After saying this, Quan Yuchen left. Linda was surprised by Lu Qian's ability to have so many men surrounding her. This made Linda angry, and she decided to teach her a lesson. At the Quan family mansion, Quan Yuchen had brought Lu Qian home from the hospital. He reminded Lu Qian to rest, well, even though she was home. Qiu looked at his mother with joy. He ran towards Lu Qian, asking about her condition. Qiu missed his mother very much. Lu Qian told him that the babies were in very good health. Qiu seemed to have grown taller. Qiu was especially happy to hear this. He believed he would continue to grow taller. Lu Qian's affection for Qiu was evident. She invited Qiu to sleep with her tonight. Qiu was very happy about this. However, Lu Qian also felt guilty. Due to various busy matters, she had neglected to take care of Qiu during this time. Quan Yuchen told Qiu that the whole family would sleep together tonight. The bedside lamp was still on. Lu Qian was coaxing Qiu to sleep. Quan Yuchen had just finished a shower. He climbed onto the bed to check if Qiu was asleep. Lu Qian told him to be quieter, not to disturb Qiu. Quan Yuchen lay between Qiu and Lu Qian. At night, he could watch Qiu to prevent him from kicking Lu Qian's abdomen. Lu Qian took a deep breath, feeling that home was the most comfortable place. Quan Yuchen kissed Lu Qian in his arms. Then, while taking off his clothes, he asked if she found home comfortable because he was so attractive or for other reasons. Lu Qian shyly asked why he was taking off his clothes. Quan Yuchen gently caressed Lu Qian's face, asking if she didn't miss him. Lu Qian teasingly used one finger to touch Quan Yuchen's lips, implying that if he wanted to, did he dare. Quan Yuchen and Lu Qian sat on the bed, holding hands tightly. During Lu Qian's pregnancy, Quan Yuchen tried hard to control his desires. He jokingly blamed it all on the babies, forcing him to restrain his desires. Lu Qian comforted him, telling him not to frighten the babies in her belly. They cuddled each other. Lu Qian worried that after giving birth, her figure wouldn't return to normal. Quan Yuchen assured her that he would never dislike her. Quan Yuchen held Lu Qian's face, telling her not to worry, that other women meant nothing to him. Lu Qian was moved by his words. Quan Yuchen told Lu Qian to rest easy and focus on the pregnancy, welcoming their new family members together. Lu Qian agreed. They kissed passionately. Lu Qian held Quan Yuchen's face. At this moment, they were each other's only one. No one could steal their love. 2 days later, at the obstetric center, Quan Yuchen supported Lu Qian as they left the prenatal examination room. The doctor informed Lu Qian that her due date was approaching. She needed to be prepared. Lu Qian comforted Quan Yuchen, telling him not to be too nervous, and mentioned that grandmother had already contacted the hospital. Kuan Yuchen's phone rang. He ended the call briefly. Lu Qian asked what happened. Kuan Yuchen told her that there was a problem with the paperwork for a batch of products. But before solving the problem, he had to take her home safely first, then return to the company to handle it. However, Lu Qian said she could go home by herself. She didn't want to delay company matters because of her. Kuan Yuchen respected her wishes, but insisted on waiting until the driver arrived before leaving. After driving for a while on the road, the car suddenly braked hard, terrifying Lu Qian. She saw a person in front of the car, blocking their way. This person gradually approached. It turned out to be the supplier. Lu Qian rolled down the window. The supplier explained to her that Linda wanted to discuss matters related to product development. Lu Qian was a bit confused after hearing this. Soon after, Lu Qian agreed to meet. They stared at each other for a long time. Linda handed Lu Qian a lawsuit, stating that their company's products had been acquired. The copyright for Lu Shi's similar products could no longer be sold in the market. Linda's attitude was arrogant, demanding Lu Qian to resolve this matter quickly. Lu Qian asked about Linda's demands. Linda told her to either divorce Kuan Yuchen or have Lu Shi admit to infringement, publicly apologize, and pay compensation. Linda was aggressive, pointing out that the compensation amount was enough to bankrupt Lu Shi. Lu Qian took out her phone from her bag and played a video for Linda to watch. In the video, several former employees who had worked in Lu Shi's development department testified in court, all accusing the company of pressuring them to steal Lu Shi's research results. Linda was in disbelief. She had given these employees hush money and arranged for them to leave the city. However, they had reappeared unexpectedly. Lu Qian angrily slammed the table. She stood up and told Linda that even if she hadn't come to find her today, she would have gone to Linda's location herself. She mocked Linda, asking if centuries of royal upbringing had only taught her how to be a thief. Lu Qian continued to intimidate Linda, saying that if these matters were to reach her country, the royal family's reputation could be severely damaged. She stated that if Linda chose to expose her, she was willing to see it through to the end. Linda was so angry she couldn't speak. She hadn't expected Lu Qian to be so bold, to speak to her in such a tone. She clenched her fists tightly and ordered her subordinates to have some people follow Lu Qian. Linda ordered her subordinates to closely follow Lu Qian's car, to try to crash into it, attempting to deal with Lu Qian this way. The subordinate drove the car closely behind Lu Qian. Upon receiving the order, he stepped hard on the gas pedal, quickly rushing towards Lu Qian's vehicle. Lu Qian's driver sensed something was wrong, but it was too late to avoid it. With a loud crash, the two cars collided. Lu Qian was startled, and the car was directly hit onto the street. Linda's subordinates noticed a vehicle approaching from the front and immediately fled the scene. The person getting out of the car in front was Kuan Yuchen. He discovered that Lu Qian's car had been in an accident. He hurriedly ran over and opened the car door. He found Lu Qian injured in multiple places, nearly unconscious. Before losing consciousness, Lu Qian still thought of the child in her womb, begging Kuan Yuchen to save her child. Kuan Yuchen immediately picked her up and quickly placed her in the back seat of his own car. He rushed to the hospital. While driving, Kuan Yuchen observed Lu Qian's injuries through the rearview mirror, constantly blaming himself for being used by Linda. He felt he had failed to protect Lu Qian. In her unconscious state, Lu Qian kept mentioning the child, praying for salvation. When Kuan Yuchen arrived at the Central Maternity Hospital, he anxiously waited outside the emergency room. At this time, Kuan Yuchen's family rushed over, although they didn't know what had happened to Kuan Yuchen's leg. When the doctor came out of the emergency room, he asked who Lu Qian's family was. Kuan Yuchen quickly stepped forward, completely ignoring Kuan Yuchen's desire to speak. Kuan Yuchen approached the doctor as her husband, while Kuan Yuchen thought to himself that his leg injury would be discovered sooner or later. As long as Lu Qian was safe, it would be fine. The doctor then told Kuan Yuchen that Lu Qian's condition was not optimistic. She needed immediate surgery. Otherwise, both the mother and child would be in danger. Yuchen clenched his fists tightly. No matter what measures were taken, ensuring the safety of the mother was most important. He stood outside the emergency room, very worried about Lu Qian's safety. With the sound of a baby's cry, Lu Qian successfully gave birth. She delivered a pair of twin boys. Although the surgery went relatively smoothly, Because the babies were premature, they still needed close observation. At the same time, comprehensive care was needed before the surgery. Kwon Yu-chin looked at the babies in the doctor's arms, and his anxious heart finally calmed down. He asked the doctor if he could enter the ward to visit Lu Qian. After getting permission, Kwon Yu-chin came to Lu Qian's bedside. Lu Qian slowly opened her eyes. Kwon Yu-chin asked Lu Qian about her condition. Lu Qian immediately sat up and asked Kwon Yu-chin where their child was. Kwon Yu-chin comforted Lu Qian, saying that the child had been born safely, but due to being premature, needed to be observed in the nursery. Lu Qian shed tears of joy, thanking heaven that she and the child were both safe and sound. Then, Kwon Yu-chin asked Lu Qian what exactly had happened. Lu Qian told Kwon Yu-chin that when Linda met with her, she threatened to sue her for infringement if she didn't leave Kwon Yu-chin. Lu Qian also showed Kwon Yu-chin the video evidence she had recorded. That's why Linda retaliated in such a rage. Fortunately, Kwon Yu-chin had been following Linda recently, which saved Lu Qian. Kwon Yu-chin stated firmly that he would not let Linda off the hook. Kwon Yu-chin held Lu Qian's hand tightly. This time, he wouldn't let Linda off easily. Lu Qian warned him not to be impulsive. Currently, they lacked concrete evidence. Since Linda dared to do such a thing, she must have already thought of a strategy to deal with it. Even if Kwon Yu-chin testified, the police might not believe him. Lu Qian was grateful that her child wasn't harmed, but Linda couldn't continue to act recklessly. Kwon Yu-chin gently stroked Lu Qian's hair. He decided to handle these matters personally, making those who hurt Lu Qian and their child pay the price. Kwon Yu-chin held Lu Qian in his arms. He tried to change the subject, asking Lu Qian if she wanted to see pictures of the children. Lu Qian naturally was very eager. Kwon Yu-chin then took out his phone to show Lu Qian pictures of the children. Lu Qian, looking at the adorable faces of the children, felt very relieved and happy. As long as the children were safe, she could be at ease. Kwon Yu-chin gazed at Lu Qian lovingly, thanking her for giving birth to a pair of adorable little angels for him. Then he hugged Lu Qian tightly, expressing his hope to bring the children home in 3 days. Lu Qian agreed to this. Outside the VIP room, Kwon's grandparents expressed relief that everyone was safe and sound. However, grandfather Kwon suddenly called Kwon Yu-chin over. He questioned him about what happened to his leg injury. Kwon Yu-chin remained silent, which made grandfather Kwon very angry. He had thought Kwon Yu-chin had truly repented, but it turned out not to be the case. After saying this, grandfather Kwon angrily slapped Kwon Yu-chin and berated him for pretending to be pitiful, deceiving others, colluding with foreign women, harming the family company, and providing problematic medicine to Lu Qian. Grandfather Kwon felt very angry and heartbroken about Kwon Yu-chin's actions. Kwon Yu-chin stated that he had nothing to explain, because in the end, it's all about winning or losing. He instead questioned grandfather Kwon why he was initially excluded from the inheritance. Grandfather Kwon didn't answer directly, but instead believed that he still didn't admit his mistakes. Kwon Yu-chin immediately retorted that he made mistakes because of the oppression from the Kwon family. Grandfather Kwon was so angered by these words that he clutched his chest in pain and fainted. Kwon Yu-chin and grandmother Kwon immediately rushed over to check on him. They called for a doctor. The doctor stated that grandfather Kwon had a heart attack and needed immediate treatment. After a period of intense treatment, Kwon Yu-chin escorted grandmother Kwon back to rest and apologized to her. Grandmother Kwon tearfully told Kwon Yu-chin grandfather Kwon had been feeling guilty since the previous incident and brought Kwon Yu-chin back home to take care of him. Grandfather Kwon had been waiting for Kwon Yu-chin to turn over a new leaf. Kwon Yu-chin, suddenly awakened, stood there stunned. He never thought that grandfather Kwon had always kept him in his heart. Kwon Yu-chin rushed over to ask grandmother Kwon about grandfather Kwon's condition. Kwon Yu-chin guiltily called him brother. Kwon Yu-chin severely criticized Kwon Yu-chin for causing chaos in the family environment. Kwon Yu-chin didn't deny it, honestly admitting his mistakes. He stated that if Kwon Yu-chin planned to inflict any criminal violence on him, he would firmly not retaliate. Grandmother Kwon mediated between the two, preventing their conflict from escalating. At this time, the doctor came out of the emergency room. They quickly approached to inquire about grandfather Kwon's condition. The doctor told them that grandfather Kwon had passed the critical period and regained consciousness. He said they could enter the ward to visit. In the ward, Grandfather Kwan expressed deep apologies to Kwan Yuchin. Due to his excessive indulgence of Kwan Yuchin, it led to Lu Qian being hurt and the company facing problems. Kwan Yuchin comforted his grandfather, informing him that mother and child were safe. At the same time, Kwan Yuchin also stated that the company's problems had been resolved, asking Grandfather Kwan not to worry. Grandfather Kwan reminded Kwan Yuchin that health is the most important. Kwan Yuchin stood at the door of the ward, looking at Grandfather Kwan's aged face, feeling deeply remorseful. He clenched his fists, mustered up courage, and knelt down before Grandfather Kwan, admitting the mistakes he had made. Kwan Yuchin wondered if he was playing tricks again. Kwan Yuchin admitted that he had made many mistakes. He dared not ask for their forgiveness, but he had indeed realized his errors. Grandfather Kwan said to Kwan Yuchin, "It's best if certain things can be thought through clearly. If not, just hope not to continue causing harm to family members." Kwan Yuchin asked Grandfather Kwan to give him another chance. Grandfather Kwan said he had already spoken a lot of reason. He should think more about whether his conscience can be at peace and not cause harm to family members anymore. Kwan Zuchen plomit not todi sapon gadang fat Kwan. Then he took out a dash cam from his pocket and placed it on the hospital bed. The dash cam contained video of Lu Qian being hit. Kwan Yuchin told Kwan Yuchin that he would no longer pursue Lu Qian and bid farewell to his grandfather. He then went downstairs and got into his car. He looked at the air freshener he had bought with Anshin. Memories of his time with Anshin flashed through his mind. Anshin had always cared for and looked after him, giving him encouragement and advice. However, he didn't listen, but was obsessed with Lu Qian, ignoring Anshin. He realized he owed Anshin an apology, so he drove away. In the evening, Kwan Yuchin returned from Grandfather Kwan's ward to Lu Qian's room. Lu Qian asked concernedly about Grandfather's condition. Kwan Yuchin informed Lu Qian that Grandfather's condition was stable, but considering his advanced age, he still needed to stay in the hospital for observation for a few days. Lu Qian was relieved to hear this. Then, Kwan Yuchin described in detail to Lu Qian what had happened in the ward, and had already arranged for people to submit the relevant video to the police to file a report. Lu Qian was puzzled by Kwan Yuchin's change in attitude. Kwan Yuchin explained to Lu Qian, no matter how others behave, he would do his best to protect his family. Lu Qian hugged him tightly, expressing her gratitude, and said they would live a peaceful life after returning home. Kwan Yuchin promised that their family would get better and better, and kissed Lu Qian. In the ward, they accompanied each other. Kwan Yuchin comforted her not to worry, saying her figure would definitely get better in the future. However, the nurse interrupted them, informing them that visiting hours were over. They could go see the babies. Lu Qian also wanted to see the children. Hearing this, Kwan Yuchin didn't say much. He picked up Lu Qian and walked toward the nursery. Kwan Yuchin carried Lu Qian, planning to visit the babies. Lu Qian happily rested her head on his shoulder. After arriving at the reception room, the nurse brought out 2 babies from the nursery. Lu Qian eagerly reached out her hands to try to hug the children, but Kwan Yuchin stopped her. He said that Lu Qian's current physical condition was not yet strong enough to hold the babies, and he volunteered to take on this responsibility. Kwan Yuchin was holding the more lively older brother. Lu Qian gazed at the children and couldn't help but shed tears. She felt deeply guilty for not being able to protect her children well, causing them to be born prematurely. Kwan Yuchin knelt halfway in front of Lu Qian to comfort her. He said that although the children were premature, all their health indicators showed they were in good condition. He pointed to the younger brother in the nurse's arms, telling Lu Qian that the younger one was quieter and slept more compared to his older brother. Although Lu Qian had to return to the ward to rest, she still wanted to look at the children one more time. So Kwan Yuchin picked up Lu Qian, persuading her to rest well, saying that the children would be able to come back in a couple of days. Lu Qian followed Kwan Yuchin's advice and asked him if he had thought of names for the children. Since the children's birth was quite sudden, Kwan Yuchin hadn't prepared for this yet. Lu Qian came up with an idea. Grandfather Kwan had always been looking forward to having grandsons, so they decided to let Grandfather Kwan name the children. On the way back to the ward, Kwan Yuchin promised Lu Qian that he would do his best to give her a happier life in the future. Lu Qian believed him wholeheartedly. When they returned to the ward, Grandmother Quan and Mother Quan were coming out of the room. Grandmother Quan scolded Quan Yuchen severely, saying he shouldn't have taken Lu Qian out. Quan Yuchen explained that it was just a brief outing and wouldn't have any impact. However, what Lu Qian needed now was rest, so Grandmother Quan's worry and anger were understandable. Lu Qian was placed on the bed. The two of them laughed like children. Grandmother Lu had specially prepared soup for Lu Qian, but when she and Mother Lu looked for Lu Qian, they found she wasn't in the ward. Lu Qian explained to Mother Lu and Grandmother Lu that Quan Yuchen had taken her to see the children. She wouldn't wander around carelessly. Suddenly, Quan Yuchen's phone rang. After receiving some information from the other end, he hung up the phone. Lu Qian asked Quan Yuchen what happened. It turned out that the police had gone to find Linda. She had pushed the blame onto her bodyguard, claiming it was an accidental car crash. Lu Qian was very angry about this. She was determined to investigate thoroughly, not believing anyone could cover it up completely. Quan Yuchen comforted Lu Qian, saying he had already sent people to keep tracking Linda, so there wouldn't be any problems. He was preparing to go to the police station immediately to use money to pry open their mouths. Grandmother Quan also told Lu Qian not to worry too much, saying Quan Yuchen would handle these matters. Lu Qian felt that this was too tiring for Quan Yuchen. Quan Yuchen jokingly asked Lu Qian to kiss him. Lu Qian covered Quan Yuchen's mouth with her hand. Quan Yuchen said it was fine. Their elders would just think they were a loving couple. Lu Qian stole a glance at grandmother and mother who had turned their backs. Then she kissed Quan Yuchen. Quan Yuchen touched his face, smiling broadly. Lu Qian reminded Quan Yuchen to be careful of Linda, as she was ruthless. She might harm them again. Quan Yuchen put his finger on Lu Qian's lips, telling her that he wasn't easy to deal with either. Lu Qian stood by the window, watching Quan Yuchen leave. Just as Quan Yuchen was about to leave, he turned back and saw Lu Qian watching him. Lu Qian gently reminded him to come back early. Then they said goodbye with flying kisses. Seeing this, Grandmother Quan urged Lu Qian to return to bed and rest. Lu Qian reluctantly left. Meanwhile, Quan Yuchen returned to his car. At this moment, his phone rang. The subordinate on the other end told him that Linda had prepared a helicopter and was planning to escape to Country M. After hearing this, Quan Yuchen thought to himself that Linda was trying to escape responsibility. But due to his special identity, probably no one but him could stop her. He immediately ordered his subordinate to find a way to delay Linda, while he would rush there immediately. Soon after, Quan Yuchen's car drove up to Linda's house. Seeing this, Linda pretended to greet Quan Yuchen warmly. However, Quan Yuchen bluntly told her that her act was over and asked where his subordinate was. Linda remained calm, claiming she had just arrested some thieves and sent them to the police station. But she didn't expect Quan Yuchen to care so much about her, even sending people to watch over her. Quan Yuchen didn't care about this. He told Linda that there was solid evidence of her intentionally harming Lu Qian. Now she was trying to escape. He advised her to turn herself in and not have any other ideas. Otherwise, he wouldn't show mercy. As soon as he finished speaking, his subordinates arrived. Linda threatened that she would use diplomatic means, making it difficult for Quan Yuchen to explain. Quan Yuchen scoffed at her threat, believing that the royal family of Country had many heirs, and losing one wasn't important. Then he walked towards Linda, saying he would soon have a way to make them distance themselves from Linda. Seeing Quan Yuchen approach, Linda immediately ordered her bodyguards to stop him. However, Quan Yuchen ignored them. Instead, he grabbed Linda's hand on him, asking if she chose to turn herself in or if he should personally hand her over to the police. Linda still tried to talk her way out of it, but Quan Yuchen didn't believe her. Then, he told Linda that she couldn't escape so easily. As soon as he finished speaking, Linda suddenly pressed the ring on her ring finger, and a thick smoke immediately poured out. Quan Yuchen inhaled the gas, unprepared. At this moment, Linda gently stroked Quan Yuchen's cheek, telling him he might never see Lu Qian again. Quan Yuchen's steps began to falter. He collapsed to the ground. He angrily cursed Linda for using such a despicable method on him, then lost consciousness. Linda mockingly looked at Quan Yuchen, saying he had underestimated her, because the ring contained a drug unique to their royal family that could put people into a deep sleep. She then ordered her subordinates to bring Quan Yuchen onto the plane. They would depart immediately. At the same time, she ordered her subordinates to crash Quan Yuchen's car into the sea and disguise it as a traffic accident. In the hospital, Lu Qian was holding her phone, preparing to take a new family photo. However, she accidentally dropped her phone on the ground. The phone was damaged. Just as she got out of bed to look for the phone, a nurse walked into the room. Lu Qian asked the nurse what was the matter. After hospital observation, the children's indicators were good. They were ready to return to Lu Qian's side. Lu Qian was very excited and expressed her gratitude to the nurses. Then she leaned over the crib, looking forward to Kuan Yuqian's return. Kuan Yuqian would certainly be overjoyed to see the children safely back. However, while looking at the children, Lu Qian still worried about Kuan Yuqian. At night, Kuan Yuqian still hadn't come to the hospital. Lu Qian became worried, so she tried to call Kuan Yuqian, but couldn't get through. At this time, the children were crying incessantly on the bed. Lu Qian felt helpless. Just then, Kuan's mother suddenly pushed open the door and entered. Lu Qian was confused about why Kuan's mother appeared at this time. Lu Qian observed that Kuan's mother seemed to have just been crying, so she asked what had happened. Kuan's mother didn't answer directly, but said she wanted to come visit Lu Qian. Lu Qian realized Kuan's mother was acting strange. She immediately put down the child and continued to ask what exactly had happened. Under Lu Qian's insistence, Kuan's mother finally told her that Kuan Yuqian had an accident on his way home. The news about Kuan Yuqian was like a bolt from the blue. Lu Qian hurriedly asked Kuan's mother about Kuan Yuqian's exact location and whether he was injured. Kuan's mother tried to calm Lu Qian's emotions, telling her not to be too agitated for now. However, Lu Qian's previous worries unfortunately came true. She prayed that Kuan Yuqian would be safe and sound, and tearfully begged Kuan's mother to take her to see Kuan Yuqian. Kuan's mother said Kuan Yuqian was already being taken care of and told Lu Qian to rest assured. After learning about Kuan Yuqian's news, Lu Qian cried and prepared to go look for him. But Kuan's mother stopped her and told her that Kuan Yuqian had not been found yet. The police had issued a traffic accident notice. The vehicle had fallen into the sea, and salvage work was in progress. Lu Qian was shocked by this sudden news. She stood there like a wooden statue. Then her body began to tremble, unable to stand steady. She fell to her knees. She couldn't accept the fact that something had happened to Kuan Yuqian. Kuan's mother tried to comfort Lu Qian, telling her that the police were doing their best in the rescue work. Kuan Yuqian would be found soon. At the same time, the children started crying. Looking at the children, Lu Qian forced herself to calm down, praying that Kuan Yuqian would be safe and sound. Kuan's mother helped Lu Qian stand up. Both of them were praying that Kuan Yuqian could turn danger into safety. After arriving in Country M, Linda was lying next to the still unconscious Kuan Yuqian. She was secretly delighted, because she knew that now was the perfect time to be alone with Kuan Yuqian. No one would disturb them. She gently caressed Kuan Yuqian's cheek, the idea of keeping him sprouting in her mind. However, at this moment, Kuan Yuqian's palm suddenly opened. He gradually woke up. Linda looked at him in surprise. But when Kuan Yuqian woke up, he asked Linda who he was. In Linda's home in Country M, Kuan Yuqian had regained consciousness. However, he seemed to have lost his memory. Linda thought to herself, "This is my territory. Even if he wakes up, he can't do anything." Kuan Yuqian felt confused about his current restrained situation. At the same time, he was also puzzled by Linda standing before him. He was unaware of his identity, so he began to loudly ask for the reason. Linda ignored his request and instead pressed the communication button on the wall. She ordered the doctor to come to the scene immediately. While waiting for the doctor to arrive, Linda did not mention any information about his identity. Instead, she suggested that Kuan Yuqian first undergo a comprehensive examination by the doctor. Kuan Yuqian held his aching head. Linda, standing nearby, was still guessing what tricks Kuan Yuqian might be playing. After the doctor arrived and conducted a detailed examination, Linda asked about Kuan Yuqian's condition. Due to patient confidentiality, the doctor present did not disclose specific details, only stating that there was no major issue. Afterwards, the doctor invited Linda out to discuss in detail. Kuan Yuqian quietly watched as the two left. Outside the door, the doctor informed Linda that Kuan Yuqian's body was not in serious condition, but due to inhaling too much of the royal secret medicine, he had lost his memory. Upon learning of Kuan Yuqian's memory loss, Linda started to scheme. The doctor promised to do his best to help Kuan Yuqian regain his memory. However, Linda said it wasn't necessary. She asked the doctor to leave. Then, Linda entered the room. Kuan Yuqian asked about his identity. Linda approached Kuan Yuqian and unlocked his handcuffs. She told Kuan Yuqian that she was his fiancé. His real name was Eric, and fabricated a lie about an accident during a sea trip that led to his current condition. Kuan Yuqian had doubts about his name. Linda continued to deceive the amnesiac Kuan Yu-chin, claiming that she had restrained him earlier because he was in a state of confusion. However, Kwon Yu-chin pushed away Linda's hand on his body and asked why he had lost all his memories. Linda pondered to herself. Even with memory loss, Kwon Yu-chin was trying to avoid her. Was her attractiveness so weak? So she told Kwon Yu-chin not to worry. She would arrange for a doctor to treat him as soon as possible. Then, Linda decided to prepare food for Kwon Yu-chin. In her mind, she had already planned her wedding with the amnesiac Kwon Yu-chin. Kwon Yu-chin watched Linda's retreating figure. The outline of Lu Qian appeared in his mind, but he still couldn't remember anything. Birds chirped outside the window. Back in the country, Lu Qian and Kwon's mother were at the seaside. The police were conducting rescue and salvage operations near the barrier. Kwon's mother suggested Lu Qian return to the car to rest, as she had just given birth and needed to take good care of her body. However, Lu Qian's mood was very heavy. Unable to let go of her worries, the police called out to Lu Qian. Lu Qian mistakenly thought there was news about Kwon Yu-chin. However, the police informed her that due to missing the best rescue time, the chances of Kwon Yu-chin's survival were very slim. They had only found his personal belongings. Lu Qian held her phone, tears streaming down her face. She couldn't believe all this. She firmly believed the police were mistaken, and that Kwon Yu-chin must still be alive. Lu Qian gazed at the endless sea, determined to wait for his return. Thinking back, Lu Qian realized that Kwon Yu-chin's trip this time might have been a deal with Linda's matters. Linda's personality and actions indicated that this incident was closely related to her. Realizing this, Lu Qian quickly got into the car and instructed the driver to depart immediately. However, Kwon's mother was unaware of Lu Qian's destination and became very anxious. On the other side, Lu Qian tightly gripped her dress, determined in her heart to find Kwon Yu-chin. Lu Qian's car arrived at Linda's residence in the country, but when she got out and ran to the door, she found the gate tightly closed. At this moment, the driver informed Lu Qian that Linda had returned to M Country 3 days ago. This surprised Lu Qian greatly, recalling that the day Kwon Yu-chin had the accident was exactly 3 days ago. At this time, Lu Qian's phone rang. News came from the company that powerful shareholders, learning of Kwon Yu-chin's unknown whereabouts, were in the meeting room demanding a new chairman be elected as soon as possible. After understanding the situation, Lu Qian decided to go to the company. She instructed her subordinates to investigate who Linda had met before returning to the country. The driver asked Lu Qian how to handle this matter. Lu Qian was dissatisfied with the company's approach and instructed the driver to go to the company immediately. In the car, Lu Qian knew deeply that at this crucial moment, she couldn't let any problems arise in the company. She must protect the company during Kwon Yu-chin's absence. Her heart was full of longing for Kwon Yu-chin, and tears involuntarily flowed from the corners of her eyes. She firmly believed that Kwon Yu-chin would fulfill his promise to her. In the evening, at Linda's home in M Country, Linda and Kwon Yu-chin were dining. Kwon Yu-chin kept staring out the window. Linda suggested he taste today's steak. Then she forked a piece for him. She said that previously it was Kwon Yu-chin who fed her. Now it was her turn to feed Kwon Yu-chin. Kwon Yu-chin took the fork, but didn't accept Linda's feeding. Instead, he wrapped the steak in his plate. Linda called Kwon Yu-chin's name and asked why he wasn't happy. Kwon Yu-chin just felt lost because he couldn't remember anything from before. He felt resistant to Linda's approach and doubted their relationship. Seeing Kwon Yu-chin's low mood, Linda stood up and approached him. She put her hand on his shoulder, comforting him not to be too anxious. She said that the doctor had mentioned that treatment would take some time. Kwon Yu-chin expressed doubt about this. He tried to block Linda's hand. He said he didn't have any memory of Linda at all. But Linda wasn't anxious at all. She explained that these things can't be rushed. The doctor had said that the more pressure, the slower the recovery. After hearing Linda's explanation, Kwon Yu-chin decided to get up and rest. Lying in bed, he started dreaming of a woman. He was begging her not to leave, but when he reached out to embrace her, he grasped empty air. Kwon Yu-chin woke up startled, feeling unbearable heartache. He tried to recall the identity of the woman in his dream, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember. This feeling was very familiar to him, but he couldn't be sure who it was. Linda, informed by the servant that Kwon Yu-chin had a nightmare, came to his room. She comforted Kwon Yu-chin and told him that she had already started preparing for their wedding. After expressing her firm determination, Linda pushed Kwon Yu-chin down on the bed and pressed herself on top of him. But after Kwon Yu-chin expressed that he didn't want this relationship, Linda interrupted him. She asked him to relax and gradually moved closer to his lips. At this moment, Lu Qian's silhouette flashed through Kwon Yu-chin's mind again. He pushed Linda away abruptly. Linda appeared innocent on the side, but Kwon Yu-chin told her he wasn't in the mood. At this time, someone knocked on the door. The servant outside informed Linda that the king requested her presence immediately. Linda expressed that it wasn't a good time. Then she lifted Kwon Yu-chin's chin with her finger, telling him to wait for her return. Kwon Yu-chin breathed a sigh of relief. He still couldn't accept the woman before him. He was puzzled by the person appearing in his mind, wondering if it was Linda. Kwon Yu-chin was walking in the garden. He found it hard to believe this was once his familiar living environment. A little girl opened her arms, calling Daddy, and running towards him. The image of Kuyu flashed in his mind, but he later realized she was running towards her parents behind him. Kwon Yu-chin watched them. He felt as if someone had called him that too, but he couldn't remember who. At this moment, his head started to hurt. The bodyguards came upon hearing the sound. They helped him up. He still couldn't remember who he was. In the country, Kwon Yu-chin hurriedly ran to Lu Qian, asking what exactly had happened to his brother. Lu Qian thought he came to kick them while they were down, so she wasn't friendly. But Kwon Yu-chin said he just wanted to see if he could help. At this time, a large group of reporters approached them. They asked about Kwon Yu-chin's whereabouts. Lu Qian told the reporters that Kwon Yu-chin indeed had an accident, but he would return safely soon. Kwon Yu-chin ordered the bodyguards to take Lu Qian away, but the reporters were still persistent. Finally, Kwon Yu-chin told the reporters that a press conference would be held later, which made them leave. Lu Qian arrived at the meeting room. As she opened the door, the elders of Kwon's company had been waiting for a long time. In fact, they also knew about Kwon Yu-chin's unknown whereabouts, so they strongly demanded to elect a new chairman. Lu Qian publicly stated that the position of Kwon's chairman cannot be changed. The Kwon family owns 60% of the shares, having absolute say. She also threatened the elders present that if they used their rights to dismiss and elect directors, she would declare Kwon's company bankrupt. All assets would be handed over to the government for custody and auction. Then, she firmly told everyone that if the chairman of Kwon Group doesn't have the surname Kwon, then destroy it. The directors present were not shaken by this. They questioned Lu Qian, asking when did Kwon's affairs become her business. At this moment, Grandfather Kwon arrived upon hearing the commotion. He told everyone that the Kwon family's daughter-in-law certainly has the right to participate. Grandfather Kwon's appearance surprised everyone present. Lu Qian also felt puzzled, not understanding why Grandfather Kwon would appear here. Kwon Yu-chin pushed Grandfather Kwon into the meeting room. Grandfather Kwon's appearance seemed to subdue everyone. Kwon Yu-chin pushed Grandfather Kwon. Lu Qian worriedly paid attention to Grandfather Kwon's physical condition. Grandfather Kwon comforted Lu Qian, saying he was fine. Then he publicly announced two important matters. The eyes of everyone present focused on Grandfather Kwon. Grandfather Kwon first announced that half of Kwon Yu-chin's shares would be allocated to Lu Qian. The board members present were shocked by this, as Lu Qian had given birth to 3 children for the Kwon family and should rightfully have shares. Grandfather Kwon's second decision was that from today, he would temporarily take over the position of chairman of Kwon Group. No one present dared to object to this. After the meeting, Grandfather Kwon invited Lu Qian and Kwon Yu-chin to his office and asked them to report on the business situation of Kwon Group over the past 3 months. In the reception room, Lu Qian handed tea to Grandfather Kwon and expressed her gratitude for his attendance at the meeting today. He stated that Grandfather Kwon's presence today had stabilized the shareholders' emotions, but if a similar situation were to occur again, they would need to find another solution. Therefore, he proposed a delaying tactic to publicly announce that Kwon Yu-chin had been found, but needed treatment and couldn't appear in public, and requested Kwon Yu-chin's assistance. Grandfather Kwon fell into deep thought. He finally agreed to Lu Qian's request and reminded her to be mindful of her own safety. Lu Qian assured Grandfather not to worry, saying she knew how to handle it. A few days later, newspapers published news of Kwon Yu-chin being hospitalized due to injury. Lu Qian read the newspaper in her office, sighing that if Kwon Yu-chin could return safely, she wouldn't give up and would definitely find him. In Linda's castle in M Country, Linda showed Kwon Yu-chin their fake photos together. She claimed these were photos they had taken before, specially printed to help restore memory. Kwon Yu-chin examined the photos and found them completely unfamiliar. He He questioned whether the person in the photos was really him. Linda had carefully processed the photos. She firmly believed Kwon Yu-chin would trust her because of this. However, Kwon Yu-chin had no memory of these photos at all. Linda planned to take Kwon Yu-chin out to relax and chose an amusement park as their destination. During their outing, Linda took many photos of them together with her phone. However, Kwon Yu-chin never looked at the camera. Linda held onto Kwon Yu-chin's arm, pointing out that this was once his favorite attraction. In front of them, a couple was embracing tightly. The man was comforting the woman, telling her not to be afraid. In Kwon Yu-chin's mind, an image of Lu Qian's fearful expression while riding this attraction appeared. Comparing it with Linda's composure, he was certain of his clear feeling this time that the woman who had been by his side wasn't Linda. Kwon Yu-chin walked quickly ahead alone. Linda called for him to wait, asking if he felt unwell. Kwon Yu-chin said he was fine and wanted to go home soon. However, in his heart, he was pondering who was the person that just appeared in his mind. As he was deep in thought, he bumped into someone in front of him. That person quickly apologized. Kwon Yu-chin looked closely, and it was actually Dr. Gu. However, Kwon Yu-chin had already lost his memory. Dr. Gu was puzzled by Kwon Yu-chin's appearance. In the amusement park, Dr. Gu wondered why Kwon Yu-chin was in M country. At this moment, Linda hurriedly caught up, asking Kwon Yu-chin what Dr. Gu had just called him. Dr. Gu heard Linda call Kwon Yu-chin Eric. Thinking he had mistaken the person, he apologized to Kwon Yu-chin. Kwon Yu-chin expressed his understanding. Afterwards, Linda linked arms with Kwon Yu-chin, preparing to leave. She suspected this person might know Kwon Yu-chin and planned to have someone monitor him. Dr. Gu watched the two people's retreating figures, unable to help but marvel at the similarities with Kwon Yu-chin. So, he decided to call Lu Qian to inquire about his recent situation. In the car on the way home, Linda asked Kwon Yu-chin if he was thinking about his memory loss. Kwon Yu-chin told Linda that he would do his best to recover his memory before the wedding, emphasizing that he didn't want to rush into marriage. Linda let go of Kwon Yu-chin, feeling that he was being stubborn. Then, she reached out to caress Kwon Yu-chin's cheek, hypocritically expressing hope that he could remember the past, and stating that she didn't want to force him. However, when she tried to get close to Kwon Yu-chin's lips, Kwon Yu-chin suddenly pushed her away, telling her he felt unwell. He then curled up to one side, telling Linda he wanted to rest for a while. He felt that the person in his mind was his closest person, and the person he had just met seemed to know him too. The car drove towards the Kwon family's old home. Kuyu was holding a teddy bear, playing with his younger brother when the door opened. Lu Qian had returned. Kuyu ran and threw himself into his mother's arms, asking if Dad had come back. Lu Qian crouched down and told him that Kwon Yu-chin had been very busy with business trips lately. Kuyu wanted to call his dad, but Lu Qian told him it was already very late where his dad was and not to disturb his rest. Kuyu was obedient and didn't insist. He quietly waited for his dad to return. Then mother and daughter hugged. Kwon Yu-chin knocked on Lu Qian's door. He hoped to discuss matters concerning Kwon Yu-chin with Lu Qian and grandfather Kwon. After putting Kuyu to bed, Lu Qian went out alone to meet Kwon Yu-chin in the living room. Kwon Yu-chin informed them that although they had conducted a thorough search of the city during this time, there was still no news of Kwon Yu-chin. Kwon Yu-chin paused. Grandfather Kwon gestured for him to continue. Kwon Yu-chin thought they should be mentally prepared to stop the search operation. Lu Qian excitedly shouted from the side, emphasizing that they must find Kwon Yu-chin, never giving up regardless of life or death. Kwon Yu-chin continued to persuade Lu Qian, but Lu Qian still firmly believed they could find Kwon Yu-chin, insisting on not giving up. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Qian suddenly felt unwell and fainted. At this moment, Dr. Gu in the room was dialing Lu Qian's phone. In the Kwon family's old house, Lu Qian lay quietly on the bed. Grandmother Kwon and Mother Kwon were by her side, taking care of her. Lu Qian gradually regained consciousness, still murmuring Kwon Yu-chin's name. Grandmother Kwon quickly came forward, concernedly inquiring about Lu Qian's condition. Lu Qian sat up, assuring them she was fine, firmly stating that she would never give up searching for Kwon Yu-chin. Grandmucha Kwon understood Lu Qian's thoughts. She, like Lu Qian, firmly believed Kwon Yu-chin was still alive. Grandmother Kwon advised Lu Qian to take care of her health first. Lu Qian said she understood, but she also knew that both the company and Kwon Yu-chin needed her. She couldn't stop. Lu Qian tightly held grandmother's hand, promising to do her best to protect the company. Do everything possible to find Kwon Yu-chin. Then, entrust her children to grandmother Kwon and mother. Lu Qian had already announced to the public that Kwon Yu-chin had been found. Therefore, They needed to play this act well, not letting anyone catch on. Grandmother Quan felt very sorry for Lu Qian. Mother Quan, to avoid disturbing Lu Qian's rest, pulled Grandmother Quan to leave. At this moment, Grandmother Quan took out the phone from Lu Qian's bag and handed it to her. Dr. Gu had just called. Lu Qian took the phone and dialed back in confusion. After the call connected, Dr. Gu told Lu Qian that he was in Country M and had met a person who looked very similar to Quan Yuqian. He was with a foreign woman, but this person didn't seem to recognize him. Hearing this news, Lu Qian could hardly believe it. Tears of excitement came to her eyes. At this moment, she realized that this woman was very likely to be Linda. Then she confirmed with Dr. Gu about the characteristics of that foreign woman. Dr. Gu thought Linda and Lu Qian knew each other. Lu Qian slowly explained everything to him. Lu Qian thought that on the day Quan Yuqian had the accident, Linda returned to the country. All of this must be related to her, so she asked Dr. Gu to investigate based on this clue. Dr. Gu agreed and quickly went to handle this matter. Lu Qian put down the phone, trying to calm herself. Before confirming, she couldn't tell anyone. Lu Qian felt confused about why Quan Yuqian didn't respond to her messages. She saw that he pretended not to know Dr. Gu and was with Linda. In Country M, the doctor was holding a strange object, giving Quan Yuqian hypnotherapy. Quan Yuqian closed his eyes. The doctor began to brainwash him, telling him that Linda was the most important person in his life and they were about to get married. Before the treatment, Linda had told the doctor to make Quan Yuqian have memories of her. In the hypnotic state, Quan Yuqian accidentally called out Linda's name. An image of Lu Qian flashed through his mind instantly. He knew that the person who had always been by his side wasn't Linda. At this moment, Quan Yuqian's phone rang. He woke up startled and looked at the phone. It was Linda asking Quan Yuqian to come to the company to find her. After Quan Yuqian left, he felt like someone was following him. But when he looked back, there was no one. He wondered if it was his imagination. Near Linda's company, someone tapped on his shoulder. Quan Yuqian turned around. Quan Yuqian grabbed Dr. Gu's collar, demanding to know why he was following him. Dr. Gu explained that his office was nearby. Dr. Gu looked closely. This was definitely Quan Yuqian. But why did that woman earlier call him Eric? Then Dr. Gu told Quan Yuqian that they had met before at the amusement park. Quan Yuqian then remembered it was him. Dr. Gu asked what was wrong. He looked very anxious. Meanwhile, a bodyguard was reporting their whereabouts. Quan Yuqian told him that he had forgotten his past. After analysis, Dr. Gu said it should be amnesia. Because both the car accident and falling into the sea had injured his head, amnesia was indeed possible. Dr. Gu was a psychologist. He told Quan Yuqian to contact him if needed. He also handed Quan Yuqian a business card. Quan Yuqian looked at the card. At this moment, his phone rang. It was Linda calling. After saying goodbye to Dr. Gu, he left first because he had something to do. Dr. Gu prepared to immediately tell Lu Qian about Quan Yuqian's memory loss. At this time, Quan Yuqian arrived at Linda's company. He felt this scene was very familiar. Linda came and took Quan Yuqian into the office. Quan Yuqian felt this place was very familiar. Linda was afraid he might remember something, so she lied to him, saying she was his assistant and had always worked here. Quan Yuqian was half believing, half doubting. He said if that's the case, he wanted to come back to work, not wanting to be idle. In fact, his real purpose was to try to regain his lost memories through work. Linda was very happy to welcome Quan Yuqian back. This way she could monitor him better. The scene shifts to the home country. A powerful shareholder wanted to see Quan Yuqian, but Lu Qian stopped him. She said Quan Yuqian was still undergoing treatment and couldn't be visited. The shareholder was very angry. He felt Quan Yuqian wasn't inside at all. Lu Qian calmly told him to ask the doctors and nurses. They could prove whether Quan Yuqian was inside or not. The shareholder still didn't believe it. He thought it was easy to bribe doctors and nurses. Lu Qian said there was nothing she could do if he didn't believe. If he forced his way in, he would bear the consequences. The shareholder left cursing, warning Lu Qian not to play tricks. At this moment, Lu Qian's phone rang. It was Dr. Gu calling. Lu Qian asked if he had found out anything. Dr. Gu told her the specific situation. After Lu Qian understood the situation, she told her family at the Quan family's old house that Quan Yuqian was still alive. Her brother had investigated very clearly. Then she showed them the photo taken by Dr. Gu and explained that Quan Yuqian hadn't contacted home because he had lost his memory. Lu Qian didn't believe there could be two identical people in the world. She decided to go and bring Quan Yuchen back. Grandfather Quan understood Lu Qian's feelings, but he was also worried about the company. Lu Qian told Grandfather Quan that she had someone in mind who could help manage the company temporarily. Grandfather Quan was curious who it was. Lu Qian told Grandfather Quan. The person she had in mind was Quan Yuchen. Grandfather Quan didn't understand what was going on. Quan Yuchen was also confused. Grandfather Quan asked Lu Qian if she wasn't afraid he would use this opportunity to seize power. Lu Qian explained that if he had ill intentions, he would have acted long ago. Moreover, she had seen Quan Yuchen's efforts these past few days. She was willing to trust him. Grandfather Quan still insisted that Lu Qian stay in the country. Quan Yuchen could go to Country M instead. Lu Qian felt that if that person was really Quan Yuchen, only she could bring him back. Since that was the case, Grandfather Quan also compromised. At the airport, Quan Yuchen saw Lu Qian off, thanking her for trusting him. Lu Qian told him not to disappoint Grandfather and herself. He should take good care of the company and announce to the public that he was continuing his inspection. Quan Yuchen was very worried about Lu Qian because Linda was cruel. Lu Qian said she wouldn't give up and said goodbye to Quan Yuchen. She walked towards the boarding gate. Quan Yuchen watched her leave, silently praying for their safe return. The plane to Country M took off. In the evening at Linda's company, Quan Yuchen was still typing on the keyboard. Linda asked if he was done yet. She had been waiting for him for an hour and couldn't help but urge him to go eat. Quan Yuchen said this report was very important and told her to go eat first. Linda leaned over and told him that these things could be delegated to others. Accompanying him for dinner was the most important thing now. Quan Yuchen pushed her away. He told her not to be unreasonable. Linda got a bit angry. She flipped over the documents on the desk, various files scattered on the floor. Quan Yuchen asked her if he was like this before. Disappointed, he picked up his coat and walked out. Linda called for Quan Yuchen to come back, but he didn't respond. The crescent moon hung high. Quan Yuchen walked alone on the street, pondering whether he and Linda ever had a chance to be together. Linda and the doctor kept emphasizing their relationship, but didn't mention anything else. In his mind, he recalled what the doctor and Linda had told him. Quan Yuchen took out a business card from his pocket. It was Dr. Gu's. He remembered Dr. Gu saying he could find him if needed. Quan Yuchen thought for a moment. Perhaps he should listen to someone else's opinion. So he walked towards the clinic. The staff led Quan Yuchen to Dr. Gu. Dr. Gu didn't expect him to come so soon. Quan Yuchen told Dr. Gu that he needed his help. In Dr. Gu's office, Quan Yuchen was recounting what had happened to him recently. He now hated Linda, but what Linda said didn't match his feelings. Dr. Gu asked if he had been with Linda since he woke up and if everything he knew was told by Linda. Quan Yuchen answered affirmatively and hoped Dr. Gu could help with his treatment. Dr. Gu told Quan Yuchen that treatment was no problem, but memory loss couldn't be rushed. Before he could finish, Quan Yuchen's phone rang. Seeing Quan Yuchen's heavy expression, Dr. Gu guessed it was Linda calling. He thought since Linda was a royal member, she might find this place quickly. So he invited Quan Yuchen to change locations under the pretext of treatment. Slowly chatting, Dr. Gu and Quan Yuchen came to the seaside. Dr. Gu would come here when he felt down, because the sea could calm people down. Quan Yuchen looked at the sea and thought it was a good place. Dr. Gu took out his phone and asked Quan Yuchen when he woke up. In fact, Dr. Gu was trying to arrange a call between Lu Qian and Quan Yuchen. Quan Yuchen answered Dr. Gu's question. Dr. Gu continued to ask Quan Yuchen if he had been without freedom during this time. However, Lu Qian hadn't answered the phone yet. Quan Yuchen felt a bit strange. He felt he was wasting Dr. Gu's time. Dr. Gu said it was fine, saying he was calling his wife, telling him he would be back late. But no one answered on the other end. Quan Yuchen thought Dr. Gu and his wife must be very loving. Dr. Gu hinted that Quan Yuchen was the same. Quan Yuchen sighed, saying it would be good if that were true. Finally, Dr. Gu put down his phone. Lu Qian's plane landed in Country M. She was walking in the airport. Suddenly, someone grabbed her from behind. It was Quan Yuchen. They embraced each other, looking at one another. As the announcement sounded, the plane was about to land. Quan Yuchen moved further and further away from Lu Qian. Lu Qian begged him not to leave. Suddenly, Lu Qian woke up. She realized she had just had a dream. She looked out the window. The sign showed they were about to arrive at the capital of Country M. She vowed to bring Quan Yuchen home. Lu Qian got off the plane. She saw a message from Dr. Gu saying Quan Yuchen was with him. She immediately called Dr. Gu, asking him to send the location. She would rush over right away. At the seaside, Kuan Yu-chin was skipping stones. Dr. Gu saw Lu Qian getting closer. Kuan Yu-chin thought Dr. Gu had an appointment and prepared to leave. Dr. Gu said it was fine, he had time. He wanted to introduce a friend to him. Suddenly, a woman's voice called out urgently. Lu Qian was hurriedly walking towards them, but Linda arrived instead with bodyguards. Kuan Yu-chin asked how she knew where he was. Linda told him she had been looking for him all night and even reported to the police. The police found him. Then, she noticed Dr. Gu beside Kuan Yu-chin. Kuan Yu-chin introduced him, saying he was a friend he recently met. Dr. Gu began to introduce himself. Linda carefully observed this man. She found him familiar. After careful consideration, Linda decided to take Kuan Yu-chin home first. She walked towards Kuan Yu-chin, took his arm, apologized, and persuaded him to go home. However, Kuan Yu-chin pushed Linda's hand away, said goodbye to Dr. Gu, and got into the car alone. Linda recognized Dr. Gu from their previous encounter at the amusement park. She later instructed her subordinates to obtain his information as soon as possible. The car sped along the road. Kuan Yu-chin realized Linda was monitoring him constantly. On the road, Lu Qian's car unexpectedly encountered Kuan Yu-chin's car. Lu Qian waited expectantly for her encounter with Kuan Yu-chin. However, due to the high speed, Kuan Yu-chin noticed Lu Qian's car. Through the window, he observed her figure. That familiar silhouette seemed to overlap with someone in his memory. But they had no chance to communicate, only passing by each other hastily. Linda interrupted Kuan Yu-chin, asking what he was looking at. Kuan Yu-chin and Shuarat Kajwali. He was pondering who that girl just now was. After arriving at the destination, Lu Qian quickly got out of the car and rushed to Dr. Gu. However, Kuan Yu-chin was nowhere to be seen. Dr. Gu told her that Linda had found Kuan Yu-chin and taken him away. Lu Qian was deeply disappointed, having missed the chance to meet Kuan Yu-chin. Her heart was full of regret. Dr. Gu told her to be at ease. Kuan Yu-chin was in good condition. It's just that Linda was keeping a close watch on him, and his amnesia symptoms were quite severe. As long as he was safe, he felt relieved. Lu Qian speculated that, based on Kuan Yu-chin's personality traits, he would likely feel restricted in many aspects of life. He would feel uncomfortable about this. Dr. Gu agreed and thought Lu Qian's analysis was very accurate. He admitted that Kuan Yu-chin's attitude towards Linda seemed very averse. Therefore, he had already agreed to provide psychological treatment services for him. Given the numerous future opportunities to meet, he was confident in gradually awakening Kuan Yu-chin's memories. Since Lu Qian had come, she was already prepared for everything. Dr. Gu highly praised his sister Lu Qian, believing she had become stronger. She extended her hand, expressing that she would do her utmost to help Lu Qian. And Lu Qian kept repeating in her heart, recover Kuan Yu-chin, determined to bring him home. Late at night, in the living room of Linda's house, Linda was constantly whispering in Kuan Yu-chin's ear about the hardships she endured to find him. However, Kuan Yu-chin paid no attention. His thoughts were completely immersed in the girl he had just encountered. He wanted to know her identity and find an opportunity to meet her again. Linda didn't understand Kuan Yu-chin's current thoughts, so she told him to rest. However, Kuan Yu-chin said he couldn't sleep. He wanted to be alone quietly for a while. So Linda went to rest first. Linda said it was okay. She could stay with Kuan Yu-chin. At this moment, Kuan Yu-chin felt a headache again. Linda came forward to ask about his condition concernedly, and then got up to instruct the doctor to prepare medication and send it over as soon as possible. However, Kuan Yu-chin's headache was actually feigned. He just wanted to use this method to avoid Linda. Although this method could temporarily alleviate his predicament, it wasn't the best way to solve the problem in the long run. Linda brought the medicine for Kuan Yu-chin to take. Kuan Yu-chin looked at the medicine in his hand, doubting if it could treat him. Linda urged Kuan Yu-chin to take it quickly. Kuan Yu-chin followed Linda's words, swallowing the medicine in one gulp. Linda told Kuan Yu-chin there was also a dose in the bedroom to take when he had a headache in the future. After taking the medicine, Kuan Yu-chin prepared to rest. Linda advised him not to go to the company tomorrow, but to rest at home. Linda had her own plans. That medicine indeed had issues. If Kuan Yu-chin kept taking it, he would soon obey Linda's words. Kuan Yu-chin said he didn't need to rest. He would go by himself tomorrow afternoon. After saying this, he walked towards the bedroom. He took out the medicine he hadn't swallowed earlier, wanted to find a chance to check what kind of medicine it was. Several days later, in Dr. Gu's clinic, Kwon Yu-chin showed Dr. Gu a type of medicine and requested him to investigate its components. Dr. Gu immediately dispatched relevant personnel to conduct tests. Meanwhile, he also arranged to meet Lu Qian at the clinic at 1 o'clock. To keep Kwon Yu-chin, Dr. Gu asked him to wait in the clinic, saying the test results would be out soon. Kwon Yu-chin refused, because he had already promised to go to Linda's company. He was worried that staying here too long would arouse Linda's suspicion. He told Dr. Gu to call him when the results were out. With no other choice, Dr. Gu could only escort Kwon Yu-chin out of the clinic. On the way out, Dr. Gu instructed Kwon Yu-chin that if he encountered hypnosis again, he must follow the method he had previously described. After the elevator reached the 14th floor, Lu Qian walked out. Dr. Gu greeted her warmly. At the same time, Kwon Yu-chin also noticed Lu Qian. They exchanged a glance. Suddenly, Kwon Yu-chin noticed two suspicious people behind Lu Qian. He immediately realized they were Linda's subordinates. Lu Qian walked up to Kwon Yu-chin and greeted him. Lu Qian apruaka Kwon Yu-chin. However, to avoid Linda noticing Lu Qian's presence, he turned to Dr. Gu, stating that since Dr. Gu had a guest, he wouldn't disturb them. He quickly walked past Lu Qian and entered the elevator. Lu Qian noticed that Kwon Yu-chin's emotions and behavior were unusual. He seemed to intentionally avoid her. Although Dr. Gu didn't try to keep Kwon Yu-chin, Lu Qian proactively approached Dr. Gu, hoping to discuss some issues with him. Dr. Gu quickly understood Lu Qian's intention and invited her to his office. During the conversation with Dr. Gu, Lu Qian sensed the predicament Kwon Yu-chin was facing and felt worried about it. She clenched her fists, determined to bring him home. Kwon Yu-chin arrived at Linda's company and gently pushed open the door of his office. Linda was sitting inside, seemingly waiting for Kwon Yu-chin's arrival. Kwon Yu-chin asked why she was there. Linda replied that she had been waiting for Kwon Yu-chin and had also tidied up the office environment. Kwon Yu-chin originally intended to tell Linda that there was no need to do these trivial things. However, before he could finish, Linda came over and held Kwon Yu-chin's hand, saying that these were things she should do. She also told Kwon Yu-chin that she didn't do these things to hear his thanks. She hoped Kwon Yu-chin would kiss her, but Kwon Yu-chin immediately dodged. Linda mistakenly thought Kwon Yu-chin was still angry with her. At this moment, someone called Linda from the door, saying there was an urgent situation. Linda expressed her disappointment. Then, her subordinate reported that Lord Andrew had returned to the country. Linda was shocked upon hearing this and immediately ordered her subordinate to notify everyone for an immediate meeting. Linda then turned to Kwon Yu-chin, saying she had some matters to attend to and would wait for him to go home together after work. After saying this, she left. Kwon Yu-chin thought deeply. To eliminate Linda's suspicions, he couldn't confront her directly. Linda sent a message telling Kwon Yu-chin that the meeting hadn't ended and asked him to wait at home. Linda decided not to return to the company, so Kwon Yu-chin left the office. He still needed to think of a way to escape Linda's surveillance. As night fell, Kwon Yu-chin ordered a glass of red wine at a bar. At the same time, he recalled the girl he met this morning. He believed this girl was significant to him. Therefore, he decided to seek Dr. Gu's help to meet her. However, he must avoid letting Linda notice his intentions. The bartender handed a drink to Kwon Yu-chin, noticing his agitated mood. Therefore, he specially prepared a cocktail called Slightly Tipsy for him. Kwon Yu-chin thanked the bartender and tasted the drink. Then he borrowed the bar counter to perform some operations. Under the soft yellow light, he demonstrated his fluid bartending skills. After finishing, he handed his own mixed drink to the bartender, telling him that if it's slightly tipsy, then brandy would be more suitable. The bartender tasted it and was incredibly impressed, so he wanted to invite Kwon Yu-chin to become their bartender. Kwon Yu-chin considered it and thought that this way, he would have a reason to refuse Linda in the evenings. At this moment, Linda came looking for him, puzzled as to why he was drinking here. Kwon Yu-chin looked at Linda, feeling that no matter where he was, Linda could find him. Perhaps she had sent many people to follow him. Then, he asked Linda in return how she knew he was here, wondering if it was due to their telepathic connection. Linda went along with Kwon Yu-chin's topic, saying that lovers naturally have an understanding. However, she had just met a colleague who told her Kwon Yu-chin was here. Kwon Yu-chin didn't believe it. He thought for a moment, certain that no one had followed him. The only explanation was that Linda had installed a tracking device on him. Linda gently lifted Kwon Yu-chin's chin, preparing to drink with him. Then she ordered a drink. Kwon Yuchin grabbed Linda's hand, suggesting if she would like to taste a drink he personally mixed for her. Linda gladly agreed. After a while, 3 glasses of drinks were placed on the table. Linda picked up one of them, a particularly special-looking drink, and drank it all at once. Linda caressed Kwon Yuchin's hand, praising his unparalleled bartending skills. Kwon Yuchin took the opportunity to express his desire to work as a bartender at the bar. Linda was puzzled by this, but Kwon Yuchin said he loved the process of bartending and hoped to create more unique drinks for Linda. Linda agreed to Kwon Yuchin's request, considering it a small matter not worth arguing over. After all, there was a tracker in his phone, and she could send more people to watch Kwon Yuchin. Kwon Yuchin promised to come in the evening to ensure it wouldn't affect company matters. This way, he could not only avoid Linda, but also have the opportunity to interact with various people, which he expected would be helpful. Finally, they raised their glasses together. The next day, Linda was in the office, reviewing Dr. Gu's detailed information. She discovered that Dr. Gu actually came from the Gu family, which had gold mining rights, and had also received funding from the royal family. This surprised Linda greatly, as she didn't know about the connection between Kwon Yuchin and Dr. Gu. When she saw a photo of Lu Qian with Dr. Gu, she was even more surprised to find that Lu Qian had already come to Country M. This made Linda decide to personally visit Gu Zongtong to learn more about the situation. In the clinic, Lu Qian's family was having a conversation when suddenly there was a fierce argument outside the door. It turned out to be Linda, who had forcibly entered without an appointment or permission. When Lu Qian turned and saw it was Linda, both of them showed surprised expressions. Linda pretended to greet Lu Qian and asked why she had time to come to Country M. Lu Qian responded to Linda bluntly, stating that her whereabouts were none of Linda's business. Faced with Lu Qian's coldness, Linda threatened her, claiming she had the right to deport her. At this moment, Dr. Gu stepped forward, stating that in his hospital, even royal family members couldn't enter at will. Linda was confused by this, unsure of the relationship between these two, and whether Lu Qian knew Eric's true identity. Linda's attitude noticeably softened. She told Dr. Gu that she came specifically today to thank him. Dr. Gu said it was a trivial matter, not worth mentioning. As he and Lu Qian had other matters to attend to, he asked Linda to leave first. Linda felt that Gu Zongtong didn't even respect her, which indicated they knew each other long ago and were deliberately approaching Kwon Yuchin. Although she couldn't confront them now, Linda decided not to embarrass herself further. She bid farewell to the two, but left with a threat before leaving. She stated that if she couldn't have what she liked, she would destroy it. Lu Qian had deeply realized that Linda had noticed the interaction between her and Dr. Gu. Therefore, they needed to accelerate their actions. Linda anticipated that Lu Qian would definitely meet Kwon Yuchin later, and she couldn't let him stay in Country M anymore. Dr. Gu expressed concern about Lu Qian's situation, but Lu Qian insisted she wouldn't be frightened. At this critical moment, they believed Kwon Yuchin was the most important. Lu Qian should find a way to reveal the truth to him as soon as possible. However, Dr. Gu opposed this idea. Because Kwon Yuchin had been hypnotized before, suddenly telling him the truth might cause his memories to become more confused. They believed it was necessary to gradually guide Kwon Yuchin under professional medical supervision in order for him to accept this fact. Linda had already discovered Lu Qian's arrival, and they feared time was running out. Dr. Gu's phone rang. It was a message from Kwon Yuchin, who had arranged to meet Dr. Gu at the bar in the evening. Dr. Gu asked Lu Qian to go in his place. Lu Qian readily agreed. At night, Lu Qian arrived at the bar holding flowers. She called Kwon Yuchin by the name Eric. Kwon Yuchin was confused by this, as he had expected Dr. Gu to be the one showing up. Lu Qian explained to Kwon Yuchin that Dr. Gu suddenly had something to attend to and couldn't come, so he asked her to come instead. Kwon Yuchin was very happy to see Lu Qian. He knew Linda would surely put monitoring devices on him when he came out to work. Then he took out his phone and threw it into the ice bucket. He told Lu Qian that this way, no one would disturb them. Kwon Yuchin handed Lu Qian a drink and asked for her name. Lu Qian felt a bit disappointed when she learned that Kwon Yuchin couldn't remember her name. Despite this, she firmly believed it was only temporary and was determined to help Kwon Yuchin regain his memory as soon as possible. Lu Qian took the glass Kwon Yuchin handed her and reintroduced herself. Kwon Yuchin told Lu Qian that this drink was specially mixed for her. Lu Qian took a sip and gave her evaluation. Lu Qian Qian spoke eloquently. Quan Yuchen was surprised that Lu Qian knew about bartending. Lu Qian modestly said she knew a little. Quan Yuchen asked Lu Qian if she and Dr. Gu were close. Lu Qian told him that they were actually siblings, but many people didn't know about this. Quan Yuchen seemed relieved after learning this. He now knew this secret about Lu Qian. Quan Yuchen asked Lu Qian again if she had ever visited Country M. Lu Qian replied that she had indeed visited and had many beautiful memories there. Quan Yuchen leaned closer to Lu Qian and asked if he was qualified to share these beautiful memories. Lu Qian whispered in Quan Yuchen's ear, telling him that if it's with a friend, he could certainly share. However, Lu Qian didn't finish. Quan Yuchen felt confused and asked if they weren't friends yet. Lu Qian looked at Quan Yuchen and asked if he was free tonight. In the bar, Lu Qian clearly stated that listening to stories takes time. Quan Yuchen guessed that Lu Qian might have come to Country M to relive past good memories after breaking up with someone. Although Lu Qian was smiling, her eyes were full of sadness. In Lu Qian's narrative, although she and that person weren't together now, the distance between them wasn't far. Although he had temporarily forgotten his feelings, it wasn't his intention. He would find that person again. The words temporarily forgotten deeply touched Quan Yuchen's heart. Lina also arrived at the bar with bodyguards. She never expected Lu Qian would come here, so she quickly hid behind her bodyguards. She couldn't approach yet because she couldn't show any flaws in front of Quan Yuchen. Meanwhile, Mr. Quan Yuchen asked Lu Qian to drink less. At this time, the bodyguard asked Linda if she wanted to enter the bar. Linda ordered her subordinates to keep a close eye on Quan Yuchen in the bar. Once that woman leaves, follow her and deal with her. Linda left angrily. She had warned that if anyone was seeking death, don't blame her. Quan Yuchen was still mixing drinks for customers. Lu Qian fell asleep leaning on the side. Quan Yuchen put his coat over Lu Qian. Lu Qian woke up and saw Quan Yuchen caring for her. Suddenly, some images of him and Lu Qian flashed through Quan Yuchen's mind. This familiar feeling told him that his relationship with Lu Qian was more intimate. Lu Qian touched the coat on her body. Quan Yuchen did this to prevent her from catching a cold. Lu Qian thanked Quan Yuchen. Then she returned the coat to him. It was getting late now, and she had to go home. She also said she enjoyed chatting with Quan Yuchen. Lu Qian walked out of the bar. She told herself to hold back. It wasn't time to reunite with Quan Yuchen yet. Quan Yuchen watched Lu Qian leave. He regretted waking her up with his actions just now. He wished Lu Qian could have stayed by his side a little longer. On this quiet night, Lu Qian walked alone on the street. The footsteps behind her were constant. Clearly, several people were following her. She realized these people were targeting her, so she quickened her pace, running towards a police car ahead, hoping to get help from the police. However, just as she was about to reach the police car, she was quickly grabbed by the people behind her. They threatened her, telling her that offending the wrong person means there's no escape. Lu Qian tried to struggle. Linda's name flashed in her mind, so these people were sent by Linda. Just then, a red sports car drove up. A man got out of the car. This man was His Highness Andrew. His bodyguards quickly knocked down the previous attackers. Andrew walked up to Lu Qian. Lu Qian thanked him for saving her life. Andrew said it was no problem and invited her for a drink. But Lu Qian refused, saying she doesn't drink with strangers. Lu Qian was puzzled about how this man knew her, wondering if there was some plot. Andrew told her they weren't strangers but friends. Andrew then introduced himself. He was Linda's half-brother. Lu Qian became even more confused. If he was Linda's brother, why would he save her? Andrew told Lu Qian not to be nervous. Although they were blood-related, they had always been competitors. Andrew took out a photo from his pocket. He hoped Lu Qian would join forces with him to defeat Linda. The photo showed Linda and Quan Yuchen. Lu Qian looked at the photo, not knowing what to say. Andrew wanted to be king, and if Lu Qian recovered by then, everyone would be happy. Although Andrew was sincere, Lu Qian wasn't sure about his identity, so she wouldn't agree to any of his requests. Andrew gave Lu Qian a day to consider. He told her she could verify his identity with Zhong Tang. He left his contact information. After he left, Lu Qian watched his retreating figure, deep in thought. Andrew believed Lu Qian was a smart woman who knew what to do. But Lu Qian felt very uneasy. This man knew so much about her affairs. She couldn't easily agree to his proposal. Lu Qian had sprained her ankle and had to return to her apartment to rest. Kwon Yu-chin was still waiting for her at the bar, wanting to exchange contact information. Time passed minute by minute. Kwon Yu-chin kept serving customers, but he couldn't wait for Lu Qian. He sat at the bar, silently thinking of her. He suddenly thought he might find information about her online, and he did find something. It turned out Lu Qian was the youngest female CEO of a listed company. Kwon Yu-chin was very surprised. How could the CEO managing a company have time to come to a foreign country to find skills? At this moment, Dr. Gu's voice brought him back to reality. Dr. Gu walked to the bar. He came alone. He took out the test results. The report showed that this drug would cause memory decline. Kwon Yu-chin immediately understood Linda's purpose. She didn't want him to remember the past. Dr. Gu was worried for him. Kwon Yu-chin knew he couldn't leave Linda now, but he also needed to regain his memory quickly. Kwon Yu-chin had a drink and thanked Dr. Gu for his help, but Dr. Gu said he drove here and couldn't drink. At this point, Kwon Yu-chin wanted to know about Lu Qian's situation. Dr. Gu told him about Lu Qian's sprained ankle. Kwon Yu-chin felt very guilty. It was his fault that she encountered danger. Dr. Gu comforted him. Kwon Yu-chin wanted to visit Lu Qian. Dr. Gu gave him Lu Qian's address, but warned that Linda's people might be around. He couldn't easily leave. Thinking quickly, Kwon Yu-chin suggested exchanging clothes with Dr. Gu. This way he could leave from the back. After Kwon Yu-chin successfully got out, he arrived at Lu Qian's apartment and gently rang the doorbell. Lu Qian thought it was Dr. Gu. She didn't expect it to be Kwon Yu-chin. Kwon Yu-chin pretended to be calm and expressed his concern for her. Lu Qian looked at Kwon Yu-chin, who was caring for her, with a complex expression. The night's scenery was especially beautiful. Kwon Yu-chin stood at the door teasing Lu Qian. He asked why she didn't invite him in. Lu Qian came to her senses and quickly invited Kwon Yu-chin in. Kwon Yu-chin saw Lu Qian walking unsteadily and quickly went to support her. Lu Qian turned her head, seriously asking Kwon Yu-chin if he cared about her. Kwon Yu-chin looked at the beautiful Lu Qian, suddenly wanting to become the person he had been searching for. His heart was beating very fast. He didn't understand why he had such thoughts. Could it be that he had fallen in love at first sight? Seeing Kwon Yu-chin's unusual expression, Lu Qian took the initiative to show concern. Kwon Yu-chin immediately changed the subject, asking Lu Qian to let him look at her foot injury. Kwon Yu-chin gently lifted her foot, seeing the badly swollen ankle. He felt very distressed. He wanted to apply an ice pack, but Lu Qian thought it wasn't necessary to go to such trouble. Kwon Yu-chin seriously told her to be obedient. The moment the ice pack was placed on her ankle, Lu Qian shivered from the cold. Kwon Yu-chin told her to endure it. Lu Qian reached out to brush away Kwon Yu-chin's hair from his forehead. Their fingertips touched. The atmosphere suddenly became intimate. Kwon Yu-chin instinctively coughed twice. He turned his head and saw the floor was covered with snacks. Was this all Lu Qian ate? Kwon Yu-chin stood up, preparing to make some food for Lu Qian. Watching Kwon Yu-chin's back, Lu Qian called out husband in her heart. Not long after, Kwon Yu-chin finished cooking. Because it was late, he only made some salad. Kwon Yu-chin felt this scene was familiar. His head suddenly started to hurt. Lu Qian noticed his discomfort. Kwon Yu-chin explained it was nothing, but his head was spinning. He fell into Lu Qian's arms. Lu Qian was very worried and wanted to take him to the hospital. Kwon Yu-chin felt her embrace was familiar. He hugged her. Kwon Yu-chin told Lu Qian that he had a familiar feeling every time he saw her. Lu Qian had bitterness in her heart that she couldn't express. For the sake of his health, she couldn't tell Kwon Yu-chin the truth now. Lu Qian told Kwon Yu-chin they were friends, and she was willing to help him regain his memory. At this moment, the phone rang. It was Linda calling. To avoid implicating Lu Qian, Kwon Yu-chin had to leave. Lu Qian stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, staring blankly outside. Kwon Yu-chin returned to Linda's villa. Linda anxiously asked where he had been. However, Kwon Yu-chin didn't answer. Instead, he asked Linda if she truly loved him and who he really was. Linda didn't understand what was wrong with Kwon Yu-chin and worried something had happened to him. Kwon Yu-chin reassured her, saying he had just chatted a bit longer with the store manager and there were no other issues. Linda breathed a sigh of relief. She asked Kwon Yu-chin to accompany her to the royal banquet tomorrow. To lower Linda's guard, Kwon Yu-chin agreed. The next day, Linda admired the suit she had chosen for Kwon Yu-chin. She couldn't help but feel that she and Kwon Yu-chin were a perfect match. Linda held Kwon Yu-chin's arm as they set off to attend the banquet. In the royal banquet hall, people gossiped when they saw Linda and Kwon Yu-chin. Linda felt a bit smug. She asked Quan Yuchin when they would get married. At that moment, a waiter brought news that the king had summoned Linda. Linda told Quan Yuchin to wait for her here, saying she would be back soon. Watching Linda's back, Quan Yuchin felt anxious. He must regain his memory as soon as possible. Just then, a friendly voice came from behind. Quan Yuchin turned to look. The man holding a wine glass in front of him was Andrew. Andrew had finally met Quan Yuchin, whom Linda had brought back. Quan Yuchin finally realized who he had been sensing since entering the door. He wanted to know who Andrew was. Just as Andrew was about to tell Quan Yuchin who he was, Linda hurriedly ran over, standing in front of Quan Yuchin and questioning Andrew about his intentions. She remembered her subordinate reporting that Andrew had saved Lu Qian last night. Andrew friendly expressed that he just wanted to meet her fiancé. Linda didn't want to engage with Andrew further and left with Quan Yuchin. Linda wanted to lean on Quan Yuchin's chest and act pitiful. Quan Yuchin directly dodged. Linda looked at Quan Yuchin in disbelief. Quan Yuchin immediately kissed Linda, saying he would help her. A subordinate rushed over to tell Linda that the king had fainted. He had already been sent to the hospital. Linda couldn't believe it, as she had just seen the king. How could he suddenly faint? But she still asked Quan Yuchin to go back first while she went to the hospital. Walking on the street, Quan Yuchin's mind was full of thoughts about Lu Qian. He wondered how Lu Qian was doing. He decided to go see her. Without realizing it, he had walked to the bottom of Lu Qian's building. Coincidentally, Lu Qian also saw Quan Yuchin while taking a walk downstairs. At that moment, a car swooshed by on the street. Quan Yuchin quickly embraced Lu Qian. He looked at Lu Qian in his arms. She always gave him a feeling of familiarity and intimacy that was hard to resist. Quan Yuchin lowered his head and kissed her. The two embraced and kissed. Lu Qian reached out to respond to him. This feeling was amazing. Even Linda, his fiancée, didn't give him this feeling. Thinking of Linda, he felt he had no right to treat Lu Qian like this. Quan Yuchin immediately let go of her and apologized awkwardly. Lu Qian gently rubbed her lips with her finger. Quan Yuchin grabbed her restless hand, telling her that he had lost his memory in a car accident before and didn't feel familiar with Linda, his fiancée, at all. Lu Qian was secretly happy. Linda's little trick indeed couldn't fool her. Quan Yuchin felt that she might know something, but Lu Qian wanted him to find the truth on his own. She would accompany him. At this moment, Lu Qian's phone rang. It was urgent. Lu Qian had to leave. Quan Yuchin was very concerned about her. Lu Qian told him it was company business. Quan Yuchin wanted to help. Lu Qian then reintroduced herself. She was the CEO of Hua Country Lu Electronics Company, Limited. She came to Country to handle some matters for the branch company. Quan Yuchin patted her head, saying he could take her there. This familiar gesture from Quan Yuchin made Lu Qian's heart ache. She stared at him blankly. Lu Qian didn't answer. They quickly arrived at the company building. Lu Qian happily said goodbye to him. Quan Yuchin looked at the Quan Group sign, a familiar feeling welling up. The next day at the hospital, Quan Yuchin told Dr. Gu that he had been having many familiar feelings lately. Dr. Gu was examining him when he suddenly stopped. Quan Yuchin sat up and asked why he had stopped. Dr. Gu told him that his brain was already showing signs of rejection. Continuing would be very dangerous. Quan Yuchin took the water Dr. Gu handed him, saying he wanted to try again. But continuing would be very dangerous. Dr. Gu disagreed. Quan Yuchin thought of Lu Qian, wanting to know who was really important to him. Dr. Gu knew this person was Quan Yuchin, but deliberately kept it from him. He only told him that this person was in Country M. Dr. Gu was curious why Quan Yuchin wanted to know about this person. Since losing his memory, Quan Yuchin often dreamed of a woman who was close to him, but very blurry. Lu Qian gave him the same feeling as the woman in his dreams. The more he interacted with her, the more his heart stirred. He always felt close to Lu Qian, but she didn't say anything. Although Quan Yuchin had lost his memory, she was his closest person. This feeling couldn't be erased. Dr. Gu suggested he ask her directly if he had questions. Quan Yuchin nazitata. She felt more familiar to him than Linda. Quan Yuchin arrived at the Quan Group branch. Thinking carefully, Linda must have hidden many things from him. He needed to get away from her quickly. Quan Yuchin was holding bubble tea, wanting to wait for Lu Qian to get off work. 3 hours later, Quan Yuchin still hadn't seen her and was about to leave. At that moment, Lu Qian walked out of the building. Quan Yuchin was overjoyed to see the person he wanted to meet. Seeing her tired face, Quan Yuchin warmly handed her the bubble tea he had prepared. Lu Qian was pleasantly surprised. Kuan Yu-chin told her to drink some quickly while it was still hot. Lu Qian tasted it. It was her favorite flavor. Looking at Lu Qian being so obedient, Kuan Yu-chin patted her head. Lu Qian suggested that Kuan Yu-chin drive her to have a few drinks. Kuan Yu-chin was of course willing to oblige. He drove off quickly. They stopped at a traffic light. He reached out to fix Lu Qian's messy hair. The traffic light was counting down. In Kuan Yu-chin's eyes, Lu Qian looked extremely beautiful. He couldn't help but kiss her. Lu Qian gently stroked his cheek, telling him not to fool around. The light turned green, and Kuan Yu-chin made a left turn. Lu Qian realized this wasn't the way to the bar. Kuan Yu-chin had decided to break up with Linda. He was going to the villa to get his things back. Without a doubt, Lu Qian supported any decision he made. They soon arrived at Linda's villa. Kuan Yu-chin tightly held Lu Qian's hand. Linda looked at them in disbelief. How could Kuan Yu-chin be with Lu Qian? Linda loudly questioned Kuan Yu-chin about what this meant. Linda's acting was impeccable, pretending not to know Lu Qian. Kuan Yu-chin formally proposed a breakup to Linda. Linda angrily clenched her fists, raising her hand to slap him. Kuan Yu-chin caught her hand, emphasizing repeatedly that this was between the two of them. He had no love for her and didn't want to continue. Linda wanted to tear off the mask, but now was a crucial time for fighting for inheritance rights. She continued acting, looking at him pitifully. You've just forgotten everything. Linda had given him so many drugs. She didn't believe Lu Qian could restore his memory. Lu Qian found her act hypocritical. At this moment, Andrew's voice came through. So many people, Linda, it's quite lively here. Linda couldn't understand why Andrew had come. Lu Qian was equally nervous. She gripped Kuan Yu-chin's hand. Kuan Yu-chin thought she didn't know Andrew and carefully introduced him. Andrew brought news that His Majesty had awakened. He proudly boasted about just having an audience with His Majesty and being assigned many government affairs. Linda was furious. The urgent task was to get the inheritance rights before dealing with him. Linda turned and left. Kuan Yu-chin, having packed his things, prepared to take Lu Qian back first. Andrew wanted to discuss power issues with him. Kuan Yu-chin felt he had ill intentions. He blocked the way. Andrew smirked, saying Kuan Yu-chin had no right to refuse on his behalf. Lu Qian reassured Kuan Yu-chin, telling him they could talk, but didn't need to exclude her. Andrew suggested talking at the coffee shop in front. In the coffee shop, Andrew pointed out the problems Kuan was facing now and said he could solve them. But this required something in return. Lu Qian pondered. Kuan Yu-chin patted her, saying he could handle it. Lu Qian believed he could do it. Kuan Yu-chin looked at him, saying suppliers weren't the main power issue, but being unfairly targeted was the primary problem. Andrew verbally promised he could ensure the new product's smooth launch. Inwardly, he thought Kuan Yu-chin was indeed worthy of being CEO, still so sharp even with memory loss. Kuan Yu-chin directly extended an olive branch. If Andrew could solve the supplier issue, Kuan would give him agency rights. Lu Qian was delighted inwardly. He only mentioned agency rights, but didn't promise the scope. Andrew wanted to know if this was Lu Qian's idea. Lu Qian invited him to sign the contract tomorrow. Andrew stood up to leave. He looked carefully at Kuan Yu-chin. No wonder both Lu Qian and Linda liked him. Kuan Yu-chin wanted to ask Lu Qian if she liked him too, but she looked very tired, so he decided against it. Kuan Yu-chin took her hand, offering to take her home. In Lu Qian's apartment, she immediately relaxed after being tense all day. Kuan Yu-chin's heart skipped a beat as he watched her figure. Lu Qian was confused. Kuan Yu-chin felt shy and just wanted to leave. Lu Qian held him back, asking him to stay in the guest room for the night. Kuan Yu-chin shyly agreed. Lu Qian prepared to draft the contract first. Kuan Yu-chin told her to go rest quickly, but Lu Qian couldn't sleep without finishing her work. Kuan Yu-chin had no choice but to agree to let her take a bath before working. Kuan Yu-chin glanced at the contract. He thought he could help her complete it. He'd ask her about the product information later. Kuan Yu-chin checked the time. An hour had passed, and Lu Qian hadn't come out yet. Worried, he went to the bathroom door and knocked. There was no response. Kuan Yu-chin became anxious. Could she have fainted? Growing more worried, Kuan Yu-chin kicked open the bathroom door. He went in and saw that Lu Qian had just fallen asleep. He sighed in relief. He quickly grabbed a towel, scooped her up, and held her in his arms. Feeling shy, he gently placed her on the bed. Lu Qian looked at Quan Yuqin with sleepy eyes and softly called out a name. The amnesiac Quan Yuqin didn't realize Lu Qian was calling his own name. Feeling disappointed, he prepared to leave. At this moment, the sleeping Lu Qian grabbed his hand, not letting him go. Quan Yuqin had no choice but to stay. He kept thinking about the name she just called. Was it the person in her heart? The next day, Lu Qian woke up. She didn't know when she had fallen asleep last night. Seeing Quan Yuqin by the bed, Lu Qian was surprised. She gently woke him up. Seeing her awake, Quan Yuqin quickly explained. Last night, Lu Qian slept uneasily, so he didn't leave. Lu Qian thanked him and directly kissed him. Quan Yuqin took her hand, jealously asking if the name she kept calling last night was someone important to her. He asked if he could take that person's place. Seeing Quan Yuqin's anxious face, Lu Qian didn't tell him the truth. Instead, she hinted that after he regains his memory, he'll find there's an important person waiting for him too. Hearing this, Quan Yuqin wanted to know even more if Lu Qian was the person in his memory. Lu Qian hesitated whether to tell him the truth. Quan Yuqin didn't want to trouble her. He hugged her, saying he would definitely remember. Lu Qian suddenly remembered the contract wasn't written yet. Quan Yuqin showed her the completed contract, saying only the product information needed to be filled in. Lu Qian kept praising the professionally written contract and invited him to be her assistant. Quan Yuqin teased Lu Qian, asking if there were any benefits. Lu Qian waved her hand, offering room and board. Quan Yuqin kissed Lu Qian to seal the deal. It's settled. Today would be considered his first day at work. Quan Yuqin agreed they'd go to the company together after breakfast. Lu Qian prepared to report to her grandfather and tell him about Quan Yuqin's situation. At the city branch company, Quan Yuqin and Lu Qian came to work together. The secretary reported there was a video conference with the domestic office. In the video, grandfather asked Lu Qian how the supplier issue was going. Lu Qian didn't answer. She first asked Quan Yuqin to bring a pen over. As soon as Quan Yuqin entered the frame, grandfather and brother on the other side were both shocked. Lu Qian calmly told her grandfather that this was the new assistant. Just then, the secretary came to report that Mr. Andrew had arrived to sign the contract. Lu Qian didn't expect him to come in person. She told the secretary to prepare, and she'd be there soon. Quan Yuqin was very worried. He wanted to go together. Lu Qian assured him not to worry. She wasn't a pushover. Quan Yuqin was still uneasy. He decided to wait outside the meeting room. In the meeting room, Andrew was very dissatisfied. He only gave her the agency rights for the United States. Lu Qian explained that she only promised him agency rights, not the scope of the agency. Moreover, the new product would only be authorized for agency in the U.S. If Andrew wasn't willing, she had already contacted domestic suppliers. Hearing her words, Andrew applauded repeatedly, praising her as a clever woman. After the praise he signed, Lu Qian felt that his easy signing must mean he had something else planned. After signing, Andrew asked about her next plans. Lu Qian only wanted Quan Yuqin to regain his memory and then go home. Andrew shook his head repeatedly, saying these weren't things Lu Qian should do. Lu Qian was confused. What did he mean? Andrew believed that even if they left, Linda would continue to target them. Quan Yuqin's memory loss was most likely related to Linda. Surely, she wouldn't want such things to happen again. Andrew's intriguing words made Lu Qian feel he knew the truth about Quan Yuqin's memory loss. Lu Qian slammed the table, saying she would protect Quan Yuqin herself. In Andrew's eyes, Linda was a woman who would stop at nothing to achieve her goals. Lu Qian didn't understand what he meant. Andrew believed that only by knocking out the vicious dog's teeth would there be no threat. Only when Linda completely lost her power would she calm down. Lu Qian politely declined, saying she was just a civilian and didn't want to be involved in royal struggles. Lu Qian saw through his intention to use her to help him deal with Linda. Lu Qian emphasized her principles and bottom line again, hoping Andrew wouldn't forget their agreement. She signed the contract and politely asked him to leave. Andrew hoped she would seize the opportunity well and not regret it later. Lu Qian said who could predict the future. Andrew shouldn't think about turning her into a tool against Linda. Lu Qian pushed open the meeting room door. Quan Yuqin immediately came forward concerned. Lu Qian smiled, telling him not to worry. Andrew came out at this time, continuing to extend an olive branch to Lu Qian. Quan Yuqin blocked Lu Qian, wanting to know what suggestions he made, suggesting they discuss together. Seeing this, Andrew gripped the contract tightly. As Linda's fiancé, was this appropriate for Kwon Yu-chin? Lu Qian rebuked Andrew. Kwon Yu-chin was an adult, and how he chose was his own business. Kwon Yu-chin told him that he had already broken up with Linda, telling him not to meddle. Andrew fiddled with his pinky ring, pretending to say he was just feeling sorry for Linda. Kwon Yu-chin thought that Andrew, as Linda's brother, was the one who was more hurt. Kwon Yu-chin understood that Andrew was trying to drive a wedge between him and Lu Qian. Seeing his attempt fail, Andrew turned and left. This couple was a bit difficult to deal with. He needed to find other ways to win them over. Kwon Yu-chin wanted to know what they had talked about. A child's voice came from Lu Qian's office. On the screen was Kyu calling for Lu Qian. Seeing Kyu, Lu Qian felt things were not good. Kyu didn't know Kwon Yu-chin had lost his memory. What if Kyu called him dad? Kwon Yu-chin was shocked to see the little girl on the screen. Lu Qian was married and had a child. Lu Qian nervously stepped forward to end the video call, saying she'd talk to her later that night. Kwon Yu-chin felt a pang of sadness. He had never heard her mention having a daughter. Kyu anxiously told him she was disturbing him and would just quietly watch him work. Lu Qian found it strange that Kyu had no reaction to seeing Kwon Yu-chin. Kyu told her that Grandpa had explained everything and told Mom to focus on work. But Lu Qian really had work to do now and could only video chat with her at night. Kyu pitifully asked to pinky promise not to lie. Lu Qian promised her. It's a deal. After Lu Qian ended the video call, she turned to face Kwon Yu-chin, not knowing how to begin. Kwon Yu-chin expressed all the questions in his heart. Lu Qian walked towards Kwon Yu-chin. She told him she had a daughter named Kyu and would explain the rest to him gradually. Kwon Yu-chin had more and more questions. He could only find ways to figure things out himself. In Andrew's mansion, Andrew tapped a photo of the couple lightly with his pen. It seemed he needed to let Linda teach Lu Qian a lesson for him to use her. Andrew decided to let Linda be arrogant for a while longer. He needed to create some trouble for the couple. This was his last value. Only he could be king. In Linda's office, the secretary reported that His Majesty decided to replace Andrew and adopt his plan. Linda told the secretary to go all out and implement the plan immediately. As long as this goes perfectly, the inheritance rights would definitely be hers. They must keep a close eye on Andrew and not let him interfere. After assigning tasks, the secretary reported on Kwon Yu-chin's recent situation. Linda heard that Kwon Yu-chin was living with Lu Qian. She was furious and told the secretary to leave immediately. Linda angrily clenched her fists. She flipped over all the documents on her desk. It seemed she was too busy before. Now she finally had time to settle things between them. At the branch company, Linda ignored the bodyguard's attempts to stop her. She barged right in. Kwon Yu-chin and Lu Qian were working. Lu Qian told the bodyguards to leave first. Linda began to act out an emotional scene again. Kwon Yu-chin had had enough. They had already broken up. Linda didn't care. She told Kwon Yu-chin not to be angry, that she didn't mean to not contact him. At this moment, memories from before suddenly flooded Kwon Yu-chin's mind. This scene was too familiar. His head was aching terribly. He told Linda to let go. Linda didn't listen. He couldn't bear it anymore and shook her off. Linda stumbled backward. Lu Qian quickly supported him. Are you okay? Linda grabbed Kwon Yu-chin's hand. She couldn't believe he would actually use force against her. Lu Qian couldn't stand her constantly pushing Kwon Yu-chin. She threw off Linda's hand. Couldn't this woman see Kwon Yu-chin was uncomfortable? Linda was so angry she wanted to slap Lu Qian again. But Lu Qian wasn't a pushover. She directly blocked it and warned Linda. If she made any more trouble, she would expose her. Linda was at a critical time in the fight for inheritance rights. She didn't dare to create negative news. Andrew was just waiting for her to make a fool of herself. She had no choice but to give up. Linda put on her innocent act. She left Kwon Yu-chin pitifully, telling her not to bother him again in the future. Lu Qian also warned her to leave quickly. Linda accused the thief of catching the thief, blaming Lu Qian for interfering in others' relationships. She said it wouldn't end well. After Linda left, Kwon Yu-chin and Lu Qian were in the lounge. Lu Qian was very concerned about Kwon Yu-chin's condition. Kwon Yu-chin remembered his amnesia had something to do with Linda, but he couldn't recall the crucial information. The more he thought, the more his head hurt. Lu Qian told him to stop thinking and wanted to take him to the hospital. Kwon Yu-chin told Lu Qian to go back to work. Lu Qian was worried about him. Kwon Yu-chin said he was fine. Don't worry. Lu Qian decided not to work overtime today and go home early to be with him. Watching Lu Qian's departing figure, Kwon Yu-chin wished he could remember everything from before immediately. In the evening, they returned to Lu Qian's apartment. Lu Qian was very worried about Kuan Yuchin's condition. She handed him a glass of warm water. Kuan Yuchin took the glass, hesitating to speak. Lu Qian knew what he wanted to ask. Kuan Yuchin gathered his courage to speak. Why was Lu Qian married with a child, yet still with him? Lu Qian was afraid of shocking him and didn't dare tell him the truth. She selectively told him she was a single mother, telling him not to feel burdened. Kuan Yuchin was very disappointed. Lu Qian came to M country must be for that man called Yuchen, and he was just an interlude of a distraction when she was lonely. Lu Qian didn't know why he would think this way and didn't know how to explain. Kuan Yuchin saw her panic and expressed his feelings sincerely, but he didn't want to be anyone's substitute. He hoped her being with him was from the heart. The disappointed Kuan Yuchin really wanted to know how Lu Qian saw him. Kuan Yuchin wanted to know his place in Lu Qian's heart. Lu Qian pressed her hand on his rapidly beating heart. Lu Qian also wanted to know his thoughts about her. In Kuan Yuchin's heart, Lu Qian was the person he wanted to spend the rest of his life with. Lu Qian deliberately asked him what if he found out he loved someone else after regaining his memory. Kuan Yuchin shook his head, feeling he wouldn't deceive himself. Only she made him feel like he wanted to love. Kuan Yuchin swore to heaven he would only love her in this life. Lu Qian was moved to tears. She felt the same way. They held hands. During this time, Lu Qian had always felt tired. Only when he was by her side did she feel settled. Maybe she came here not to find memories, but to find him. The people and things from before were memories. The real Kuan Yuchin in front of her was what she wanted to hold on to tightly. Kuan Yuchin hugged her tight. To him, she wasn't just a shadow. He really loved this woman. They kissed passionately. Kuan Yuchin pushed Lu Qian down, wanting to be with her forever. Lu Qian responded passionately. The atmosphere became intimate. Kuan Yuchin asked Lu Qian, "Is it okay?" Lu Qian shyly responded. Kuan Yuchin carried her upstairs. Use your imagination for what happens next. Early the next morning, Kuan Yuchin woke up first as usual. He carefully observed Lu Qian's sleeping face. This scene felt very familiar to him. The person in his arms woke up. Lu Qian slowly opened her eyes. She had slept for a long time. Kuan Yuchin hugged her, discussing whether they should meet her daughter. Lu Qian teased, "What if the daughter doesn't want to meet you?" Kuan Yuchin seriously stated that he would be a good father, but they should start building a relationship early. Seeing Kuan Yuchin so serious, Lu Qian felt touched. She continued to tease him that being with a single mother would bring many difficulties in the future. Since Kuan Yuchin had decided on Lu Qian, he wasn't afraid of hardships. They hugged each other. Lu Qian hesitated internally, wondering whether to take him back to her country. Lu Qian hesitated, but finally expressed what she wanted to ask. She grabbed Kuan Yuchin's hand, inviting him to live in her city. Kuan Yuchin thought she was homesick. Lu Qian was anxious, unsure if he would go back with her. Kuan Yuchin showed sorpresa Lu Qian. Kuan Yuchin decided to follow her and leave this place. Maybe it would help him remember more. Lu Qian excitedly buried her head in his chest, wishing they could leave today. Kuan Yuchin got up from bed and seriously made a request. Lu Qian looked puzzled. It turned out he wanted to date her in M country to create beautiful memories. Lu Qian gladly agreed. The next day, looking at the luxury cruise ship at the dock, Lu Qian couldn't believe he had prepared all this. He told Lu Qian he had earned a lot of money from work and not to worry about him. They walked hand in hand towards the cruise ship. Luxurious decorations, carefully prepared bedroom. Lu Qian told him she liked it very much. They came to the deck. The sea breeze blew. This comfortable feeling made Lu Qian unconsciously open her arms. This was their first date. For the next 2 days, no one would disturb them. The cruise ship sailed out to sea. They lay on the deck sunbathing. Lu Qian asked him why he brought her out to sea. He worked so hard every day. Kuan Yuchin wanted her to relax. Lu Qian pretended to be strong. But in Kuan Yuchin's heart, Lu Qian was just a little woman. She didn't need to carry such a heavy burden. Kuan Yuchin kisa Lu Qian pasionately. From now on, he would shelter her from wind and rain. Images from the past kept flashing in Lu Qian's mind. She hugged Kuan Yuchin tightly, sincerely thanking him. Since she disappeared, being alone had been really tiring. Fortunately, she hadn't given up. Lu Qian walked to the railing, facing the wind. Kuan Yuchin asked what she was thinking about alone. Lu Qian didn't want to worry him. She turned and told him that the scenery here was too beautiful. "And you're here." This sudden confession left Kuan Yuchin speechless. Lu Qian threw herself into his arms. She was glad she had found him. Quan Yuqin kept comforting the crying person in his arms. His mind was filled with Lu Qian's face. He unconsciously blurted out, "Wife." Lu Qian was shocked. She couldn't believe what she had heard. Lu Qian quickly asked if he had remembered something, but Quan Yuqin only remembered some blurry images. And each time his head would hurt a lot. Lu Qian was afraid of stimulating him. She immediately changed the subject, pulling Quan Yuqin to see the sea. She hadn't been out to sea for a long time either. Seeing that Lu Qian didn't object, Quan Yuqin shamelessly asked Lu Qian to marry him. Lu Qian deliberately ignored the smug Quan Yuqin. Unexpectedly, he suddenly picked up Lu Qian, saying things that could be misunderstood. Quan Yuqin carried her to the deck edge and laughed that she was overthinking. Lu Qian put her feet in the seawater. Quan Yuqin suggested going for a swim, but Lu Qian was a bit scared and didn't really want to go. Quan Yuqin told her not to worry, he was there. Lu Qian, possessed by a demon, suddenly pushed, and Quan Yuqin fell into the sea. After finally helping him up, this cunning woman had ambushed him. Lu Qian happily kicked water at him. Quan Yuqin grabbed Lu Qian's foot and pulled hard. Lu Qian fell in two. Lu Qian, who had swallowed water, kept coughing. Quan Yuqin whispered in her ear, "How should I punish you?" Lu Qian quickly begged for mercy. Quan Yuqin was mesmerized by Lu Qian's smile and vowed to protect her well. Lu Qian didn't want to be apart from him either. Their lips met again. Lu Qian didn't want to exercise in the water. They came to the deck. It was a thoroughly invigorating exercise. The cruise ship slowly moved forward on the sea. After exercising, the two lay quietly on the deck, looking at the beautiful, starry sky. At this moment, Lu Qian's stomach growled. Lu Qian decided to show off her skills today. Quan Yuqin wanted to tidy up first. The phone in the bedroom rang. The screen showed Kuyu's avatar. Quan Yuqin and Shuara. Kuyu's voice came through. Quan Yuqin told Kuyu that Mom was busy. Could he chat with him first? Kuyu gladly agreed. Then he asked if he was with Mom every day. Quan Yuqin told Kuyu Mom often mentioned him when she was with him. Quan Yuqin had an idea. He wanted to learn more about Lu Qian from Kuyu. Kuyu wanted to cry. He didn't know when Dad would regain his memory. Quan Yuqin didn't notice Kuyu's unusual behavior. He put the phone on the table. He asked Kuyu if he'd like to live with him. Kuyu burst into tears. They were all liars. They weren't by his side. Quan Yuqin quickly comforted the child. "We'll be back soon." Kuyu excitedly asked when they would return. Quan Yuqin had to tell Kuyu that they needed to finish things here first. They'd bring him gifts when they returned. Kuyu felt he was being treated like a child. Quan Yuqin reached out to pinky swear with Kuyu. Kuyu was young, but not stupid. How could they pinky swear through video? Quan Yuqin looked at the precocious Kuyu. He was such an understanding little cutie. The two still childishly pinky swore through the phone. On the other side, Lu Qian finished cutting fruits. She had prepared dinner and was about to ask Quan Yuqin what fruit he wanted. Walking to the living room, she saw Quan Yuqin video chatting with Kuyu. Father and daughter were talking. Lu Qian saw this heartwarming scene. She decided not to disturb them and turned back to the kitchen. Kuyu must miss his dad. They needed to go back soon. Ouch! She accidentally cut her hand. Quan Yuqin walked over with the phone. Lu Qian was sucking her finger. She immediately reacted. Lu Qian was hurt. He immediately went to get the first aid kit. Kuyu in the video was also very worried. Lu Qian told her daughter not to worry. She'd be back soon. Kuyu should wait for them at home obediently. After ending the video call, Quan Yuqin pulled Lu Qian over. He took out the first aid kit to treat Lu Qian's wound. Luckily, it wasn't big. Lu Qian's finger was wrapped up like a dumpling. Quan Yuqin kept reminding himself. They went to the deck to enjoy the sea breeze. Lu Qian wanted to talk about Kuyu's father, but Quan Yuqin didn't care about Lu Qian's past at all. He only wanted to have a good future with her. The sound of waves came. Andrew was on the cruise ship, watching the two on the deck from afar. The two were attracted by the sound of waves. "Who's there?" Andrew's ship approached. He greeted the two with an intriguing manner. Lu Qian clearly didn't want to talk to him. Quan Yuqin protected Lu Qian behind him. This person came aggressively. He must be up to no good. Sure enough, the property acquired 3 months ago was reported. This was clearly a setup. Lu Qian didn't want to talk more. She told him to leave quickly. Quan Yuqin comforted Lu Qian, telling her not to be nervous. Andrew had delivered his message and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he casually invited the two to his party. Lu Qian couldn't figure out which project had problems. Quan Yuqin took Lu Qian's hand, preparing to take her back to the company right away. He understood that if they didn't go back, he would keep worrying about it. Lu Qian felt sorry. Quan Yuchen said it was okay. He felt it was all because of him that their date was forced to end. Quan Yuchen felt that as long as he was with Lu Qian, everywhere was a dating spot. Lu Qian was grateful for her understanding. The mood was right, and they kissed passionately. The next day at the branch office, Lu Qian brought over the documents. They prepared to start checking from the tender documents, so the two began working tirelessly. Lu Qian sneezed. Quan Yuchen was very concerned about her condition. Lu Qian shook her head. She was fine, just feeling colder and dizzier. Quan Yuchen found the problematic part. It turned out other companies had joined together to bid. Targeting the whole city, this land was meant for building commercial buildings. The interests involved behind were too many. There was basically no profit for the whole city. Looking up, Lu Qian's condition was very bad. Her forehead was too hot. Lu Qian let out a surprised cry. She was picked up entirely and placed on the sofa. He made her take the medicine. Rest well, he would handle the company matters. After some thought, Lu Qian decided to appoint Quan Yuchen as vice president. Lu Qian leaned in Quan Yuchen's arms, telling him to be careful of the old-timers in the company. Quan Yuchen told Lu Qian to be obedient and rest well. He also took a small blanket to cover Lu Qian, reaching out to touch her face. Standing up this time, he was determined to shield her from the wind and rain. At the branch company, after Quan Yuchen finished the meeting with everyone, he didn't rush to leave, but organized things once again. All project managers resigned. Someone knocked on the door outside. The secretary brought in police from the Commercial Crime Bureau. Quan Yuchen stood up to receive them, adjusting his clothes. Quan Yuchen gave a brief self-introduction. The police hoped Quan Yuchen could fully cooperate. The police finished investigating and prepared to leave. They required him not to leave the country before things were cleared up. Quan Yuchen gladly agreed. As soon as the police left, the secretary brought bad news. People were hanging banners, slandering the company downstairs. Quan Yuchen decided to call the police, drive away the people downstairs first, then let PR handle public opinion. The secretary immediately took action. Quan Yuchen checked the hot search. It topped the list. Besides Linda, no one would target Quan Shi like this. Back in the office, Lu Qian was still sleeping. Quan Yuchen felt very guilty. All these things were because of him. Lu Qian woke up groggily, feeling like she had slept for a long time. She didn't know how things were handled. Quan Yuchen told her the progress of things. Lu Qian trusted him wholeheartedly. She would fight alongside him. But Lu Qian was worried that people in the company would give him a hard time. Quan Yuchen thought she was very difficult. She could rely on her beauty. Why was she working so hard? Lu Qian looked speechlessly at the smug person in front of her. With his beauty, staying in the company was indeed a waste of talent. Quan Yuchen lifta Lu Qian's shin. It was his honor to serve Lu Qian. Lu Qian burst into laughter. Then Quan Yuchen sent Lu Qian back to the apartment, telling her to rest well at home. Lu Qian impatiently closed the door and was about to enter the room. The doorbell rang. Lu Qian thought Quan Yuchen had forgotten something. When she opened the door, the person standing there was Andrew. Lu Qian blocked the doorway, not letting him in. Did she dislike seeing him that much? Lu Qian replied, of course. He always brought bad news. Lu Qian looked unwell and wanted him to leave quickly. Andrew barged in, saying he was a gentle and considerate man. Lu Qian was fuming. Andrew complained that she never invited him over. Lu Qian gave him only 10 minutes. Andrew sat down. He sincerely invited Lu Qian to cooperate with him. Lu Qian smiled bitterly, saying she could handle it. Andrew didn't give up. This was his home turf. Could she handle it alone? Lu Qian laughed. How could she possibly be alone? With Quan Yuchen by her side, she didn't need anyone else to worry about her. Hearing this, Andrew was stunned and speechless. Lu Qian scared Andrew again. He told her not to be so hostile towards him. He was here to help. Lu Qian looked at him without speaking. Andrew turned to leave. Lu Qian laughed dryly. Not causing trouble was his way of helping. Lu Qian was indeed a stubborn woman. No wonder she could support a company. Andrew thought for a moment. He called his private doctor to check on Lu Qian. After hanging up, Andrew pondered. What was he doing? She was sick. What did it have to do with him? Let's just consider it caring for his son. After some self-consolation, Andrew drove away. At the company, Quan Yuchen checked the time. It was so late, he wondered if she was feeling better. He packed up the documents, preparing to bring some dinner back to the apartment. At the apartment, Kwon Yu-chin brought back some seafood porridge. Lu Qian happily welcomed him, telling him she felt much better. Kwon Yu-chin noticed the same seafood porridge and medicine on the table. He picked it up to look. Lu Qian had gone to the hospital alone. Remembering the afternoon, Andrew's private doctor had come to examine her. Lu Qian looked embarrassed. She hesitantly began to explain. Hearing that Andrew had arranged all this, Kwon Yu-chin approached Lu Qian with an unhappy face. She was so nervous she broke out in a cold sweat. In the living room, Kwon Yu-chin approached step by step. Lu Qian hurriedly explained that she only exchanged a few words with that person before sending him away. Kwon Yu-chin asked about the content of their conversation. Lu Qian firmly stated that she wouldn't easily believe that person's words. Kwon Yu-chin let out a long sigh. His eyes filled with worry. He reminded her to stay vigilant. Andrew was not a good person and shouldn't be met alone. Lu Qian wrapped her arms around his neck, playfully saying he couldn't meet other women alone either. Kwon Yu-chin lowered his head to kiss her. He cared about her health condition and warned her not to trust Andrew's prescriptions lightly. After all, she was his most important person. They must be extra careful. The next day, Lu Qian was reading a book on the sofa. Kwon Yu-chin came back from work, carrying a box of freshly baked brownies. Lu Qian was surprised. He actually remembered her favorite dessert. Kwon Yu-chin misunderstood that her taste had changed and was about to go by something else. Lu Qian quickly explained that she actually liked it very much. Kwon Yu-chin smiled, saying it was their tacit understanding. He let her taste it and then went to rest, saying he had some documents to deal with. They lay down hand in hand. Lu Qian suggested checking the documents in bed. Kwon Yu-chin agreed. He quietly read the documents while Lu Qian silently watched him. When Kwon Yu-chin was checking the listing time of the winning plot, Lu Qian got up to pour him a glass of water. That plot had an excellent location, yet it had been delisted 3 times in 2 years. Kwon Yu-chin took the water, then picked her up and put her on the bed, telling her to close her eyes and rest well. Lu Qian obediently pulled the blanket and went to sleep. Kwon Yu-chin patted her head, sat by the bed, and continued reading the documents. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, unable to believe what he saw. Kwon Yu-chin, Global Executive CEO of Kwansher Group. After this moment of shock, he realized his great responsibility. He must work harder to protect this family and his loved one. He looked down at the sleeping Lu Qian, gently kissed her forehead, then silently vowed in his heart, no matter when or where, he would always be by her side to protect her forever. Lu Qian sensed his abnormality and called out to him. Kwon Yu-chin turned around but didn't respond. Lu Qian quickly sat up and asked what had happened. Kwon Yu-chin didn't reveal the truth, just pretended to sigh about the extensiveness of the business. He was full of curiosity. However, he couldn't find any information about this person. Obviously, someone had deliberately erased the relevant information. Kwon Yu-chin heard Lu Qian's voice but didn't respond. His mind was completely occupied by the name of that mysterious person. Lu Qian told him to deal with matters tomorrow. Kwon Yu-chin was exhausted, so he decided to rest. After lying down on the bed, his heart was still full of doubts. What connection did this person have with him? Kwon Yu-chin found Lu Qian not sleepy at all, with a melancholic expression. He sat up and decided to express his doubts. It turned out that person was actually the CEO of Kwansher, Kwon Yu-chin. He wanted to know if Lu Qian would remember anything when she saw that name. Lu Qian explained to him that Ku-yi was Kwon Yu-chin's child, and she was able to regain control of Lu Shi thanks to Kwon Yu-chin's help. Kwon Yu-chin guessed right. Then was Lu Qian staying at Kwansher because she couldn't bear to leave him? Lu Qian gently tapped Kwon Yu-chin's head, stating that she stayed because of her excellent work performance. She couldn't lose both the person and the job. Kwon Yu-chin covered his mouth tightly and leaned on Lu Qian's shoulder, realizing his misunderstanding about her. Lu Qian tried to help Kwon Yu-chin recover his memory by continuously praising him. However, Kwon Yu-chin started to feel jealous. If he felt uneasy about this, he would deal with these matters himself. Kwon Yu-chin immediately apologized to Lu Qian, admitting it was his problem and that it reminded him of unpleasant experiences. Lu Qian showed understanding and didn't blame him. Kwon Yu-chin assured her that he wouldn't be jealous because of her. He wasn't a narrow-minded person. Kwon Yu-chin held her hand tightly at this important moment. He was willing to go through difficulties together with her. Their love didn't come easily. He wouldn't easily get jealous over these things. Facing Quan Yuchen's proud expression, Lu Qian's heart melted instantly. Her mood also became joyful because of this. Quan Yuchen understood the priorities of things. He wanted to prove to Lu Qian that he also had excellent qualities. Quan Yuchen quickly pounced on Lu Qian, expressing that even if his former self returned in the future, he would absolutely not let Lu Qian leave him. The two kissed. Quan Yuchen's love for Lu Qian wasn't just superficial. He longed for Lu Qian's true heart. Hearing these heartfelt confessions, Lu Qian was deeply moved. Passion surged like a tidal wave. However, his enthusiasm made Lu Qian uncomfortable. Although Lu Qian tried to push him away, Quan Yuchen couldn't control himself under the drive of desire. Until Lu Qian firmly pushed him away, Quan Yuchen finally came to his senses. He tried to explain in panic, but Lu Qian calmly told him to cool down. Quan Yuchen deeply regretted it. How could he treat her like this? He rushed into the bathroom, turned on the cold water, and showered from head to toe, trying to clear his mind. He looked at himself in the mirror, not understanding why he lost control. Just then, in the mirror, a man in a suit suddenly appeared. Quan Yuchen was shocked by this. He asked the man in the mirror who he was. The other person smiled mischievously, saying he was him. Quan Yuchen was stunned, thinking he had gone mad. He frantically hid his head. When he looked up at the mirror again, the man in the suit had disappeared. Quan Yuchen wiped the water off his body, puzzled. Was that man in the suit his former self? With this question, he walked out of the bathroom. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Lu Qian waiting outside. Her face was full of worry. Seeing his state, Lu Qian immediately stepped forward and hugged him. Quan Yuchen apologized to her, promising he wouldn't do this again. He bent down, gently picked up Lu Qian, and took her to rest. The two fell asleep in each other's arms, although their dreams were full of troubles and unease. The next morning, Lu Qian slowly opened her eyes. She yawned repeatedly, looking like she hadn't slept well. Quan Yuchen was also awake. They looked at each other and found that they both had matching dark circles under their eyes. Clearly, they both had insomnia last night. Lu Qian looked at Quan Yuchen, grabbed his collar, and rolled over to sit on top of him. Quan Yuchen looked at her, smiled slightly, and asked in detail if she wanted to continue the unfinished activity from last night. Although his tone was light, they both knew that the effects of last night's events hadn't completely faded. Lu Qian poked Quan Yuchen's forehead, laughing that he was dreaming. They would be laughed at if they went to the company like this. Then she rolled out of bed to get face masks. Quan Yuchen could use the mask, but he mysteriously made a request. Lu Qian looked puzzled. She asked Quan Yuchen, who pulled her over and fell onto the bed. His request was to kiss him properly. He leaned down and kissed her. The kiss was lingering and passionate. Lu Qian was infected by his enthusiasm, unable to control herself. Taking advantage of his distraction, she quietly took out a face mask, moved behind him, and carefully tore it open. She talked about company matters, trying to divert his attention. Then, when he wasn't paying attention, she slapped the face mask on his face. Lu Qian cheered happily. She even took out her phone and started taking pictures of Quan Yuchen. She playfully threatened that if he dared to refuse, she would send it to the media. Seeing her childish behavior, Quan Yuchen cooperatively begged for mercy. At the dim sum restaurant, Quan Yuchen brought coffee and croissants. Lu Qian took the coffee and drank it directly, but ended up burning herself. Quan Yuchen cupped her face and checked carefully. Lu Qian said she was fine and told him to sit down and eat something too. Quan Yuchen sat down and slowly chewed his coffee. When it wasn't hot anymore, he handed it to Lu Qian. Afraid she might choke, he slowly fed her. This scene was quite a public display of affection. Lu Qian felt embarrassed being watched, so she changed the subject, asking him why he came here for breakfast. Quan Yuchen mysteriously told her she would know soon. Just then, a suspicious-looking man walked in. Quan Yuchen rushed over, telling Lu Qian to wait for him there. Lu Qian was confused about the situation. Quan Yuchen pinned the suspicious man to the ground. Lu Qian walked over, very puzzled about this person's identity. Dr. Gu walked in. He didn't expect to find the person so quickly. Quan Yuchen decided to take the man to Dr. Gu's clinic. At the clinic, Lu Qian carefully examined the documents in Quan Yuchen's hand. The person they caught had participated in the bidding. Thanks to Dr. Gu, they found his whereabouts. Unfortunately, he was just a small player. Lu Qian was already happy to have caught him. Getting a testimony was also progress. Lu Qian asked Dr. Gu to look after this person. Dr. Gu turned and left. Lu Qian hadn't expected that this plan had been buried for so long. It seemed they wanted to completely bring down Quan Shi. Quan Yuchen hugged Lu Qian, saying they should have guessed who was behind it. Lu Qian stood up. Of course she had guessed. This woman was always causing trouble, relying on her status. Did she really think she was a helpless little rabbit? A couple united can overcome anything. With him there, Lu Qian felt much more at ease. Quan Yuchen playfully asked Lu Qian for a reward. Lu Qian was shocked. She said she would remember this sentence well. Salary and bonuses weren't enough. Quan Yuchen also wanted Lu Qian for a lifetime. At Linda's house, looking at the newspaper full of negative news about Quan Shi, Linda was very satisfied with the big gift she had sent him. Stay tuned. The secretary brought in the schedule for the annual business appreciation meeting. Lu Qian was surprisingly in the first row. Linda was very dissatisfied with this arrangement. The secretary reported that it was Mr. Andrew who drafted the list. Linda was so angry her teeth itched. This Andrew wasn't giving her a hard time. He just wasn't happy, right? At the appreciation meeting, Linda attended in full dress. Wherever she went, there was a burst of cheers. At this moment, Lu Qian arrived with her male companion. Linda turned her head abruptly. Footsteps approached. Lu Qian walked in arm with Quan Yuchen. The three looked at each other. The atmosphere was very strange. As soon as Lu Qian and Quan Yuchen entered the hall, they were surrounded by a swarm of reporters. The reporters rushed to ask Lu Qian about the recent commercial fraud involving the West Coast plot and the stock price drop. Linda stood by with a glass of wine, watching the show. She secretly hoped Lu Qian would make a big scene. Quan Yuchen was worried about Lu Qian and wanted to take her in directly. Lu Qian stopped him and calmly responded to the reporter's questions, stating that the West Coast plot project was a citywide frame-up. The police were investigating. Regardless of the final result, Quan Shi would give the public an explanation. Quan Yuchen sighed behind her. Lu Qian was truly a treasure of a woman. Lu Qian took this opportunity to introduce Eric to the media. He would be the new vice president of Quan Shi. Quan Yuchen was stunned by the sudden introduction, but he quickly acknowledged it. He would be fully in charge of the follow-up matters for the West Coast plot. Linda's heart tightened when she heard Quan Yuchen had returned to Quan Shi. She worried he might suddenly regain his memory one day. It seemed she needed to speed up her plan to ensnare Quan Shi. Just then a voice came from behind. "Linda, why are you here?" It was two of Linda's friends. They also disliked Lu Qian and Quan Yuchen. One of them, a woman named Vivian, urged Linda to teach this dog couple a lesson. Linda said it wasn't necessary to stoop to their level, but Vivian was persistent. She came up with a plan to make Lu Qian remember her place. On the other side, Andrew saw how easily Lu Qian handled the reporters. His eyes showed admiration. He then snapped his fingers, ordering an immediate stop to the online attacks against Quan Shi. In the hallway, Quan Yuchen looked at his watch. Qian had been in the makeup room for so long. Why hadn't she come out yet? At this moment, Linda approached, congratulating Quan Yuchen on his vice president position while mocking Lu Qian. Quan Yuchen didn't take the bait. He told her to come at him if she was dissatisfied, not to involve others. He then turned to leave but was grabbed by Linda. Quan Yuchen felt no emotion for this woman in front of him. He told her to let go quickly. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the direction of the makeup room. Worried that Lu Qian might be in trouble, Quan Yuchen shook off Linda's hand and ran towards the makeup room. Quan Yuchen rushed into the makeup room. He only saw two women sitting on the floor, while Lu Qian was standing aside, unharmed. Reporters from outside also rushed in. The women on the floor immediately began accusing Lu Qian. Not only did she seduce someone else's fiancé, but she also hit people. Linda arrived shortly after. Looking at the scene, she couldn't understand how it had turned out like this. Quan Yuchen held Lu Qian in his arms, coldly looking at Linda. Sure enough, she was behind this mischief. Linda was obviously targeting Lu Qian. She loudly questioned and demanded an explanation for her friend. The reporters were all waiting for Lu Qian to give a response. Lu Qian sneered. She had long seen through Linda's tactics. Quan Yuchen stepped forward voluntarily. He held Lu Qian's hand tightly. Then he announced to everyone that he and Linda had already broken up, and that he had fallen in love with Lu Qian at first sight. He looked at Lu Qian beside him. "I'm sorry. It's my fault you're involved. I'll be by your side from now on." Linda and her two female companions took turns harping on Lu Qian's alleged assault. Lu Qian remained calm, disdainfully stating that she didn't even know these two people, so why would she hit them? The woman called Vivian explained that she had asked Lu Qian why she stole someone else's man, so Lu Qian got angry and embarrassed. She then resorted to violence. By now, the doorway was crowded with people. Everyone was curious about what had happened. Vivian was particularly relentless, shouting loudly, "You must apologize to me and Linda today. Otherwise, you can't leave here." At this moment, a voice came from the crowd. Miss Lu Qian doesn't need to apologize. She wasn't the one who struck first. Everyone looked surprised towards the direction of the voice. A woman walked out from the crowd. She was in the makeup room when the conflict occurred. It turned out that Lu Qian was looking in the mirror at the time. Two women barged in and tried to hit Lu Qian without saying a word. But Lu Qian wasn't a pushover. She grabbed the other person's wrist and threw her to the ground. Then she threw a bottle from the table at them. This scene was just witnessed by Quan Yuchen and the reporters who arrived, causing the misunderstanding. The mystery was finally solved. Vivian, seeing that the truth was exposed, turned green with anger. Quan Yuchen also demanded that Linda's friends apologize to Lu Qian. Linda, realizing she was in the wrong, intended to brush it off. But Quan Yuchen was very firm. If they didn't apologize, he would take legal action. Linda thought Quan Yuchen was deliberately opposing her for that woman. The onlookers also began to side with Linda, saying that since Lu Qian wasn't hurt, it was too much to ask royal members to apologize. Quan Yuchen retorted, "Does being a royal member put one above the law and morality?" As both sides were at a standoff, Andrew walked in. He agreed with Quan Yuchen's words, saying the M country royal family never bullies others with their power. After saying this, he left with the woman who had been the witness. Fearing Andrew, Linda couldn't say anything more. Vivian also apologized very reluctantly. Lu Qian accepted the apology. At the same time, she left a stern warning that she would match any underhanded tactics. Lu Qian and Quan Yuchen were walking on their way home. Lu Qian worried that after such an incident, Linda might seek revenge. Quan Yuchen looked at Lu Qian beside him. His gaze was doting. "No matter whose territory it is, I won't let you be bullied for nothing. As for Linda, I'm just afraid she won't make a move." A few days later, Quan Yuchen was working at his computer. Lu Qian made a cup of coffee and placed it on the desk. She hugged him from behind, coyly whining, "Linda hasn't made any moves yet. It seems she's gathering strength for a fatal blow. I'm so scared." Quan Yuchen turned his chair and pulled Lu Qian into his arms. "I'm well prepared. The bigger her plot, the more miserably she'll fail." Lu Qian saw his confident look and gently pulled his tie, wanting him to reveal some information. Quan Yuchen mischievously held Lu Qian's hand, his gaze intense. "I can give you a preview, but there's a condition." Lu Qian leaned in close to his ear, her tone ambiguous. "Then what do you want?" The atmosphere was just starting to heat up. The office door was suddenly flung open. "Mr. Lu, Mr. Andrew is here to inquire about the progress of the authorized products." Lu Qian was startled and quickly jumped away from Quan Yuchen, but it was too late. To cover the embarrassment, she turned her back to the door. She arranged to take Andrew to the conference room. Quan Yuchen couldn't understand why this man had come again and stood up, intending to go meet him as well. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was Dr. Gu calling. The investigation seemed to have new developments. Seeing that Quan Yuchen was busy, Lu Qian went to the conference room first. Andrew, upon seeing Lu Qian, expressed his concern gentlemanly. Lu Qian didn't want to discuss herself much. "Thank you, Mr. Andrew, for your companion's help in clarifying things earlier. But if you want to know about the product progress, we can communicate via email. No need to come in person." Andrew lowered his eyes, quickly explaining, "She's not my companion, just a regular friend. Regarding the products, I prefer to discuss it face-to-face with Miss Lu." Andrew suddenly changed the subject and invited Lu Qian to dinner. Lu Qian naturally knew what this person was up to. She angrily stood up. "I'm sorry, I'm not used to discussing business during dinner time." "Of course, I can have the project manager talk to you," she said, turning to leave. Andrew also stood up. "Aren't you curious about Linda's recent movements?" This indeed caught Lu Qian's attention, making her stop in her tracks. At this moment, Quan Yuchen finished his call and walked in. "Unlike Mr. Andrew, the CEO and I aren't so idle as to always keep an eye on others." Andrew was displeased. Quan Yuchen spoke coldly. "I'm not asking you. I'm asking Miss Lu." This made Lu Qian frown. She turned and retorted, Mr. Kwon is my deputy CEO and my boyfriend. My business is his business. Hearing Lu Qian defend him like this, Kwon Yuchin's smugness was written all over his face. But he knew in his heart that this man always pestered Lu Qian. He needed to pay more attention to this. Andrew, unwilling to back down, walked up to Kwon Yuchin and sarcastically said he was the one bringing trouble to Lu Qian. Kwon Yuchin swatted away Andrew's hand from his shoulder. He didn't want to answer anything unrelated to work. The tension in the air grew thicker. Andrew continued to provoke, hinting at his special relationship with Lu Qian. Kwon Yuchin didn't take the bait. Lu Qian is my woman, the closest person to me in the world. Why should I doubt her? After saying this, he embraced Lu Qian affectionately. Andrew couldn't bear to watch anymore and left angrily. He slammed the conference room door shut. Kwon Yuchin always felt that this person had ulterior motives. He told Lu Qian to let him handle Andrew in the future. Then he lowered his head, staring straight into Lu Qian's eyes, his words full of jealousy. I remember you promised me not to meet that person alone anymore. How come you're not keeping your word? Lu Qian hurriedly explained. Kwon Yuchin pressed on step by step. Miss Lu has many excuses, it seems. Looks like I need to deepen your memory. Lu Qian was forced to step back, leaning against the floor-to-ceiling window behind her. Kwon Yuchin took the opportunity to lean in and kissed her. The kiss became deeper and more intense. Outside the conference room, footsteps of people passing by could be heard from time to time. Lu Qian was worried about being discovered and struggled to break free. But it was after work hours now. Everyone just wanted to go home quickly. No one would come in. Kwon Yuchin held Lu Qian tighter. This is punishment for not keeping your word. Lu Qian looked at the mischievous man in front of her. When we get back to the apartment, we'll see who punishes whom. The inseparable couple finally prepared to head back to the apartment. Kwon Yuchin drove the car to the company building. Lu Qian was about to get in the car when she was suddenly attracted by an ice cream truck on the street. She stopped in her tracks. Kwon Yuchin looked puzzled. What are you looking at? He then got out of the car, walked to Lu Qian's side, and followed her gaze. Oh, you want ice cream? Kwon Yuchin quickly bought an ice cream and came back, handing it to Lu Qian. Sitting in the car, Kwon Yuchin looked lovingly at the woman eating ice cream, his eyes soft. Lu Qian offered him some ice cream, but he said he didn't like sweets. Lu Qian was speechless. This man had lost his memory, relying on her and the child, yet he remembered his own habits so clearly. She recalled the past year. Because of so many things happening, it had been a year since she'd had ice cream. Hearing her say this, Kwon Yuchin hugged her shoulders sympathetically. In the future, just tell me if you want to eat. No matter when, I'll buy it for you. Lu Qian was still focused on eating the last few bites of ice cream. Kwon Yuchin saw cream on the corner of her mouth and couldn't help but reflect. Being with Lu Qian was like having two girlfriends. One was the powerful businesswoman who strategized at the company during the day, and the other was this adorable girl eating ice cream. He must cherish her well and strive to stand by her side, facing storms together. Lu Qian was moved to tears, gently resting her forehead on Kwon Yuchin's shoulder. Kwon Yuchin cupped Lu Qian's flushed face and kissed her again. At this moment, nothing was more important than the love between them. Suddenly, a phone notification sounded. Lu Qian's phone had run out of battery. The charger was left on her office desk. She told Kwon Yuchin to wait in the car while she went back to the company alone. Just as she entered the company, she saw a person in black clothes opening the company computer, secretly fiddling with something. Lu Qian shouted loudly. The person in black immediately turned and ran. Lu Qian quickly chased after them. Arriving at the elevator, there were two elevators. The one on the right had an out-of-order sign at its entrance. The person in black thought quickly for a moment. They got into the elevator on the left, while taking the out-of-order sign from the right elevator. Lu Qian arrived and realized the person in black might have escaped by elevator. So she pressed the button for the right elevator and went in. She didn't know that danger was approaching. Inside the elevator, Lu Qian immediately called Kwon Yuchin, asking him to help stop the suspicious person going downstairs. As soon as she finished speaking, her phone ran out of battery and shut off automatically. Now, she could only hope that Kwon Yuchin would catch that person. Suddenly, the elevator made a loud noise. At the same time, it began to fall rapidly. Lu Qian was startled. She quickly pressed all the elevator floor buttons. Then she held down the alarm button, praying it would work and make the elevator stop quickly. Meanwhile, Kwon Yuchin, who had received the call, arrived at the elevator. The left elevator had just reached the first floor. As soon as the elevator door opened, Kwon Yu-chin rushed in. He pinned the person inside against the wall, only to find that it was actually the company's secretary, Lily. Kwon Yu-chin had to let her go. Lily said she had unfinished work, so she stayed late. But Kwon Yu-chin clearly remembered Lu Qian saying that the secretary had taken a day off. This Lily must be suspicious. To divert Kwon Yu-chin's attention, Lily immediately said, "Just now, one elevator was stuck on the 9th floor and wouldn't move." Later, even the indicator light went out. "It probably malfunctioned. I hope no one is trapped inside." Kwon Yu-chin was shocked. Lu Qian was still inside. He couldn't worry about Lily now. Saving people was urgent. On the other side, the elevator finally stopped. Lu Qian breathed a sigh of relief. Although she was scared and didn't know which floor she was on, she still forced herself to stay calm. Soon, the anxious Kwon Yu-chin arrived at the 9th floor elevator door. Through the door, he comforted Lu Qian not to be afraid, saying he would rescue her soon. Then he found a crowbar from somewhere. He inserted it into the elevator door gap and used great effort. Finally, he pried open the elevator door, only to find that the elevator car was stuck between the 9th and 8th floors below the elevator door. Lu Qian looked up and saw Kwon Yu-chin, as if seeing a lifeline. She was finally saved. At this moment, the steel cable holding the elevator suddenly cracked and could break at any time. The situation was critical. Kwon Yu-chin immediately found the nearest fire hose box. He tied one end of the fire hose to a door. He tied the other end around his body, lying flat at the elevator door. He told Lu Qian to jump up while he reached down to grab her. Just as Lu Qian jumped with all her might, the steel cable above completely broke and the entire elevator car fell again. The elevator fell rapidly, sparks flying from the walls. Fortunately, as Lu Qian jumped, Kwon Yu-chin firmly grabbed her hand and pulled her up. Lu Qian, who had been rescued, was clearly frightened and trembling all over. Kwon Yu-chin helped her up and anxiously checked if she was injured. Lu Qian explained that she was so focused on chasing the suspicious person that she didn't notice the elevator was under maintenance. But Kwon Yu-chin couldn't blame her. He just hoped that next time she faced danger, she wouldn't be so reckless. Kwon Yu-chin told Lu Qian that the person they caught was his secretary, and they needed to investigate thoroughly. Lu Qian remembered that the person was searching for something on the computer. There must be something fishy, so she pulled Kwon Yu-chin along, deciding to go back to the company to check. They came to the computer that was still on. They found that the computer had been used by the person who was caught. There might be some secrets inside. Seeing Lu Qian focused on investigating, Kwon Yu-chin stopped her. Too much had happened today. They should just remove the hard drive and take it back to examine later. By the time they returned to the apartment, it was completely dark. As soon as they entered, Kwon Yu-chin pushed Lu Qian onto the sofa, claiming he needed to check her for injuries. But his hands smoothly removed her jacket. Lu Qian blushed, quickly put her jacket back on, and buttoned it up. Kwon Yu-chin knelt in front of the sofa, his expression serious, not seeming to be lying. Looking at his demeanor, Lu Qian's mind flashed back to the dangerous moment in the elevator. Feeling a wave of fear, she hugged Kwon Yu-chin tightly. She had almost never seen him again. Thinking of this, tears welled up in her eyes. Kwon Yu-chin gently patted her back. Comforting her, he said, "You're not Superwoman. You can't do everything alone. What about me? You should give me a chance to show off too." Lu Qian looked up from his embrace. "You have a chance now. The secrets in the hard drive are up to you." She finished speaking and prepared to get up to take a shower. But Kwon Yu-chin pinched Lu Qian's cheeks, applying a bit of force with a mischievous look. "In that case, why don't I provide Ms. Lu with a personal massage service to calm your nerves, relieve shock, and ease fatigue?" In the bathroom, filled with steam, they sat in the bathtub, feeling comfortable and relaxed in the hot water. Lu Qian was still grateful. Thankfully, Kwon Yu-chin was there, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. Suddenly, her pupils dilated. If the secretary had been bought off, could other business secrets have been leaked too? Before Lu Qian could finish speaking, Kwon Yu-chin kissed her lips. "Be good, don't think about it anymore. Just leave the rest to me." Lu Qian was curious. Kwon Yu-chin seemed to have set up an extensive plan. Was he waiting for a big fish to take the bait? Kwon Yu-chin appeared confident. He and Lu Qian's brother had set up this trap together. They were about to close the net. He whispered in Lu Qian's ear, acting mysterious. "You'll know when the time comes. For now, you just need to relax." As the water temperature gradually dropped, Kwon Yu-chin grabbed a towel to dry Lu Qian's hair. Lu Qian was still muttering about the plan Quan Yuchen hadn't told her. Quan Yuchen hooked his arm around Lu Qian's shoulders from behind. His warm breath on her ear as he spoke sent tingles down her spine. Now, there's a more important matter waiting for your participation. You met another man today, faced danger alone. You've made many mistakes. You need to be punished properly, so you'll remember in the future. Lu Qian knew this man was up to no good again. She quickly turned on the hot water above Quan Yuchen's head. Taking advantage of his unpreparedness, Lu Qian quickly got out of the bathtub, wrapped herself in a towel, and walked out. She only left one sentence. If you want to punish me, you'll have to get to the bedroom before I lock the door. Otherwise, you'll have to sleep on the couch. Quan Yuchen saw her enthusiastic look. He also suddenly stood up, wrapped himself in a towel, and chased after her. Just as Lu Qian was about to close the door in the last second, Quan Yuchen grabbed the door. His face was full of triumphant smiles. Qian, I'm coming in. Quan Yuchen entered the bedroom, grabbed Lu Qian's waist, and rolled onto the bed. The next morning, when Lu Qian woke up from her sleep, she saw Quan Yuchen already dressed and sitting on the edge of the bed. She was a bit surprised. How are you up so early? Quan Yuchen turned around, playfully pinched Lu Qian's cheeks. Yeah, I'm not like some people who can't handle this level of activity. Seeing him being so unserious early in the morning, Lu Qian angrily punched his chest with her small fists. They were going to meet Lu Qian's brother today, so Quan Yuchen told Lu Qian to get up quickly and get ready. Just as they were talking, the doorbell rang. Quan Yuchen opened the door to find a large bouquet of flowers that required Lu Qian's personal signature. Lu Qian walked out of the bedroom to see who was delivering flowers at the door. The delivery guy saw Lu Qian and quickly asked, "Miss Lu, these are flowers from Mr. Andrew for you. Please sign for them." Hearing this name, Quan Yuchen's face instantly turned ashen, his eyes sharp enough to kill. The delivery guy seemed to sense the tense atmosphere and quickly left. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind them to give a good review. Lu Qian pulled out the card from the flowers. It turned out Andrew had heard about the elevator incident. He specifically sent his regards and said he wanted to get to know Lu Qian again, starting as friends. Quan Yuchen couldn't hold back anymore. What is this guy up to now? He snatched the card from Lu Qian's hand. After seeing the content, he became even more furious. Be friends? This Andrew clearly has bad intentions. Quan Yuchen turned around and threw the offensive flowers into the trash can. Lu Qian didn't care at all and even told him to throw away the card too. Quan Yuchen held the card tightly in his hand, gritting his teeth. This guy was so blatantly coveting Lu Qian and openly throwing down the gauntlet. He must respond. To ease Quan Yuchen's anger, Lu Qian acted cute on the side. Go for it. I'm absolutely on your side. But first, we need to resolve the hard drive issue. The two arrived at Gu Zongtang's clinic. When they opened the hard drive, they found it was empty. The files had been manually deleted. After remote recovery by technicians, they finally discovered a hidden audio recording. The content of the recording was about the secretary Lily being bribed. She had tampered with the West Coast project, and the mastermind behind it was Linda. Gu Zongtang walked in. Lu Qian quickly told him about this discovery. She asked if telling the royal family this news could prevent Linda from inheriting the throne. Gu Zongtang shook his head. It would be difficult to achieve with just this small matter. Unless they could prove Linda was selling out national interests or prove she wasn't qualified to inherit the throne. Quan Yuchen fell into deep thought. Suddenly, he remembered Linda was very nervous about finding someone earlier. It seemed to be about the throne inheritance, and perhaps Secretary Lily could be a breakthrough point. Lu Qian agreed with his guess. The two immediately set off, driving to Lily's home. When they arrived at Lily's apartment, the landlord told them that Lily had hurriedly moved out last night. However, she didn't take her belongings with her. Lu Qian looked around the house. It seemed they were too late. Quan Yuchen rubbed Lu Qian's hair, comforting her. He said even if Linda had her status, they had both testimonial and physical evidence. They wouldn't let her scheme succeed. Hearing Quan Yuchen's words, Lu Qian began to gain confidence. This time they must teach Linda a lesson. Quan Yuchen held Lu Qian's hand and suggested they go find Andrew now. Lu Qian thought he was being childish, but Quan Yuchen explained that he wasn't jealous. Instead, he wanted to discuss cooperation with Andrew and offer him a big deal. As they were on their way to find Andrew, suddenly, Kwon Yuchin saw a familiar white BMW in the rearview mirror. It seemed to have been following them for a long time. Lu Qian turned her head to see the trailing car, cold sweat breaking out on her forehead from nervousness. The white BMW suddenly rammed into Kwon Yuchin's car, making a loud noise. He quickly told Lu Qian to duck down, while a memory flashed through his mind. It was the image of Lu Qian being hit and injured, leading to premature labor in the past. Kwon Yuchin vowed not to let Lu Qian be in danger. He kept his eyes fixed on the road ahead, quickly thinking of a strategy. Then he suddenly turned the car around, telling Lu Qian to get out and find Gu Zongtong. He would lead the pursuers away first. After saying this, he stepped on the gas and drove off. The whole process was very quick. The white BMW didn't notice this move at all and continued chasing Kwon Yuchin's car. After some maneuvering, he finally shook off the trailing white BMW. Just as Kwon Yuchin was about to breathe a sigh of relief, another car suddenly rushed out, blocking his way. He instantly tensed up. Who could it be now? The person who got out of the car was Andrew. He yanked open the passenger door of Kwon Yuchin's car, wanted to check on Lu Qian's safety. But he found that Lu Qian had already gotten out. Only Kwon Yuchin was in the car. Andrew frowned. You're still a man after all? At least you know how to protect her, he said, turning to leave. Kwon Yuchin got out of the car. He called out to Andrew, if you want to clear the obstacles and smoothly obtain the inheritance rights, why not cooperate with me? Andrew was a bit curious and stopped in his tracks. Andrew was somewhat disdainful of Kwon Yuchin's proposed cooperation. But Kwon Yuchin laid out his bargaining chip. He had evidence to bring down Linda. As long as he cooperated with him, Andrew could get closer to the throne of M country. And there was only one condition for cooperation. Andrew must stay away from Lu Qian in the future. Andriusa, grabing Kwon Yuchin's kuya. Do you know who you're talking to? Kwon Yuchin calmly stated that if Andrew gave up this opportunity, he could immediately cooperate with Prince Levin. Then he swatted away Andrew's hand and straightened his tie. He continued, besides Linda, your uncle is your biggest rival. He's eyeing the throne covetously. Andrew's eyes darkened as he pondered. Recently, there were rumors about his uncle making secret moves. But how could Kwon Yuchin be the cooperating partner? Could he really have important evidence? Just then, another car stopped by the roadside. Lu Qian came running over and threw herself into Kwon Yuchin's arms. Seeing that Kwon Yuchin was fine, her anxious heart finally calmed down. When Andrew saw Lu Qian, he quickly approached to express his concern, trying to make his presence felt. However, Kwon Yuchin swiftly pulled Lu Qian behind him, looking at Andrew with hostility. My woman, I'll protect her myself. No need for your concern. Lu Qian, worried that Kwon Yuchin might be in danger alone, had asked Gu Zongtong to drive and follow them. As the couple expressed their deep feelings, they began to kiss passionately. Andrew, seeing this scene, tactfully walked away. As soon as Andrew returned home, he found Linda already waiting for him. Linda was seen walking over leisurely, holding 2 glasses of red wine. She came to discuss cooperation. Prince Levin had been making small moves recently. If the siblings continued to fight, it would only benefit others. Linda promised that once she defeated Quan Shi, she would hand Lu Qian over to Andrew. After saying this, she passed one of the wine glasses to him. Andrew hesitated, worried that Kwon Yuchin might interfere. But what Andrew didn't expect was that Linda had already set a trap. She had once given Kwon Yuchin a drug that, once he regained his memory or was stimulated, would cause his brain to malfunction, possibly turning him into a vegetative state. At that time, both siblings could get what they wanted. Why not do it? After hearing his sister's plan, Andrew fell into deep thought. In Lu Qian's apartment, Kwon Yuchin said it didn't matter if Andrew didn't agree. After all, there were many heirs to the throne. But Lu Qian suddenly hugged him tightly. She pulled the man close and kissed him passionately. Kwon Yuchin could only be hers. Both his heart and body belonged to her. The next moment, the man embraced the woman tightly. He promised to protect himself and never be separated from Lu Qian again. The next day, as they were still sleeping soundly in bed, they were suddenly awakened by a phone ringing. Lu Qian immediately wrapped herself in the blanket, asking which little fairy was calling. Unexpectedly, it was Andrew who wanted to meet the man. Upon learning this, Lu Qian immediately decided to go with him. Soon, they arrived at the restaurant together. Andrew was waiting for them at the table. Kwon Yuchin was eager to know Andrew's final decision, but the man was in no hurry to reveal his answer. Quan Yuchen felt the man lacked sincerity and turned to leave with Lu Qian. But then they saw Linda, who had just entered. As soon as she entered, the woman confronted Lu Qian, saying that daring to go against her was simply asking for death. Hearing this, Quan Yuchen told the woman to shut up. Don't think he wouldn't do anything just because she's a woman. Seeing this, Linda laughed and mocked the couple's deep affection. Lu Qian sensed something was off and immediately tried to stop the woman from further provoking Quan Yuchen. However, Andrew felt it was time to tell him some things. At this point, Linda told the man that his name wasn't really Eric, that he had a family, a wife, and children. Just as the woman was about to reveal everything, she was interrupted by Lu Qian's shout. However, at this moment, fragments of the past began flashing through the man's mind. His wife, and that man called Quan Yuchen, who exactly were they? At this moment, Linda looked directly at the dazed man, telling him that Quan Yuchen was him. He was Quan Yuchen. Seeing the man's condition worsening, Lu Qian quickly pushed Linda away. But memories of the past kept flooding back, causing the man severe headaches. Lu Qian questioned Linda about what she was trying to do. The woman spoke coldly from the side. You've done so much. Isn't it just to help him regain his memory? Isn't this perfect now? But such a direct revelation of the truth would only shock Quan Yuchen, worsening his condition. Lu Qian regretted not taking him to see a doctor earlier. He now realized that the woman did this to drive him out of M country. Otherwise, she would make Quan Yuchen live in constant breakdown from now on. Lu Qian never imagined the woman's methods could be so dirty. But this matter concerned Quan Yuchen's future, so he had to consider it carefully. Just as he was caught in this dilemma, someone suddenly grabbed his hand. Don't agree to it. I can endure it. But how could Lu Qian stand by and watch Quan Yuchen get hurt? At this moment, a man suddenly appeared and slapped Linda hard across the face with a loud smack. This person turned out to be Quan Yuchen. The woman hadn't expected him to appear here. Lu Qian was also very surprised. It turned out that Quan Yuchen had come specifically to help them. But by now, Quan Yuchen's condition had become very bad. The man was very anxious and ordered Linda to get out of the way immediately, or else hell would await her. But Linda refused to let them leave, saying none of the three could go. Seeing that the woman wouldn't back down, Quan Yuchen immediately pulled out his secret weapon. It was just a pink business card, but its contents shocked the woman greatly. Linda was very shocked to see the pharmacist's business card in front of her. How was this possible? She had hidden this person very discreetly. Could it be that they already knew that Quan Yuchen's medicine was made by this person? The woman's mind was racing with thoughts. It turned out that Quan Yuchen had planted a spy around her. Damn it, she must personally find out who this person was. Seeing that the truth was exposed, the woman had no choice but to let Lu Qian go for now. After Linda left, Quan Yuchen reminded the man that he'd better investigate his own subordinates as well. Unexpectedly, the man was very confident. He said he wasn't a fool like Linda, and his subordinates were definitely not a problem. At this moment, Quan Yuchen suddenly fainted. No matter how Lu Qian and Quan Yuchen called out to him, he didn't respond. They had no choice but to quickly take him to Lu Qian's brother's clinic. Soon, they arrived at the clinic. Lu Qian's brother gave the man an anti-disease injection. Seeing the man unconscious, Lu Qian was very anxious. Her brother comforted her, saying that although Quan Yuchen was in a deep coma, his life wasn't in danger. They had now found the pharmacist who made the medicine for the man and could immediately have him participate in the treatment. But the problem now was that Linda had tampered with the man's medication. The composition of the drug was uncertain, and no one could guarantee a complete cure. Her brother told Lu Qian that the cure rate was only 40%, and there was a high chance the man might forget her again, or he might forget everyone. So before the treatment, he must first get Lu Qian's consent. The woman looked at the man on the hospital bed, memories of the past vivid in her mind. Even if there was only a small chance, it was their opportunity. She hoped the man could live the rest of his life consciously, even if he forgot about her. Moreover, she was certain that the man loved her so much, it would be impossible for him to completely forget her. So, Lu Qian asked her brother to immediately start treatment for Quan Yuchen. That night, the clinic was brightly lit. The treatment was still ongoing. Lu Qian and the man sat quietly outside waiting for the results. At this moment, the door of the treatment room finally opened. Lu Qian saw her brother come out and quickly approached to ask about the man's condition. However, Chu Yuchen was still in a coma. Whether he would still have his previous memories, no one could be certain. There was still a possibility that he might completely forget his previous memories when he wakes up. Lu Qian wasn't afraid of these possibilities. She only hoped to stay by the man's side. She wanted to be the first person the man sees when he wakes up. The woman slowly walked to the man on the hospital bed. She caressed the man's face and called out to him lovingly. "Husband, it's me. You are the most capable man in this world. I believe you will wake up with our memories intact. I'll be here waiting for you. When you wake up, we'll go home." At this moment, the man, as if in a haze, heard the calls. He seemed to see the woman holding a child, constantly waving at him, calling him to come home. Finally, he recovered. Chun woke up. He looked at the woman guarding his bedside and gently woke her up. Lu Qian immediately looked at the man, making sure he was awake. After he woke up, she happily hugged him. However, the next second, the woman immediately asked the man if he recognized her. After receiving the man's affirmative answer, Lu Qian finally hugged him tightly, crying. Her husband finally remembered her. Lu Qian told Quan Yuchen that he had gone missing and lost his memory, and that she had a hard time finding him. During this time, Linda had been frantically attacking Quan Shi, attacking her man. He hadn't expected Linda to dare bully his woman like this. He told Lu Qian to rest well. The grievances she suffered during this time, he would definitely pay back double. At this moment, the phone suddenly rang. Lu Qian, in her sleep, afraid the man would leave again, held on to him tightly. After Su Yuchen comforted the woman, he got up to answer the phone. He wanted to consolidate all of Quan Shi's resources in M country to compete with Linda's industries at any cost. At night, Lu Qian finally woke up. Seeing that she had slept for an entire day, the man wanted to take her to eat something. But Lu Qian was still very worried about the man's health. Shui Yuchen told her not to worry. From now on, it was his turn to take care of her. The two left the hospital room hand in hand. As soon as they came out, Lu Qian was teased by her brother. It turned out her brother had already prepared a sumptuous meal. Now that the man was out of danger, they could slowly tell him about other matters. Ruo Jie didn't expect Xian Yuchen to come to M country. He didn't know how the headquarters back home was being managed after he left. It turned out that the headquarters was temporarily being overseen by grandfather. He also came to see if there was anything he could do to help them. At this point, Lu Qian asked about the man and Anxin's current situation. It turned out that the two had already married and were living happily. Unexpectedly, Quan Yuchen felt compassionate again and warned his brother to cherish his current life and not cause any more trouble. A few days later, a man appeared at Linda's apartment. He warned the woman that many projects he was responsible for had recently encountered problems. Moreover, they were on bad terms with Quan Shi Group. If he couldn't quickly recover the losses, he would face unbearable consequences. The woman smiled on the surface, but secretly thought it was because Quan Yuchen had encountered major problems, causing Lu Qian to want to perish together with her. So she immediately drove to the Quan Shi building. Sun Yuchen watched Linda outside the building from his office, guessing she would come up soon. He hoped Lu Qian could create the illusion in front of Linda that he couldn't remember anything now. Let Linda believe that he was taking revenge at all costs. It was time to test Lu Qian's acting skills, and this time, he would make Linda completely lose her power in M country. Soon, Linda rushed to Lu Qian's office, demanding to know what she meant. Unexpectedly, the woman directly splashed a glass of water in front of her, startling her. This was simply madness. Then Lu Qian accused the woman of ruining her life, causing Quan Yuchen to become mentally disturbed. This result greatly surprised the woman. She wanted to ask more, but Lu Qian directly declared war on her. Before, she was concerned about the man's health and didn't dare to stimulate him. But now, she would drag Linda to hell with her at any cost. Linda clearly believed Lu Qian's words, but she felt this was entirely her own fault. She had said she could save him, but it was Lu Qian who refused, leading to today's situation. She told Lu Qian that these small actions couldn't shake her foundation at all. If she continued like this, she would only lose everything. But Lu Qian seemed unconcerned. The only thing she wanted to do now was to watch Linda die. Seeing Lu Qian so obsessed, the woman guessed that in this situation, she wouldn't give up easily. She needed to find a way to expel her from the country as soon as possible. Seeing Linda leave, Lu Qian finally breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed into her seat. At this moment, Zhu Yuchen came out and highly praised the woman. However, this act had exhausted Lu Qian. The man poured her a glass of water to drink. His wife had worked so hard. Then he hugged the woman and kissed her. After the kiss, the man praised the woman's acting skills again and even suggested opening a film company to make her the lead actress. Lu Qian didn't refuse and even started fantasizing about the wonderful times of being a female star. At this point, the man played the rogue again, saying that wouldn't do, as he should be her only audience. You'll be the female lead, I'll be the male lead, we'll only shoot romance films, and the films will be forbidden from being shared. At this moment, Lu Qian teased the man about wanting to be the male lead, asking if his acting skills were up to par. The next second, the two began to practice their acting skills. However, the content is not to be shared externally. In Lu Qian's office, the man was pressing the woman down on the sofa, attempting to engage in acting practice. However, the woman felt embarrassed to do it in broad daylight and forbade the man from fooling around. Just as the two were about to go further, they were suddenly interrupted by a knock on the door. The man couldn't help but sigh at the timing. However, looking at the financial report that was brought in, the woman suddenly fell into deep thought. Although she didn't mind Quan Yuchen taking revenge on Linda for the memory loss incident, their losses seemed to be too great. The man turned the woman's body to face him. He decided to take revenge on Linda, not because of the memory loss, but because this woman had hurt his Qian. The next second, the man gave the woman another deep kiss. After the kiss, the two discussed tomorrow's matters on the sofa. At this moment, they suddenly received a call from their daughter. It turned out that Lu Qian had been so busy these past few days that she forgot to video call Qiu. After the call connected, the little girl in the video strongly expressed her dissatisfaction with her mother. Lu Qian wanted to buy her a gift to gloss over the matter. Unexpectedly, little Qiu directly accused her, saying Mom was just like the unreliable dad, getting busy as soon as she went abroad. If Mom also pretended to have amnesia, she would have to embark on an adventure in M country. Sun Yuchen, seeing how adorable his daughter was, immediately took over the phone. He promised his daughter to find her a director after returning to the country. Unexpectedly, Qiu suddenly froze, then started crying on the other end of the phone. Dad finally remembered Qiu. She thought Dad had abandoned her. Quan Yuchen immediately apologized to his daughter. He promised that he and Mom would come home soon. After finishing the call with their daughter, Lu Qian suddenly felt very homesick. Quan Yuchen promised her they would go back soon. Linda, the final performance was about to begin. Lu Qian was very curious about Quan Yuchen's words. She then pinched the man's face, questioning if he had hidden something from her again. The man embraced her, telling her it was just a small trick, nothing to worry about. But Lu Qian was afraid the woman might become desperate. However, this time, the man had set up an inescapable net. Linda had no way out. Quan Yuchen looked at Lu Qian's thin face, feeling she had lost weight recently. The woman took the opportunity to act coy, asking the man to buy her something delicious. Unexpectedly, the next second, the man kissed the woman. He would definitely try his best to satisfy the woman. The show finally began. Linda angrily threw the financial report on the ground and stomped on it hard. That crazy woman, Lu Qian, really wanted to fight to the death with her. She had to find a way to drag Andrew down too. However, at this moment, the servant suddenly informed her that the king wanted to hold a vote for the heir. Soon, the king convened a meeting in the royal conference hall. The king announced that due to his health condition, he planned to abdicate the throne early. This news caught Linda off guard. Today, there were 7 heirs present. The royal family members would vote in turn, choosing their preferred candidate. Finally, the king would select one from the 2 heirs with the highest votes to inherit the throne. Linda was secretly delighted, as half of the royal members in the hall had been bought by her. She was confident about winning the throne. However, the final voting results slapped her hard in the face. She only received 2 votes. Linda immediately questioned the authenticity of the vote and demanded the king to hold another round. But at this moment, Quan Yuchen and Lu Qian suddenly appeared. Quan Yuchen told the woman that no matter how many times they voted, the result would be the same. Linda looked at the clear-minded man in disbelief. What was going on? Wasn't he supposed to have lost his mind? Why was he here? The man introduced himself to the king. He was Quan Yuchen, the CEO of Quan Group. The man looked completely normal. This surprised Linda greatly. The king was also shocked by the man's appearance. He looked so similar to Linda's boyfriend. The king offered the man a seat, but he directly declined the king's kindness and stated that his wife had something to say. Then he held Lu Qian's hand to encourage her. The woman immediately accused Linda and Andrew of conspiring, using royal authority to harm her and her husband. Hearing this, Linda started to quibble, saying it was all slander and that she only had some minor friction with the authorities. The man immediately confronted her, saying, "You interfered in our marriage, ambushed me causing my amnesia, and tried to kill Lu Qian. Are these all minor matters? Hearing this, the woman immediately suspected if Quan Yuqian had already been cured. The next second, Linda told him that the order was aimed at you. It was my fault. She had been tricked by Lu Qian. It turned out Quan Yuqian had been cured. The man demanded justice from the king for him and his wife. Otherwise, he would cut off cooperation with M country globally. However, the king didn't believe their words. At this moment, one of Linda's attendants actually stood up to speak for Quan Yuqian and presented evidence of the woman framing them. Linda didn't expect these people would dare to betray her. Faced with this series of evidence, the king finally had nothing to say. He had to ask the man what final ruling he wanted. Unexpectedly, Quan Yuqian demanded to strip Linda of her royal heir status. At the same time, some royal members present also proposed that Linda was unworthy of the position and agreed to strip her of her heir status. The woman didn't expect such a situation and angrily cursed them as lapdogs bought by Quan Yuqian. However, at this moment, the king agreed to the man's request. Linda shouted at the king, asking how he could believe these people when they had all been bought. But the king retorted, "If you can't even handle being bought, how can you become king?" The matter was settled. The king ordered the guards to take the woman away first. Lu Qian, watching this drama unfold, was deeply moved. She didn't expect the royal family would abandon even their heir for the sake of benefits. But the man felt this was the fate she deserved. He also reminded the woman it was time to fulfill her promise. As the two were chatting, Linda suddenly grabbed a guard's weapon. She rushed towards Lu Qian. Linda swung the sword wildly at Lu Qian. He was terrified and shocked. Seeing this, Quan Yuqian immediately shielded her behind him, blocking the woman's attack. At this moment, Linda's sword was suddenly knocked to the ground. Andrew subdued the woman with one move, pinning her firmly to the ground. After the commotion ended, the man walked up to Lu Qian and Quan Yuqian, apologizing on behalf of the royal family. But Quan Yuqian wasn't appreciative. The man had quickly pinned all the blame on Linda. They still had unfinished business. This path was not viable. The man then turned to plead with Lu Qian, but still didn't receive forgiveness from either of them. Seeing that Linda had already lost power, the man worried that Quan Yuqian would continue to seek revenge on him. So he voluntarily withdrew from the competition for the throne, hoping to leave himself a way out. Quan Yuqian saw that he still had some sincerity, so he agreed to the man's plea for peace. This time, it was just a choice the man made under pressure. There might still be room for maneuvering in the future. After the man left, Lu Qian immediately asked if Quan Yuqian had been hit by the arrow. The man pinched the woman's face, telling her not to worry. He had seen all kinds of situations and wouldn't be easily hurt. At this time, a doctor asked if the two were injured and could immediately treat their wounds. But Quan Yuqian told him to do what he should do. The next second, the doctor actually came to the king. He told the king that Linda had severe mania and signs of mental breakdown. She needed immediate treatment. After hearing this, the king had Linda committed to a mental hospital. Quan Yuqian was satisfied with this result. He announced that business dealings with M country would continue as usual. In the evening, Lu Qian lay on the sofa chatting with the man. She never thought Linda would end up like this. The man was curious, wondering if the woman had softened her heart. It turned out she was just reflecting. Fortunately, Quan Yuqian woke up in time. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult to resolve. The man felt guilty towards Lu Qian for all the grievances she had suffered. But the woman sighed that it was because he wasn't strong enough that they were bullied. To protect his family, he needed to become stronger. Quan Yuqian suddenly became very curious about how they got along when he had amnesia. Unexpectedly, the woman said that the amnesiac Quan Yuqian was also very cute. It was as if she had another husband. This statement made the man extremely jealous. He immediately pushed Lu Qian down on the sofa. "There is no other. You can only be mine." Then, the two began to embrace and kiss on the sofa. The man was very proud. Even if he couldn't remember anything, he would never forget his Qian. The woman didn't expect that the man would even be jealous of himself. Quan Yuqian looked at Lu Qian lovingly, saying that no one could share her with him. But since he was so devoted, shouldn't the woman give him some reward? The next second, the woman bit the man's Adam's apple. He dared to ask for a reward? If she ever made him work so hard again, he would just run away from home. Then, the man suddenly kissed Lu Qian. He wouldn't have that chance. The next day, they woke up in the apartment. Lu Qian drowsily asked the man for a hug. In her haze, she noticed the man seemed to be looking at something. The man turned his phone towards her. It turned out that Linda had been forcibly sent to a mental hospital due to schizophrenia. Lu Qian guessed that the woman's test report had been tampered with by the man. The man didn't deny it. Although she didn't harm people, if anyone dared to hurt her family, they would have to pay the price. He comforted Lu Qian, saying this matter was over. He had already arranged flight tickets to go home in 3 days. They could finally go home. While Lu Qian was sleeping, Quan Yuchen had chosen gifts for Qiyu and the twins. Being away from home for so long, they needed to appease them a bit. He believed they would definitely like his gifts. Besides that, the man had even prepared a gift for Lu Qian, but it needed to be kept secret for now. 3 days later, Lu Qian boarded the plane home, but Quan Yuchen was nowhere to be seen. Only Quan Yuchen was sneaking around in the corner, up to something. The man told him. His brother told him to disappear as soon as he got on the plane, not to interfere with their alone time. He asked Lu Qian to pretend she didn't see him. At this moment, the man suddenly appeared behind Lu Qian. He said that during the entire flight, he would provide her with one-on-one personal service. Lu Qian joked with the man, saying if the service wasn't satisfactory, she would give a bad review. Then she said she wanted to eat something. Unexpectedly, the man asked her if he suited Mrs. Kwan's taste. The plane flew rapidly towards their home country. After the man offered his sweet kiss, he asked if Mrs. Lu was satisfied. The woman felt the man's tricks weren't varied enough. The next second, the man asked her to close her eyes. The customized service was about to begin. The man led her into a room. After opening her eyes, the scene before her immediately surprised Lu Qian. The room in front of her was a 1:1 replica of their bedroom at home. Although they were about to go home, the man wanted her to feel the atmosphere of home in advance. And this might be one of their few moments alone together in the future. Unexpectedly, the woman patted the man's chest, saying steak smelled better at this moment. Then, the two had lunch together in the dining room. After the woman finished eating, the man suddenly picked her up. "You've eaten. Now it's my turn to eat." Lu Qian accused the man of being a pervert, but was directly thrown onto the bed. The next second, the man lay on top of the woman, telling her this was what being a pervert meant. The woman still wanted to struggle. Quan Yuchen directly held down her wrists, pulled the woman close, and kissed her. Then he pinned her hands and did as he pleased. Soon the plane was about to land. They could finally go home. As soon as they got off the plane, they saw Qiyu and Grandpa and Grandma already standing there waiting for them. Lu Qian immediately rushed towards Qiyu, hugging her daughter tightly. Little Qiyu buried her face in her mother's embrace and cried pitifully. The two promised Qiyu that from now on, they would never be apart again.